On the floor of the entryway lay most shockingly a fish. Strictly speaking, it was the corpse of a dead fish bearing a human face. Its ashen-brown scales gleamed damply in the firelight, and its cloudy eyeballs stared rigidly at the ceiling. The facial features, though distorted, still vaguely resembled those of a human. The stench of rot mixed with the salty reek of seawater burrowed straight into his nostrils. Lu Yuan stared fixedly at the thing at his feet, one hand clamped over his nose, his voice tight, as he muttered, "Fine transmigration is one thing, but showing me this the moment I arrive, isn't that a bit too absurd?" Logs crackled in the fireplace, and the dim yellow flames cast twisted shadows across the walls. A moment ago, Lu Yuan, an unlucky mineral prospector, had been hiding from a black bear deep in the mountains. The next, he had been yanked into this ghastly place. Compared to the bear that had wanted to eat him, the thing before him, though nauseating, was at least dead. At the very least, he did not have to worry about losing his life in the next second. Frowning, Lu Yuan cautiously lifted his foot and gave it a tentative nudge. The fish did not move at all. Really dead. He waited a while longer, and only after confirming the thing was utterly motionless did he pick up a piece of clothing from beside him, wrap it around his shoe, and brace his foot against the fish's side, inching it away bit by bit. A slick, slimy sensation seeped through the sole of his shoe, sending goosebumps racing over Lu Yuan's entire body. As for whether the stench carried any kind of contagion, that was already beyond what he could afford to worry about. From the moment he appeared here until now, he had already inhaled more than enough of it. After finally heaving the heavy, slippery corpse into a corner of the entryway, Lu Yuan felt as though the reeking fish stench was about to pickle him alive. Only after confirming that he had not directly touched any of the murky mucus did Lu Yuan turn around and begin to survey the house. Past the door was a somewhat spacious entryway. On the left stood a shoe cabinet and several small cupboards, one of which held a copper rotary telephone with a notebook pressed beside it, its pages filled with numbers and names. There was no living room on the first floor in the traditional sense. Instead, most of the space had been cleared out and filled with jars and bottles of various sizes, along with two small beds set side by side. A slightly yellowed curtain hung between the two beds, and an aging bulb dangled overhead, swaying faintly with every slightest disturbance. The shelves were crammed with glass bottles of all shapes and sizes inside, which were roots and stems of unidentifiable plants, and even what looked like organs from some kind of animal. Lu Yuan leaned closer to a wide-mouthed bottle thick with dust, squinting at the yellowed label. It was a string of characters he had never seen before, resembling some kind of Latin script. "I can't make out a word." Lu Yuan frowned. This was hardly good news. If he could not understand the language or writing, whether he could even survive in this world became a serious question. But just as that thought surfaced in his mind, something seemed to stir within his brain, and a wave of dizziness rushed over him. Then something uncanny occurred. The unfamiliar characters before his eyes began to squirm, twist, break apart, and reassemble like living things. In the span of just 2 seconds, those worm-like symbols forcibly rearranged themselves into Chinese characters that Lu Yuan could read. Dried red leaf grass root. At the same time, a small black box suddenly appeared in the lower right corner of Lu Yuan's vision, a line of grayish text flickering into existence, and then vanishing in the blink of an eye. Empire tongue reading 1:11,000. Lu Yuan froze for a moment and instinctively rubbed his eyes. An illusion. Lu Yuan quickly turned to another bottle beside it. The same process of twisting and recombining text unfolded once more. Though still mentally taxing, the speed was noticeably faster this time. 3-leaf ma extract used to soothe pain. Empire tongue reading 121,000. Built-in translation and even proficiency. A bit of the panic in Lu Yuan's heart finally eased. So transmigration really does come with a golden finger after all. In this strange place where he knew neither people nor terrain, the ability to read meant access to information. In other words, at the very least, Lu Yuan would not starve to death. Skirting past what looked like an infirmary, Lu Yuan cautiously made a circuit of the building and quickly confirmed one thing: this was indeed the home of that fish. In the first-floor bedroom, the desk still held everyday items along with a pile of worn clothing and scattered odds and ends. Several old newspapers lay discarded in a corner, dust thick upon them. The second floor was crammed full of books, though he did not examine them closely. Because pressed beneath a notebook on the first-floor bedroom desk, Lu Yuan had found several neatly written pages that roughly recorded the owner of the house and his recent activities. The first point counted as good news. The man who had turned into that fish seemed to have been a doctor with a decent reputation in this area. This could be inferred from the scattered patient notes and fee records on the pages. The second point was less good news than an unexpected windfall. For the pages also contained a posted notice which read, "I will be traveling to the royal capital to further my medical studies. The clinic will be temporarily closed. Should I be gone for an extended period, I have entrusted a friend to look after the premises." Laisen. Lu Yuan glanced back at the unseeing dead eyes of the fish in the corner and smacked his lips. For up until the very moment Lu Yuan had been summoned here, this doctor, or rather that human-shaped monster fish, had been lying dutifully in the doorway. Further his studies. In a certain sense, one could say he had already graduated. It was a clumsy lie. Any neighbor paying the slightest attention would eventually notice that the lights in the house betrayed his whereabouts. But it seemed he had no neighbors. Lu Yuan promptly realized that for him this was an excellent cover. Since the doctor chose to claim he had entrusted a friend, why don't I simply pretend to be that friend from now on? In this place where he possessed no identification whatsoever, the identity of the doctor's friend could spare him countless troubles. The premise, however, was that Lu Yuan had to figure out just what kind of thing this Laisen had provoked, and whether he had merely told a lie or had truly made a friend. Lu Yuan sat back down in the chair and opened the notebook again, not from the beginning, but directly to the last few pages. December 15th, 2 days ago. My lucid periods are growing shorter and shorter. The ocean in my dreams is calling to me. My moments of clarity keep slipping away. I have a feeling I do not have much time left. I only hope that ritual can save me. The writing was jagged and wild, some parts of the paper even pierced through by the pen tip, making it obvious that the author had been in a state of extreme anxiety and mania when he wrote it. Ritual. Lu Yuan's heart gave a jolt as he turned back a few pages. December 3rd, damn it. The strange dream on the Iron Whale is actually contagious. So many doctors examined those crewmen. Why was I the only one infected? Am I supposed to go to the Night Watchers as well? No, they would just cleanse me. Fortunately, I still have some light silver grass left. I still have time. November 21st, the Iron Whale brought back not only, but apparently some kind of disease as well. The crew only have to fall asleep to dream of the sea. Some even dream of turning into fish, and they're beginning to lose their grip on reality. The medicine I prescribe can still slow the illness. Damn it. Why are the other doctors still not here? With a sharp snap, Lu Yuan slammed the diary shut, his face slightly ashen. The ritual mentioned in the diary was clearly the very culprit behind his transmigration. Yet another problem loomed. The doctor had been infected. So was there a possibility that he himself might also be contaminated? But things had already come to this point, and there was no room left for remedy. Judging from the outcome, the doctor's attempt at self-rescue had clearly ended in failure. What the doctor had summoned was neither a wish-granting dragon nor a genie's lamp, much less a benevolent deity that bestowed blessings, but rather a black-haired, black-eyed man who had almost become a half-eaten dinner for a bear. Lu Yuan lowered his head and looked at the object beneath the diary. A yellowed scroll, its surface feeling like some kind of leather partially pressed flat under the journal. The moment Lu Yuan drew the scroll out, a chill of bone-deep cold spread from his fingertips. Rubbing his hands together, he then fully unfurled the scroll. Upon the scroll was a twisted, dark red pattern. Its lines were densely tangled, yet if one looked carefully, a faint sense of order emerged, as though it were some kind of script. Beside the pattern, rows of characters were trembling violently. Lu Yuan focused his gaze, waiting for his translation system to take effect, but after several seconds, his newly activated golden finger seemed to have jammed. No, that's not it. Lu Yuan suddenly realized that the problem did not lie with his golden finger, but that the writing on the scroll itself was resisting. The lines on the scroll, like blood vessels, were now madly twisting and coiling like a writhing mass of worms, intertwining and contorting upon themselves. At last, a line of gray text floated into his field of vision. Translation failed. Translation failed. At the same moment, Lu Yuan sensed the world before his eyes beginning to sway. Without warning, a faint fragmented whisper rose by his ears. Hiss. The great mercy. At first, the voice was distant, as if calling to him from beneath a deep sea. Yet in the next instant, that far-off, ethereal murmur seemed to press right up against Lu Yuan's ear. The tempo of the voice quickened, its pitch growing sharp and grating, laced with a nauseating fanaticism. Sensing something was terribly wrong, Lu Yuan tried to avert his gaze, only to discover that his eyes felt glued in place. He had completely lost control, forced to stare fixedly at that twisted scroll. A stabbing pain began to pulse from deep within his brain, as if something inside were trying to force its way out. At the edges of his vision, gray-white system windows flickered wildly. You seem to have noticed traces of something that should not exist. Warning, your sanity is being eroded. Sanity I-1, 20. You have pried into an ancient taboo and unlocked new knowledge. Taboo Studies Watcher 0. 50. 510-inch. Taboo Studies Watcher 0. 5. Damn it. At the edge of life and death, Lu Yuan's ferocious will to survive finally seized back a fleeting moment of control over his body. With every ounce of strength, his wrist jerked, and he flung the scroll away. With a soft thud, the scroll hit the floor, still trembling faintly. An instant later, an unseen force seemed to rise and gently press down upon it, gradually suppressing the movement until it returned to its original state. At the very moment the scroll fell still, the maddening whispers in Lu Yuan's ears abruptly ceased. The room at once sank into a deathly silence, broken only by the occasional crackle of logs bursting in the fireplace. Lu Yuan collapsed limply into the chair, gasping for breath. Cold sweat drenched his back in an instant, and that deranged murmur still seemed to linger faintly by his ears. He patted his own head, his gaze fixed on the scroll lying on the floor, a trace of dread flashing through his eyes. What kind of damned world is this exactly? Taboo Studies Watcher 4. 510-inch. Sanity, I-1120 experience. Lu Yuan glanced at the pop-up notifications and wiped the cold sweat from his forehead. Only after the lingering distortions in his ears faded did he finally stand up, pondering how to deal with the scroll before him. Should I just throw it into the fireplace? He immediately dismissed the idea. Since this scroll was connected to that so-called ritual, it meant that if he ever wanted to go home, he would have to decipher the secret it contained. But certainly not now. After a moment's thought, Lu Yuan grabbed the other books on the table, bundled the scroll among them, shoved the stack into a drawer, and weighed it down firmly with several thick medical tomes. Only after finishing all this did Lu Yuan sag onto the sofa, exhaling slowly as he forced down the goosebumps raised along his arms. He had a vague premonition that if he had stared at that scroll for just a few seconds longer, his taboo studies would have leveled up on the spot. Yet that advancement might have brought about consequences he could scarcely imagine. I might have just died outright too, Lu Yuan muttered inwardly, forcibly dragging his attention away from the drawer. There was no time to dwell on such thoughts. Another pressing matter demanded his attention: how to deal with the human-length dead fish. Judging by the current temperature, the huge carcass would start to rot and reek in just a few hours. Once 15 hours passed, the entire small building would essentially be rendered unusable. Yet another problem stood before him: how to dispose of it. If he were to dig a pit and bury it, setting aside how long it would take to excavate a hole as tall as a person, simply moving the fish itself was already an enormous challenge. Moreover, from the bottom of his heart, Lu Yuan loathed the idea of touching the corpse. The diary had clearly stated that Laisen, that unlucky doctor, had been infected by the strange dream aboard the Iron Whale. If he refrained from contact, he might at least somewhat reduce the chance of being infected. Yet when he recalled the scene that had erupted after he opened the scroll, Lu Yuan fell silent. Can I really reduce the risk of infection just by not touching it? After weighing a series of options, he realized he truly could not come up with a good solution. It was already close to dusk, and night had begun to drape itself over everything outside. At this point, asking anyone for help was unrealistic. Leaving aside his own identity, there was simply no way to explain where a human-sized fish had come from. There was no choice. He would have to grit his teeth and handle it himself. He rummaged through the small building and finally made a discovery among the small beds arranged side by side on the first floor. One of the beds at the end had two metal wheels fixed to its legs. Lu Yuan decided to use that bed as a makeshift cart. He then took two ill-fitting pieces of clothing from the wardrobe, spread them flat on the floor, rolled the fish onto the fabric, and little by little lifted it onto the small bed, tying it down securely with rope. Opening the door, Lu Yuan prepared to look for a place to dump the fish. The diary mentioned this was a coastal town, so tossing the fish into the sea would be the ideal solution. Standing outside, he could faintly hear the roar of the waves, so this little house in the woods clearly was not far from the sea. However, pushing a bed out the door at this hour was suspicious no matter how one looked at it, not to mention the state of his own clothing. With no other choice, he rummaged once more through the doctor's belongings and finally unearthed two barely wearable outfits in the wardrobe: a dark custom-tailored suit, complete with pocket watch and top hat, and a somewhat worn vest and shirt ensemble. Changing into the suit in place of his original clothing, Lu Yuan studied his reflection in the mirror, a glimmer of satisfaction in his gaze. At last, he no longer looked so out of place. If by chance he encountered a patrol, he could always bluff his way through with an excuse like the doctor rushing out on an emergency call to transport a patient, or moving medical equipment. Of course, that was assuming there even were any patrols. At the same time, this allowed Lu Yuan to roughly gauge that the technological development of this world was somewhat jumbled. People still used electric lights and rotary telephones, yet there existed steel leviathans capable of long-distance ocean voyages. It was roughly equivalent to some stage between the mid-18th and late 19th century in Lu Yuan's impressions. Taking down a bowler hat and settling it onto his head, he finally stepped out of the house. The doctor's house is slightly secluded, located on a high slope surrounded by woods on three sides. As Lu Yuan walked along the bluestone path for a short distance, a broad view opened up before him. Before him lay a terraced landscape, each layer cascading down to the sea. Various Gothic buildings with rounded tops stood in orderly rows, each layer descending in a systematic arrangement. On both sides of the bluestone street stood lamps, their shades stained with a ring of gray smudges, but fortunately the light they emitted was fairly stable. The distance between the lamps was quite close, illuminating nearly every spot on the bluestone road. Lu Yuan felt a twinge of confusion at this sight. Are there too many street lamps here? A sudden thought crossed Lu Yuan's mind. Is there something lurking in the darkness of this world? Perhaps. Lu Yuan felt a bit inclined to turn back, but the scent emanating from that fish and the so-called strange dream stirred a sense of discomfort within him. Looking up, he found the street empty with only a few scattered buildings nearby. Is there no one around? Lu Yuan surveyed the surroundings, steeling his resolve to move as quickly as possible. Returning to the small building, he pushed out the small bed and headed down the bluestone path towards the sea. Although he had already torn the bedsheet to wrap around the rusty iron wheel, the bed still emitted a dull rumble as it rolled over the seams in the bluestone. Gurgle, gurgle. In the stillness of the night, the sound was unbearably loud. Lu Yuan could only hope for better luck, and he quickened his pace. Fortunately, there was indeed no one on this road, which spared Lu Yuan much trouble. However, as he turned a corner, he noticed the light ahead had dimmed noticeably. On the left side of the street, the glass shade of a lamp had cracked, causing the filament to flicker irregularly, barely casting a small circle of dim yellow light. Further ahead was an expanse of darkness. Lu Yuan paused, for he heard some sounds emanating from within the darkness. It seemed something was moving in the darkness at an incredibly slow pace, making a sticky plopping sound wrapped in seawater with a strong fishy odor even more pungent than the doctor on Lu Yuan's bed. Lu Yuan looked toward the source of the sound. Though it was not completely dark, he could see nothing clearly. The darkness seemed to come alive, lurking in the shadows where the light could not reach, menacingly surrounding Lu Yuan, who stood in the light. Staring at the writhing darkness, Lu Yuan fell into a brief silence. For within that darkness, a line of twisted small characters slowly emerged at the edge of his vision. Abyssal kin. Abyssal kin. The characters were few, yet each shimmered with a wave-like pattern reminiscent of ocean tides. Those 2 or 3 lines of text continued to swim through the darkness like sharks sensing prey in the deep sea preparing to hunt. Lu Yuan did not know what abyssal kin was, but it certainly could not be anything good. Suppressing the unease within, Lu Yuan cautiously moved a few steps toward the lamp behind him. Only the light could offer him a semblance of safety. However, it seemed that the hidden entities in the darkness had sensed something. In the next moment, a pair of eerie green eyes materialized out of the shadows. Lu Yuan met their gaze. Suddenly, a series of strange syllables squeezed out of the darkness, sounding like a drowning person gasping for words. See. Lu Yuan could not distinguish whether those strange syllables were language or the unconscious howls of the abyssal kin. At that moment, Lu Yuan could only piece together a sentence in his mind. Can you see us? He was unsure if it was the beings in the darkness asking, but he inexplicably understood. And they did not need Lu Yuan to respond, for in the next moment, one by one, the green glowing eyes lit up, turning the darkness before him into a morbid starry sky. Lu Yuan barely discerned a silhouette. The distorted figure looked as though it had been twisted together, its hunched form unsettling. Its surface was covered with glimmering scales, and those green eyes were embedded at various points on its body, blinking at him. Lu Yuan gazed at the almost contiguous green starry sky before him, feeling puzzled. The world around him seemed to warp. The air was unbearably hot, and the oxygen appeared to be continually siphoned away. Water. I need water. Lu Yuan struggled to mutter. But in the next moment, ding, 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 the long and heavy tolling of a bell rang out from the distant clock tower. At that instant, Lu Yuan's consciousness was abruptly awakened. He jolted, as if he were a drowning diver gasping for fresh air. At the same time, a gray-white frame jumped into the corner of Lu Yuan's vision, bouncing a few times before the numbers began to change, finally settling down. Forbidden Knowledge Seeker, 510. Everything that had just happened was not an illusion. The entities hidden in the surrounding darkness were still drawing closer, but more accurately, they were heading toward the doctor on the bed. Lu Yuan sensed the intentions of the abyssal kin. Want something? Then I'll give it to you. Without any hesitation, Lu Yuan swiftly untied the knots securing the body, bracing his hands against the head of the bed and using the downward slope to exert force. Here we go. The small bed carrying the corpse shot forward like an arrow hurtling into the thick darkness. Bang! Hiss! Sounds of fabric tearing and the gnashing of some slippery flesh echoed in the darkness. The bed suddenly became lighter, nearly toppling over. Lu Yuan quickly grabbed the tail of the bed, forcefully dragging the empty iron frame back from the edge of the darkness into the light. Only the corpse had vanished into the darkness. After a long while, the street was again left with only the faint hum of the electrical current from the lamps. Casting a glance around, the darkness no longer twisted. Those places he could instinctively make out gradually revealed their outlines in the shadows. They were merely ordinary flowers and grasses, along with a few scattered trees standing on the ground. The text abyssal kin no longer appeared. Lu Yuan leaned against the lamp post, his fingers stiff and palms sweating profusely. He stared at the recently darkened area for a long time, confirming there were no further anomalies, before finally relaxing his tense muscles. Meanwhile, the distant clock tower tolled its fourth heavy bell. Accompanying the tolling was a line of small text and a notification in his sight. Rationality 210. 150 experience rationality. You gaze into the abyss and the abyss gazes back at you. Increasing rationality enhances mental resistance, allowing you to survive a little longer in this maddening world. Lu Yuan had now confirmed that in just this short day, he seemed to have mastered quite a few skills. Surviving a great calamity must bring some good fortune. He muttered with a hint of self-deprecation. Lu Yuan prepared to rush home as quickly as possible, for the lamp above him was flickering under the heavy burden. By the time he returned, the sky had completely darkened. The streetlights became increasingly dense and concentrated. Beneath one of the street lamps, 2 or 3 figures wrapped in tattered blankets were curled up. One person was using an empty wine bottle as a pillow, while another had curled up into a circle, staring vacantly at the shadows cast by the light. Lu Yuan pushed the empty bed past them. The creaking sound attracted their attention. The homeless men initially raised their eyes in suspicion, but one of them caught sight of the bed Lu Yuan was pushing, his expression stiffening before he said, "At this hour, you're still wandering outside. You must be new to Grimport, sir." Lu Yuan stopped, raised an eyebrow, and nodded. "Grimport. Oh, it is indeed my first time here. What are the rules?" "Don't go to the port at night, and stay in well-lit places." He pointed at the buzzing light bulb above him, revealing a rather unpleasant smile. "What if the light goes out?" Lu Yuan casually asked. The homeless man looked at Lu Yuan with a gaze of disbelief and pointed to a nearby pitch-black alley. "Then pray that the lord of this town sends someone to fix it quickly." An old man huddled in the tattered blanket muttered, "Why bother saying such things to him? Do you expect this young man to toss you a few copper shields for wine?" "Shut up, Fei. This is no concern of a drunkard like you." The homeless man broke into a wide smile and said, "I know it's dangerous for a homeless man to strike up a conversation with you at night, sir. But for the sake of Dr. Laisen, I'm giving you this piece of advice. You must be a friend of Dr. Laisen, right? Am I not? He entrusted me to look after his clinic in Grimport for a while." Lu Yuan showed a hint of surprise and continued along with the homeless man's words. "Who are you?" The man waved his hand and continued, "Dr. Laisen saved my life. He pushed me on that bed. Grimport is not like the inner city. The conditions are far from good. So sir, you must stay in well-lit places at night. Don't be like those fools from outside, who end up losing their lives in confusion. Hurry back. After saying this, the man ignored Lu Yuan, burying his head and looking as if he wished to be left alone to sleep. He'll remember what you said. Seeing this, Lu Yuan raised his foot to leave, but thought better of it, and added him, Lu Yuan, if you need anything, you can find me at the clinic. After saying this, Lu Yuan left without looking back, leaving the homeless man, mumbling to himself, Lu Yuan. An Eastern name. Back at the clinic, Lu Yuan locked the door. It wasn't until he had scrubbed the smelly little bed 3 times that the lingering chill on his body began to dissipate. After tidying up briefly in the washroom, he finally lit the fireplace, sat cross-legged on the sofa, and took out a new notebook to plan his next steps. The first thing was the experience bar. Lu Yuan thought preparing to conduct the most basic tests first. He picked up a book titled Basic Herbalism from the bookshelf on the second floor and began to browse through it. The content of this herbalism book was very basic, recording the identification and effects of 100 types of herbs along with the preparation methods for a few commonly used medicines. Although Lu Yuan's knowledge in this area was quite scarce, he could still understand this book. However, the experience bar did not appear in Lu Yuan's line of sight. Lu Yuan was not in a hurry. He kept flipping through the pages until the moment he memorized the function of one of the herbs. Basic Herbalism 0. 5. 20 Imperial Language Reading 1. 1000. A grayish-white experience bar floated into Lu Yuan's line of sight. As he continued reading, it began to pulse slightly. During this time, Lu Yuan hardly stopped. The more he read, the more awake his previously drowsy mind became, and the unfamiliar names of herbs and their detailed effects began to neatly arrange themselves in his mind. Lu Yuan lost track of time, absorbed in his studies. It was only when his neck began to ache unbearably that he relaxed his grip, folded the page, and closed the book. At this moment, Lu Yuan had already read more than half of Basic Herbalism. Basic Herbalism 720 Imperial Language Reading 51,000. I actually entered a state of deep learning. Lu Yuan put down the book, stood up, and slightly turned his neck, suddenly enlightened. It seems the purpose of the experience bar is not just to visualize progress, it's more complex than that. In that case, the later disguise as a doctor might indeed be feasible. Moreover, Lu Yuan looked out the window at the brightly lit outside world, a flicker of excitement passing through his heart. This world seems to hold many unknown secrets. However, there was one thing Lu Yuan still did not understand: what exactly would happen after the experience bar level increased. Currently, he only knew that it enhanced his sanity and improved his mental resistance, but what about the other attributes? Just as Lu Yuan was pondering this, the grayish-white experience bar reappeared. Sanity 2 150 Experience Basic Herbalism 720 Imperial Language Reading 51,000 Forbidden Knowledge Seeker 5 10 Among these attributes, aside from the sanity, which had a brief description, the others had no explanation at all. So the situation was clear. It seemed that the experience bar would only provide relevant descriptions for upgraded attributes. Thus, neither Imperial Language nor Forbidden Knowledge had specific explanations available. As for Imperial Language, it could be set aside for now, since it still had translation capabilities, and whether he learned it in a short time wouldn't matter much. However, for Forbidden Knowledge, being able to see a summary might deepen his understanding of this world. Without getting too caught up in it, he decided. Lu Yuan prepared to conduct some small tests tonight, attempting to turn knowledge into tangible goods. With this in mind, he rolled up his sleeves and approached the pile of bottles and jars. After all, Lu Yuan was still facing a problem. He was hungry. Despite inheriting this small building, the unfortunate fellow had left behind a pitiful amount of wealth. Only a few silver shields and dozens of copper shields. Although he was uncertain about the purchasing power of the Imperial shields, they probably wouldn't be too high. The few Imperial shields in the drawer would likely only suffice for frugal living for a short while. As for subsequent research into new herbs, that was out of the question. Thinking of lifting the blanket covering him, Lu Yuan walked to the infirmary and stopped in front of a wooden cabinet filled with bottles and jars. He prepared to concoct the simplest painkiller, the red grass ointment. As a coastal town, Grim Harbor is never short of workers at the port who invariably scratch and bruise themselves while loading and unloading cargo. At this moment, a good red grass ointment would theoretically sell without worry, provided the effectiveness justifies the price. The formula is simple: red grass, tri-leaf hemp, pine branch juice. The difficulty lies in the vague description. In basic herbal medicine, extract the effective components of tri-leaf hemp using appropriate fire. What is appropriate? This ambiguous description is merely to monopolize knowledge. Too bad for them, they met me. Lu Yuan thought as he set up the iron pot, his gaze fixed on the lower right corner of his view. When tri-leaf hemp was put into water and boiled vigorously, there was no experience value reaction. Not right. Lu Yuan immediately disposed of the waste and switched to soaking it in warm water, stirring slowly with a wooden stick. At the moment the solution began to turn murky, a line of gray-white small text finally jumped out. Pharmacology 0. 1. You are refining medicine. That's right. Lu Yuan's lips curled slightly. He didn't need to understand pharmacology, just needed to experiment like playing a game until he triggered a determination. This was his absolute advantage. The convenience of it, akin to having operation assistance in a game, propelled Lu Yuan to continuously process the herbs. Half an hour later, 3 pills of deep red color exuding a faint pine fragrance lay quietly on the tray. Pharmacology 150 entry level. You successfully produced a low-quality red grass ointment, which looks decent, but its effectiveness is underwhelming. As long as people use it and don't die, it's a good medicine. Lu Yuan carefully placed the pills into a glass bottle, feeling satisfied as he tidied up the counter. As long as the experience points gradually increase, I can establish myself in this world. But I still need to think about how to let people know that the clinic has reopened. The next morning, a thick lead-gray fog enveloped Grim Harbor. Lu Yuan pushed open the door, and a mixture of sea stench and coal smoke rushed in. In the distance, the sound of a foghorn and the rough shouts of dockworkers could be faintly heard. Lu Yuan took a deep breath of the damp air, removed the original notice board hanging outside the door that belonged to Dr. Laisen, and replaced it with a new wooden board. On it, a sharp line of text written in the imperial language read, "Laisen Clinic reopens, new doctor in practice, specializing in external injuries, abdominal pain, and various complicated diseases, fair prices, no deception." However, when it came to the specializing section, Lu Yuan hesitated for a moment. As a fraud who hadn't even touched a medical book much, this felt a bit fraudulent. But after feeling the 2 jingling copper coins in his pocket, he still put up the sign, without changing his expression. As long as I can cure them, then I'm a miracle doctor. As for how I cured them. Lu Yuan glanced at the experience bar in his view that was brimming with energy. That is my ancestral skill. After placing the notice securely, Lu Yuan returned inside and resumed flipping through books related to herbs. The clinic door was slightly ajar, and he could occasionally hear footsteps passing by on the bluestone street. As Lu Yuan flipped through the book, he silently calculated whether he would be able to wait for the first business of the day. If not, would he need to write several more notices and find someone to promote them at the dock? Just as Lu Yuan was pondering this, he heard faint footsteps outside. The footsteps were strange, one heavy and one light, as if one leg was severely injured or like something was dragging a heavy object. Lu Yuan was sitting behind the counter flipping through the medical book to gain experience when he heard the sound and instinctively pulled out a scalpel from the drawer. But then he realized that it was daytime. Finally, a knock echoed, followed by a voice calling out, "Doctor, is anyone there?" The voice was loud and slightly hoarse, carrying a strong dock accent. Lu Yuan closed the book, stood up, and opened the door. Outside stood a man, his skin darkened by the sea breeze and sun exposure, with somewhat messy hair, dressed in a coarse cloth jacket that had been patched multiple times and visible salt stains still damp at the cuffs. The man had a slight limp on his left foot with obvious mud stains on his pants, instinctively protecting his left leg while standing, clearly injured badly. The man looked at Lu Yuan, clearly taken aback, seemingly not expecting the new doctor to be so young, especially a dark-haired, dark-eyed Oriental. Are you the new doctor?" the man asked tentatively, the one named Lu Yuan taking over for Dr. Laisen. "Yes." Lu Yuan nodded and stepped aside to make way. "Let's talk inside. My name is Lu Yuan." "Thank you," the man said, smiling awkwardly as he dragged his leg into the porch, leaving a long trail of mud on the floor. The man seemed familiar with the treatment room, sat down on a chair he found, and asked, "What do I call you?" "People in the town call me Thomas." The man scratched the back of his head, laughing a bit awkwardly. "I work at the port handling goods." "Thomas." Lu Yuan repeated the name. "What seems to be the problem?" Thomas hesitated for a moment, then extended his left leg, rolled up his pant leg, and revealed his left calf. On his leg was a strange bruise, and at the edge of the bruise, several circular marks resembling suction cup impressions could be vaguely seen. Lu Yuan looked at the shallow yellow marks remaining at the edge of the bruise and asked, "Have you been to other places for treatment?" "I went to the church for some medicine," Thomas replied, a hint of embarrassment on his face. "But the medicine there was too expensive. I only used it for 2 days, and if I kept using it, I'd have to starve with my family. Fortunately, I made a little money a few days ago. After that, Dr. Laisen's fees weren't very high. We used to come here for treatment. Since you took over, the prices shouldn't be too expensive, right?" "No, it will be the same as before," Lu Yuan replied casually. "That's good. Jack didn't lie to me. He said you're the same as Dr. Laisen and at least won't be a greedy fellow." "Jack?" Lu Yuan asked casually. "He always claims to be a bard, but in reality, he's just a drifter. We used to work together at the dock, and lately he's been hanging out at the tavern picking up some extra cash." "Got it." Lu Yuan nodded, noting the name Jack in his mind. He also realized that the only person who knew his name was the drifter he met under the lamp last night. "He has done me a great favor. I should meet him when the opportunity arises." Lu Yuan pondered for a moment, then gestured for Thomas to lie down on the small bed near the door, pulling up the curtain to separate the middle while he sat on the stool by the bed to examine the wound. The moment Thomas' wound came into view, Lu Yuan's vision flickered slightly. Basic Medical 0. 5. Observe the injury to 0. You have discovered an atypical external injury suspected to be caused by some marine creature's contusion. Seeing the prompt that popped up in his line of sight, Lu Yuan smiled slightly. Indeed, the experience bar could be applied to treating patients. He donned gloves and gently pressed the edges of the wound with his fingers. The areas that were dark blue and purple were extremely stiff, completely unlike ordinary human tissue. Instead, they felt like frozen flesh. "Does this hurt?" Lu Yuan inquired. "It doesn't hurt. Just very numb, like something is drilling into my bones," Thomas said, drenched in cold sweat. "Doctor, do you think my leg can still be treated?" Lu Yuan did not respond immediately. At this moment, a line of gray-white data was rapidly analyzing in his vision. Contact with abnormal muscle texture. Basic medical experience. 1 analysis result: residual toxin from deep-sea mollusks, mild, accompanied by tissue necrosis. Recommended plan: bloodletting detoxification hot compress. It can be treated. Lu Yuan turned and took down the red grass ointment he had prepared last night from the shelf and also retrieved a sterilized small knife. "Bear with it." Before he finished speaking, the knife tip precisely pierced the center of the several suction cup-like marks. A foul-smelling black blood gushed out, instantly falling into the tray with a sound reminiscent of strong acid corroding. Thomas let out a cry, nearly bouncing off the bed. "Don't move." Yuan pressed his leg down firmly with one hand, while quickly filling the wound with the reddish-brown ointment with the other. The moment the ointment made contact with the flesh, the nauseating corrosive sound ceased, replaced by a faint scent of pine. Thomas' rapid breathing gradually calmed down as he looked at the black blood in the tray with some horror. What is that?" "That is congealed blood." Yuan casually concocted an explanation while bandaging his wound. "Don't you know where your injury came from?" Yuan downplayed it verbally, but his guard was raised a few notches internally. This toxin was clearly not something possessed by ordinary sea fish, and the Chuch's medicine could actually suppress the spread of this toxin. Otherwise, Thomas would have died from poisoning long ago. It seems necessary to take a personal look. However, Thomas seemed reluctant to explain the source of his wound. He simply smiled helplessly. Yuan was not concerned and casually asked again, "Is the dock not peaceful lately?" "It is indeed a bit unsettled." Thomas likely tried to divert the topic, speaking more. "Didn't the Iron Whale just return?" "But the people on that ship were quite strange. I heard that as soon as they docked, the night watchman took them away overnight without even going home. Moreover, since then some bizarre things have often been caught at the dock." My injury. Thomas realized he had let something slip and smiled awkwardly. Yuan paused slightly in his actions. "The Iron Whale again. All right." Yuan tied a neat knot and straightened up for silver shields. "No credit." Thomas tried to move his leg and was pleasantly surprised to find that the piercing numbness had indeed disappeared. He then readily counted out 4 silver coins and placed them on the table, thanking Yuan profusely before leaving. The price Yuan quoted was neither high nor low, roughly referencing the numbers in the ledger. Of course, this price wasn't particularly cheap for an ordinary dock worker, but it wouldn't lead to their family starving after just a few days of medicine. As Thomas left, a line of text appeared. Completed first medical treatment, basic medical 2. 520 unlocked information, Grim Harbor status 650. Yuan held the few warm silver coins, gently rubbing them with his fingertips. "Have all been taken by the night watchman." It seems that what was written in the diary is indeed true. After Thomas left, no second patient came to the clinic. This was also within Yuan's expectations. After all, forgetting to promote would mean that business wouldn't improve significantly in a short time unless Thomas' leg was treated by himself. "Take it slow." Yuan returned to his chair and continued reading. Time passed quickly. Throughout the morning, Yuan did nothing but read. There were no patients at all. Instead, his knowledge of medicinal materials improved a bit. Basic medicinal materials 8. 520 Imperial language reading 61,000 at this rate. In at most 3 days, basic medicinal materials would level up, and he wondered what new effects would arise. Yuan was also not planning to wait any longer, for he was hungry. The clinic had nothing except for a few cans that had been there for an unknown period. With no other choice, Yuan could only take a few silver shields and head out to see what the market prices were like in this world. At the same time, Yuan planned to gather more information about this world to confirm some of his speculations. Dressed in a suit and wearing a hat, Yuan stuffed 10 silver shields into his pocket and set out. Under the overcast sky, the streets were narrow and damp, flanked by towering and oppressive Gothic architecture. The not-so-good weather did not affect the residents here. Even in the relatively remote area where Yuan lived, he could see many people coming and going. After walking a short distance along the Bluestone Street and turning a corner, the street instantly became lively. A few children looking quite small were busily moving around by the roadside. They approached well-dressed men eager to promote their shoe-shining skills. After being rejected, they even pulled out a newspaper from their pockets, actively promoting it. The newspaper was precisely what Yuan needed. But before Yuan could step forward, a small child approached. "Sir, do you need your shoes shined?" "Of course, I'm not saying right now, but if you go to the dock, your shoes will likely get dirty. My shoe shining skills are excellent, and the price is very reasonable, just 2 copper shields. If you decide now, when you return, I'll only charge you 1 copper shield." Yuan stopped and looked at the overly clever little boy before him. "Very smart," Yuan said, pulling a silver shield from his pocket and twirling it on his fingertip, the shiny gleam instantly capturing the boy's attention. "No need to shine the shoes, but I have a better business for you." Yuan leaned down, locking eyes with the boy. "I want you to keep an eye on movements at the dock and bring the latest newspapers to that clinic every day. This silver shield is a deposit." The boy swallowed hard and nodded vigorously. "No problem, sir. My name is Brent. There's nothing in this neighborhood that I don't know." "Very good, Brent." Yuan flicked the coin to him. "Now tell me, what's the latest news at the dock?" "What I want to know is not the stuff on the newspaper." Brent tightly gripped the silver coin, lowering his voice. "Sir, if you wish to avoid any strange occurrences, you must not eat fish recently." "Why?" "Because recently some fish have been caught." "No, I should say they are not fish." The boy's eyes revealed a fear beyond his years. "My uncle works in the cold storage at the dock. He said the things caught recently have features only humans possess, like fingers." Yuan's pupils constricted of fingers. This instantly reminded him of the Dr. Laisen, who had been dragged into darkness. Moreover, Brent swallowed hard. Those fish still move even when chopped into pieces. Despite this, important figures are buying them at high prices. Who is buying them? Yuan squinted, listening intently. "I don't know, my uncle didn't tell me." "Brent, I will remember what you said." Yuan nodded, indicating he remembered. "All right, sir." And I assure you anyone who gets their shoes shined at my stall will know that the Laisen clinic has reopened. Is the Laisen clinic you mentioned the one belonging to Dr. Laisen? Indeed, Dr. Laisen won't be back for a while. I've been entrusted to take over the clinic for some time. Lu Yuan nodded and placed the silver shield into the boy's money box. All right, I'm going for a stroll in Grim. Remember to keep your promise to me. The boy watched as Lu Yuan stood up and hurried forward, counting out a handful of copper shields. Doctor, wait. You're a friend of Dr. Laisen, which makes you our friend too. Dr. Laisen always enjoys a half-price discount here. This is for the information fee. The boy stepped forward with a small bag of copper shields. Lu Yuan noticed a hint of reluctance in the boy's eyes, yet he stubbornly offered the copper shields, making Lu Yuan smile. It seems Dr. Laisen is doing quite well here, having friends everywhere. But keep the copper shields and remember to deliver the daily newspapers to the Laisen clinic. Goodbye. As Lu Yuan spoke, he left the boy's stall and continued along the Bluestone Street. You have learned some secrets about Grim Harbor 950. This sudden appearance of an experienced bar confirmed Brent's words about the recent abnormalities in the sea. But this was not something a mere imposter doctor like Lu Yuan could intervene in. By this time the sun was already overhead, and occasionally a rickshaw would pass by. The dock workers had also taken a break, leaving a few moderately sized boats docked. Lu Yuan walked along the Bluestone path until he finally spotted a bakery, the aroma wafting through the air, making him swallow hard. Finally, I can eat something. A few minutes later, Lu Yuan spent a silver shield, almost a quarter of his earlier earnings, to buy 2 loaves of bread barely worthy of being called food, and a large piece of hard bread resembling a brick. Damn these prices. Lu Yuan bit into the white bread, his heart aching. This also made him realize the purchasing power of currency in this world, filling him with a sense of urgency. He needed to earn money quickly, enhance his medical skills, and figure out the true nature of the Night Watchers. Finally, he needed to ascertain whether this world was truly safe. Was it filled with strange occurrences, or was yesterday's incident merely a coincidence? Returning to the clinic, taking a bite of freshly baked white bread, he finally felt content. In the following time, Lu Yuan sat in a chair reading a book. It wasn't until evening that new footsteps outside interrupted his immersion in the sea of books. Basic Herbalism 15. 120. The footsteps outside were very light, sounding like a child's steps. Dr. Lu, are you there? A somewhat familiar voice came from outside the door. Closing the book, Lu Yuan stood up and opened the slightly ajar door. Outside stood Brent, whom he had met in the morning. Brent was holding a box in his arms. Upon seeing Lu Yuan open the door, he stepped forward and said, "Sir, this is the newspaper related to Grim Harbor from some time ago. You just arrived at Grim Harbor, and you should be unfamiliar with things here. These newspapers might be useful to you," the boy said as he reached out to hand the box to Lu Yuan. Lu Yuan looked at the boy in surprise, not expecting him to be so considerate. After a moment, he didn't bother with formalities and simply reached out to take the box. "Come in and sit for a while," Lu Yuan motioned for the boy to enter. The boy hesitated for a moment, but then shook his head. "Sir, I must return first. I'm worried about my sister being home alone." "I see. Wait a moment," Lu Yuan replied, returning to his room to take out a pouch containing 30 copper shields and handed it over. "This is a token of gratitude." Upon seeing this, Brent quickly shook his head. "Sir, you misunderstand. I'm not delivering the newspaper for your money. The silver shield from earlier was too much, and as a friend of Dr. Laisen, I'm sharing these newspapers just to thank you." Lu Yuan looked at Brent's sincere eyes and didn't press the issue. He simply said, "I appreciate your kindness. I will pay for the newspapers you deliver in the future. And Brent, if you ever need medical help, you can come find me," Lu Yuan casually mentioned without making any promises. Upon hearing this, Brent couldn't help but show a hint of joy on his face. Of course, he had his own little schemes, but he was merely delivering some sold newspapers. Running errands would be easier if he could gain the attention of this new doctor, making it simpler to seek medical care in the future. As for other places to seek treatment, the Church's helpers were essentially vampires. Previously, Dr. Laisen was willing to treat patients at a low price, but now that Dr. Laisen was gone, Brent certainly wanted to establish a good relationship with this new doctor in advance. Of course, there were other doctors in Grim Harbor, but their prices were beyond what someone like him could afford. Lu Yuan could see through Brent's little schemes, but he didn't mind. After all, he might be able to obtain some useful information from Brent in the future. Closing the door, Lu Yuan returned to his room, preparing to browse through the recent newspapers about Grim Harbor. There were some matters he was reluctant to ask directly. Appearing in this small town with an Eastern appearance was already as conspicuous as a black sheep among a flock of white ones. Moreover, he had appeared out of nowhere without any basis for entry or exit. As long as the police in this world were willing to investigate, his excuse of being a friend of Dr. Laisen would be easily exposed. In this seemingly strange world, how would an uninvited outsider be treated? The diary of Laisen seemed to clarify this. Putting aside these chaotic thoughts under the dim light, Lu Yuan spread several clippings on the table, circling a few keywords in red ink. November 15th, the iron whale returned fully laden, bearing a mysterious mineral. November 17th, the church established a branch chapel. A purple-robed cardinal arrived unexpectedly. December 14th, the mistwalker passed through. The timeline is inconsistent, Lu Yuan murmured, his fingers unconsciously tapping the desk. Thomas's leg injury appeared only after the iron whale's return. Dr. Laisen's journal likewise descended into madness from that point onward. The iron whale did not bring back mere minerals, or perhaps it did, but not only minerals. Something unspeakable, an alive thing. and the church's sudden deployment of a high-ranking cardinal at precisely this juncture was far too coincidental. Perhaps they had come not to bless, but to suppress. This port feels like a powder keg. I must act swiftly. Intelligence analysis succeeded. Grimport status 5, 1450. Subsequent newspaper issues recorded only routine maritime departures, newly opened bakeries within the port, or rental advertisements for low-income housing. As for the night watchers, the very information Lu Yuan sought, newspapers offered virtually none. The sole useful mention appeared in a June edition, a joint declaration by Viscount Grimm and the night watchers announcing the full electrification of Grimport street lamps. At that moment, an experience bar flickered into view. Grimport status 1, 1550. Then, silence. Lu Yuan could not even discern whether any anomalous incidents had recently occurred within the port. Setting the newspaper aside, Lu Yuan felt a dull ache behind his temples. The stagnant experience bar meant the paper had yielded all usable intelligence on Grimport. Though the newspapers painted Grimport as serene and idyllic, last night's encounter remained vivid in his memory. These two realities clashed, deeply, unnervingly. With no better option, he would have to gather information gradually. He set down the paper and resolved to read more, specifically to raise his basic herbalism skill to level 2. Perhaps it would yield unexpected benefits. As dusk deepened into night, Lu Yuan sat before the hearth, its amber light illuminating the pages of basic herbalism, seeking just one more increment of experience. Then, a strange sound shattered the stillness. Shoo! A heavy dragging scrape, slow, stiff, deliberate. Lu Yuan glanced out the window. Night had fallen thick and dense, a fog coiled like smoke through the streets, and only faint hazy halos of lamplight glowed along the roadside. A patient at this hour. An instant wave of alertness surged through him. The sound halted outside the clinic door. Then came a dull, muffled knock. "Doctor, are you in?" The voice was hoarse, gravelly, as if thick phlegm clogged the throat. After a pause, Lu Yuan cracked the door open just a sliver. A man stood there. He wore an impeccably tailored black wool suit and leaned upon a silver-inlaid cane, jarringly out of place amid the squalor of this slum-lined street. Yet it was not his attire that set Lu Yuan's nerves alight, but the scent clinging to him, a cloying perfume desperately masking something beneath. A faint briny tang. Lu Yuan had smelled that exact odor only once before, on Dr. Laisen, moments before his body began to melt into fish. "Good evening, doctor." The man removed his hat, revealing a sparse crown and a pallid, almost waxy complexion. Then he smiled, a slow, unsettling stretch of lips, revealing teeth slightly too sharp, too pointed. "I'm Laisen, landlord of the nearby tenements, and as it happens, owner of this building. You may call me Mr. Landlord." Lu Yuan's expression remained placid, but his grip tightened imperceptibly on the door handle. "Landlord. If he'd come to collect rent, my deception would collapse instantly. I knew neither the amount nor the terms." Worse still, this so-called landlord was clearly ill himself. You perceived traces of the deep sea. Forbidden lore, The Observer 5. 210. The prompt flashing at the edge of his vision confirmed his suspicion. Merely observing granted experience. What might happen if he drew closer? Lu Yuan held the door, eyes lowered, weighing silence against risk. At last he stepped aside. To refuse would strand him here helpless, and whoever sought him at this hour surely needed more than rent. "Please come in, Mr. Laisen." Lu Yuan stepped aside with a practiced, hollow smile. "I suspect tonight's visit concerns not rent, but rather medical counsel." A flicker of strangeness crossed Lawson's gaze, unanswered, unblinking. He entered slowly, each step laborious, as though dragging something heavy across the floor, shuffling, rasping. The clinic's electric lamp cast a dim, hazy glow. Lawson surveyed the room with detached familiarity, hung his hat neatly on the rack by the door, and settled into a chair without invitation. Lu Yuan retrieved his notebook and fountain pen, seated himself on the sofa, and said evenly, "Mr. Laisen, describe your symptoms." Lawson shook his head, as if amused by a private joke. "How like Laisen you are. I am not ill, merely sleepless lately. I require something to still the mind, or banish dreams entirely." Lu Yuan said nothing. He wrote, "Insomnia," in the notebook, then lifted his gaze, expectant, neutral. Lawson merely sat silent, unmoving. The clinic fell into hushed stillness, broken only by the soft, crackling pop of embers in the newly lit hearth. "By the way, what is your name?" "Lu Yuan." "Oh, an Easterner, rare in Grimport. When does Laisen return?" "I don't know." Lu Yuan had no intention of indulging meaningless pleasantries. This self-styled landlord distrusted him utterly, and clung rigidly to aristocratic pretense. His time was precious, each moment convertible into experience. And this landlord, clearly withholding truth. This was a singular opportunity to determine whether the affliction consuming Dr. Laisen mirrored the one now festering in Lawson. His own safety depended on that answer. Should they prove identical, the danger of the dream plague would escalate exponentially, and infection could spread to him. Pressure was required. Truth would be extracted. Now, "Mr. Laisen, if you seek sedatives, I regret to inform you we carry none. Dr. Laisen left no such prescriptions. Alternatively, you might consult the church." He did not lift his eyes, not once, as he picked up a book and turned a page. A man who sought a physician at this hour would not wait patiently. Lu Yuan knew it, and if Lawson was truly desperate, he would speak. The match occasionally crackled and popped. The room was eerily quiet save for the occasional sound of Lu Yuan turning the pages of a book and Lawson's somewhat heavy breathing. Lawson finally spoke. I keep having the same dream lately. But upon hearing the word dream, Lu Yuan snapped the book shut and instinctively looked up. A sense of foreboding suddenly washed over Lu Yuan. At the beginning of the dream, I always find myself standing by the sea at night, my goatskin shoes dampened by the waves, and then I wake up. Lawson looked at Lu Yuan and continued. After that, as soon as I fall asleep, I dream of being by the sea, listening to the sound of the waves and watching the ocean illuminated by the moon. It initially felt pleasant. After all, not everyone gets the chance to see the sea up close at night. But Lawson's face appeared pale in the firelight, and deep fear was reflected in his eyes. I noticed that I was getting closer and closer to the sea. Lu Yuan felt a chill rise within him upon hearing this, as he had already guessed what Lawson would say next. The dream has definitely infected him with a strange dream. An unsettling emotion began to surface in Lu Yuan's heart. The situation Grim Harbor might encounter could far exceed his imagination. The strange dream may have already engulfed the entire port. Lu Yuan sat in the shadows, rapidly calculating his fingers, gently tapping the armrest, not interrupting Lawson's narrative. He was observing. Observation subject Lawson. The symptoms of the strange disease in the deep sea are slightly increasing. Lu Yuan had no intention of interrupting the recollection, as he was preparing to see how many more characteristics the strange dream was hiding. After all, just a memory could increase the infection rate, which was terrifying. In the subsequent dreams, the sea got closer and closer, and the icy water nearly swallowed me whole. I can't tell anymore if I'm moving closer or if the sea wants to swallow me. Lawson's face was ashen, his voice trembling slightly. After a long pause, he continued. In any case, every time I fall asleep, I dream of that damned sea. All I want now is to sleep peacefully. Have you consulted other doctors? Yes, I went to the church and also consulted Dr. Brin. Lawson's tone gradually calmed down, as if he had cast off some burden. As Lawson's emotions settled, the visible entries disappeared. Has the mutation stopped? Lu Yuan wondered. What did they say? Lu Yuan leaned on his notebook, jotting down emotions memories for reference. The church's priest said the same things, claiming I had attracted something from the darkness, at least making me drink a few cups of holy water. They also prescribed a bunch of expensive but utterly useless medicines. Lawson's tone noticeably rose at this point. I never want to drink that holy water again, whatever they mixed it with. What about Dr. Brin? What did he say? Lu Yuan asked next. Dr. Brin. He only prescribed some medications and told me not to go near the sea for a while, preferably to leave Grim Harbor. Lawson seemed to have a headache at this point. Clearly he was dissatisfied with Dr. Brin's advice. After all, how could a landlord of a cheap rental leave his own place? Lu Yuan inquired after drinking the church's holy water. Did you feel your symptoms lessen? For example, did the duration of the dream shorten, or did you stop dreaming altogether? Lawson pondered carefully. There seemed to be some effect after drinking the holy water that night. The dream scenes became very blurry. But what I want is not to delay but to drive that damned dream out of my head. Lu Yuan noted down church holy water in his notebook. From Lawson's words, it could be inferred that the church's holy water seemed to have a certain degree of suppressive effect on this dream. However, the effect was not significant, likely due to dilution. He could find time to visit the church later. What about Dr. Brin's methods? Haven't you tried it all? Lu Yuan paused his pen and continued. I have tried. I've been staying away from the sea now in the inner harbor, but asking a landlord of a cheap rental to stay away for long is simply impossible. If I dared to leave for even a little while, the scoundrels in the cheap rental would definitely mess up my place. Lawson put down his teacup and snorted. Even the rent would be delayed. As a landlord, I need to take good care of my property. So after staying away from the port, how do you feel? Lu Yuan couldn't bother with Lawson's air of superiority. It seemed he was someone who valued money over life. Silently labeling Lawson in his heart, Lu Yuan then asked, I also need to know when you started having this dream. Staying away from the port has helped a bit, but as soon as I sleep, the dream continues. Lawson replied, it was around mid-November. I remember the iron whale was returning home, and after that I started dreaming of the sea. Before having this dream, did you encounter anything strange? Or did you go to sea or anything? Lu Yuan tried to extract useful information from Lawson. No, the dream appeared suddenly. Before that, everything was normal. I received guests and sent off a batch of them. Lawson was clearly becoming impatient. So Dr. Lu, how long are you going to keep asking? Or do you have a solution for my illness? Facing Lawson's skepticism, Lu Yuan remained calm and simply reassured him, don't rush, Mr. Lawson, we only have a few final questions left. During the iron whale's docking, did you receive any of their crew? Or any unfamiliar faces? Lu Yuan shifted positions on the sofa. And one more question, Lawson, besides yourself, have you heard of anyone else with similar symptoms, including your tenants? Lawson suppressed his emotions and replied, I haven't received any of the iron whale's crew. They always dock with an air of mystery, and I never get the chance to do that business. As for unfamiliar faces, I indeed received a few unfamiliar faces during that time. I kept running into them. But what does that have to do with my illness? Are you suggesting they infected me? Then why are my tenants fine? And Dr. Lu, do you have a solution or not? If not, it's best to say so. It's getting late. Lawson's displeasure was evident as he grew frustrated with Lu Yuan's barrage of questions. I can't guarantee anything, but there is a kind of medicine you can try. After noting down slow infection in his notebook, Lu Yuan got up and retrieved the leftover mixture of light silvergrass that Laisen had used. Lu Yuan did not know what this mixture was made of, However, the diary's records indicated that this medicine had a good effect on the strange dream. While it couldn't cure it, it could at least delay it for a while. It could also verify whether or not Laisen was indeed suffering from the strange dream. At the same time, it can be verified whether Laisen's condition is indeed related to the dream of anomaly. Laisen immediately became interested and leaned forward using his cane to catch the silver potion sealed within a glass vial the width of a finger. The potion had a dreamlike color, especially under the light. The silver liquid inside the vial changed shades as the angle shifted. Is this the light silver grass? Laisen recognized the main ingredient in the vial at a glance. Yes, it was left behind by Dr. Laisen. Yuan nodded. How much do you have? I want it all. Laisen clearly understood what he was after and decisively wanted to buy everything. But Yuan would not agree. I'm sorry, the light silver grass is scarce, and I need to reserve some for myself. I can give you a maximum of 2 vials. 3 vials, 1 gold shield. Laisen directly pulled a shiny gold coin from his pocket. Looking at the gleaming imperial gold shield on the table, Yuan did not rush to accept it. He pushed 3 vials of potion forward, but kept 2 of them pressed down. This 1 gold shield buys the potion, but I also need you to help me with something. Laisen eagerly grabbed a vial and began examining it. What is it? As long as it lets me sleep soundly. These potions were left by Laisen and will run out. If you want more potions later, you need to help me acquire the raw materials. Yuan took out a pre-written list: mercury, light, silver grass. No matter how you do it, I want to see these items by the next follow-up appointment. Upon hearing this, Laisen shifted his gaze from the shimmering vial to Yuan, his murky eyes staring into the darkness. You've got more guts than Laisen. Interesting, it's a deal. Deal. Yuan smiled slightly and pushed the remaining light silver grass mixture over. This transaction was a sure profit, because it was clearly recorded in the ledger regarding Laisen's procurement records. A single light silver grass plant cost about 10 silver shields, and none of the other herbs recorded alongside it exceeded that price. Therefore, regardless of the circumstances, the price of 1 gold shield far exceeded that of this potion itself. Of course, Yuan also needed money, as he required funds to quickly elevate his skill level. And this required money, a lot of money. Laisen took the potion and left. Yuan closed the door, secured the gold shield, and re-evaluated Laisen's condition. From the current situation, it is highly likely that it is dream of anomaly. Dream of anomaly is contagious. This has been basically confirmed. However, what puzzled Yuan was why Laisen's infection time coincided almost exactly with Dr. Laisen's. And why did Laisen's symptoms remain at the initial stage? Also, what is the transmission route of the dream of anomaly? Would I also be infected? Yuan could not make sense of it, nor could he understand. After all, he was just an ordinary person. If a professional doctor could not handle it, how could he? Shaking his head helplessly, he decided not to think about it. Instead, he picked up basic herbal studies and began to flip through it. First, I need to level up. Yuan thought as he sat on the sofa continuously reading while the fireplace crackled with fresh firewood bringing warmth, though a sense of fatigue quietly crept in. Crash! The sound of cold waves exploded in his ears. Yuan suddenly opened his eyes. Looking around, there was no clinic, no fireplace, no warm blanket. Looking up, an endless black sea suddenly appeared. A pale moon hung in the gloomy sky, casting an eerie white glow on the surface of the sea. Yuan tried to control his body, but found his feet were rooted as if nailed to the beach. The tide was rising. The icy cold seawater flooded over his feet, the chill burrowing through his skin to his bones, carrying a nauseating briny scent. This is the dream of anomaly. Yuan realized and struggled desperately, but his body did not respond at all. At this moment, Yuan could only watch the sea before him. Watching the surface of the sea gradually rise with waves. The cold seawater relentlessly crashed against Yuan. The bone-chilling cold made him shiver. Until the sea surface in the distance turned pitch black at an unknown time. No way. Something was beneath the surface. Boom. A gigantic wave crashed down, and the feeling of suffocation instantly engulfed Yuan. Huh. Yuan suddenly sprang up from the sofa, gasping for air, his clothes drenched in cold sweat, as if he had just been pulled from the sea. The fire in the fireplace had extinguished at some point, and a cold breeze occasionally swept through the room. The clinic remained quiet, and glancing at the clock hanging on the wall, it had just passed midnight. Yuan looked around and confirmed he was awake before cautiously sitting back down on the sofa. The suffocating sensation of seawater flooding his nostrils in the recent dream was terrifyingly vivid. But before Yuan could breathe a sigh of relief, a gray experience bar appeared in his vision, directly facing the deep-sea nightmare in the process of rational judgment. Rationality 25649 experience. The rationality experience surprisingly increased so much. However, wait. Yuan looked at the experience bar before him and suddenly noticed something. The total value needed for rationality to upgrade has decreased. Yuan clearly remembered that the previous experience required for upgrading was 50, but now it had decreased by 1 point. What does this mean? Yuan fell into silence as he was unsure. But it certainly wasn't good news. One thing he could confirm was that he had been infected. The experience bar was proof any lingering sense of luck he had was completely extinguished. Although he had known this day might come from reading the diary, he never expected it would be so soon. Sighing, the urgent task was to prepare in advance. Yuan thought for a moment, and then took out his notebook to jot down his plans. 1. Observe the changes in dreams while using them to elevate rationality levels and clarify the reasons and effects behind the decrease in total rationality. 2. Stay in contact with Laisen and find a way to discover the reason behind Laisen's slow progression of symptoms. 3. Visit the church to gather information and purchase some holy water. Stopping his writing here, Lu Yuan thought of one last resort to actively contact the Night Watchers. Even though the Night Watchers seemed well known to everyone, their presence was hardly seen in newspapers or daily life. The most critical point was that he was unclear about the Night Watchers' attitude towards the anomalous. Of course, the worst-case scenario would simply be to be eliminated. If Lu Yuan's symptoms later truly became like Dr. Laisen's, and he turned into a dead fish, he would rather seek out the Night Watchers. This night was destined to be sleepless. Lu Yuan took out a book and began to study hard, hoping to quickly level up his experience. The next day, Basic Herbal Studies 11. 5:20. Lu Yuan rubbed his slightly sore eyes and glanced at the progress of the experience bar, revealing a satisfied expression. With deeper learning, he found that both the learning speed and efficiency were accelerating in sync. Moreover, the related knowledge of skills he had already mastered allowed for quick entry into subsequent studies, which he would then master. This could be considered good news. After a simple wash in the restroom, Lu Yuan tidied his attire, preparing to head out to the church. The main objective of visiting the church was to acquire some holy water, and secondly, to see if he could purchase some herbs. Of course, Lu Yuan needed to eat first. By dawn, Grim Harbor was already bustling with activity. Numerous laborers clad in gray shirts strode along the streets, chatting animatedly with friends while gnawing on dark brown loaves of bread, nearly blackened at the edges. Emerging from Mrs. Green's bakery, Lu Yuan held 2 freshly baked loaves and a small bottle of milk. To the church. Lu Yuan hailed a light blue rickshaw parked nearby. The driver, a young man with sun-darkened skin, squatted by the roadside, chewing steadily on a black loaf. At the word church, his eyes lit up. In 3 quick bites, he finished the bread, wiped his mouth with the back of his hand, and said, "Sir, that's the Central District, far away. 15 copper coins." Lu Yuan did not haggle. He climbed aboard. As the rickshaw wound its way through the teeming, clamorous slums, the pungent stench of fish and damp mildew gradually faded. When the uneven cobblestone lanes gave way to smooth, uniform black thoroughfares, the surrounding landscape transformed utterly. Low, ramshackle shanties vanished, replaced by freestanding villas, each boasting its own manicured garden. Plane trees lined both sides of the street, their branches neatly pruned. Even the sunlight seemed brighter, purer. "Sir, we can go no further by rickshaw," the driver announced, halting at a crossroads and gesturing ahead. "Church decree mandates that as an act of devotion, all must walk the final mile. But it's quite near. You'll see the church just ahead if you follow this road," he added, pointing to the central of the 3 avenues. Lu Yuan nodded, paid him, and stepped alone onto a broad, gleaming white avenue paved with polished marble. At its far end rose a magnificent Gothic cathedral, its spire piercing the heavens. Its ash-gray facade shimmered with a sacred luminescence beneath the sun. Vast stained-glass windows depicted intricate religious motifs in vivid, solemn hues. Yet beneath that sanctity, Lu Yuan sensed a faint, unsettling repulsion. Is the Dreamweave rejecting the church? Or is it... His expression unchanged, he pressed forward. As he drew nearer, he noticed a crowd already gathered before the cathedral gates. Before he could even reach the entrance, a nun in flowing white robes emerged, bearing a massive horn. Woo! A deep, resonant sound, like the low growl of some primordial beast, rolled across the square. The queue of worshippers instantly stilled, bowing their heads in reverent prayer. Only Lu Yuan staggered inwardly, his chest tightened, nausea surging violently. So pronounced. His face paled slightly. Suppressing the wave of discomfort, he approached a man waiting in line. "Friend, may I ask what this ritual signifies?" Lu Yuan struck up conversation with the man nearby. You don't know." The man blinked, surprised. Then, lifting his gaze to meet Lu Yuan's jet-black eyes, an ink-dark hair, comprehension flickered across his features. "New to Grim Harbor, brother? Then it's perfectly understandable. The church stationed here worships the angels, and every morning at opening hour they sound this horn." He gestured toward the nun's immense horn. "It's part of their daily devotions. Afterward, you simply join the queue. But wait, you're not local either, are you? Are you here for healing?" The man glanced at Lu Yuan and asked in turn. "Just arrived. I'm purchasing holy water and medicinal herbs," Lu Yuan replied, frowning slightly at the lengthening line. "Go that way. That's where medicines and holy water are sold." The man pointed, then stepped quietly to the very end of the queue himself. "I'm seeking treatment and collecting this month's holy water." Lu Yuan thanked him and walked toward the indicated path. A short distance down the left side, he found a small door already ajar. Stepping inside, he saw a wooden counterware. A white-robed nun sat motionless upon a chair, her head bowed over a sacred text, lips moving softly in silent prayer. At the sound of footsteps, she lifted her gaze, her eyes clouded with gentle confusion. "Lost lamb, what do you seek?" "Medicinal herbs and holy water," Lu Yuan replied, producing a sheet of paper. "This lists the types and quantities I require." The nun stepped forward, scanned the list, and looked up. "These herbs are uncommon, doctor." "Yes, a friend of Dr. Laisen temporarily filling his post." Lu Yuan delivered the prepared line smoothly. "Dr. Laisen." The nun's smile faltered, just for an instant, her gaze turning subtly probing. "He has not confessed to the angels in quite some time. May he be well. You know Dr. Laisen?" A flicker of wariness stirred within Lu Yuan. If this were truly one of Laisen's acquaintances, every word he spoke would need meticulous care. Any slip might expose his true identity. in a manner of speaking. The nun appeared disinclined to pursue the matter further and swiftly changed the subject. Since you now oversee Dr. Laisen's clinic, you qualify as Grim Harbor's licensed physician, and thus may purchase holy water of varying grades per church regulation. Which grade would you prefer? What grades exist? Lu Yuan asked. Basic, intermediate, and advanced. The nun consulted a ledger on the counter, then added, Basic may be purchased without restriction. This month you may acquire up to 3 bottles of intermediate, and within the next 6 months 1 bottle of advanced remains available to you. And the pricing? Lu Yuan's interest sharpened. Holy water was indeed stratified, yet its precise distinctions remained unknown. Should the cost prove reasonable, he intended to procure 1 bottle of each, just to observe their effects. 1 silver shield, 10 silver shields, 1 gold shield. The nun quoted the prices. 2 basic, 2 intermediate, no advanced for now. Lu Yuan decisively abandoned the idea of acquiring advanced-grade holy water. His imperial coin purse held too few reserves. Purchasing it would mean sacrificing essential herbs vital for advancing his skills. Thus advanced-grade holy water would have to wait. After a swift calculation, the nun named the total. 80 silver shields. Lu Yuan withdrew a gold shield from his inner coat. We thank you for your generosity. Accepting the coin, the nun led Lu Yuan down a long shadowed corridor. Inside, the church proved far more expansive than its exterior suggested. Majestic Roman columns stood in measured rhythm along the perimeter. Between them, stained glass panels bathed the passageway in ethereal, shifting light. Angelic figures carved into the walls gazed down with serene smiles, their countenances suffused with sacred warmth by the colored radiance. Lu Yuan followed silently until they reached a chamber, and only then did he finally grasp the true nature of holy water. Holy water must be drawn personally by the faithful from the sacred spring so that it may receive the angel's blessing, the nun murmured softly behind him. Within the vast domed chamber stood an octagonal fountain, its waters gushing forth ceaselessly. At its center rose a pristine white sculpture, depicting an angel. The statue was exquisitely carved. Layered wings enfolded the figure's form. A silken band veiled its eyes. Its hands rested gently, palms overlapping upon its chest. Though lifeless, the moment Lu Yuan stepped into the hall, he felt those bound eyes snap open. A sharp, resonant hum pierced his skull, and his mind went utterly blank. In the next instant, an indescribable surge of sanctity flooded Lu Yuan's consciousness. Warning. Subject exposed to high-rank psychic intrusion. Rationality assessment in progress. Instantly, an invisible pressure descended upon Lu Yuan's position. His knees buckled, and he nearly collapsed into involuntary prostration. A nearby nun observed silently, hands folded in prayer, head bowed slightly, lips parting in quiet incantation, standing motionless within the shadows, watching Lu Yuan's reaction from the corner of her eye. This was the church's vetting trial. Should Dr. Lu Yuan lose control here, mutate or reveal any inhuman trait, he would be eliminated on the spot. Move, damn it, move. Lu Yuan roared inwardly, biting his lip until blood welled. Just as Lu Yuan's will teetered on collapse, the ashen gray text before his eyes shattered violently, releasing a chilling clarity that swept away the oppressive weight clinging to his body. You have drawn the unnameable one's gaze. You are now marked. The angel's gaze has turned aside. You glimpsed the sky's hidden truth. Forbidden lore, the peering 126. 210. You beheld the unnameable sanctity directly. Rationality 25. 1150 experience. The awe-inspiring divine pressure vanished in an instant. Lu Yuan's body lightened. He halted his descent just short of kneeling. Wiping blood from his lip, he studied the nun's expression and understood everything. The church knew something, far more than it let on. From the shadows, the nun watched Lu Yuan recover, her anticipation dissolving into stunned disbelief. You are unharmed, she asked instinctively. Should I be? Lu Yuan replied calmly, meeting her gaze with unwavering neutrality. The nun studied him deeply, her piercing scrutiny finally softening. No, Dr. Lu. You refuse the angel's grace. Such ironclad willpower. You possess the potential to become at least a divine officer. No, even a bishop. Lu Yuan met her fervent gaze. I prefer to remain a physician. Are you certain you won't reconsider, Dr. Lu? Her voice lifted slightly. For now, no. The nun regarded his composed, tranquil eyes, and finally shook her head. She made no further mention of the church, instead gesturing toward the fountain. You are permitted to draw water, Dr. Lu. The angel has affirmed you. Lu Yuan turned. His shirt clung damply to his back, soaked through with cold sweat. That was close. Had the system not intervened, my dream anomaly would have been exposed, and worse, I might have become the angel's most devout acolyte. But who or what is it, and why did the angel's gaze turn aside? Suppressing his unease, Lu Yuan cast one final glance at the statue. Confirming his rationality remained intact, he deliberately shifted his gaze toward other parts of the cathedral. Clearly the church was no paragon of virtue, knowing full well the statue exerted a bewitching influence, yet placing it unflinchingly at the heart of the nave. Without prior preparation, any visitor would inevitably become another capable believer under the church's sway, especially since only those entering through the side door were brought here. The nun, observing Lu Yuan's silence, spoke openly. Dr. Lu, do you know the most fundamental requirement for practicing medicine in Grimport? She paused, unfazed by his continued silence, and answered herself. It is passing the church's examination. After all, the church must ensure its physicians are duly qualified. lest Grimport citizens suffer mishap and forces far less merciful than ours intervene. Lu Yuan absorbed her words and understood completely. To the church's medical competence mattered little, perhaps not at all. They saw only a new insect crawling onto their territory to compete for sustenance. As for the test, success or failure, it cost them nothing. A deep sigh settled within Lu Yuan, not aloud but heavy in his chest. He remained silent, but he would remember this keenly. So, I have passed your church's examination, Lu Yuan asked, evenly holding the nun's gaze. One could say so, Dr. Lu. Now, were you not seeking holy water? Clad in flowing white robes, the nun smiled serenely beneath the sunlit-stained glass dome, radiating solemn sacred authority. Then, she extended 2 fist-sized glass vials from the adjacent chamber. Remember to remain devout, otherwise. She left the warning unfinished. Lu Yuan accepted the vials, their weight surprising dense and unyielding. Their black surfaces bore intricate overlapping wing motifs rendered in an indeterminate lustrous material. Uncorking one, he peered down at the fountain's surface. Ripples shimmered across crystalline water, clear, still indistinguishable from ordinary spring water. Even as he filled both vials, the act unfolded without incident. Yet the nun watching him complete the task visibly exhaled, relief softening her features. Very well, Dr. Lu Yuan. The remaining herbs will be Still smiling, the nun departed, cradling her scripture, showing no concern whatsoever over what Lu Yuan might do with the sacred spring. Watching her retreat, Lu Yuan wasted no time lingering. With one last glance at the angelic statue, standing sentinel at the fountain's heart, he turned and walked away. Unless absolutely necessary, I shall avoid returning to this church, ever again. As the thought settled, he stepped out through the chapel's small gate. Outside, the queue had grown, not diminished. Several clerics in black robes and violet mantles maintained order among the waiting crowd. Smiling gently, they held scriptures aloft, guiding lines and preaching doctrine, while patients bowing their heads in humble reverence revealed yet another soul claimed by the angel's faith. Lu Yuan ignored them, retracing his path. Only then did a faint experience bar appear before his vision. Current state of Grimport 5, 2050. Merely this level of exploration yielded such abundance of church-granted experience. His gaze lowered, he walked onward, until boarding the returning rickshaw, a robed figure in violet withdrew his gaze from the second-floor bay window. Your Eminence, murmured Sister Aviel, standing respectfully behind him. Dr. Lu Yuan has passed the trial. Under the angel's direct gaze, he displayed no mutation, no aberration. Indeed, his mental resonance remains calmer than that of an average human. The vile-robed bishop turned, revealing a face lined with age and exhaustion. Then for now, strike him from the purge list. He massaged his temples, voice hoarse. The night watchers are under immense strain. The things stirring in the deep sea grow ever more restless. So long as he poses no threat, we leave him be. When Lu Yuan returned from the church, the sun had already climbed to its zenith. He carefully placed the 2 vials of mid-tier holy water, costing him 20 silver shields, into the lowest compartment of the counter. As his fingers brushed the vial's surface, a line of faint gray script shimmered into view. Mid-tier holy water infused with celestial essence capable of significantly suppressing plagues and low-tier corruption. I hope it proves worth the price. Lu Yuan closed the cabinet door and slumped onto the slightly worn sofa, rubbing his throbbing temples. In this port city steeped in uncanny strangeness, this substance was not merely medicine. It was a lifeline. Sanity 2-1149 experience. The numeral hovered quietly in the lower right corner of his vision. Lu Yuan stared at the incomplete 49, his fingers unconsciously tapping the armrest. 49 points of maximum capacity remained. At the current rate of attrition, unless he intervened decisively, he would be lying beside Dr. Laisen at the clinic's threshold within 2 months. As he pondered, the gravelly rumble of carriage wheels over cobblestones echoed outside. A black coach halted before the door, a uniformed servant alighted and wordlessly unloaded a large crate. Dr. Lu, this is the first shipment as instructed by Mr. Laisen. The servant set down the crate, bowed crisply, and departed without delay. Lu Yuan opened the crate. A pungent, bitter herbal aroma flooded the air. Inside lay bundles of dried guanyin grass, several sealed jars of mercury, and scattered powders of unidentifiable minerals. This client moved swiftly indeed. Lu Yuan scooped up a handful of guanyin grass and held it to his nose. The quality was excellent. Clearly his landlord, the man tormented by alien dreams and desperate for restful sleep, had invested heavily. With these raw materials, Lu Yuan could attempt to formulate the guanyin grass compound. He lacked precise knowledge of the ratios, but he possessed Dr. Laisen's notes. Lu Yuan approached the bookshelf and retrieved the thick, weathered experimental log left behind by Laisen, quickly locating the section on guanyin grass processing. Though the handwriting was hasty and stained with an unidentifiable fluid, it remained perfectly legible. 3 parts guanyin grass, 1 part mercury, heat to boiling. Lu Yuan spread the notebook across the table, set up a crucible, lit the alcohol lamp, and began the procedure. For the remainder of the afternoon, the clinic filled with the earthy, simmering scent of herbal decoction. Lu Yuan worked like an unwavering automaton, eyes locked on the flickering pharmacology experience bar in his field of vision, mechanically repeating distillation, amalgamation, and bottling. Pharmacology 0. 5. Pharmacology 0. 5. Watching the experience incrementally rise offered a rare pure feedback, one that momentarily dissolved all awareness of the world beyond. Only when dusk swallowed the sky did a timid knock break the clinic's quiet. "Dr. Lu, are you in?" The voice was soft, laced with wind. Lu Yuan set aside the still smoldering vial in his hand and frowned slightly. Pharmacology 6. 550 novice. Visitors at this hour rarely bore good tidings. He walked to the door, unlatched it, and there stood Brent, the shoeshine boy he'd met the day before. Brent clutched a towering stack of newspapers. His face was smudged with grime, his cheeks flushed from the wind. The moment Lu Yuan appeared, the boy's normally sharp eyes brimmed with frantic urgency. He shivered violently beneath his threadbare coat. "Ah, you." Lu Yuan stepped aside to let him in. "Today's papers. Just leave them on the table." Brent placed the papers on the table, but did not as usual collect his coin and depart. Instead, he stood rooted, twisting his coat hem tightly between trembling fingers, stammering silently. "Something wrong." Lu Yuan sensed the unease, tossed him a loaf of bread from the tray. "Since you've helped me before, speak freely. What is it?" Brent gripped the bread, but didn't eat. His eyes welled with tears. "Dr. Lu, please save my uncle." Lu Yuan arched a brow. "Your uncle?" He recalled Brent's earlier mention of the man who worked in the dockside cold storage, and who'd warned the boy never to eat fish. What's happened to him? Lu Yuan settled back into his chair and took a slow sip of water. "He's fallen gravely ill." Brent's voice trembled, straining against rising terror. "It started days ago. He's locked himself inside, saying he's freezing and that his skin itches. Today I went to see him and found he's covered in something grotesque." "Grotesque?" Lu Yuan paused mid-sip, the cup suspended in his hand. "Yes, like a new layer of skin, wet and slick." Brent swallowed hard, eyes wide with horror. "And it's hideous and reeks of rot. Has he gone to the church?" "He refuses." Brent dropped to his knees, desperation cracking his voice. "He says they'll burn him alive." "Dr. Lu, you're Dr. Laisen's friend. You must know what to do." I have money. He fumbled a handful of copper shields from his pocket. Lu Yuan gazed at the scattered coins, silent. Refusal to seek the church meant only one thing. His uncle knew his affliction was no ordinary illness, but a form of aberrant transformation. And judging by the description, this malady bore no resemblance to Mr. Lawson's psychic alien dreams. New skin, wet and slick. Lu Yuan narrowed his eyes, fingertips lightly tracing his jawline. This sounded perilous, yet perhaps if mastered it might yield revelation. He glanced at the experience bar, edging his vision. Forbidden Lore Observer 6. 210. Not far from advancement. Engaging such overt anomalies carried grave risk, but the potential reward could be extraordinary. Looks like another case has arrived, he mused inwardly. Put the money away. Lu Yuan rose, brushing residual herbs from his palms, his tone calm. I cannot accompany you tonight. The streets are dark. Return home now. Be here tomorrow at 8 o'clock to fetch me. Brent blinked, then nodded frantically, tears and snot streaming down his face. Thank you, Dr. Lu. After seeing off the tearfully grateful boy, Lu Yuan shut the door, and his expression hardened into icy stillness. Skin blooming with unnatural growths, refusal of the church. He strode to the window and gazed toward the harbor, veiled in dense clinging fog. There the darkness pooled thicker than elsewhere. Let it not prove too troublesome. That night Lu Yuan slept fitfully. Once again he dreamed of that sea. Still ink-black waters. Still himself nailed motionless upon the shore. But this time the sensation of waves crashing against his body was unervingly vivid. The chilling viscous touch of countless damp tentacles gliding across his skin. Beneath the pallid moonlight a colossal shadow surfaced upon the water. A silent, watchful presence gazing at him through the abyssal deep. Huh. Lu Yuan jolted awake, heart hammering, drenched, as if dragged from the sea. Sanity 2-4. 1,548 experience. His maximum capacity had declined once more. Lu Yuan fixed his gaze on the shifting numeral, urgency coiling like cold smoke in his chest. 48. Let tomorrow bring at least a measure of surprise. The fog over Grimport was thicker than usual early the next morning, and the salty, fishy smell in the air was almost suffocating. Lu Yuan dressed neatly, deliberately changing into a convenient dark trench coat. He tucked the sharp surgical knife into his pocket and stuffed an entire bottle of mid-level holy water into the inconspicuous leather pouch at his waist. Let's go, Lu Yuan said succinctly, looking at Brent, who was at the door with dark circles under his eyes. Brent clearly hadn't slept well, and his dirty little face was filled with apprehension. He led Lu Yuan through the bustling central district, heading towards the lowest and dampest area of the port district. The further they went, the more dilapidated the surroundings became. The cobblestones on the road turned into muddy ground, and the buildings transformed from Gothic-style houses to crooked wooden shacks. The air was filled with a foul smell of decaying matter mixed with the stench of sewage, making one's head ache. This was the slum of Grimport, and the place closest to the sea. Just ahead, that low-rent house. Brent pointed to a nearby rickety black wooden building. The house looked like it was pieced together from scrap wood taken from ships covered in moss, and there was a pile of garbage at the wall that had likely been there for a long time. Before getting closer, Lu Yuan caught a whiff of a fishy smell hanging in the air. The stench was quite potent, even mixed with a hint of blood, causing Lu Yuan to instinctively cover his nose. Lu Yuan stopped and glanced at the lower right corner of his vision. Environmental perception, high concentration of abnormal biological traces. Lu Dr. Brent turned back to look at him, his eyes filled with pleading. It's fine, let's go. Lu Yuan tugged at his collar and followed Brent into the dim hallway. The wooden stairs creaked underfoot, and the corridor was dark with doors tightly closed on both sides. Occasionally muffled coughing could be heard from inside. This is the one. Brent stopped in front of a door covered with a tattered curtain, his hand trembling slightly. Uncle, it's Brent, I brought a doctor to see you. There was no response from inside. Only a strange sound like a wet cloth being dragged across the floor accompanied by heavy breathing. Without saying a word, Lu Yuan reached out and pushed the door open. The room was very dark with thick wooden boards nailed over the windows, allowing no light to penetrate. Moreover, the foul smell in the air had intensified to the extreme. Lu Yuan adapted to the darkness for a few seconds before finally making out the scene in the room. The room was in disarray with water stains and slime all over the floor. In the corner, a figure was curled up on a broken bed. With the faint light seeping in from the corridor, Lu Yuan could see what that thing was. It was a grotesque, bloated creature. Its skin had completely sloughed off, revealing grayish-brown scales underneath. Its head was swollen and deformed with bulging eyes on either side, and its mouth split open to the roots of its ears, revealing a row of sharp needle-like teeth. Most terrifying of all were the 3 crimson gashes opening on either side of its neck, expanding and contracting with its breathing. Those were gills. Witnessing deeply transformed entity, low-tier fishman, kin, incomplete, form warning, rationality assessment in progress. Assessment failed. Continuous observation of the target incurs slight rational contamination. A gray-white warning box popped up. Lu Yuan remained expressionless, subtly retreating half a step. Uncle, uncle. Brent had not yet seen the creature on the bed and was about to step inside. Lu Yuan placed a hand on Brent's shoulder, pulling him back. Brent. Lu Yuan fixed his gaze on the shadow in the room, his tone calm. I need to talk to your uncle alone. You can come in later. Huh, but... Brent was momentarily stunned. For the sake of treatment, I don't want anyone to disturb us. Lu Yuan glanced at the monster that was slowly turning its head, his tone leaving no room for argument. Hurry up. Brent was intimidated by Lu Yuan's stern tone. Although worried about his uncle, he still gritted his teeth and turned to run outside, trusting the doctor. Listening to the sound of footsteps fading away, Lu Yuan closed the door behind him. But he did not lock it. In this narrow space, facing such a creature, it was better to have the option to run if things went wrong. Lu Yuan turned around and looked at the monster that had already crawled off the bed, pulling the surgical knife from his pocket. Roar. The monster let out a murky, low growl from its throat, its dead fish-like eyes staring fixedly at Lu Yuan, with murky slime dripping from the corners of its mouth. It seems there's no saving it. Lu Yuan looked at the monster before him, gripping the knife handle tightly. It appears, Brent, you might lose an uncle today. Hopefully he has other relatives. Before he finished speaking, the monster lunged at him. Its speed was astonishing. Lu Yuan felt a flash before his eyes as a wave of fishy wind rushed towards him. Instinctively, he sidestepped, and the monster's webbed and clawed hand slammed violently against the door frame. Bang! The solid wooden frame was deeply gouged, and wood shavings flew everywhere. Detected low-tier fishman kin analysis started. Head hardness is 4 times that of an average person. Bone density is. Weak points located at the gill area, eyeballs, and abdomen. In his field of vision, gray-white text kept appearing, but Lu Yuan only caught a glimpse of a small segment indicating that the weak points were marked directly. Are the gills? Lu Yuan's gaze sharpened, and the surgical knife in his hand gleamed coldly as it aimed for the monster's neck. But the creature's reaction was faster than Lu Yuan had anticipated, its scales suddenly flaring open. Clang! The surgical knife struck the scales, producing a sound like metal clashing, leaving only a white mark. It seems I'm not a match. Let's try again. Lu Yuan silently assessed the situation, using the momentum to roll backward narrowly, avoiding the monster's sweeping leg. The leg was covered in slime, splattering against the wall and leaving a corrosive black mark. The room was too small to maneuver. The monster, frustrated by its missed strike, became even more agitated, opening its mouth full of sharp teeth and lunging at him again. This time it blocked all routes of retreat. There's no other way. Lu Yuan's eyes hardened as his left hand swiftly reached into his pocket, pulling out the black glass bottle. He twisted the cap off, waiting for the right moment, and splashed half of the contents toward the monster's gaping mouth. Sizzle. It was like water hitting boiling oil. The moment the holy water made contact with the inside of the monster's mouth, it erupted in a violent cloud of white smoke. Roar. The monster let out a piercing scream, rolling on the ground in agony while clutching its mouth. The soft flesh in its mouth decayed at a visible speed, turning charred and emitting a nauseating burnt smell. It seems to be effective. Lu Yuan gasped for breath, retreating to the window, but he did not pursue the attack. Because he observed that although the monster was in pain, the scales on its body had turned a brighter red under the stimulation of the holy water, and its size even seemed to swell again, the originally gray-brown eyeballs instantly filled with blood vessels. It seems this thing has entered the second phase. Warning, target has entered a frenzied state, danger level increased. Lu Yuan glanced at the remaining holy water in his hand. Only half a bottle left, it probably won't kill it. The monster, despite its mouth being rotten, was staring at him with increasingly murderous intent. I can't win, retreat. Lu Yuan made a decisive decision, grabbing the chair beside him and smashing it toward the monster. Taking advantage of the moment it blocked, he turned and rushed for the doorknob. But just at that moment, boom! The monster, which had been lying on the ground, suddenly surged up. Its thick tail swept across, shattering the chair in Lu Yuan's hands, and the remaining force slammed heavily against Lu Yuan's back. Cough. Lu Yuan was sent flying crashing against the wall, nearly spitting out blood. The monster with red eyes advanced step by step, its sharp claws raised high. Lu Yuan struggled to get up, his hand brushing against the holy water bottle in his pocket. Just as the claws were about to fall, clang. A silver sword light cut through the dim room like lightning. The claws, hard as iron, shattered before the sword light, snapping into two pieces and twitching on the ground. Immediately after, a tall black figure stood in front of Lu Yuan. Dressed in a black trench coat and wide-brimmed hat, the silver giant sword emitted a faint glow in the darkness. Step back. The person did not turn back, their voice low and hoarse, emanating an aura of strength. Unrelated personnel, please leave. The silver sword light was too swift. So fast that Lu Yuan didn't even see how the sword was swung. He only felt a cold, sharp shadow flash before him, followed by the dull sound of a heavy object hitting the ground. The once invincible and frenzied mutated body had now turned into a pile of scattered flesh on the floor. The cut was as smooth as a mirror with not a trace of adhesion. In fact, due to the speed of the sword, the black blood only gushed out half a second later. Target's life signs have disappeared. Mutation source has been eliminated. Lu Yuan leaned against the wall, his chest still aching from the impact moments ago. He did not speak immediately, but quickly adjusted his breathing, his gaze seemingly casually sweeping over the black silhouette standing before him. A long black coat, a wide-brimmed hat, and the silver giant sword still dripping with blood. Without needing a system prompt, Lu Yuan could guess the identity of the newcomer. In this port, there was only one type of person who could cut monsters with such precision and dare to intrude into the slums at this time. Night Watchman. Lu Yuan asked hoarsely, tentatively. He did not loosen his grip on the holy water bottle, instead subtly retracting it into his sleeve. The man turned around. He had a face as hard and cold as rock, with stubble on his chin and a pair of gray eyes that were as sharp as a hawk, scanning Lu Yuan up and down. Not a bad reaction. The man flicked the giant sword in his hand, splattering black blood on the wall. He did not answer Lu Yuan's question, but walked over to the pile of flesh and used the tip of his sword to poke at a piece of twitching tissue. Corroded by high concentration holy water with some vocal organs severed, and it even used the terrain to maneuver for quite a while. The man raised his head, a hint of surprise in his eyes. As a doctor, your combat skills are higher than I expected. Ordinary people encountering this kind of thing usually end up in one of two fates, becoming one of them or becoming food. I am a doctor. Lu Yuan straightened his disheveled collar, wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, and spoke in a flat tone. In the eyes of a doctor, it is merely a patient with a more serious condition. The man raised an eyebrow, seemingly noncommittal to this explanation. He sheathed his sword. The sound of metal scraping echoed harshly in the narrow room. I am Hans, captain of the 3rd Squad of the Night Watchmen. Hans stepped in front of Lu Yuan, his tall shadow casting an invisible pressure. Dr. Lu, although you appear brave, according to regulations, anyone who has had close contact with a deeply mutated entity is at a high risk of infection. So you need to come with me. Hans spoke firmly, not like it was a negotiation. I need to ensure the safety of others. Lu Yuan fell silent for 2 seconds. He knew he had no choice. In front of that silver sword, resistance was meaningless, and he indeed wanted to make contact with the official organization of this world. All right, Lu Yuan nodded. But I need to handle the situation here first. Just then, hurried footsteps sounded from outside the door. Dr. Lu, Uncle. Brent, who had been waiting outside, seemed to have heard the fight quiet down and finally rushed in. As soon as he entered, he was hit by the overpowering smell of blood that was nauseating. Following that, he saw the floor covered in flesh and the 2 men standing amidst the remains. Uncle. Brent stared blankly at the remaining scales on the ruined bed, then looked at the pool of indescribable tissue on the floor, feeling as if his soul had left his body. Hans frowned, seemingly wanting to say something. But Lu Yuan stepped forward first. He did not say any empty words like please accept my condolences. He simply bent down to pick up a recognizable piece of fabric and handed it to Brent. He has gone. Lu Yuan's voice was soft but clear. Before becoming a complete monster, let him be freed. He left quickly without suffering. This was the truth. For someone who was irreversibly sliding toward the abyss and suffering immense pain in both body and soul, death was indeed the only relief. Brent trembled all over, tears streaming silently down his face. He knew his uncle was ill and understood how difficult that illness was to cure, but he never imagined it would end this way. Brother. A small voice came from behind the door. Lu Yuan turned to look, only to see a little head poking out from behind Brent. It was a little girl about 5 or 6 years old, wearing ill-fitting old clothes with dry yellow hair, yet her eyes were surprisingly large, timidly gazing at everything in the room. Brent suddenly came to his senses, quickly covering his sister's eyes and shielding her behind him. It's okay. It's okay. He comforted his sister while crying, then turned to Lu Yuan, hastily pulling out a copper shield stained with sweat and shoe polish from his pocket. Thank you. Thank you, Dr. Lu. Although he was young, he had been hanging around the docks for so long that he certainly knew if his uncle truly turned into a monster and ran out, the Night Watchman would not only kill his uncle, but also treat him and his sister as contaminated sources. Lu Yuan not only freed his uncle, but also saved their lives. Lu Yuan looked at the dirty little hand that reached out and did not refuse. He reached out and picked up a coin from the pile of copper. This coin counts as the consultation fee. Lu Yuan placed the coin into his pocket, speaking calmly. The rest should be saved to buy bread for your sister. After saying that, he turned to Hans. Let's go, Captain. Hans glanced at the siblings kneeling on the ground, and then at Lu Yuan, who had a blank expression, a hint of contemplation flashing in his eyes. Follow me. After leaving the low-rent housing, Hans led Lu Yuan not to the police station or church, but through a winding path to an old street at the edge of Grimport. The fog here was lighter than at the docks, but it felt even colder. Hans stopped in front of a dilapidated building with a sign that read Old John Tavern. We've arrived. Pushing the door open, a smell of cheap ale, tobacco, and rotting wood hit him in the face. The tavern was not crowded, with only a few weary-looking individuals in coats sitting in the corner, drinking in silence. Upon seeing Hans enter, they merely nodded slightly, their gazes lingering on Lu Yuan for a moment before shifting away. It was the look one gives to a dead man or trouble. Take him to basement room number 2. Hans shouted to the barkeep behind the counter, then turned to Lu Yuan and said, stay here and don't wander around. If no mutation occurs, you should be able to leave alive. Lu Yuan shrugged, showing neither fear nor too many questions, and obediently followed a waiter down to the basement. But inside he was calculating quickly. Contacting Key Power Faction Base Night Watchman HQ Grimport status 2550. It seems this move was the right one. Lu Yuan was brought into a small room with only a table and 2 chairs. As the iron door closed with a clang, the surroundings fell into silence. Lu Yuan sat in the chair, closing his eyes to rest. He knew that the real test was just beginning. The confinement did not last long. After about half an hour, the iron door was opened again. It was not Hans who walked in, but a woman. She appeared to be around 30 years old, dressed in a competent bartender's outfit, and toying with a lighter in her hand, her red curls casually piled at the back of her head. Her gaze was quite lazy, but Lu Yuan sensed a dangerous aura emanating from her, an odor that clung to those who had long dealt with the bizarre. I am the person in charge here, you can call me Mary. The woman pulled out a chair and sat down, tossing a document onto the table, the lighter flicking open and closed at her fingertips, producing a crisp sound. Lu Yuan, male, Oriental. Claims to be a friend of Dr. Laisen, entrusted to take over the clinic. Just arrived at Grimport 2 days ago. She lifted her eyelids, her green eyes fixed intently on Lu Yuan. Your record is very clean as a blank sheet of paper, but I'm curious about how a newcomer like you managed to face a deeply mutated entity without changing your expression, even counterattacking. The interrogation began. Lu Yuan adjusted his posture, ensuring he looked neither nervous nor arrogant. When Laisen wrote to me, he mentioned the strange illness here. Lu Yuan said half-truthfully. As a doctor, although I have not seen it, I have made some psychological preparations. As for fighting, that's a matter of survival instinct. Survival instinct? Mary snorted. An ordinary person's survival instinct is to scream and wait to die or desperately flee, not to wield a scalpel to slice the neck of a mutated entity. She leaned forward, the pressure intensifying. Just speak plainly. Did you hear any sounds when facing that thing? Or see any hallucinations? This was a test of sanity. Lu Yuan knew very well that if he said yes, it would mean he had been tainted, and a bullet would likely be waiting for him. No, Lu Yuan replied decisively. That thing is only ugly and smelly, and the rest is simply disgusting. Mary stared into his eyes for a full 10 seconds, seemingly trying to find a trace of deceit in his pupils. But Lu Yuan's gaze was clear and calm. Rationality 2-1548 experience. Indeed, his rationality had not dropped. He was not lying, just speaking the truth. Very good. Mary withdrew her gaze, her tone slightly softened. It seems your mental resistance is quite high. This is a rare talent in Grimport. Then she asked several questions related to pharmacology and anatomy. For Lu Yuan, who possessed experience in pharmacology, this was not a difficult task. Combining his previous practical experience, although his wording was not elaborate, it was precise and logical, causing Mary to nod frequently. All right, it seems you really are a doctor. Mary closed the document. The test is over. You may leave now. Lu Yuan stood up, but did not move immediately. Is that it? He asked. What else? Should I invite you for a drink? Mary raised an eyebrow. I have helped you solve a bit of trouble and provided first-hand information about the mutations. Lu Yuan looked at Mary, his tone calm. And I am currently facing a life-threatening situation. What do you mean? Brent's uncle mutated at home. This means the source of contamination is right at the port, and it is likely spreading. Lu Yuan paused, throwing in his bargaining chip. Laisen complained in his letter that many doctors have inexplicably disappeared or run into trouble recently. He was quite scared at the time, and most crucially, Laisen is really dead. Don't tell me you watchmen don't know. So someone is targeting doctors. Lu Yuan stared directly into Mary's eyes. Or rather, someone is targeting those who can detect the anomalies. Now that Laisen is dead, I have taken over the clinic. Will I be next? The air in the room instantly froze. The laziness on Mary's face vanished. She re-evaluated the young Oriental man before her, her gaze now carrying a hint of seriousness. You are quite clever and perceptive. Mary fell silent for a moment before speaking slowly. Indeed, doctors in Grimport have been dying rather quickly lately. Not just doctors, but also scholars, alchemists. Anyone who has come into contact with knowledge has been encountering trouble. Because we are understaffed. At that moment, Hans walked in. He had apparently been listening outside. Though the watchmen are powerful right now, we can only bring swords to the fight, but not enough intellect. Hans spoke bluntly. We need doctors, personnel who can handle contamination and analyze pathology. But those renowned doctors have either been courted by the church or scared away long ago. He walked to the table, placing both hands on its surface as he looked at Lu Yuan. Lu Yuan, since you have made your position clear, I won't hide anything anymore. Are you interested in joining the watchmen? Join you? Lu Yuan frowned. Sorry, I just want to survive. I don't want to engage in hand-to-hand combat with those monsters. No, as an advisor. Hans threw out a bait. You need protection, we can provide that. You need money, we will offer double. Most importantly, he lowered his voice, a hint of temptation in his tone. Don't you want to know why you can see those things? Or rather, don't you want to possess the power that can truly combat the bizarre? Lu Yuan's gaze shifted. Power. In this world, the only way to fight monsters is to become a monster, or transcend them. Mary joined in, her voice low. We refer to this power as the extraordinary path. Some gain power by devouring the flesh and blood of monsters. That is the mutation path, lowly and disgusting. Others trade with the bizarre. That is the bizarre path, powerful but prone to madness. Some are born with divine favor. That is the chosen path, short-lived. Then there are the crazy folks from the church who receive power through their faith. That is the believer path. At this point, Mary paused, casting a deep look at Lu Yuan. But there is one most special and extremely mixed path that requires neither flesh and blood nor faith. It only needs. She pointed at her own head. Knowledge. Gaining power through reading, researching, and deciphering the world's taboos. We call it the knowledge path. Boom. A bolt of lightning seemed to flash through Lu Yuan's mind. Forbidden studies. That skill that allowed one to gain experience simply by reading forbidden books and observing monsters. So this is what they call the knowledge path. If he had previously been blindly grinding for experience, now a door to a new world was slowly opening before him. Knowledge equals power. Lu Yuan mumbled to himself. But in the gray-white text prompt there was a second half to the sentence he had not spoken. Knowledge also equals contamination. What do you think? Hans looked at Lu Yuan's changing expression. Join us, and the library of the Watchman will be open to you. There you will find all the answers you seek. Lu Yuan took a deep breath. Protection salary, and a means to upgrade. This was a condition he could not refuse. How is the salary calculated? Lu Yuan raised his head, regaining his merchant's demeanor. Hans and Mary exchanged glances and smiled. 5 gold shields a week. Tasks are calculated separately. Deal. Lu Yuan extended his hand, grasping Hans' calloused hand. Joined faction Watchman external advisor unlocked new map access. Watchman library gained key intelligence. Extraordinary path system. The experience bar, in his view, joyfully jumped a bit. Lu Yuan knew that from this moment on he was no longer a mere quaking fake doctor hiding in the clinic. He had officially embarked on this irreversible path towards the abyss, or towards godhood. Beneath the Old John Tavern lies another world hidden from the eyes of men. Mary led Lu Yuan through a secret door disguised as a massive oak barrel, descending a rusty iron ladder that spiraled downwards for quite some time. In the air, the once mixed scents of malt liquor and tobacco gradually faded, replaced by a musty odor of paper. The underground space of the base was far larger than Lu Yuan had imagined. Looking up, he saw the ceiling covered in black rocks alongside thick metal pipes that spread across the walls like veins, occasionally emitting a deep rumble. Every few meters, explosion-proof lights covered with wire mesh emitted a ghastly white light, illuminating the corridor in a pale glow. Don't look around, keep your hands to yourself. Mary walked ahead, her high heels clicking sharply against the hollow, iron grating floor. The things kept down here, even one of them could cost you your life. If you don't want to become part of those warning signs on the walls, it's best to control your curiosity. Lu Yuan followed behind discreetly, averting his gaze, only glancing at the heavy iron doors tightly shut on either side of the corridor. Those doors bore signs of various colors, each depicting twisted skulls or symbols of unclear meaning. Environmental perception, high concentration of abnormal biological traces, warning, rationality assessment in progress. Assessment successful, status stable. Lu Yuan quickly retracted his gaze. This was evidently the core area where the night watchman imprisoned or studied those abnormal entities. Up ahead is the hall. Mary pushed open a pair of double iron doors at the end of the corridor, the metallic hinges creaking with an unpleasant sound. This was an expansive space with a remarkably high dome. On the wall directly facing the entrance hung a massive blackboard plastered with a multitude of job requests. Lu Yuan quickly scanned it, and most requests were for tasks like sewer cleaning and investigation of abnormal noise in a certain district with not particularly high rewards. A few tired-looking night watchmen in black trench coats were gathered around the blackboard, whispering to one another. Upon seeing that Mary had brought a newcomer, they merely glanced over with indifference, their eyes filled with a numbness born from witnessing life and death, before turning back to their conversation. Your logistics personnel who jobs that risk your life aren't for you. Mary pointed to a room in the corner of the hall marked resource management. From now on you'll take your assignments there. You can call the person inside Old Morgan. At this, Mary paused and turned to look at Lu Yuan seriously. Remember, speak less and do more. Old Morgan is the only extraordinary being in this base who has embarked on the path of knowledge, and he is the administrator here. Anyone who walks that path is bound to be a bit strange. Lu Yuan nodded. In this world, knowledge often came with contamination. The more learned a person was, the closer they might be to madness. He adjusted his collar and pushed the door open. The room was eerily quiet. The walls were lined with towering filing cabinets stuffed with yellowed file folders. An elderly man with graying hair and thick glasses sat behind a cluttered desk. He held a magnifying glass, almost pressing his face against a piece of black stone, seemingly studying the texture. Noticing the door open, Old Morgan didn't lift his head, his voice hoarse. The new doctor. The one who fights the aberrations with a scalpel. I am Lu Yuan. Lu Yuan stepped forward, standing at a polite and safe distance. Old Morgan finally lowered the magnifying glass and slowly raised his head. His eyes were murky with a hint of dazedness in the depths of his pupils, as if he had been staring at some non-existent focal point for too long. Being scrutinized like this gave Lu Yuan the unsettling feeling of being examined on an autopsy table. Since Mary brought you here, it means you've chosen the most difficult path of knowledge. Here, fill this out, then choose a direction. It's best to select one that suits you, or otherwise the only outcome is death. Lu Yuan picked up the pen, his gaze sweeping over the form. It listed several branches. Pharmacology focused on drug formulation, toxin analysis, and neutralization. Structural science focused on precision mechanics, alchemical item creation and repair. Anatomy focused on biological structure analysis, insight into weaknesses, and corpse handling. Aberration studies focused on the study of the habits of alien creatures, tracing their origins, and interpreting forbidden knowledge. Young man, let me remind you. Old Morgan suddenly spoke in a flat tone. Knowledge is the most sacred thing, but it also harbors the deepest darkness. Before you find your own path, do not attempt to understand what you should not understand. He pointed to his murky eyes. I am a repairman, that is structural science. So I can understand those complex mechanical blueprints and repair those damaged alchemical weapons. But I cannot comprehend corpses, nor can I understand the ramblings of madmen. So don't think you can learn everything. Once you overstep your bounds, your mind will become the food for that knowledge. Believe me that death is far worse than being crushed by the monsters outside. Lu Yuan looked at the options on the form, not hesitating for too long. His gaze ultimately settled on the last option, aberration studies. This was the direction referred to by the night watchman as the most difficult with the highest mortality rate. Because it required reading extensive primary records about aberrations, confronting indescribable descriptions, each learning experience was a test at the edge of sanity. But for Lu Yuan, this was precisely what he needed. Because now Lu Yuan's Forbidden Knowledge Seeker 6.210 was just a step away from leveling up. Moreover, the translation ability that accompanied his crossing allowed him to see information that others could not. This itself was a tremendous advantage. Choosing anything else would be a waste. I choose this. Lu Yuan picked up the pen and circled aberration studies. Old Morgan was momentarily stunned, a flicker of surprise passing through his murky eyes. Aberration studies. Are young people today so eager to seek death? He shook his head, seemingly mocking Lu Yuan's ignorance, but made no effort to stop him. He turned and rummaged through a cabinet behind him, pulling out a small box wrapped in layers of black cloth, tossing it to Lu Yuan. Since you seek death, I shall accommodate you. This is your entrance test. Lu Yuan caught the box, feeling its icy touch, even carrying a hint of bone-chilling cold. 1 month. Old Morgan resumed, looking through the magnifying glass, no longer paying attention to him. Go to the library below and find out what this piece of flesh belongs to and what characteristics it possesses. If you can't find out, then go back to being your ordinary doctor. Don't waste time here. Lu Yuan said nothing, merely peeled back a corner of the black cloth. Inside lay a piece of dark red tissue resembling dried, cured meat. However, its surface was covered with a faint layer of white frost that was emanating cold. The moment his gaze made contact, familiar grayish-white text leapt into Lu Yuan's view. Witnessed the muscle tissue of an ice-field ghoul juvenile. Forbidden Knowledge Seeker 0.1 is this. Over already. Lu Yuan suppressed the twitching at the corners of his mouth. This was too simple in front of the golden finger, even requiring no need to flip through any books. But he couldn't show it, otherwise he wouldn't be able to explain why. 1 month. Lu Yuan covered the black cloth again, feigning a serious expression. I will do my best. Old Morgan waved his hand, as if shooing away an ignorant fly. The library is on the next floor. Remember, you can only stay for 4 hours each day. 1 more minute, and you might get lost in those texts, becoming a fool who only drools. The Library of the Night Watchers is located at the lowest level of the base. Its defenses are much more stringent than those above. As I ventured down a bit further, 2 large doors came into view. These doors are overall dark gray, covered in intricate and obscure runes, with a protruding sculpture of a lion's head in the center. The lion's mouth slightly opened, revealing a palm-sized recess inside. Lu Yuan placed the identity badge he had just received into the lion's mouth. Click. The lion closed its mouth, and a mechanical sound echoed dully. In the next moment, the door neatly split in half from the middle and slowly slid open to both sides. A strong, musty scent of old books wafted toward me. The interior of the library was spacious, but it was not filled with bookshelves. The black metal bookshelves reached the ceiling with quite a distance between each shelf, creating an unusually empty and desolate atmosphere. Countless light bulbs were scattered across the ceiling. Some were lit, while others had already gone out. The interplay of light cast a chill over this sacred hall of knowledge. As Lu Yuan walked in, his footsteps echoed in the vast space. Upon closer inspection, the books on the nearest shelf did not appear too old. Most were handwritten manuscripts or photocopies, while many others were neatly arranged black iron boxes. New here. A sharp voice suddenly rang out above Lu Yuan's head. Lu Yuan jerked his head up. At the top of the tallest bookshelf sat a small creature. It was only the size of a palm, with limbs resembling those of a human, but with a pair of wings that looked like they were made from old newspapers. Its skin had the texture of light yellow parchment, flowing with black patterns like ink. At that moment, it was holding a thick book, tearing out a page, and stuffing it into its mouth, chewing it with relish. Special Containment Object observed. Book's spirit characteristics feeds on knowledge, and can also serve as an index of knowledge. I am the new consultant, Lu Yuan. Lu Yuan looked at the strange little creature without showing any signs of surprise. Since the Night Watchers could confront the bizarre, they must have their own means that he was unaware of, and then he continued speaking. Old Morgan sent me to look up information. That blind man, Old Morgan. The little creature spat out a piece of chewed book cover, flapping its newspaper wings to fly down and hover in front of Lu Yuan. Its small pitch-black eyes scrutinized him, revealing a shrewdness. I am the steward here, you can call me Ink. The book spirit licked its lips, its voice sharp. What book do you want to see? I charge a fee, a fresh ink block, or a story I've never heard before. Lu Yuan raised an eyebrow, but did not respond. After all, since Old Morgan didn't mention this matter, it seemed that not satisfying this book spirit named Ink shouldn't be an issue. He'll bring you an ink block next time. Lu Yuan thought for a moment, then took out a form. For now, I need to see the introductory books on bizarre studies. Over there. The few moldy ones at the bottom are what you need. It pointed at the bookshelf and then flew back up high, continuing to gnaw on its lunch. Lu Yuan approached the bookshelf. There were several heavy old books. The covers were heavily worn with no titles, only a twisted eye symbol drawn on them. Lu Yuan pulled out a book titled Elementary Strange Chronicles and opened it. The content inside was quite superficial, mostly simple descriptions about why one should stay in the light and common monsters found in the dark. For example, the living habits of corpse eaters, the substances ghosts dislike, and so on. There weren't even any illustrations, just a few lines of dry text. Lu Yuan flipped through quickly. Forbidden Studies, the Peaker 01. Forbidden Studies, the Peaker 01. The experience gained was very slow, one might even say extremely slow. This made Lu Yuan frown, and at this rate, unlocking the path to the extraordinary would be delayed by several days at least. Moreover, the shallow experience gained would decrease further as he progressed. In the end, he might not gain any experience points at all. Could I get a book that contains more knowledge? Lu Yuan hesitated in his heart, but ultimately decided to give up. Not to mention whether he could get it. Even if he did, how would he explain that he wouldn't be contaminated by the knowledge? He was, after all, completely ignorant of the extraordinary knowledge. Furthermore, the Night Watchers dared to throw him into this library, which undoubtedly meant they had their own confidence that he was unaware of. With a slight sigh, Lu Yuan could only retract his distracting thoughts and earnestly begin to absorb the knowledge within the books. Just as Lu Yuan was getting immersed in his reading, suddenly a line of gray text appeared. Copper damage has altered the source of corpse eaters, so copper can resist some alterations, especially against corpse eaters. Lu Yuan looked at this prompt with some surprise. Isn't this precisely what he was reading? Lu Yuan pondered as he read the book mentioning corpse eaters fear copper. It seemed his golden finger could also see deeper information. Thus Lu Yuan began testing. As he focused intently on a line about common types of ghosts, another line of gray text appeared. Ghosts belong to his subjects. As soon as the text reached this point, Lu Yuan decisively averted his gaze. The last time he had a translation problem was with that scroll of parchment. Fortunately, this time, there were no strange occurrences. At this moment, Lu Yuan confirmed that as long as he concentrated, that translation ability that had always accompanied him would activate. It could penetrate through these dry words and parse out deeper information. And as these annotations continued to appear, the experience bar at the edge of his vision also fluctuated constantly. Forbidden Studies, the Peaker 02. However, it is important to note that some of the information contained in the text is toxic, so be extra careful while reading. Lu Yuan's gaze shifted slightly, a faint smile appearing at the corner of his mouth. Since he could increase experience through this parsing method, even if the book's content was shallow, as long as the quantity piled up, the effect would still be the same. Then he read through all the books on this shelf. Lu Yuan calmed his mind and began to quickly flip through the pages. In the library, only the sounds of pages turning and the crunching of the book's spirit chewing on paper could be heard. Unknowingly, 4 hours had passed. Forbidden Studies, the Peaker 16. Current progress 7. 8:10. Lu Yuan closed the book and rubbed his aching temples. Although his rationality hadn't faltered, he could feel a profound sense of fatigue. A month. Lu Yuan touched the box in his pocket containing the meat of a ghoul, feeling its coldness. Perhaps in just 3 days I can step onto that path. As Lu Yuan stepped out of the metal door of the library, he collided head-on with Mary. She leaned against the corridor wall, skillfully flipping a lighter in her fingers, producing a series of crisp clicking sounds. Seeing Lu Yuan emerge, she raised her wrist to check the time. 4 full hours. Mary's lazy green eyes flashed with surprise. I thought you would be like those newcomers sticking inside until the book's spirit kicked you out or your brain got fried and you had to be carried out. Knowledge may be alluring, but life is more important. Lu Yuan adjusted his slightly wrinkled collar. Though his face was weary, his gaze remained clear. Very rational. Mary nodded, straightening her posture. It seems you are indeed well suited for this path. But don't celebrate too soon, you haven't yet encountered truly dangerous knowledge. She put away the lighter and led Lu Yuan to the upper levels. Let's get down to business. Regarding the situation you mentioned earlier about targeting doctors, we went to investigate. Mary's voice echoed in the spacious spiral staircase. Your intuition was correct. Recently, there has indeed been a force secretly purging the doctors of Grim Harbor, especially those who have dealt with anomalous cases. Although we haven't caught any leads, yet I can assure you that they won't dare to act against you for the time being. After all, you are one of us now. For the time being. Lu Yuan keenly caught the key phrase. The Night Watchers can't possibly provide 24-hour protection for an external consultant. Mary shrugged, her tone very pragmatic. We will increase the frequency of night patrols passing by your clinic. Of course, if you can embark on the extraordinary path quickly and prove your worth, we can consider relocating your clinic to the inner city. It is much safer there than in the harbor area. Lu Yuan remained non-committal about this. Moving to the inner city would indeed be safer, but it also meant being far from sources of information and the current experience package group. Those are matters for the future. Lu Yuan stopped and looked at Mary. I might not live to see that time. Since I've signed the contract, the Night Watchers can't just watch as their consultant is left defenseless and killed right. He spread his hands. So I need weapons that can deal with those people. Mary stared at him for a moment before smiling helplessly. You are rather ungrateful. She pulled out a compact single-shot pistol from her waist holster and tossed it to Lu Yuan. It was a silver-plated ornate pistol, its body engraved with complex runes, and the grip was made of some black wood, heavy and cold to the touch. This is an alchemical weapon, although it's an outdated model. Mary explained. It can only load one bullet at a time. The loading speed is extremely slow, and unless you are very close, it is nearly impossible to inflict fatal injury. However, it has a great feature. The silver bullets and the runes on the gun can inflict substantial damage on ghosts and low-level anomalies. Lu Yuan took the pistol, fiddled with it for a moment, feeling a hint of joy in his heart. Weak XXX unlocked new knowledge engraver XX. This will do. After asking Mary for a holster, Lu Yuan finally returned to the clinic. By the time he got back, the sky had already darkened. He hastily nibbled on a few bites of cold bread before diving back into the tedious study and potion making. With the accumulated knowledge from those 4 hours in the library, his understanding of anomalous studies deepened significantly. Though he hadn't broken through that thin barrier, yet the sense of making connections allowed him to handle materials much more skillfully. The mixture of light silver grass in the crucible was boiling, emitting a faint silver glow. It's still lacking a bit of heat. Lu Yuan stared at the color of the potion, his brow slightly furrowed. Although the success rate was higher than before, the final refining step always felt a bit off. Looks like I need to level up basic herbal studies to level 2 first. Just as he was about to extinguish the fire and start over, the clinic's front door was forcefully slammed open. Bang! A cold wind mixed with a strong smell of blood rushed in. Doctor, quickly, save him. 2 soaking wet dock workers reeking of fish rushed in, carrying a plank. Lying on the plank was a person covered in blood, his face pale as paper. Lu Yuan set down the test tube in his hand and hurried over. The one lying on the plank was a familiar face, Thomas. The dock worker who had previously injured his leg, and also his first client. At this moment he looked far worse than last time. His abdomen was torn open, exposing a ghastly wound with flesh rolled back, and one could even faintly see the writhing intestines inside. Lift him onto the bed. Lu Yuan directed the two to move Thomas to the hospital bed and quickly cut open his clothing to clear the wound. The edges of the wound displayed a jagged tearing mark as if it had been viciously ripped apart by some creature with densely packed sharp teeth. Moreover, the skin around the wound had turned black, emanating a stench similar to rotting seaweed. Injury observation: severe laceration accompanied by slight infection from unknown toxin. Treatment recommendations: stop bleeding, suture, detoxify. Basic medical 0. 8. Lu Yuan's movements didn't stop. Using the crow's beak pliers and assisted by the injury analysis, he clamped down on the bleeding point. What happened? Lu Yuan asked while attempting to stitch up the wound. The worker beside him wiped his face, still shaken, and said, "We were patrolling the sea surface." Thomas was assigned light work due to his leg injury to prevent any cargo from falling into the sea. But today a crate fell into the water and Thomas jumped in to retrieve it. Not long after he went in, a large splash of blood appeared in the water. The worker swallowed hard. When they pulled him up, he looked like this. If it weren't for a passing boat, he would have been dead. Lu Yuan's stitching paused slightly. Had the waters near the harbor become this dangerous? This was not a good sign. He remembered Brent mentioning that although those fish were strange, there had been no incidents of them attacking people once caught. To actively launch an attack in shallow waters like this indicated that the situation in the sea was worsening, and Lu Yuan further recalled Brent's completely mutated uncle. Things aren't looking good. Lu Yuan thought to himself, his hands continually flipping under the guidance of the gray text. All right. Lu Yuan finished the last knot, applied a layer of special anti-inflammatory herbal medicine to the wound. The wound looks terrifying, but it hasn't damaged any internal organs. You're safe for now, but this toxin is troublesome. The dressing needs to be changed daily. At this moment, Thomas gradually regained consciousness, grimacing in pain. Dr. Lu, am I going to die? You won't die. Lu Yuan tossed the blood-stained gloves into the basin. But your luck is indeed something else. He looked at Thomas, his eyes filled with a hint of inquiry. What did you see in the water? Thomas' gaze seemed a bit vacant, as if he was still trapped in a state of fear. Eyes. He muttered to himself. All there were eyes. When I fell into the sea, the depths were filled with eyes. Thomas couldn't die, but he couldn't move either. After patching together 10 silver shields for Lu Yuan, the two grateful workers finally lifted Thomas away. It seemed their relationship was quite good. The clinic returned to silence. Lu Yuan sat behind the counter, his fingers gently stroking the cold body of the silver-plated pistol. Thomas' ordeal confirmed his suspicion. Where light could not reach in Grim Harbor, a storm was brewing, ready to strike. The creatures from the deep sea were no longer content to linger in the depths. They began to probe into the shallow waters and even onto land. All there were eyes. Lu Yuan recalled Thomas' description, and involuntarily the scene he witnessed while disposing of a body that night surfaced in his mind. The eerie green points of light that glimmered in the darkness were also eyes. Current status of Grim Harbor 5, 3050. A system notification silently appeared. Lu Yuan glanced at the experience bar, his mind beginning to formulate a plan. This information was very valuable. It could not only be used to grind for intelligence experience, but perhaps could also be traded for something from the Night Watch. After all, as a consultant, providing such abnormal dynamics was part of his duty. Just then a newspaper was slid through the gap in the door. Lu Yuan walked over to pick it up, discovering it was delivered by a stranger. The delivery person saw Lu Yuan and called out, "Brent asked me to tell you that he is still settling in at home and will come by in a couple of days to thank you in person." Lu Yuan responded affirmatively. It seemed that kid truly had a sense of loyalty. Even at this moment, he hadn't forgotten about his boss. That night, Lu Yuan did not force himself to stay up late to brew medicine. He turned off the lights early, lying on the bed, trying to put himself into a light sleep state. The sea began to roar again. The next morning, the fog was still thick. Rationality 2-2048 experience. If there are any numerical errors later, just chalk it up to me being a poor player, as I really can't change many fixed values. If it bothers you, feel free to complain a bit, it makes me chuckle. Rationality dropped a bit, but at the same time, he was closer to level 3. Lu Yuan looked a bit weary. Despite trying to maintain a light sleep, the dreams continued to torment him. It seemed he wouldn't be able to sleep well for a long time. He packed the bottle of the newly made inferior silvergrass mixture into his bag, locked the door, and changed the notice at the entrance to recent consultation hours changed to afternoon. For urgent matters, go to Old John's Tavern. Then Lu Yuan headed straight to Old John's Tavern. This time he skillfully passed through the secret door and arrived at the underground base. Mary was sitting in the task hall that resembled a factory workshop, holding a steaming cup of coffee while reviewing a document. Upon seeing Lu Yuan enter, she raised an eyebrow in surprise. "So early. Would you like a cup of coffee?" "No need," Lu Yuan replied, pulling out a chair to sit opposite her. "I have new intelligence." He recounted the incident of Thomas being attacked, detailing the nature of the wounds, the type of toxin, and though mass description of all there were eyes. He didn't embellish, he simply described the injuries and speculations from a doctor's perspective. As Mary listened, the laziness on her face gradually faded. She set down her coffee cup, her expression turning serious. The shallow sea area took the initiative to attack. Mary gently tapped her fingers on the table, and it happened in broad daylight. "What does that imply, eh?" Lu Yuan asked. "It means that something is about to emerge," Mary said solemnly. "I need to notify them quickly." She stood up and paced around the room. "This information is very useful. Our people will verify it. If it's true." Mary's expression was somewhat urgent. "We simply don't have enough manpower." She turned to look at Lu Yuan. "As a consultant, you did very well. After verification, I will credit you with a contribution." She took out a stamped certificate from her drawer and handed it to Lu Yuan. "With this, you can go to the supply office to collect 2 boxes of bullets, the silver-plated kind. Of course, this counts as an advance, so keep it quiet." Lu Yuan accepted the certificate, a satisfied smile curling at the corners of his mouth. 2 boxes of bullets would be far more useful than gold shields in a critical moment. "Is there anything else?" Mary asked. "No." Lu Yuan stood up. "I'm heading to the library." Watching Lu Yuan's departing figure, Mary nodded thoughtfully. That guy adapts really quickly. He returned to the library, where that familiar chill greeted him. The book Spirit, Inc. was dozing on the lampstand. Upon seeing Lu Yuan enter, it sniffed carefully, then lazily lifted its eyelids, not even bothering to greet him. Another fraudster. Lu Yuan, knowing he still had debts to repay, kept silent and walked straight toward the bookshelf from yesterday. His current goal was clear: to max out the experience for Forbidden Study, the Seeker, and then unlock the so-called Extraordinary Path. He picked up a copy of Deep Sea Creatures Compendium Fragment and began to flip through it quickly. Though the content of these books remained rather superficial under the aid of translation, Lu Yuan could always decode information that ordinary people could not perceive from the direction of the illustrations and the arrangement of the words. "I must say this translation is indeed powerful," Lu Yuan mused. Forbidden Study, The Seeker 02. Forbidden Study, The Seeker 03. Time flew by. When Lu Yuan closed the last book, the experience bar at the edge of his vision finally jumped to the critical point. Forbidden Study, The Seeker 910, just one step away. Lu Yuan took a deep breath, his gaze turning to the innermost part of the bookshelf, where a thin booklet with a black cover, seemingly inconspicuous, lay. That was the book he hadn't had time to read yesterday. The title was Whispers and the Edge of Rationality. As he reached out, his fingertip brushed against the spine, and a faint current coursed through his body. "This is the one." Lu Yuan opened the pages. This time the words no longer stood still, they twisted and turned as if alive, frantically reorganizing on his retina, ultimately transforming into a torrent that rushed into his mind. Forbidden Study, The Seeker 01 conditions met. Level up. Congratulations, you have stepped into the threshold of Forbidden. Forbidden Study, The Finder 050. Forbidden Study, seeking the truths of the world, searching for all truths. This is not what humans should do. Poor intruder, I wish you good luck. Your rationality resilience has greatly increased. Your eyes will now be able to see some of its traces. As the grayish-white script faded from Lu Yuan's sight, he felt a crisp sound echo deep within his brain, as if some restriction had been shattered. The sensation of the familiar text twisting and reassembling in his vision did not dissipate, as usual, rather it intensified. The words in his field of vision surged wildly, no longer confined to the pages, but like black vines climbing up Lu Yuan's arms, instantly engulfing him. The book's spirit ink perched at the top of the bookshelf abruptly lifted its head, its pitch-black eyes revealing surprise for the first time. And killing intent. This scent. It stared intently at Lu Yuan, who was cocooned in black text, as its newspaper-like wings fully unfurled, countless dense runes illuminating its pale yellow skin. If you are consumed by knowledge, I will ensure your demise is most unpleasant. Lu Yuan was unaware of the situation outside. He felt himself plummeting. He passed through countless layers of clouds formed by words, symbols, and murmurs, eventually landing on a desolate ground. There was no sky here, only a chaotic gray mist. Lu Yuan stood up and surveyed his surroundings. Before him lay an expansive wasteland sparsely dotted with buildings of various styles. Each building emitted a distinct aura, a manifestation of the path of knowledge. Is this what is called the extraordinary path? Lu Yuan maintained his composure and did not act rashly. He remembered old Morgan saying that everyone entering the path of knowledge would see their own road. He looked to his left. There stood a twisted tower made of intertwined black and blue colors. The tower's body was damp as if it had just emerged from the depths of the ocean. Through the windows of the tower, Lu Yuan vaguely glimpsed an endless deep sea, and within that profound darkness, countless figures swam by in the unfathomably dark depths. A huge, indescribable shadow faintly emerged. Even a glance at that shadow made Lu Yuan feel an overwhelming pressure wash over him. Deep sea scholar exploring the ancient secrets beneath the boundless deep sea. How deeply can you, a minuscule human, dive? The grayish-white prompt was brief and cold. Lu Yuan shifted his gaze to the right. There stood a red castle that seemed to be built from blood. The walls of the castle were covered with countless branches resembling veins undulating silently, with thick red liquid seeping out continuously. Inside the castle, Lu Yuan witnessed a realm filled with slaughter and blood where countless withered beings fought in the darkness, the dead merging into pools of blood while the living continued to wail. Flesh scholar, you will embark on the journey to understand life, but amidst that endless blood and wailing, how far can you proceed? Further away there was a ruin entwined with green vines. Faces of agony sprouted from those vines, their roots writhing in the soil, guarding a colossal black tree that reached into the clouds. Forest scholar. Lu Yuan traversed this wasteland, passing by one building after another, each representing different specialized paths. They all called out to him. The whispers of the deep sea, the temptations of flesh, the murmurs of the forest. Each voice promised immense power. Perhaps others who entered this hall would become lost in these choices. But Lu Yuan did not. He walked past those grand halls with a blank expression, his gaze frighteningly clear. Too narrow. Lu Yuan assessed in his heart. Choosing the deep sea means only understanding the deep sea, while choosing flesh means only studying life. The path is too narrow. This is not what I want. He possessed an experience bar and the ability to decipher all things, the translation ability. His path should not be confined to a narrow domain. Lu Yuan continued forward until he reached the center of this wasteland. Here stood a solitary building. It was a black tower with a pointed dome devoid of any decoration and radiating no alluring aura, only an ancient, unchanging solitude. The tower door was ajar. Lu Yuan pushed the door open. The hall was empty, filled only with countless blank books suspended in the air. At the end of the hall stood a broken figure. The figure stood still, flickering in and out as if it might dissipate at any moment. As Lu Yuan entered, it seemed to awaken, slightly bowing and rasping out, "It has been a long time since anyone has made it this far." "Where is this?" Lu Yuan asked. "This is the Hall of the Erudite." The figure raised its hand, and the surrounding blank books began to flutter. Though there were no words upon them, Lu Yuan could sense the immense flow of information contained within. On the path of forbidden studies, the vast majority of people lack the mental fortitude to glimpse the entirety of this world. So they choose to compromise, to specialize, becoming scholars of the deep sea, flesh, or curses. The figure gazed at Lu Yuan, a hint of appreciation seemingly appearing on its blurred face. "Those who can arrive here are all unique madmen. You refuse to compromise, attempting to understand everything." Erudite. Lu Yuan pondered the term. This means you can explore the deepest secrets of this world, whether they be gods, demons, or ancient beings. The tone of the figure turned serious, but this is also the most dangerous path, because knowing too much will make you a thorn in the side of all existence. Especially those indescribable entities, their secrets are not meant for humanity to know. Lu Yuan nodded. "I do not care." "Very well." The figure ceased its idle chatter, extending a finger to gently touch Lu Yuan's forehead. "This is your reward and the key to opening this path. Keep it safe, and also keep yourself safe." Boom. A vast torrent of knowledge surged into Lu Yuan's mind. Career advancement successful. Forbidden Studies Seeker 050 acquired core skill. Forbidden Studies Specialization. Forbidden Studies Specialization. Based on your extensive knowledge, you can perceive the deep-seated traits of your target and extract and reorganize a unique understanding for yourself. As the system prompt fell, the surrounding scenery began to collapse. "Go back." The figure waved its hand, and a bizarre vortex appeared behind it. In the moment Lu Yuan was about to be consumed by the vortex, he heard the figure whisper, "I have shielded you from the gaze of the outsider, and do not return lightly until you truly ascend to the level of erudite." Outsider. Lu Yuan's heart skipped a beat. Was it the deep-sea entity that had been haunting him in his dreams? Or was there something even more terrifying behind this so-called strange dream? Before he could grasp it, a strong sensation of weightlessness swept over him, and his consciousness instantly sank into darkness. "Wake up. Hey." A sharp pain surged across his face as if he had been slapped. Lu Yuan abruptly opened his eyes, gasping for breath. What came into view was the familiar ceiling of the Night Watcher's library, along with the book's spirit ink hovering just above his nose. At this moment, ink had completely changed. The originally flowing black patterns on its body were now boiling violently, with countless words swirling around its tiny form, and just by looking, Lu Yuan could feel an extremely dangerous aura. Ink was holding a pin made of words suspended just above Lu Yuan's eyeball. If he had woken up even a second later, that pin might have stabbed down. Seeing Lu Yuan's gaze clear up, Ink's tense body suddenly relaxed. The black aura in its round eyes slowly dissipated. It retracted the bone pin, and the patterns on its body gradually calmed down, returning to its original form. Consider yourself lucky. Ink huffed, its tone still carrying that distinctive sharpness, but Lu Yuan could detect a hint of unmasked relief. If you had truly been contaminated, I would have had to drag your corpse out, and I certainly don't want to dirty my library. Lu Yuan touched his slightly painful cheek and sat up. He looked at this quirky little creature and suddenly smiled. Thanks. Who asked for your thanks? Next time remember to bring double the ink blocks. Ink grumbled as it flew back to the top of the bookshelf, grabbed a book, and took a big bite, trying to cover up its embarrassment. But you really are bold to embark on the extraordinary in a place like this. Aren't you afraid of knowledge seeking you out? Lu Yuan stood up, stretching his somewhat stiff limbs, and inquired. Knowledge will actively seek me out. Ink looked at him disdainfully. You seriously know nothing. Old Morgan didn't tell you. Lu Yuan shook his head. Old Morgan indeed hadn't said anything to him. Old Morgan really ought to be damned. I think he's not just blind, but also has a broken brain. Ink couldn't help but roll its eyes. But as long as you're fine, that's good. All right, go ask him yourself. Lu Yuan paid no mind to Ink flying away, for he realized that the weakness he felt had vanished, replaced by an unprecedented clarity. He looked around. The once eerie library was now filled with countless pulsating pieces of information in his eyes. He instinctively reached into his pocket and pulled out the black box given to him by Old Morgan. He lifted the black cloth. Inside lay a chunk of meat from an icefield ghoul, quietly resting. But in Lu Yuan's eyes, it was no longer just a piece of meat. Item: Icefield Ghoul Larva Forlim Muscle Characteristic Analysis contains trace amounts of frost toxin. Muscle fibers contract upon heating. Forbidden Knowledge Special Development. Extraction Scheme combining fire lizard powder with distilled water. Attempt to create a temporary freezing potion, which is highly effective against combustion-based anomalies. Success rate of Scheme 4. Lu Yuan's pupils contracted slightly. Is this the power of a scholar? Not only can it see through essence, but it can also directly provide a scheme. Although the success rate is a bit low. But it doesn't matter, the amount of knowledge I've come into contact with is still limited, and this assessment should be ending soon. Lu Yuan closed the box, a confident smile appearing at the corner of his mouth. He tidied up his clothes and strode out of the library. The Resource Management Office. Old Morgan was still maintaining his posture, studying the stone with a magnifying glass. Upon hearing the sound of the door opening, he raised his head impatiently. Is 4 hours up? Go back, we'll continue tomorrow. His words were cut short as Lu Yuan placed the black box on the table. Icefield Ghoul Larva Forlim Inner Muscle. Lu Yuan spoke calmly and steadily. The characteristic is residual frost toxin. This thing is afraid of fire, but if used for medicine, its toxin surprisingly has marvelous effects and can alleviate most side effects. The room fell into a dead silence. The magnifying glass in Old Morgan's hand slipped and fell onto the table with a thud. His murky eyes were fixed on Lu Yuan as if he had seen a ghost. You have embarked on the extraordinary. Old Morgan's voice carried disbelief. Yes, Lu Yuan pointed to his head. I obtained some good things in the Hall of Knowledge. Old Morgan remained silent for a long time. Suddenly, he stood up, walked around the table, and approached Lu Yuan as if he were examining a rare treasure. A genius. No, this is a monster. Old Morgan muttered to himself before suddenly grabbing the phone on the table and dialing a number. Mary, hurry, right now. Redo your so-called newcomer file for me. This kid is a born weird scholar. 10 minutes later, Mary rushed into the office in high heels. After hearing Old Morgan's story, she confirmed that Lu Yuan had completed a month's entry test in just 8 hours. Furthermore, he had proposed things not found in the books, and Mary's gaze towards Lu Yuan completely changed. As a transcendent, Mary understood all too well what this level of talent meant. If before she viewed Lu Yuan as somewhat promising, now she saw him as a future extraordinary scholar. Lu Yuan. Mary took a deep breath, calming her emotions. We will reassess you and provide a new plan later. But before that, you need to stay here for a while. Lu Yuan nodded noncommittally. To be honest, Lu Yuan did not want to expose himself by embarking on the extraordinary, but he had not anticipated that it would cause such a stir. Moreover, this was the extraordinary path he embarked on in the Night Watcher's library. The most crucial point was that a book's spirit had witnessed it. But since it had come to this, rather than hiding it, it would be better to display it openly and let the Night Watchers reassess his value. Of course, one more thing: at the moment Lu Yuan embarked on the extraordinary, his rationality remained unchanged. He did not know what this meant, but he was certain that the anomalous dream within him could be a significant problem. Whether in the church or the Hall of Knowledge, there had been no reaction to the existence of the anomalous dream. The only thing was that at the end, that shadow said a sentence blocking the gaze of outsiders. Lu Yuan knew that he could not resolve the anomalous dream on his own, so he wanted to know if the Night Watchers could. Moreover, Lu Yuan was not prepared to disclose his infection with the anomalous dream. Firstly, his situation was rather delicate. The talent he displayed could absolutely be regarded as exceptional, yet he did not possess the corresponding strength. Once the Night Watchers found out about his infection with the anomalous dream, there were only two possibilities: to eliminate him or to coerce him into completely becoming a Night Watcher. Secondly, Yuan found that his anomalous dream seemed not to have infected anyone else. This included Thomas and Brent, which made Yuan even more curious about what kind of affliction the anomalous dream really was. Casting aside the thoughts in his mind, Yuan planned to take this time to thoroughly inquire about old Morgan, wanting to know what else he did not know about embarking on the extraordinary path. Old Morgan felt a bit awkward upon hearing this, as he had not expected Yuan to suddenly embark on the extraordinary. It took him 2 years to do so, and that was under the circumstances of nearly a decade of accumulation. He barely stepped onto the path of knowledge. When the test was initially set, it was merely to gauge Yuan's affinity for knowledge, while ensuring he studied well. He never imagined that Yuan would embark on the extraordinary like this. Thus, many important points had not been clarified. There are indeed things to note when embarking on knowledge transcendence. For instance, when advancing in the extraordinary, a specific environment is required. Taking my path of transcendence construction science, to embark on this path, one must at least master the structure of nearly 100 specific items. Additionally, one must be well versed in the related knowledge of construction science. Only then is there a possibility of stepping onto this extraordinary path. Before breaking through the extraordinary, one must construct an environment suitable for construction science. This environment is extremely important. Not only does it help in stepping onto this extraordinary path, but more importantly, it prevents knowledge pollution. Knowledge is the foundation of the extraordinary. At the moment you step onto the extraordinary and enter the hall of knowledge, your soul is like blank paper. If it gets contaminated by certain knowledge at that time, you might become a fool at best, or, at worst, evolve into something grotesque. Old Morgan's expression darkened, as if he recalled something. But fortunately, you are in the library stepping onto weird studies, while the knowledge there is complex ink is still relatively safe. Hearing this, Yuan realized that he was indeed quite lucky. Looks like I need to bring some ink blocks for ink. Yuan thought and asked some other questions until Mary pushed the door open. She pulled out a chair, sitting down with a serious expression. Now, there are 2 options, and you must choose one. First, we will immediately arrange for you to move to the inner city. There the Empire's power will ensure your safety more than most places. Additionally, your clinic can be established in the noble district, earning money from those lords. But the cost is that you will immediately enter the sight of all forces, and those hunting doctors will likely make you their #1 target. Second, Mary pointed to the ceiling. Move here. Near the tavern, there is a safe house belonging to the Night Watchers. You can stay there under the name of Summons. We will publicly declare that you are assisting in an investigation, temporarily sealing off the news. The advantage is absolute safety. Unless all the forces in the Night Watchers' Grim Harbor division are wiped out, the disadvantage is you will have to give up the reputation you just established in the port area, and your range of activities will be limited. After hearing this, Yuan hardly hesitated. I choose the second one, the inner city. Yuan believed he was not strong enough to ignore treachery. Moreover, although the port area was chaotic, there was clearly more knowledge here. Whether it was the Night Watcher's library or Laisen, the stable supplier, both were nearby. But I have a condition, Yuan added. I need to retain the right to take on patients. Of course I will screen them. You want to continue being a doctor? Mary looked puzzled. With your current abilities, you should focus on research. I am a doctor. Yuan interrupted her. Being a doctor is my original profession. I came here to fulfill my promise to Laisen, even though he is no longer here. Yuan did not continue. Of course, healing was also the fastest way to gain experience in basic medicine. He did not plan to only study forbidden knowledge. He intended to dabble in other areas of knowledge, and as for Laisen, he also saved his life, but more importantly, it was to establish a persona in front of others. All right, as you wish. Mary agreed readily. Just right. The few doctors at the base only know how to amputate and administer drugs. You will be able to help improve things. The moving process proceeded swiftly. The efficiency of the Night Watchers was demonstrated vividly at that moment. That afternoon, a horse-drawn carriage without any markings stopped in front of Laisen's clinic. Yuan tidied up a bit. There wasn't much to pack aside from the medical books, the herbs brought by Laisen, and that peculiar parchment he had hidden deep in the drawer. He left behind all the other junk. He wrote 2 letters instructing someone to deliver them to Brent and Laisen, notifying them of the relocation of the clinic. Finally, he took down the wooden sign that read Laisen Clinic at the entrance. Looking at the 2-story little building he had only lived in for a few days, Yuan felt little attachment. Let's go. He tossed the sign into the carriage and turned to board. The new clinic was located in a freestanding stone house in the back alley of Old John's Tavern. Although it was not as spacious as the previous standalone building, it had thick walls and was surrounded by the Night Watcher's watchful eyes, providing a strong sense of safety. Yuan hung up the sign for Laisen Clinic again. He did not plan to use his own name. After all, he was no longer short on money. He just couldn't let go of the experience, and reputation in this dangerous world might be more like a death warrant. Moreover, allowing the dead Laisen to continue to take the lead was the safest choice for him. For now, I don't need to worry about safety. Yuan stood by the window of the new clinic, gazing at the lights of the nearby tavern. He felt the silver-plated pistol in his pocket and glanced at the now unlocked progress bar for Forbidden Knowledge Seeker. Next, it's time to develop in peace. On the first night in the Night Watchman's safe house, Yuan slept restlessly. Even though he had crossed the threshold of the forbidden studies, the profound exhaustion stemming from his soul still followed him like a shadow. As soon as he closed his eyes, the damp sea breeze laden with a fishy scent rushed toward him. Crash! The cold sea waves crashed against his ankles. Lu Yuan opened his eyes. It was still that familiar despairing black sea, and the pale moon hung high in the sky. However, Lu Yuan suddenly realized that this time seemed a bit different, for the feeling of his feet being nailed to the beach had vanished. In its place was a weak, yet real sense of control. I can actually move. Lu Yuan tried to lift his foot and took a step back. The sensation of the gravel scraping against his feet felt incredibly real. The waves crashed into emptiness, leaving only a pool of white foam where he had been standing. Lu Yuan did not dwell on why he could suddenly move. Instead, he immediately turned and hurried deeper into the island. He did not want to miss this opportunity and only wanted to figure out where this place was. As he ventured further in, Lu Yuan discovered that this was a desolate island. By the light of the moon, he could see a raised plateau in the distance. There were obvious signs of human excavation, with several broken stone pillars standing among the wild grass, seemingly inscribed with some complex formation. The direction of those lines. Lu Yuan's heart skipped a beat. The twisted vein-like patterns immediately reminded him of the parchment locked away in the depths of the drawer. Something very similar. He did not dare to approach too closely. His intuition told him that with his current level of sanity, attempting to read that formation would likely result in unpredictable consequences. Shifting his gaze, Lu Yuan then noticed that on the long coastline countless shadowy figures stood silently. They resembled forgotten sculptures facing the sea, standing upright as the cold waves crashed upon them, even submerging their heads, yet they remained utterly still. Are these other dream of anomaly-infected individuals? Lu Yuan counted and saw at least dozens within his field of vision. This number made Lu Yuan furrow his brows, as it was simply too few. Although he did not know the current state of the iron whale. But it was certain that the crew on the iron whale had at least been infected, which was already a significant number. Not to mention ordinary people like Laisen who were unintentionally infected. So what exactly were the infection criteria for the dream of anomaly? Additionally, Lu Yuan was puzzled as to why he could move. Was it due to insufficient sanity? Or because he had not stepped into the extraordinary? Lu Yuan had no intention of approaching those figures. In this bizarre dream, any unnecessary movement could attract unwanted attention. Following a path seemingly trodden by human feet, Lu Yuan groped his way toward the interior of the island. Along the roadside, a few small wooden houses were sparsely distributed against the mountains. The doors were tightly shut, and the windows were pitch black. Lu Yuan tried to push one open, but it did not budge. It felt as if some force was continuously restricting his actions. With no other choice, Lu Yuan decisively abandoned the idea of exploring the rooms, as his current task was to gather as much information as possible. After all, whether he could move the next time he entered this dream was uncertain. At the end of the small house, an abyss-like mine suddenly appeared on the mountainside. The deep entrance exuded an intense chill. Vaguely, Lu Yuan seemed to hear a low growl coming from deep within the cave, along with thud, thud, thud. It sounded like the beating of a gigantic heart. As the sound echoed, the entire island began to tremble violently. The sea surface surged violently, and the sense of being locked in danger returned. Damn it, run. Lu Yuan turned and sprinted without hesitation. Whoosh! Lu Yuan shot up from his bed, gasping for breath. The small bedroom was eerily silent, with only the clock on the wall ticking away. You have observed strange phenomena. Sanity 2547 experience. Another point was lost. Lu Yuan wiped the cold sweat from his forehead. The sound of the heart beating seemed to still linger in his eardrums, causing his head to throb painfully. 47. He glanced at the time. It was 5 in the morning. Since he was awake, there was no chance of falling back asleep. Lu Yuan got out of bed feeling parched. He picked up the water cup on the table and walked to the bathroom, twisting the faucet open. Puffed. A stream of dark red liquid gushed out. Immediately, an indescribable stench exploded in the confined space. It was not the smell of sewage, but the scent of thousands of dead fish fermenting in a sealed space. What the hell is this? Lu Yuan quickly shut off the faucet and took a step back. He looked at the murky liquid in the sink. Amidst the dark red water, several broken, translucent scales floated. Severely polluted water source analysis contains high concentrations of deep-sea biological fluids and decayed tissues. Consumption will lead to acute aberration. Sloughed-off scales analysis, worthless metabolic waste. The grayish-white text flickered on his retina, coldly proclaiming the reality. Lu Yuan's expression darkened. Yesterday it was only a bit murky, and today it had turned into corpse water. This indicated that the pollution source had exploded overnight, and the scale was astonishing. Had the entire Grim Harbor water supply system collapsed overnight? This is bad. Lu Yuan stared at the faucet, his expression grim. As a doctor, he understood better than anyone what water pollution meant. Plague, aberration, panic. This port would become extraordinarily vulnerable in an instant. Just as he was contemplating whether to purify some water with holy water for emergency, Yu's hurried footsteps echoed in the corridor outside. Bang, bang, bang. Dr. Lu, are you awake? It was Mary's voice. Lu Yuan frowned and walked over to open the door. Mary stood at the door. Even her heavy overcoat could not conceal the coldness emanating from her. Her complexion was poor, and she was clutching a document sealed with wax. Something has happened. Mary wasted no time entering and saying, "The town hall exploded last night. The entire city's water has been contaminated, and those nobles in the aristocratic district are frantically pressuring the Viscount. So, Lu Yuan leaned against the doorframe. Shouldn't this be the town hall's problem? Everyone at the town hall is dead. Mary sneered. Not a single member of the team sent to investigate the water source has returned. They are now missing. After assessment, this is most likely an anomaly or a large-scale aberration event. Conventional forces cannot handle it. It must be taken over by the Night Watch. She slammed the document onto the table. This is an emergency summons issued by the Viscount. Lu Yuan, your name is on it too. Lu Yuan's gaze sharpened. I am merely a consultant, he replied coldly. This kind of suicidal task is not within the contract scope. Furthermore, why is my name on the Viscount's desk? I remember you mentioned that you would keep my identity confidential. Because this matter is too significant. That fool of a Viscount, in an attempt to shirk responsibility, included all the professionals he could mobilize on the list, including you, an auxiliary who responded to the summons. Mary rubbed her forehead helplessly. We did not expect him to act in such a manner. The list has already been announced. If you refuse, it would be tantamount to defying the wartime summons, and your identity would be immediately exposed, potentially leading to a wanted status. Lu Yuan fell silent. Refuse. His identity would be exposed, hunted by the forces that secretly targeted doctors while losing the protection of the Night Watchers. Accept. Go to the already lost source of water facing unknown dangers. But looking at the pool of red stagnant water, Lu Yuan knew he had no choice. If the water source issue is not resolved, even if he is not killed, he would die of thirst or be forced to drink this corpse water and mutate. I have two conditions. Lu Yuan raised two fingers, regaining his previous calm. Firstly, I must act alongside a captain-level individual for this mission, such as Hans. No problem this time, it will be Hans leading the team, Mary nodded. Moreover, you will be the vice-captain responsible for technical analysis and medical support. Secondly, Lu Yuan pointed at his eyes, this counts as overtime. I want the library to unlock higher-level privileges for me. Mary was taken aback for a moment, then laughed. You really are a madman, but it's a deal. After all, you've stepped into the extraordinary, and most knowledge is insufficient to taint you now. Half an hour later, the team had assembled. Besides Hans and Lu Yuan, there were 4 fully armed veteran Night Watchers. Lu Yuan tucked the remaining bottle of intermediate holy water into his pocket and meticulously wiped the silver-plated pistol, loading it with bullets. While not very powerful, holding it felt safer than wielding a scalpel. The group boarded the carriage and departed the urban area. There were 2 sources of water in Grimport. One was the purification tower located in the inner city, and the other was the black pine forest water plant built deep in a remote forest. The latter was the one in trouble. The carriage stopped at the forest's edge. The mist here was so thick it was nearly unbreakable, with trees twisted and bizarre, and the air was filled with that familiar, nauseating, salty smell. Get off, we will proceed on foot. Hans drew the giant sword from his back, his expression serious. It is too quiet ahead. Indeed, it was too quiet. There should have been guards and workers stationed here, but now, apart from the deadly silence, there was nothing. The group advanced in a tactical formation. Lu Yuan was protected in the middle, his gaze sweeping across the surrounding trees. Environmental perception: the plant roots are contaminated, and the soil contains high concentrations of decaying substances. Watch your step, Lu Yuan whispered. The soil here is problematic. Everyone slowed down, listen to the vice-captain. Han shouted in response to Lu Yuan, and the entire team immediately slowed down. Lu Yuan did not mind that no one was listening to him. He only needed to fulfill the responsibilities of the vice-captain. After walking for about 10 minutes, the gates of the water plant appeared in sight. It was a fortress-like structure with towering outer walls. But at this moment, the iron gates were wide open, and it was eerily quiet inside with no lights on. Prepare for battle. Hans signaled, his whole aura shifting, resembling a blade drawn from its sheath, and he was the first to step inside. The intense battle anticipated did not occur, for there were no living beings here. In the courtyard of the water plant lay a dozen corpses scattered in all directions. No, to be precise, they were cocoons. They were wrapped in a translucent mucus, their bodily fluids drained, leaving only shriveled human skins. Next to the giant water storage tank, several oversized monsters were wandering. Their bodies were covered in pustules, limbs on the ground with spines on their backs, and long tongues lolling out greedily, licking the black water spilling from the tank. Witnessed mutated creature, corrupted water toad in the process of evolution, a contaminated creature, highly toxic, possessing considerable vitality. Weakness: abdominal air, sac fierce flames. Lu Yuan rapidly reported, it's toxic, the abdominal area, and flames can restrain it. Received. Hans roared, swinging the giant sword with a gust of wind. The other Night Watchers also began throwing Molotov cocktails. Boom. Flames erupted. The monsters let out anguished cries in the blaze, their abdominal sacs bursting one by one, spraying foul toxic mist. However, thanks to Lu Yuan's warning, everyone had put on gas masks in advance, preventing any casualties. The battle ended swiftly. Minutes later, Hans shook off the mucus from his sword and walked over to Lu Yuan. How is it? Lu Yuan squatted by the water storage tank, taking a water sample with a test tube. It was black, viscous, writhing as if alive against the walls of the test tube. Highly contaminated source, a highly active pollutant diluted to form. Thoroughly polluted. Lu Yuan stood up and tossed the test tube into the fire. Moreover, the water is rife with eggs and excrement. The water out here probably needs a thorough cleaning. Damn. Hans slammed his fist against the railing, causing rust to fall like rain. Where are the guards here? This place is supposed to be garrisoned by a half-step extraordinary being of the mutated pathway. How could it possibly fall without a sound? Although he was furious, his gaze remained sharp. Hans strode to the main control room of the water plant, inspecting the door lock and the surrounding defensive runes. The doors and windows are intact. The runes are still operational. Hans squinted, his voice turning cold. There are no signs of a strong assault, nor any fluctuations from a large-scale psionic clash. A half-step extraordinary along with a dozen fully armed guards relying on this facility could withstand a small beast tide for half an hour. Yet they died too quietly, not even having time to sound the alarm. Hans turned to Lu Yuan, his tone firm. This place was not breached, it collapsed from within. Someone, or rather something, appeared directly within their defensive line. Lu Yuan nodded, agreeing with Hans' assessment. Not only that, Lu Yuan pushed open the door to the main control room and walked straight to a trash can in the corner. There were no bloodstains in the room, and everything seemed normal. But what appeared to ordinary eyes as a pile of ashes from burnt paper in Lu Yuan's eyes was emanating a visible black aura. The aura twisted like tentacles, swirling, ultimately pointing firmly towards a drain in the corner of the room. Forbidden study research has already been quietly activated. Here, Lu Yuan pointed at the inconspicuous drain. Someone held a ceremony here or deposited something. This connects to the sewer, which is the entire underground network of Grimport. Hans strode over, looking at the drain with a face dark enough to drip water. The sewer. He kicked open the drain cover, and a strong stench of blood surged out instantly. Did that group of rats crawl in through the pipes? No, they didn't just crawl in. Lu Yuan gazed at the bottomless pipe, feeling the nauseating deep-sea aura within, his expression profound. They opened a door here. The atmosphere in the main control room of the water plant was gravely tense. Next to the kicked-open drain cover, a black aura visible only to Lu Yuan continued to swirl. Confirmed. Hans withdrew his gaze, his face darkening. This is likely the source. That group has utilized some sort of ritual to open the nodes here. And then they invaded the water plant through the pipes, turning this place into their stronghold. He turned around, his eyes scanning every person present as he quickly issued orders. Toby. Hans looked at the youngest and fastest night watchman in the team. You need to return immediately and report the situation here to the base. Tell Mary that the water plant has fallen, the underground water system is severely polluted, and organized ritual traces have been discovered. Make sure she sends at least one more captain-level support here. I'm worried that we can't manage this with just us. Understood. The young man named Toby wasted no time shouldering his great sword and dashing out of the control room. Hans looked at the remaining three and continued, aiding Gray the usual arrangement. One to scout ahead, one to guard the rear. Who will take which role? A slender man with two pure silver curved blades at his waist stepped forward, lowering his mask to reveal sharp eyes. I will scout. This is Aiden, who is more skilled at reconnaissance. The silent, burly man resembling a bear spoke gruffly. I will guard the rear. He is Gray, the team's heavy firepower specialist, carrying a hefty tower shield and an alchemical musket on his back. Ron. Hans turned to the last team member, a middle-aged man with a vigilant expression. You are responsible for protecting Lu Yuan. He is the vice captain and our only doctor and scholar here. I do not want to see even a single hair on his head harmed. Understood. Ron nodded and moved to stand half a step beside Lu Yuan, his hand resting on the hilt of his sword. After arranging all this, Hans turned to Lu Yuan, his tone slightly softening. Dr. Lu, do you have any suggestions regarding the combat deployment? Lu Yuan shook his head. Professionals should handle professional tasks. He checked the magazine of his handgun. I will only inform you of some knowledge from books. As for how to fight, that is your area of expertise. Hans grinned, seemingly satisfied with this answer. Then let's move. The entrance to the sewer was located in the basement of the water plant. The group first cleared a few scattered mutated creatures at the entrance, ensuring their escape route was safe, and leaving two specially made climbing ropes before entering in succession. The underground drainage system of Grimport was exceptionally vast. It not only handled the sewage discharge of the entire city, but also connected to smuggling tunnels from the old era. The main thoroughfare was wide enough for 3 adults to walk side by side, with maintenance walkways elevated above the water on both sides. Yet at this moment it had completely transformed. The walls, which should have been damp and dark, were now covered with a thick layer of dark green moss. They resembled some form of living skin writhing slightly under the flashlight's beam, even secreting a viscous liquid. A rich, fishy odor filled the air, mixed with the smell of decay, causing people to wrinkle their noses uncontrollably. Stop! Aiden, leading the way, suddenly raised his fist, a gesture to halt. He crouched down, cautiously touching the moss on the wall with his silver curved blade. Sizzle! A nauseating corrosive sound echoed, and wisps of green smoke began to rise from the blade's edge. This substance is corrosive, and... Aiden glanced back. It seems to want to entangle my blade. The group felt a tightening in their chests. Hans looked at Lu Yuan. Lu Yuan said nothing. He took a long pair of tweezers from his medical kit, grasped a small piece of the moss sample, and placed it into a test tube he had prepared earlier. Under the grayish-white prompt, the seemingly plant-like substance immediately revealed its true nature. Witnessed mutated creature corpse moss Lodier group characteristics: exhibits weak vitality and predatory instincts, prefers to attach to decaying flesh or living beings to absorb nutrients. The secreted mucus has both paralyzing and digestive effects. Weakness: strong acid fire. Corpse moss. Lu Yuan shook the test tube, watching the green substance violently crash against the glass walls, his tone calm. This is not a plant but is alive. They thrive on flesh. If you dare to touch the wall within 10 minutes, you will become their fertilizer. Moreover, their mucus has a paralyzing effect. If you accidentally get it on your skin, you must clean it immediately. By the way, they fear flames. Hearing this, Aiden instinctively stepped back from the wall. The night watchman, who had initially underestimated this parachuted vice captain, now had changed expressions. To provide such precise analysis in this environment, this doctor indeed had some skills. Continue forward and do not touch the walls, Hans ordered. The team continued to advance. Aiden, leading the way, felt that unsettling sensation growing stronger the deeper they went. Meanwhile, Yuan walked and observed his surroundings. He had noticed an extremely incongruous phenomenon. Something is off. Yuan suddenly spoke. What is it? Hans immediately halted, looking around warily. It's too clean. Yuan pointed at the walkway beneath his feet. This is a sewer, the dirtiest place. Logically, it should be crawling with rats and cockroaches. But we have been walking for so long, and apart from these corpse moss, we haven't seen a single cockroach. The group was taken aback before quickly realizing. Indeed, this was too abnormal. Where have all the rats gone? Aiden whispered. Perhaps they have all been eaten. Yuan looked at the plump, writhing corpse moss on the walls, his voice chilling. This substance relies on decaying flesh for survival. To grow so abundantly, it must have a massive source of carnivorous sustenance. All the rats and insects have become nutrients for these creatures. As he spoke, a hint of unease flashed in Yuan's eyes. But relying solely on rats cannot sustain such a massive colony of corpse moss. They are spreading deeper, growing even better as they go. What does this indicate? Hans tightened his grip on the great sword. It indicates that inside there is a much larger source of meat. Yuan said slowly, one that can feed the entire sewer. Cafeteria. This speculation sent a chill down everyone's spine. What could be in the cafeteria? Without saying, everyone could guess. It was the missing workers. Damn it. Hans gritted his teeth. Faster, we must locate it before the source spreads. The team's pace surged forward unmistakably. This time no guidance from Yuan was needed. The path was self-evident. Wherever the corpse moss grew thickest, there lay their direction. They pressed on for another quarter of an hour. A strange sound suddenly echoed from the darkness ahead. Glup, glup, like soft-bodied creatures grinding against one another. Ed, leading the vanguard, froze abruptly. He had glimpsed something unspeakably horrifying and stood utterly rigid, paralyzed in place. He then violently signaled extreme danger. Halt, advance. What is it? Hans whispered, sharply gesturing for Ron and Gray to shield Yuan while he crouched low and crept silently to Ed's side. One glance was all it took. Even Hans, a veteran night watch captain hardened by countless battles, drew a sharp, involuntary breath. Before them, in a vast confluence basin, loomed a mountain of corpses. No, these could not be called corpses at all. They were the dozens of missing water plant workers. Among them, Hans even recognized a familiar face. They were not dead, but neither were they human anymore. Stripped bare, their bodies were encased in thick, translucent membranes. Their skin had taken on an eerie translucence. Within their veins flowed not crimson blood, but viscous black-green fluid. Naked and animalistic, they were piled and entwined in grotesque heaps, completely blocking the drainage outlet. Beneath them, embedded deep in the sludge, lay countless fist-sized translucent eggs, densely packed like a malignant harvest. Each faint undulation of the eggs triggered a guttural, agonized groan from the figures above, as if their very life force were being siphoned away drop by drop. It was a living incubator. These people reduced to nothing more than warm, pulsing incubation beds, sustaining the brood with body heat and vital essence. A flash of savage fury crossed Hans's eyes. The tendons on his sword-wielding hand bulged taut. At that moment, perhaps the beam of their flashlights disturbed the things, or perhaps the scent of living flesh had awakened them. Grua. A figure atop the corpse mound suddenly raised its head. Half its features had melted away, its mouth gaped open to the ears, unleashing an inhuman shriek. Instantly, the entire mound convulsed violently. The water exploded upward. From the depths, 4 black shapes shot forth like arrows, landing squarely before the mound. They were 4 massive, grotesquely mutated beasts, resembling flayed, oversized hounds, powerfully muscled limbs, jagged bone spines bristling along their backs, mouths crammed with interlocking fangs, dripping viscous slime. Citing corrupted hound mutant strain. Traits: exceptional agility, bite delivers caustic necrotic venom. Weakness: blunt force trauma. Worse still, thin skittering sounds now emanated from the silent fissures in the walls. From every shadowed corner surged swarms of palm-sized mutant rats, each bearing rows of human teeth. These were the corrupted native dwellers. We're surrounded. Retreat. Full withdrawal priority 1. Hans roared, his earlier fury crystallizing into cold, unyielding resolve. Trapped in this narrow, suffocating pipe, hesitation meant death. Unless they carved an immediate breach, all 5 would soon become part of that grisly mound. Gray, incendiary grenades. Seal the rear. Ron, get DR. Lou out first. Ed, follow. These dogs are mine. With those orders issued, Hans did not retreat. He stepped forward. His silver greatsword slashed through the air in a shrieking arc, trailing vacuum pressure, so fierce it seemed to tear the atmosphere itself, descending with lethal precision upon the lunging, corrupted hound. SCHLLL. A grating, visceral sound of bone and sinew parting. Mid-leap, the hound never even uttered a cry. It split cleanly in 2, cleaved head to tail. Before the black-green ichor could spatter, Han spun on momentum, driving the pommel of his blade deep into another hound's skull, smashing it sideways into the wall. Go now. Hans kicked aside a lunging hound, then snatched 2 incendiary flasks from his belt and hurled them straight at the writhing corpse mound. Boom! Fire erupted skyward, instantly forging a blazing barrier that seared back the tide of mutant rats surging from the shadows. Gray hefted his tower shield, retreating backward while firing his flame rifle behind him, suppressing the rats scrambling down from the pipe ceiling. Lu Yuan was tightly shielded by Ron as they fled, but Lu Yuan did not run blindly. He noticed that beneath the murky wastewater at their feet, a dense, almost tangible wave of obsidian black chi was coalescing with terrifying speed. Like a colossal silent vortex, it glided unseen directly onto their escape route, a presence far more perilous than any hound. Stop! Don't step in the water. Lu Yuan seized Ed's arm just as he lifted his foot to wade forward. Something's beneath the surface. Ed staggered, instinctively yanking his foot back. Almost simultaneously, splash. The placid water detonated upward. A barbed, thigh-thick tentacle erupted from the depths, blazing toward where Ed's foot had nearly landed, piercing deep into the wall with a sickening thud. Had Ed not retracted his leg, his limb would have been severed. Wow, what is that thing? His face blanched, cold sweat drenched his back in an instant. Don't look, just run. Lu Yuan offered no explanation. He saw the black chi still swirling beneath the surface, coiling, calculating, seeking its next angle of attack. To higher ground, away from the water. Lu Yuan shouted, raising his silver-plated pistol and firing squarely at the tentacle as it began to withdraw. Bang! The silver bullet struck home, erupting in a shower of black sparks. The tentacle recoiled with a shudder, vanishing beneath the water in a violent churn. Follow the deputy captain, up the walkway. Han staggered back into formation, battered and blood-smeared, his greatsword still dripping thick black-green ichor. Gray, use mithril to seal the rear. Understood. Gray answered, pulling from his pack a vial of intensely vivid, iridescent liquid. He hurled it into the onrushing rat swarm. Crockum. A deafening detonation followed. Then silver fire engulfed everything it touched, consuming the aberrations in searing, luminous wrath. The silvery blaze faded rapidly, but it had irrevocably severed the monster's pursuit. Under its fleeting radiance, the 5 battered survivors burst from the death pipe, at last sprinting wildly toward the exit. Although the escape from the sewer was chaotic, it was not as desperate as imagined. The mutated creatures behind them seemed to be blocked by some invisible boundary when they reached the entrance of the water plant's basement. After a frenzied roar, they reluctantly retreated into the depths of darkness. Huff! Huff! The group slumped in the security room of the water plant, gasping for breath. Lu Yuan leaned against the wall, wiping the cold sweat from his forehead. The feeling of being alive after a catastrophe made him tremble a little. However, his attention was fully focused on the notification flickering at the edge of his vision. Witnessed and survived deep sea hound corpse moss mutated rat tide forbidden knowledge seeker 350 sanity 22 2747 experience. Lu Yuan's eyes moved slightly. Gained 2 points of experience. Considering that being tormented by that damn nightmare for a whole night only yields 5 points of experience, the short frantic escape just now nearly matched the whole night's earnings. Moreover, his sanity had increased as well. Is it a risk-reward scenario? Lu Yuan lowered his head, his fingers unconsciously rubbing the grip of his silver-plated pistol. If his previous attitude towards these mutated creatures was to avoid them at all costs, now the scales began to tip. Relying on nightmares to level up was too slow. In contrast, this kind of visible danger seemed to provide better value. It seems I will have to tempt fate a bit more in the future. Lu Yuan silently calculated in his heart. Of course, the premise was having a strong ally like Hans leading the way. During the break, the atmosphere in the security room eased considerably. Hey, doctor. The night watchman named Ed came over, handing Lu Yuan a somewhat crushed cigarette. Thanks for that. If it weren't for your reminder, I would have lost my leg. Lu Yuan waved his hand to decline. It was just a small effort. The taciturn giant Gray also muttered, your mind really works well. Much better than those doctors in the base. Only the indifferent night watchman who had been leading the way nodded at Lu Yuan from a distance without speaking. To be honest, I was quite dissatisfied at first when I saw the base sent a temporary summoned doctor as the deputy captain. Ed exhaled a smoke ring, speaking frankly, but now I understand sometimes brains really are better than blades. Lu Yuan smiled and did not engage further. He took the opportunity to point at the empty metal frame in Gray's backpack. What was that last one? It had a lot of power. That was mithril. Ed lowered his voice, a hint of reverence in his tone. It's a good thing, and a deadly one at that. It was refined by the madmen in the RD department using alchemy and some classified materials. It has devastating lethality against contaminated creatures and even the bizarre. That silver fire is not ordinary fire, it burns spirituality. However, this stuff is extremely unstable. Even a slight shake could cause an explosion. Ed shrugged. So every time we go on a mission, each team can only bring 2 bottles at most. Bringing more would make us a moving powder keg. Lu Yuan nodded thoughtfully. Indeed, the night watchman can stand firm in this world full of bizarre threats. Their foundation is unfathomable. By the way, doctor, Ed leaned in closer. I heard you opened a clinic behind Old John's Tavern. Yes, the Laisen clinic. Can I come to you if I have some issues in the future? Ed thought of something and frowned. Those doctors in the base are too aggressive. They might prescribe you a bottle of potent magic potion, even for a cold. I certainly don't want to be crippled by them. You are always welcome, Lu Yuan smiled. But remember to bring enough money. Just then the sound of a horse-drawn carriage echoed from outside. Hans pushed the door open, his face still serious, but with a hint of relaxation in his eyes. Time to get to work. Reinforcements have arrived. The reinforcements this time were of high caliber. In addition to a young messenger named Toby, there was also a black carriage filled with wooden boxes and a well-dressed man in a tailcoat. The man appeared to be around 30, holding a gold-tipped cane with a perpetual, elegant smile playing at the corners of his mouth. Most striking were his deep green eyes, as serene as a still pond. Captain of the Night Watchman's second team, Valentine. Hans, I heard you were chased out by a bunch of rats. Valentine stepped down from the carriage, his tone teasing, even holding a handkerchief to his nose. What a disgrace. Stop the nonsense. Hans shot him a glare. The situation below is more serious than expected. It's not just a group of rats. There's also a meat mountain that is hatching. Meat mountain. A glint of bloodlust flashed in Valentine's green eyes as he licked his lips. Sounds like it might be a new flavor. Lu Yuan stood by, keenly sensing the dangerous aura emanating from this man. That was not the aura of a human. It was more like a beast wearing human skin. An extraordinary being from the bizarre path. Lu Yuan made a judgment in his heart. After a simple tactical deployment, the new offensive began. This time with ample supplies, the Night Watchman no longer acted timidly. Several boxes of Molotov cocktails were unloaded from the carriage along with a special holy water that emitted a faint golden light. Most importantly, Valentine brought along 3 full bottles of mithril. This time our target is singular, that meat mountain blocking the drainage outlet. Hans pointed at the map. Valentine will be the main attacker while I support. Everyone else is responsible for clearing out the minions and providing cover. Considering the threat of underwater tentacles, Lu Yuan was also assigned a large caliber bronze shotgun and 2 bottles of specially prepared holy water with a faint golden glow. Lu Yuan reached out to take the 2 bottles of holy water, and the moment his fingertips touched the glass, a warm sensation traveled through his fingers, causing the familiar gray-white text at the edge of his vision to suddenly flicker. You have acquired new knowledge, water infused with faint light. Looking at the gray text appearing in his peripheral vision, Lu Yuan's heart skipped a beat. Could he gain new knowledge from contact with these items? Although it didn't directly increase his forbidden knowledge, it must be useful in accumulating over time. Lu Yuan shifted his gaze to the mithril, but did not rush. Joining the Night Watchman and gaining access to these things was only a matter of time. Entering the sewer once again. This time they no longer hesitated with their ammunition, pushing forward while throwing Molotov cocktails. The corpse moss that had been lurking on the walls let out a sizzling cry in the flames, turning into charred ashes. Squeak, squeak, squeak. Swarms of mutated rats attempted to counterattack, but before the dense firepower and the firewall constructed by Molotov cocktails, they could only turn into fireballs, dying in despair. Put on gas masks. Watch out for the toxic smoke. Hans shouted, swinging his great sword with impenetrable precision, cleaving several deep-sea hounds in half. At that moment, the second team captain, Valentine, displayed a terrifying combat prowess. He took off his tailcoat, revealing his muscular upper body. He pulled out a vial of bright red potion from his pocket and drained it in one go. Roar. In the next instant, Valentine's body began to swell violently. Black keratinous layers erupted across his skin, his fingernails elongated into razor-sharp, hooked claws, and 2 massive pulsating flesh tumors swelled from his back, as though something monstrous were preparing to burst forth. The once elegant nobleman transformed in an instant into a humanoid beast. He wielded no weapon, only his bare hands slashing like blades as he charged headlong into the horde. Wherever he passed, hounds and rats alike were torn limb from limb. Blood spattered across his face, blurring the line between man and aberration. Truly terrifying. This transcendent power, Lu Yuan murmured from the rear, raising his copper shotgun. Splash. The water exploded upward as a tentacle lunged from below, aiming to ambush the rampaging Valentine. Bang. Lu Yuan pulled the trigger without hesitation. Copper pellets detonated midair. The tentacle shredded instantly, its mangled flesh recoiling in agony. Brilliant shot, Doctor. Valentine grinned over his shoulder, revealing rows of needle-like fangs that rendered the smile grotesquely horrifying. As Valentine and Hans carved their way forward with brutal efficiency, the dense swarm of mutated creatures finally parted, opening a crimson path through the slaughter. Now seal it. Hans roared. Gray without pause hurled a vial of mithril straight into the surging tide of rats flooding in from the side. Another vial soared from Toby's hand toward the colossal mound of corpses blocking the drainage outlet. Kaboom! 2 blinding pillars of silver flame erupted simultaneously. The rat tide vaporized in the argent fire. The fleshy mountain ahead was engulfed by searing silver flames. Shrill, agonized shrieks echoed through the pipes, thickening the air with the acrid stench of charred flesh. Is it over? Ed gasped, wiping black blood from his face. No time for talk. Move, or we'll suffocate here. Hans seized Lu Yuan's arm, hauling him upright, then signaled the group to retreat swiftly beneath the flickering silver light. Yet fate offered no reprieve. Just as they believed, the fleshy monstrosity had been consumed by the mithril fire. Blorch! A sickening wet squelch cut through the roar of burning flames. Watch out! Lu Yuan whirled around, his pupils contracting to pinpricks. The mountain of flesh still blazing in silver fire was moving. It was not dead. Rather, the mithril had merely burned away an outer chrysalis, a brittle charred shell. Now scorched tissue sloughed off in ragged flakes, revealing glistening raw, newly formed muscle beneath. Its colossal form, nearly filling the entire pipe, began to writhe violently. Dozens of pallid skeletal arms erupted from its surface, clawing frantically at the walls, using them as purchase to drag itself forward, like some grotesque hyper-evolved insect. Its target, Valentine, drenched in blood, witnessed high-order aggregate the tainted mass rampage state. Traits: extreme craving for high-tier flesh. Epidermis possesses extraordinary regenerative capacity. Weaknesses: blunt force trauma, fire core. It's chasing us, Ed muttered in disbelief. The mithril didn't kill it. It's fixated on Valentine. Hans's face paled. With a swift reverse swing, he brought his greatsword down to sever an incoming tendril. But the tendril was unervingly resilient. The blade rebounded with a sharp clang. Roar. The fleshy mass unleashed a ravenous bellow. Its titanic bulk surged forward like a derailed train of living meat, hurtling with terrifying speed. Where it passed, wall-mounted corpse moss and scattered rubble alike were sucked into its yawning maw. Run, run now. None dared linger. Damn it. How is this thing so tough? Valentine sprinted, glancing back to slash desperately with his claws. Yet each wound sealed instantly beneath writhing newborn flesh. No, it's useless. My attacks don't stick. The mass closed in relentlessly, its nauseating fetid stench washed over their necks like hot breath. We have no choice. We must destroy it or none of us escape. Hans halted, resolve hardening in his eyes. Toby, do you still have mithril? One vial left. Toby skidded to a stop, spinning on his heel, gripping the last silver-glowing vial with white-knuckled intensity. But the last one failed. This one. Just throw it inside. Hans began issuing orders for a frontal assault. No. Lu Yuan's voice cracked like thunder, silencing him instantly. Don't waste it. Its regeneration outpaces mithril's destructive force. A stunned silence fell. In that life-or-death moment, every gaze instinctively locked onto Lu Yuan. Lu Yuan offered no explanation. Beneath the ashen-gray script hovering before him, he saw it clearly. Deep within the convulsing mass, a black orb pulsed violently. That was its core, the source of all its power. Yet it lay buried too deep, shielded by layers upon layers of fused cadavers. Such aggregates almost always possess a core. Lu Yuan stared unblinkingly at the throbbing sphere, words tumbling fast. We must expose it. Only then will mithril take effect. Follow my lead. Valentine, can you tear it open? Yes. A savage grin twisted his bestial features. Good. Watch my signal. Lu Yuan drew a slow, steady breath. Though every fiber of his reason screamed to look away, he held his gaze. The fleshy behemoth loomed before them. Dozens of grasping arms reached for Valentine. Now just above the abdomen. That wound healing right now. Tear it open. Lu Yuan stabbed his finger toward a seemingly ordinary spot along the mass's midsection. Yet to him, it was the precise nexus where the path to the core converged. Die and open. Valentine didn't flinch. With a guttural bestial roar, he charged into the storm of tendrils, not away. His hooked claws drove home with lethal precision into the exact point Lu Yuan indicated. Rydriap. With a sound that scraped bone, Valentine wrenched his arms apart, ripping a gaping ragged wound wide open across the monster's belly. Black-green ichor gushed forth, but Valentine braced himself, holding the wound open. And there, deep within the carnage, pulsing wildly, exposed at last, was the black tumor-like core. Toby, throw it now. As Lu Yuan shouted, Toby, already coiled like a spring, hurled the final vial with all his strength. It arced perfectly, smashing directly onto the core. Fall back. Valentine kicked off the mass, launching himself backward. Kaboom! An unprecedented blaze of silver light detonated within the creature's chest. Unshielded by its carapace, the fragile core vaporized instantly under the mithril fire. Then, the pursuing leviathan froze. It unleashed its final, most harrowing cry. A psychic shockwave rippled outward, striking everyone like a physical blow. Only Hans, his constitution forged in steel, dropped to one knee. Everyone else lost balance instantly. Ed and Gray collapsed, eyes rolling back, blood gushing from their nostrils. Even Valentine, locked in berserker fury, was shattered, spitting a jet of black blood as his form shrank, crashing to the ground like a puppet with severed strings. Unconscious, perhaps dying. Ugh. Lu Yuan's vision dimmed, a warm liquid trickled from his nose. Yet he clenched his jaw, forcing himself awake. Witnessed death wail of high-order aggregate sanity 2 check. Success. You have grasped a fundamental principle of aggregation. Forbidden lore, Seeker 5. Go now. When everyone crawled out from the sewer exit, they looked utterly disheveled. Hans was the first to emerge from the ground, his body covered in blood. But he couldn't care for himself. He immediately turned around and pulled the unconscious Valentine up. The once graceful captain of the second team had regained his human form, but his face was deathly pale and his breath was alarmingly weak. Hans took a glance at Valentine's condition, his expression changing dramatically. He then grabbed Lu Yuan along with the unconscious Gray and Ed and finally pulled Toby out of the sewer. Get in the car, quickly. Hans wasted no time shoving the injured into the back of the black carriage before firmly grasping the reins in his hands. The carriage jolted violently on the gravel road, the wheels splashing through puddles and sending mud flying. Han sat at the driver's seat, the reins taut in his hands, the whip cracking sharply in the air. He had to return to the base before Valentine completely broke down. Dr. Liu, I leave the rest to you. Han's voice sounded somewhat muffled against the wind as it traveled through the wooden boards of the carriage. Lu Yuan knew it was time for him to take action. In the dimly lit carriage, he knelt beside the stretcher, striving to maintain his balance as the carriage swayed. The carriage was filled with people. Ed and Gray were unconscious, but their breathing was steady, and they were not in serious danger. After a simple examination and treatment of their wounds, Lu Yuan did not pay them any further attention. Toby was merely exhausted, leaning against the corner and gasping for breath. The most concerning was Valentine. The second team captain was in dire straits. His tailcoat was in tatters, and the exposed skin had taken on a deathly gray hue. The veins beneath his skin had turned black, writhing like living creatures, clearly teetering on the edge of losing control. Lu Yuan reached out to press down on Valentine's bleeding chest. The moment his fingertips touched the skin, gray text appeared before his eyes. Target of contact: Valentine near death from backlash information analysis. Strange extraordinary 2 level unstable extraordinary path. Deep bloodsucker characteristic. Gains extreme physical strength by burning blood. Possesses flying and beast transformation abilities. Currently in a state of spiritual exhaustion due to excessive blood loss, the strange entity was rebounding against its host. Fatal weakness: holy attribute items, silver weapons striking the heart. You have come into contact with a new extraordinary path. Shallow forbidden study seeker 0. Looking at the row of red fatal weaknesses, Lu Yuan's hand, which was reaching for a bottle of spare holy water in the first aid kit, suddenly froze midair. For the current Valentine, holy water might directly cost him his life. Lu Yuan's expression turned serious as he decisively pushed the holy water to the back of the kit, and instead took out a bottle of high-concentration saline and hemostatic powder. Absolutely do not use holy water. At almost the same time, Hans, who was driving, suddenly turned around and shouted, Valentine cannot use that thing. I know. Lu Yuan didn't even look back, his movements remaining steady. He did his best to clear the clothing stuck to Valentine, cleaning the wounds with saline, then quickly applying hemostatic powder for pressure bandaging. Valentine's reaction is severe. I can only perform basic hemostasis. Basic medical 1-2. 320. As the system prompt appeared, Lu Yuan wiped the blood from his hands. Given the current conditions and abilities, this was all he could do. By the time Hans drove the carriage back to the underground base of the Old John Tavern, it was already deep into the night. The medical team, already on standby, swiftly took Valentine and the others away to the deep-level intensive care unit. Lu Yuan and Hans, however, were taken to another area, the purification isolation zone. It was a closed room filled with the smell of steam and disinfectant. Don't mind it, it's the rule. Hans took off his muddy coat and threw it into the incinerator. Having come into contact with high-level aberrant creatures, the danger lies not only in physical infection, but also in mental pollution. We must stay here for 2 hours to ensure that our sanity remains intact before we can leave. Lu Yuan nodded and found a spot to sit down. What happened to Valentine? Lu Yuan pondered for a moment before asking. Strange extraordinary. Hans lowered his voice. It's borrowing power from the bloodsucker type. But which specific type of bloodsucker, only the captain knows. Why? To stay alive. Hans exhaled a puff of smoke. Although the strange path is powerful, its weaknesses are too obvious. If someone knows what he fears, a specially made bullet could take his life. In the Night Watch, keeping secrets is a matter of survival. Lu Yuan pondered. This further solidified his belief that joining the Night Watch was the right decision. Here there was a systematic body of knowledge, a channel for gaining experience, and this official identity as a disguise. Of course, the premise was that he had to have enough means to protect himself. 2 hours later, after the isolation ended, and following a preliminary inspection by a night watchman, the two were finally allowed to leave. Hans took Lu Yuan to the office area. The higher-ups are pushing for a report tonight. Dr. Liu might be getting back late. Hearing this, Lu Yuan felt a bit helpless. He hadn't expected that even after crossing over he would still have to write a report. But since he had already joined, and as one of the few still conscious, he had no choice but to write it. So Hans pulled Lu Yuan to start drafting the report. In this report concerning the fall of the water plant, it emphasized the existence of premeditated internal demolition and Meat Mountain conglomerate, along with a suggestion to immediately inspect the underground network throughout the city. At the end of the report, Hans paused, thought for a moment, and said, I will not mention your name in this report. Hans looked at Lu Yuan and continued, the incident at the water plant involves significant matters, and there may be shadows of believers behind it. Your current identity is just a rookie, doctor. Having your name appear in such a top-secret file, we might not be able to ensure your safety. Hans lit a cigarette, his expression somewhat weary as he continued, I know this goes against the conditions I promised you, but from the incident at the Black Pine Forest water plant, it's clear that Grim Harbor is indeed quite unstable lately. Moreover, the personnel of the Night Watch are really stretched thin. Of course, I will convert your contributions into points, every bit accounted for. Upon hearing this, Lu Yuan did not bear any grievances. Instead, he felt quite gratified that Hans was not deceiving him, which at least showed that the internal attitude of the Night Watch towards him was still positive. Deal. Lu Yuan had no objections. After all, making money quietly was the way to go. A total of 10 points, which can be exchanged for quite a few things at the supply office. I suggest changing them into weapons, but of course it's still up to you. The supply depot occupied a secluded chamber beneath the base. After traversing a narrow corridor, a massive metal door hung with a sign came into view. Supply exchange. Stepping through the entrance, one found the chamber lined with an array of equipment, ranging from standard firearms to reniched cold weapons. As Lu Yuan entered, a girl who had been crouching beneath the counter suddenly sprang up. Hello. Oh, a new face. What would you like to purchase? She gazed at him with lively curiosity. Before arriving, Lu Yuan had already assessed his deficiencies. His offensive capabilities were singular and lacked explosive power. When confronting anomalies, he was not entirely defenseless, but at best he could only flee. I need a weapon capable of harming anomalies, Lu Yuan stated. He added, preferably one with substantial firepower and compact enough to carry easily. The girl paused thoughtfully, then brightened and led him to a nearby counter. Inside the counter rested several large-caliber firearms gleaming with cold silvery light. Their bodies shimmered with intricate silver-white engravings, while elegantly carved black grips lent them an almost hypnotic allure. Lu Yuan scanned the display and pointed to a revolver whose barrel bore faint crimson runes. Could you tell me about this one? Instantly, the girl opened the counter, cheerfully retrieved the revolver, and began her explanation. Enchanted standard revolver, codenamed Flame. Its enchantment infuses bullets with trace fire elemental energy, triggering localized detonations upon impact. And this is an import from headquarters, handcrafted by a master artisan. Nothing like those cheap imitations. She beamed. And it's incredibly affordable. Only 8 merit points. As she mentioned the price, a flash of unmistakable delight flickered in her eyes. Lu Yuan instantly realized she earned a commission. He'll take this one, but throw in 2 boxes of silver-plated ammunition. Lu Yuan began negotiating. Her eyebrows knitted together. No way. Who just gives away 2 full boxes of ammo? That stuff is expensive, you know. Then he'll choose another gun. The girl's expression grew even more pained. Don't switch. This revolver is extraordinary. It suits you perfectly. Think about it. Let me just show you another option. Oh no, wait. Fine. For new recruits like you, it'll include 2 boxes of silver-plated ammo. Just this once. She agreed without hesitation, as if terrified he might retract his offer. Did I ask for too little? Lu Yuan mused, then asked, do you have ink blocks here? Ink blocks? What on earth do you need those for? She tilted her head, thinking. If I recall correctly, there are a few in the curiosities section. With that, she disappeared deeper into the depot and returned moments later holding a small crimson brocade box. This one, a traditional Eastern ink block. Extremely rare and valuable. 1 merit point, please. She placed the box before Lu Yuan. Inside lay a dense stack of polished ink blocks. He nodded solemnly. He'll take it. She blinked, then snapped, no refunds, payment now. Lu Yuan left the supply exchange arms laden with his new acquisitions. He weighed the crimson box lightly in his palm and inwardly mused, I hope Mo Shui enjoys this fare, or else I've taken a serious loss. Acquiring the ink block served not only as gratitude for Mo Shu's earlier aid, but also as a gesture to cultivate goodwill with the enigmatic entity. After all, Mo Shui had unlocked higher-tier access to the library. With its guidance, locating needed knowledge would grow markedly easier. Returning to the clinic with his newly acquired gear, Lu Yuan felt a palpable sense of security. That rare, tranquil evening found him seated at his desk, compiling a concise self-assessment. Forbidden Studies, Seeker 3. 350 Sanity 2, 2747 Experience Pharmacology, 350 Basic Medicine 2, 320. Fundamental Materia Medica 1220 Current State of Grimport, 2750 Imperial Language. Reading 891000 Imperial Language was progressing most rapidly. Its growth had been steady and substantial, followed closely by Forbidden Studies and Sanity. At this pace, reaching Sanity 3 would not take long, though he remained uncertain how much his executive cognition would advance with the next upgrade. Otherwise, his dream state endurance would soon falter. His assessment of Grimport's current state had quietly increased by 2 points, though its practical utility remained unclear. Pharmacology had risen slightly during his experimentation with lemon-silver herb mixtures. Lu Yuan reflected, for the coming days, prioritizing sanity and fundamental materia medica was essential. Lately, his work with the Night Watchers had yielded virtually no experience gains. Moreover, his skill Forbidden Studies specialization demanded a deep foundation of scholarly knowledge. Fortunately, his overall strength continued to advance steadily. Unbeknownst to the protagonist, whispers were spreading within the Night Watchers' ranks, rumors of that remarkably competent new physician. Everyone knew Hans had brought back a formidable ally rumored to stand on the threshold of transcendence. Beneath this quiet surge of speculation, intelligence was discreetly circulated, and beside Lu Yuan's name a crimson question mark was drawn. Over the next 2 days, Lu Yuan scarcely left his quarters. He immersed himself entirely in the study of materia medica, relentlessly honing his craft using both the Night Watchers' apothecary reserves and his own stockpiled herbs. Fundamental Materia Medica 05. Fundamental Materia Medica 05. Then on the 3rd evening, Fundamental Materia Medica 2020. Your mastery of herbal lore has reached foundational fluency. You now perceive the world through yet another lens. Materia Medica 030. Materia Medica quantity transmutes into quality. Obscure botanical wisdom, once impenetrable, now coalesces into seamless understanding. Your perception of matter transcends surface appearances, delving into its profoundest strata. Lu Yuan felt a sudden luminous clarity bloom within his mind. He now possessed the certainty to replicate the lemon-silver herb mixture with flawless precision. Just as he prepared to begin the synthesis, urgent knocking erupted at his door, sharp, heavy, frantic. Lu Yuan's gaze sharpened. He slid the newly acquired enchanted revolver into his waistband and strode to open the door. Standing outside was Laisen, yet his appearance sent a jolt through Lu Yuan's chest. Laisen was drenched, briny seawater dripped ceaselessly from his sleeves, pooling on the floor in dark, spreading stains. His face was deathly pale. Across his exposed neck and hands, thick, rigid, ivory-white scales, reminiscent of fish, had begun to erupt. Dr. Lu, save me. His voice rasped like gravel grinding in a dry throat. The medicine, your medicine, it's no longer working. Get inside now. Lu Yuan pulled him across the threshold, then swiftly signaled outward with a curt hand gesture, alerting others to an emergency, before slamming the door shut. Once indoors, Laisen collapsed into a chair, his pallor ghastly, his bearing utterly broken, stripped of all former arrogance. Trembling, he spoke each word with chilling finality. The dream has changed. It's all changed. The air in the clinic seemed to have solidified. Laisen slumped in his chair, his bloodshot eyes fixed on Lu Yuan like a drowning man staring at the only piece of driftwood. The noise from his earlier crash against the door was too loud, echoing far into the silent night. Lu Yuan's gaze shifted slightly as he peered through the crack of the door. He keenly caught a faint sound of leather rubbing against each other from the shadows of the alley, an unmistakable sound of the night watchman's standard leather armor. The gestures made while opening and closing the door had already attracted the attention of nearby night watchmen. Originally, Lu Yuan intended this to be a precaution for himself, but it had now turned into trouble. Shut up. Lu Yuan pressed Lawson's shoulder, his voice barely above a whisper. If you want to survive, don't make a sound. Lawson was startled by this sudden warning. Though filled with terror, he trusted Lu Yuan and clamped his mouth shut, swallowing back the wail that threatened to escape. Lu Yuan straightened his collar, pushing the door open with a calm demeanor, half of his body leaning outside. In the shadows at the alley's entrance, a dark silhouette was vaguely visible, its alchemical crossbow already raised halfway. It's nothing. Lu Yuan waved apologetically in that direction, his tone relaxed and natural. Just a drunken fool, probably mistaking my clinic for a tavern. I've already calmed him down. The shadow paused for a moment, seemingly assessing Lu Yuan's expression. After a few seconds, the silhouette slowly retreated into the depths of the darkness, leaving behind a faint whistle signaling received. The shadow was unconcerned with whether Lu Yuan was lying, as he could sense the emotions of others. As long as there was no threat, everything could be negotiated. Lu Yuan closed the door, locked it, and drew the curtains. When he turned around, the earlier ease had vanished. Laisen was trembling, his eyes filled with fear, as if he had finally found an outlet for his emotions, incoherently saying, I used to just stand by the sea. But since yesterday, I've been dreaming of walking deeper and deeper into the ocean. The water is icy cold, flooding into my nose and mouth. Just now, I dreamed I was about to drown. The sensation of suffocation. So real. Laisen suddenly lifted his head, his bloodshot eyes gripping Lu Yuan's sleeve. And when I woke up, I found myself soaked all over. I haven't been anywhere. How could there be water? Drinking the silver grass mixture barely helped. I've also tried intermediate holy water. It used to last half an hour, but now drinking it feels like drinking plain water. It just burns, but it's utterly useless. Dr. Lu, all I want now is to sleep peacefully. Lu Yuan stood aside, listening to Lawson's pleas without expressing anything. For in Lu Yuan's eyes, lines of grayish-white text were rapidly appearing above Lawson's head. Observation, target Lawson, preliminary aberrant aberration, level deep erosion, accelerating status analysis, physical body undergoing transformation towards the deep sea soul anchor, loosening forcibly dragged into deep dreamland. Critical weakness, holy attribute items fire. The critical weakness is the holy attribute. Lu Yuan's gaze sharpened as he looked at the line of red text. This situation was almost identical to the previous Valentine, so did aberrant dream also involve a kind of anomaly. Dr. Lu, you have a way right. You are one of the night watchmen, you can get better items right. Lawson gripped Lu Yuan's arm tightly with surprising strength. If the intermediate holy water is useless, then I need the advanced holy water. I want advanced holy water. They'll pay whatever it costs. Please. Lu Yuan looked at the nearly collapsing Lawson, his mind racing. Advanced holy water. He was also very curious about how much of a restraining effect this high-level holy item had on the aberrant dream. If given the chance, he indeed wanted to acquire some to study. But it would definitely not be used on Lawson right now. Money is not the problem. Just let me live. Lawson was still shouting, as if grasping at a lifeline. But I won't let you use it. Lu Yuan coldly interrupted. Not only the advanced holy water from now on, don't even touch the intermediate holy water. Wah. What? Lawson was stunned, the hope in his eyes instantly freezing. Why? I have money. I can pay double. Lu Yuan walked to the medicine cabinet, holding the unopened bottle of intermediate holy water, shaking it slightly. Are you sure you want to drink this? If you aren't afraid of dying, feel free to try. Now take a look at what your body looks like. Lu Yuan sneered and continued. Lawson, haven't you sensed something is wrong? Earlier, when you felt the intermediate holy water was hot, that was the beginning of the rejection reaction. If you dare to drink this bottle of advanced holy water now. Lu Yuan paused, his gaze carrying a hint of cruel pity. You will have your esophagus burned through, and the holy power will tear you apart until you die in agony. Believe me that death would be worse than drowning. Lu Yuan slammed the holy water back onto the table with a thud. Then, what should I do? Wait to die? Lawson slumped in despair in his chair, feeling the coldness within him slowly consuming his sanity. No. Lu Yuan turned and walked towards the stairs leading to the basement, his voice echoing from the shadows. Since holy can't save you, then let's try desecration. Using poison to attack poison. Wait here, don't move around, don't look around. In the basement, a makeshift laboratory. Under the dim light, Lu Yuan took out a glass bottle containing corpse moss, placing it on the table alongside the silver grass and mercury Lawson had brought. In the face of Lawson's deep aberration and holy rejection case, conventional methods had already failed. He had to desecrate the rules of pharmacology. Lu Yuan stared at the materials on the table, his thoughts diving deep into his mind as he activated forbidden science special research. Grayish-white text danced wildly on his retina, countless pharmacological combinations simulating collapsing and reconstructing in his mind. Forbidden science special research has been activated, analyzing target properties. Deep sea curse stage 2 holy rejection simulating formula. Plan generated deep sea sedative improved concealed version principle abandoning holy water purification utilizing the homogeneity of corpse moss powder for deception supplemented by silver grass suppression mercury solidification. Covering the deep sea aura with a strange scent transforming physical characteristics. Estimated success rate 44. Note: failure is highly likely to result in material wastage or the consumer losing control of aberration on the spot. 44%. Lu Yuan looked at the less than half success rate, his expression calm. For such a tightrope experiment, a nearly 50% chance was already considered exceedingly high. As for the consequences of failure, well, it wasn't him drinking the medicine. Moreover, this is currently the only plan that can save Lawson while allowing him to acquire more anomalous data. Let's begin. Lu Yuan skillfully set up the crucible, adding the raw materials one by one. As the flames surged, the silvery liquid began to boil. This time I can't use the holy water as a catalyst. Lu Yuan cautiously controlled the heat, rapidly stirring with a glass rod. I need to use mercury to replace the stabilizer. He dripped in 2 drops of mercury. The liquid instantly thickened. Finally, Lu Yuan took a deep breath, picked up a small pinch of black-green corpse moss powder with tweezers, and sprinkled it in. Since Lawson's soul is already linked to the deep sea, there is no need to attempt to sever it, but rather to deceive. If Lawson's characteristics can be transformed from human to something bizarre, could it reduce the disturbances of the anomalous dreams? As the powder blended in the liquid in the crucible instantly calmed down, turning into a dull, lifeless, deep gray. It emitted a disturbing, fishy smell. Fortune seemed to be on his side. The liquid did not explode, nor did it turn into waste, but stabilized instead. Herbalism triggered, and you discovered a unique way to combine herbs. Success. Obtained item deep sea sedative improved concealed version pharmacy 5, 850 pharmaceutical creation, herbalism 2, 230 herb understanding. It worked. Lu Yuan poured the liquid into a bottle, looking at the grayish fluid with a slight smile. Returning to the first floor, Lawson sat dazedly in a chair. Drink this. Lu Yuan handed over the potion that looked like muddy water. Lawson hesitated for a moment, looking at the potion that had a terrible appearance and even a slight fishy smell. Are you sure this is useful? He asked, trembling. Do you have a choice? Lu Yuan did not elaborate further. The suffocating feeling of impending drowning from deep within left Lawson with no other option. He grabbed the bottle and downed it in one gulp. Ugh. The moment the liquid hit his throat, Lawson's eyes bulged out. He felt as if he had swallowed not medicine, but an ice-cold block of ice. Once the ice hit his stomach, it exploded into countless icy waves frantically coursing through his entire body. Ack! Lawson fell to the ground, clawing frantically at his neck and arms. Hold on. Lu Yuan observed coldly, holding the holy water ready to sprinkle it at any moment. But Lu Yuan did not intervene, for the transformation had begun. As Lawson continued to scratch, the hard white keratin covering his neck and the back of his hands began to shed in large chunks. It was like a snake shedding its skin. Fresh red flesh was exposed to the air. Following that, a layer of fine fish scale-like gray-black patterns appeared beneath his skin. They did not grow out, but quickly vanished beneath the skin. Minutes later, Lawson stopped screaming and fainted. At this moment, although his skin appeared an unhealthy pale and felt somewhat rough, the terrifying white keratin had completely disappeared. From an external perspective, he looked like an ordinary person who had fallen seriously ill. Did it actually succeed? Lu Yuan checked Lawson's pupils, confirming there was no dilation, and dragged him to the vacant hospital bed. The next morning, the fog in Grim Harbor remained thick, and the cries of seagulls echoed outside the window. Lawson suddenly opened his eyes and sat up. He instinctively touched his neck and then looked at the back of his hands. No keratin, no scales, only slightly pale skin. I am still alive. He turned his head and saw Lu Yuan sitting at the table holding a piece of bread, quietly watching him. How do you feel? Lu Yuan asked. Lawson took a deep breath. The suffocating feeling that seemed to grip his throat had vanished, replaced by an unprecedented clarity and a cold calm. Water no longer fills my nose. Lawson's voice seemed distant, his gaze becoming deep and hollow. I floated. Dr. Lu, I am no longer drowning in a dream. I saw a magnificent city submerged in the sea where the buildings were slanted, but I heard the sound of bells. The sound of the bells is very pleasant. Hearing this, Lu Yuan halted the bread he was about to put in his mouth. At the edge of his vision, gray-white text flickered madly, listening to deep-sea experiences, rational judgment and progress. Judgment passed. Rationality 2-1-39-43, 1 experience rationality value has been adjusted here, it cannot be moved for now. As for why it dropped so much, let's just assume the protagonist slept a few more days. Lu Yuan's heart shook violently. Just listening to Laisen describe the dream had actually increased his rationality experience, and it even reduced his rationality limit. Lu Yuan instantly realized the seriousness of the situation. The pollution level of the anomalous dream was even more terrifying than he had anticipated. Enough. Lu Yuan abruptly interrupted Lawson's ramblings. He didn't want Lawson to notice anything unusual, nor did he want his rationality limit to continue wearing down. I'm not interested in your dream. As long as you don't lose control, it doesn't matter if you dream of being a fish. Lawson's dazed expression quickly faded after being interrupted. He blinked, the confusion in his eyes disappearing, replaced by a familiar shrewdness, even colder than before. He stood up, straightened his wrinkled, expensive suit, and touched his smooth neck. The fear and despair of facing death had vanished. Dr. Lu, your medicine is very effective. Lawson did not kneel down in gratitude, but regained his composure, even displaying a polite smile. It seems that my return on this investment is very high. This is just suppression. Lu Yuan was indifferent to Lawson's change in attitude, saying calmly, if you don't want to revert to the way you were last night, you need to come find me for medicine every 3 days. I understand. Lawson nodded, walking to the door and putting on his top hat. Thank you for your skills, Dr. Lu. Also, regarding the previous raw materials, I will provide them to you double. Help me keep an eye on whether there are other tenants like you nearby, and try to get some materials from the bodies of the anomalous creatures. Lu Yuan responded. Rest assured you will get what you want. Lawson opened the door and walked into the morning mist. His back was straight and his steps were steady, completely unlike someone who had just crawled back from the gates of death. Lu Yuan watched his retreating figure, his eyes narrowing slightly. Lawson might have taken a bizarre step towards the extraordinary. Though it was still uncertain, one thing was clear: Lawson's status in the anomalous dreams had significantly improved. Lu Yuan was unsure whether this was good or bad, but collaborating with him was not a bad thing. In the future, information from the port area could be obtained continuously, and exploration of the anomalous dreams could also accelerate. After all, in recent days, Lu Yuan found himself again stranded on the beach, and he still did not understand why he suddenly could move before. Lu Yuan closed the door, glanced at the rationality limit that had reverted to 44.0, and stuffed the remaining bread into his mouth. It tastes quite good. After the surgery in the clinic concluded, Lu Yuan did not rush to rest. Lawson's mutation was merely the beginning. Since the dream of deviation had already begun to accelerate its erosion of reality, he had to quickly master more leverage. In the afternoon, shortly after Lawson left, Lu Yuan changed into a clean black trench coat and took the box of expensive Oriental antique ink blocks. He headed to the nearby Old John Tavern. Passing through layers of inspection, Lu Yuan placed his badge into the lion's mouth, accompanied by the slow opening of the metallic gate. The library remained eerily silent, the pale light casting a lonely atmosphere. Who is it? There shouldn't be any borrowing notifications today. A lazy yet somewhat impatient voice came from the ceiling. Lu Yuan looked up and saw a pitch-black shadow hanging upside down from the chandelier, resembling a resting bat. Upon closer inspection, it was the book Spirit Ink. It's me, the item I promised you earlier. Lu Yuan wasted no time and directly pulled out the exquisite red brocade box from his pocket, gently opening it. A rich and unique aroma of ink instantly filled the air. This was not the cheap alchemical ink from the supply department, but rather a true antique ink block from the East, aged for decades. Gurgle. A distinctly audible gulping sound came from the ceiling. The next second, the shadow that had been acting aloof suddenly dropped from the chandelier and landed directly on the table in front of Lu Yuan. At that moment, the ink behaved like a little dog, wildly wagging its non-existent tail at the brocade box. Lu Yuan couldn't help but find it somewhat amusing. Could a transcendent being serving as the curator of the Watcher's library have such poor treatment? Lu Yuan pushed the brocade box over. Wow! The ink cheered, and the entire black shadow instantly expanded, as if a large mouth had directly enveloped the ink block. With a series of teeth-clenching crunch-crunch chewing sounds, the runes on the ink's body glimmered rhythmically. After finishing the ink block, the ink realized Lu Yuan was staring intently at it. The ink felt a bit awkward and pretended to cough before speaking. Wait, you don't have something to ask of me, do you? Lu Yuan smiled slightly and replied, I need advanced books on mental defense and deep-sea creatures. The more detailed, the better. These requests were something Lu Yuan had long considered. Among them, mental defense was an idea he conceived from the experiences of this period, whether it was the deep-sea progenitor Brent's mutated uncle or the amalgam in the sewers. They all shared a common trait: when facing them directly, one's sanity would undergo intense shocks. Mentality is rationality, collectively referred to as rationality henceforth. From the exchanges between Old Morgan and Hans, it was evident that aside from knowledge transcendence, other transcendent paths would not yield high rationality values. This led Lu Yuan to suddenly realize, how could such low rationality manage to face the bizarre without losing control? The answer was clear: they all had methods to enhance their rationality. Alchemical items that enhance rationality Lu Yuan knew he was highly unlikely to obtain. From his visit to the supply exchange, there were many alchemical weapons, but not a single rationality-enhancing item. So it was likely that there existed methods to improve rationality resilience that he was unaware of. As for the deep sea, that was even simpler, and most of what Grim Harbor faced was related to the deep sea. Knowing a bit more couldn't hurt. Burp. The ink couldn't help but let out a black belch, rolling its little eyes and giving Lu Yuan a glare. I knew it, there isn't a good one among the watchers. As the ink muttered, it gathered the ink block. Lu Yuan had given into its embrace. Although this was against the rules, softening under the influence of others, the ink opened its mouth and spat out 2 hefty books covered in black goo. Foundations of Rational Barriers, Deep Sea Creature Compendium from Eggs to Adult Fish. The knowledge in these 2 books is just right for someone like you who has just embarked on the path of knowledge transcendence reading. Remember, there won't be a next time. Just read and leave them there. As the ink spoke, it flapped its little wings and pulled the red box away, flying off to who knows where. Lu Yuan didn't mind the ink, as an administrator was obviously a proud little thing, talkative yet soft-hearted. Very interesting. Lu Yuan picked up the books, found a chair against the bookshelf, and began to read Foundations of Rational Barriers. Rationality is an essential resource for humanity when facing the essence of the world. However, the strength of rationality is inherently related to one's nature. To seek methods to enhance rationality, I propose. As Lu Yuan delved deeper into reading, the gray-white text on the retina began to dance. Your understanding of rationality has gained a more holistic perspective. You have acquired new knowledge. Forbidden Study Seeker 1. Analyzing the construction method of the rational barrier. You have initially grasped the methods of rationality application, unlocking a new skill. Basic Rational Barrier 13. Just as Lu Yuan was immersed in absorbing knowledge, the ink appeared out of nowhere and casually said, "By the way, hey Race, a free piece of information. A couple of days ago, a guy who smelled of stinky fish came to check the archives." The ink spoke in a disdainful tone. Although he doused himself in a strong perfume, I could tell he exuded an abnormal aura. However, his actions were all within regulations. I didn't pay him any mind. Lu Yuan's hand, flipping through the books, suddenly paused. Who did he check? He checked many people, and of course included you. The ink extended its black tentacle and drew a circle on the table. He reviewed your employment records and made marks on several names. Lu Yuan's pupils constricted sharply. Someone was keeping an eye on him. It's worth noting that in the report, Lu Yuan's name had been intentionally omitted, and even his contributions were converted into points, all to lower his presence. Before his employment, he was nominally summoned, and many others were brought in under the pretense of summoning. Lu Yuan was just one among them. The people brought in by the Watchers, true or false, served to provide protection. But evidently that person's rank was quite high, directly bypassing the report and uncovering his details. Lu Yuan thanked the ink. Suppressing the unease within him, he was not prepared to sit idly by. Ink, put the book away for now. I will read it when I return next time. The ink nodded reluctantly, half-heartedly, and then swallowed the book whole. Leaving the library, Lu Yuan did not exit directly, but turned towards the supply management office. The hall of the base felt empty, exuding an aura of grimness. He had just heard on his way that a large-scale contamination incident had erupted in the dock district. Nearly all combat personnel at the base had been urgently deployed elsewhere, including Hans and Mary. The base now stood nearly deserted. Only logistical staff and concealed sentinels remained. Upon hearing this, Lu Yuan instantly sensed something deeply amiss. A massive contamination event occurring at this precise moment. If someone were to arrive now. Lu Yuan's heart sank steadily. Old Morgan. Lu Yuan rapped sharply on the iron railing. Behind the counter, Old Morgan, who had been wiping down a hunting rifle, lifted his gaze and glanced at Lu Yuan. "Why aren't you holed up at home? What brings you here?" Ink said, "Someone accessed my file," Lu Yuan murmured, locking eyes with the old man. Old Morgan's hand still mid-wipe. Slowly he set the rifle aside. A flash of sharp intelligence flickered across his clouded eyes. Having lived at this base for decades, he knew exactly what such an inquiry implied. Someone was watching Lu Yuan. After all, why would anyone take interest in a mere conscripted physician? Old Morgan recalled the sewer mission and the inexplicable wave of discussion about Lu Yuan that had swept the base. "I'm just a doctor, and I refuse to die without understanding why." Lu Yuan spoke calmly. "So I need some assurance. I'll issue you a formal certificate. You may stay here for a while. No one can reassign you during this period. Once Mary and the others return, everything will settle." Old Morgan fell silent for a moment before speaking again. "Or, you may take what I've prepared for you and go home instead. You're only a physician after all, but that path is perilous." Lu Yuan understood the unspoken meaning behind Old Morgan's words. 2 options lay before him: first, to ride out this so-called coincidence, even if it wasn't aimed directly at him. Yet those with intent would never overlook him. Simply taking shelter here with Old Morgan guaranteed absolute safety. Second, Old Morgan would equip him, not with authority or rank, but with tools, to confront whoever lurked unseen, striking from the shadows with petty malice. After all, this coincidence could not possibly have been orchestrated for Lu Yuan alone. To deal with an interloping minor player, no overwhelming force would be deployed. But it was dangerous. Lu Yuan was no pliant pawn to be squeezed at will. "Prepare the equipment," he decided. At his words, Old Morgan turned and disappeared into the depths of the storeroom. After a rustle of searching, he emerged holding a black spherical object wrapped tightly in oiled paper and slammed it heavily onto the counter. "Exorcist Powder Type 3, a failed concoction brewed by the Alchemy Division's lunatics," Old Morgan grunted. "Its explosive yield is modest, and it rarely detonates upon human contact. But should it strike something not human, this sphere contains highly concentrated flashvine powder and Holy Church exorcist dust. enough to stagger most anomalies. Old Morgan fixed Lu Yuan with a meaningful stare. Once this thing goes off, I'll have full justification to storm in with armed men, even if the target turns out to be human. Lu Yuan took the heavy black sphere and slipped it into his trenchcoat pocket. Alchemy knowledge encountered, insufficient familiarity, access denied. My grasp of alchemical theory remains too shallow. He stared at the prompt in silence. Thanks. Don't thank me yet. This item is expensive. It goes on your tab. And don't die out there. Lu Yuan departed swiftly. By the time he stepped out of Old John's tavern, the sky over Grimport had grown utterly leaden. A low rumbling thunder rolled across the heavens, and then without warning rain began to pour. Yet the rain carried a strange cloying scent, its droplets slick and viscous against bare skin filling the air with a nauseating brine-like stench. Still no anomalous data manifested upon contact. Lu Yuan raised his collar and hurried back toward his clinic. Just as he reached the door, he spotted a small hunched figure waiting beneath the eaves. It was Brent. Dr. Lu. The boy rushed forward the moment he saw him, his face pale, his voice trembling on the edge of tears. Please, save my sister. Come inside. Lu Yuan opened the door, pulled the shivering youth into the warmth, and handed him a dry towel. What's happened? My sister. She's going to fall ill too. Dr. Lu, please, save her. She's all I have left. Brent's voice broke into sobs. Lu Yuan watched the boy's helplessness and gently placed a steadying hand on his shoulder. Don't panic. Tell me clearly, what's wrong with your sister? Feeling the firm pressure of Lu Yuan's hand, Brent seemed to find an anchor. He swallowed hard and began haltingly. Ever since my uncle died, my sister changed. First, Mina refused to eat, just sat staring blankly out the window. Then, every night she hums a song I don't understand. When I call her name, Mina, she doesn't respond. But by morning she's herself again. When I ask her, she says she doesn't know. She's still so young. I fear she won't last more than a few days. Tears spilled freely down Brent's cheeks. At night, Lu Yuan paused, considering a possibility. Don't be afraid. He turned and entered the apothecary, diluted a silver-like grass mixture into 3 equal portions, and handed them to Brent. Take this home to your sister, Mina, and make sure she drinks it at night. Afterwards, observe her condition closely. If it works, use the remaining doses to sustain her through tomorrow. If not, bring her straight to me. Should I be absent, go to the tavern next door and ask for Mary. Tell them I sent you. They'll shelter you both. Brent burst into tears, scrubbing fiercely at his eyes. Thank you, Dr. Lu, thank you. Then he withdrew several silver shields from his pocket and placed them carefully on Lu Yuan's desk. Dr. Lu, this is my payment. Please accept it. This time Lu Yuan did not refuse, only nodded silently. Brent wiped his tears, tucked the medicine close to his chest, and before leaving pulled a newspaper from his pocket. Dr. Lu, please, for the love of mercy, don't eat fish. Don't go near the sea. Those fish, they killed my uncle. His voice trembled, but he pointed insistently at the headline. Lu Yuan lowered his gaze. It was today's Grimport Morning Herald. The front page bore a bold blackened headline, Coastal Fisheries Boon. Fish prices plummet. A blessing for the slums. The illustration depicts a bustling fish market at the dock where piles of fresh fish are stacked like small mountains on the ground. The fish vendors are grinning widely while workers crowd around eager to buy. Lu Yuan fell silent. No wonder the night watchmen were all mobilized. It turns out that pollution was spreading rampantly through these cheap fish. How could such an important matter go unannounced? Lu Yuan's gaze deepened as a terrifying thought emerged in his mind. I understand, Brent. Hurry back and remember not to open the door for anyone tonight. I know. Brent carefully protected the medicine in his arms, as if clinging to the only hope. He deeply bowed to Lu Yuan, then turned and dashed into the thick curtain of rain. Watching the young man's receding figure, Lu Yuan's expression darkened ominously. This rain couldn't have come at a worse time. Just as Lu Yuan was about to close the door and lock it, a rapid sound of hooves pierced through the rain and halted at the clinic's entrance. A messenger clad in a dark red uniform adorned with thorny floral patterns on his chest jumped down from the carriage. He approached slowly with an umbrella, wearing a stiff smile on his face. Is this Dr. Lu Yuan? The messenger slightly bowed and presented a black invitation card with gold embossing. My master, the Baron of Thorn Manor, has long admired your medical skills. His nephew has recently contracted a strange illness, and despite consulting many doctors, there has been no improvement. He has specifically sent me to request that you visit the manor tonight. Lu Yuan gazed at the invitation. The seemingly noble black card exuded a faint, indistinct aura of darkness. Lu Yuan raised his head, glanced at the messenger's overly cheerful face, and then looked out at the pitch-black rainy night. The base was empty, and the main force was all out. In this rain-soaked night, was someone indeed planning to take advantage of the situation to eliminate me, this bug? What if I refuse? Lu Yuan asked in a nonchalant tone. The Baron said you may refuse, but that would greatly distress him and might be seen as disrespect to the nobility even. The messenger's smile widened slightly, revealing a few sharp teeth. It may raise suspicions that this strange illness is related to you. Lu Yuan's eyes flashed with disdain upon hearing this. Did they not even bother to pretend? It seemed they directly addressed him as Lu Yuan rather than as a friend of Laisen. As Ink had said, it appeared the files had indeed been thoroughly reviewed. He reached out and took the invitation, which carried a faint metallic scent. Since the Baron holds me in such high regard, I shall not be rude. However, I need to prepare a bit first. Please wait. Lu Yuan turned and walked into the clinic, fastening the newly purchased revolver to his waist. Then he reached into his pocket to ensure the black ball was still there. Only then did he pick up the medicine box with a semblance of seriousness and step back out, sitting into the carriage with the messenger's assistance. Just as the carriage drove into the darkness, faint sounds of leather scraping against one another echoed from the surrounding shadows. Accompanied by a few crisp whistles that resembled birdsong, the surroundings fell back into darkness. Inside the base, old Morgan received the dark message, turning to unroll a map of Grim Harbor's inner city. The eyes hidden beneath his own glimmered with a hint of gloom. The fish has taken the bait, but I wonder what it has to do with you, Viscount. The black carriage passed through the heavy rain, crunching over the muddy cobblestone road, eventually stopping in front of a manor at the edge of the inner city. Thorn Manor, aptly named, its towering iron gates were covered with thorny rose vines. In the pitch-black rainy night, these vines resembled writhing black serpents tightly encircling the ancient mansion. Dr. Lu, please. The messenger responsible for driving the carriage jumped down, opened a black umbrella, his smile still stiff and standard. Lu Yuan tightened his overcoat and stepped down from the carriage. As soon as he entered the manor's main gate, a scent combining damp earth and intense rose fragrance rushed towards him. The fragrance was so strong it was somewhat overwhelming, as if to mask something else. Lu Yuan squinted slightly. Through the lens of observation, a layer of barely perceptible gray-black mist loomed over the seemingly luxurious manor. The color of this mist was familiar. Lu Yuan recalled the traces he had seen in the Black Pine Forest water treatment facility. It seemed the visitors were indeed up to no good. As he continued forward beneath the overwhelming rose scent in Thorn Manor, a faint stench occasionally surfaced. This smell. Lu Yuan frowned. The messenger seemed to sense something, slightly slowing his pace and explaining, after the young master fell ill, the house indeed has become a bit damp. This way, please. Upon entering the hall, it was brightly lit. A massive crystal chandelier cast golden light. The carpet was soft Persian red velvet. Everything exuded the opulence and dignity of nobility. Yet Lu Yuan keenly noticed that the servants in the manor seemed off, whether it was the maid holding a silver tray or the male servant standing in the corner. They all wore uniforms with extremely high collars, thick white gloves on their hands, and some even wore scarves indoors. They kept their heads down, walking stiffly and sluggishly, akin to puppets with rusted joints. Observation target: deep sea contaminated entity. Primary status: a human contaminated by a strange substance originating from the deep sea, gradually slipping into the embrace of the depths. Weakness: any object tainted by the sacred blunt weapons, indeed a den of wolves. Lu Yuan observed the prompts appearing on everyone around him, his gaze deepening. Dr. Lu, I have long admired your name. At the end of the long dining table in the restaurant, a middle-aged man in a dark red velvet suit stood up. He raised a goblet, the scarlet liquid swaying under the light. The master of Thorn Manor, Baron Thorn. You are too kind, my lord Baron. Lu Yuan did not approach to kiss the hand, merely standing in place with a slight nod. This already indicated Lu Yuan's stance. Please sit. The Baron, however, waved his hand casually, as if he did not care in the slightest, the gesture carrying an innate arrogance. In his eyes, this young doctor was merely a dessert served on a platter. Since the prey was already in the cage, he did not mind displaying the nobility's generosity and elegance before feasting. Lu Yuan pulled out a chair and sat down, scanning the plate in front of him. The plate held a piece of fresh meat. Uncooked, the bright red chunks still bore traces of blood, exuding a salty and fishy smell reminiscent of the sea. This is deep-sea red trout, freshly caught from the nearby sea, incredibly rare. The Baron cut off a bloody piece of meat and swallowed it whole, without chewing, letting it slide down his throat. He closed his eyes, a hint of sickly ecstasy on his face, as if savoring some unparalleled delicacy. What vibrant life force. Lu, doctor, won't you give it a try? I'm sorry, I don't like raw food. Lu Yuan leaned back in his chair, his hands still tucked in the pockets of his trench coat. Besides, before eating, I'd rather see the patient first. Do you really have a sick nephew? The Baron continued slicing the meat, finishing the last piece on his plate. He slowly lifted his head, his somewhat murky eyes fixed intently on Lu Yuan, a playful smirk curling at the corners of his mouth. That smile carried a hint of condescension. Doctor, sometimes knowing too much is not a good thing. The Baron set down his knife and fork, picked up a napkin, and wiped his lips of the non-existent blood. But you're really lucky to have connections with the night watchman. I'll have to get involved myself, but what a hassle. Lu Yuan's eyes narrowed slightly as he discreetly grasped the black sphere in his pocket. The Baron observed Lu Yuan's subtle movements, but showed no sign of concern. After all, he had received the blessing of Mother. How much harm can mere gunfire do to him? Dr. Lu, follow me. Since you're so eager to see my nephew, I shall grant you that. As they ascended to the second floor, the air around them became noticeably thicker. The corridor was lined with portraits of past family heads, but under the dim wall lights, the features of the painted figures appeared somewhat distorted. The further they walked, the heavier the suffocating humidity became, with the red carpet beneath their feet squelching as if it were oozing water, making a gurgling sound. We've arrived. The Baron stopped before a heavy oak door. The instant he pushed it open, a nearly tangible stench assaulted them. The room was shrouded in tightly drawn curtains, hot and humid like a steamer. In the center stood a massive four-poster bed surrounded by burning incense, yet the odor still permeated. This is my nephew, the unfortunate little Edward. The Baron stood by the bed with a tone of pity, but his eyes were filled with fervor. Lu Yuan stepped closer. A young man lay on the bed. His limbs were gaunt and his skin was pale to the point of being almost translucent, revealing the subcutaneous veins that had turned a ghastly shade of dark green. But the most horrifying sight was his abdomen. That belly was swollen large as if he were a pregnant woman about to give birth. Beneath the thin skin of his belly something was writhing violently, occasionally pushing out grotesque bulges that made one's scalp tingle. Lu Yuan focused his gaze. In his line of sight, several lines of gray-white text slowly appeared. Observation target aberrant, host end of incubation status near death, incubating analysis. The host harbors eggs originating from the deep sea, with its internal organs nearly consumed, leaving only the skin to maintain vital signs, serving as an incubator. Weakness, fear of high-intensity sacred objects, warning the incubating entity is about to rupture. So what do you think, doctor? The Baron's voice came from behind, laced with a cold amusement. Can it be treated? Lu Yuan turned around. Unbeknownst to him, the Baron had already blocked the doorway, and the 4 servants had silently surrounded him, sealing off all escape routes. It can't be treated. Lu Yuan's voice was calm as his indifferent gaze swept over the monstrous figure on the bed before looking back at the Baron. He is not sick. But Lord Baron, you truly are heartless, even ready to harm your own nephew. The air fell into an eerie silence. The elegance on the Baron's face gradually stiffened, replaced by a kind of extreme fervor and ferocity. To offer oneself to mother is such an honor. The Baron's voice grew hoarse, the skin on his neck beginning to writhe unnaturally. No wonder she insisted I get rid of you, Dr. Lu. Your eyes have seen too much. Children, it's time to eat. With the Baron's command, there was a ripping sound. The clothing of the 4 servants suddenly burst apart. They tore off their scarves and gloves, revealing scaly necks and hands that had transformed into webbed claws. Their jaws unhinged, revealing mouths full of sharp teeth as they let out bestial roars and lunged toward Lu Yuan. At the same time, the nephew on the bed emitted a piercing scream, his abdomen splitting open, several slimy tentacles covered in mucus writhing out. It seemed like a hopeless situation. But under the Baron's gaze, the young doctor did not panic or scream. He didn't even draw his gun. He merely pulled out a dark iron ball from his pocket. As the exorcism powder came into contact with the almost tangible eerie aura in the air, the originally cold sphere began to heat up. Since you all enjoy eating so much. Lu Yuan looked at the oncoming monsters, a cold smile creeping onto his lips. Then why not try this? Lu Yuan forcefully smashed the iron ball against the floor in the center of the room, simultaneously pulling back sharply and kicking over the heavy oak table in front of him. In the next moment, boom. It wasn't the violent shockwave he had anticipated. Instead, it was an explosion of light. A blinding light bright enough to blind instantly filled the entire room, illuminating the dim bedroom brighter than midday sun. Then a storm of silver powder spread wildly with the explosive shockwave. For the aberrant creatures that had lived in the dark depths of the sea and were restrained by sacred properties, this moment of strong light was akin to staring directly at the sun. And that high-concentration exorcism silver powder acted like a highly corrosive strong acid. Oh! In an instant, the room was filled with the most harrowing screams. The servants who had lunged halfway rolled on the ground, covering their bleeding eyes. The scales on their bodies hissed as they came into contact with the silver powder, emitting plumes of black smoke. Even the Baron screamed, covering his eyes as he staggered back. Taking advantage of the chaos, Lu Yuan peeked out from behind the table, his enchanted revolver already loaded. In his calm, almost indifferent gaze, these screaming monsters were merely moving targets. Bang! The first shot accurately shattered the head of the nearest servant. The explosive effect of the enchanted bullet turned that fish head into a mushy mess. Bang! 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 Lu Yuan moved through the smoke and light, his actions swift as a seasoned hunter. With each gunshot, an aberrant servant fell. In the blink of an eye, all 4 servants lay dead. Lu Yuan aimed his gun at the bed where the creature had burst forth and was attempting to escape through the window, trying to run. Bang! The last silver-plated bullet whistled out, precisely penetrating the creature's head. With a dull explosion, the incubating entity, which hadn't even had the chance to glimpse the world, was reduced to a puddle of slime. No! A spine-chilling scream echoed throughout the room. The Baron, who had originally curled up in the corner trembling, seemed to have his spine pulled away upon seeing the puddle of muck. He knelt on both knees, gripping his hair tightly with both hands, tears no longer of blood, but a murky black viscous liquid. That is Mother's vessel. That is the supreme glory our family has stepped into. The Baron abruptly raised his head, his eyes eroded to mere whites by the exorcism powder fixed intently on Lu Yuan. His skin began to crack inch by inch, countless tiny flesh buds growing wildly, making him look like a balloon being inflated. With a kind of madness that sought mutual destruction, he roared and pounced toward Lu Yuan, directly facing a high-level aberration, rational judgment in progress. Judgment passed, and in this fleeting moment, Lu Yuan reloaded his revolver. It's all your fault. It's all you're doing. I will tear you apart. I will sacrifice you to Mother. Faced with this desperate struggle, Lu Yuan did not take it heeded. He calmly sidestepped to the left while firing his revolver again. Bang! Bang! 2 bullets struck precisely at the Baron's knee joints. Crack! The charging Baron stumbled and fell heavily to the ground. Yet he seemed oblivious to the pain, still clawing at the ground with both hands like a mad dog with a broken spine. Dragging his damaged body inch by inch towards Lu Yuan, he mumbled indistinctly, "Mother. Look at me. I am your most loyal child." However, the only response he received was a dead silence. No miracles descended, nor any power granted. The puddle of muck still lay quietly on the ground, exuding a nauseating stench. The Baron's crawling movements gradually slowed. He lay on the ground, extending his hand in an attempt to touch the puddle of muck, but ultimately stopped in midair. Why? The Baron's voice turned weak and trembling as the madness faded away, leaving only endless emptiness and the despair of being abandoned. Why won't you save me? Why abandon me? He finally realized that in the eyes of his great mother, he was just as disposable as that nephew, merely a consumable to be discarded at any moment. Because you are of no use. A cold voice echoed above him. The Baron froze. He suddenly flipped over, attempting to make a final struggle, his hand now transformed into a claw, fiercely clawing at Lu Yuan's abdomen. Bang! The gun fired. A wisp of blue smoke billowed from the hot muzzle. A blood hole appeared in the center of the Baron's forehead, and that claw fell helplessly just a few centimeters away from Lu Yuan. Lu Yuan looked at the Baron's lifeless body, exhaling a long breath of turbid air, his back already soaked with cold sweat. Phew. Lucky me. Lu Yuan wiped the sweat from his forehead, casting a lingering glance at the Baron's aberrated corpse. In peak conditions, such a high-level aberrant could still counterattack, even if hit in a vital spot. Thanks to old Morgan's exorcism powder type 3, that high concentration of silver powder and bright light had almost depleted 90% of the Baron's combat power, leaving him like a blind man, powerless and furious. Otherwise, who would live or die tonight would truly be uncertain. Lu Yuan crouched down, suppressing his nausea as he rummaged through the Baron's slimy suit. To his surprise, he indeed found a piece of paper. Pulling it out, the familiar stench of rotten fish instantly invaded his nostrils. By the remaining light of the fire, Lu Yuan made out the contents: take advantage of tonight's emptiness in the base to eliminate those doctors and transfer the incubator to the dock warehouse. Mother is hungry. There was no name at the bottom, only a seal marked by thorns and tentacles. Lu Yuan's eyes grew cold as he tucked the letter into his bosom. Is this what old Morgan wanted? In fact, Lu Yuan had already realized this the moment he stepped into the manor. He had been thrown out by the night watchman as bait. After all, the aberrant characteristics of Thorn Manor were too obvious. Unless the night watchmen were all useless, it was impossible for them not to notice. But it doesn't matter, after all, I won't have to repay the points, and I can still squeeze old Morgan for a sum. Just as Lu Yuan was thinking this, hurried whistles and footsteps rang out from outside the window. Hearing the footsteps, Lu Yuan couldn't help but smile wryly. How long had he been waiting? Yet they could arrive just after the explosion. Let the professionals handle the rest. He put away the gun, straightened his slightly disheveled coat collar, and looked at the corpses strewn across the ground, his gaze returning to calm. A few seconds later, accompanied by a series of gunshots and strange howls, a team rushed straight to the room where Lu Yuan was. Bang! With a loud kick, the heavy oak door was violently kicked open, slamming against the wall with a deafening crash. What rushed in next was not the chaotic, ordinary patrol guards that Lu Yuan had envisioned, but a mixed team dressed in black uniforms, well-equipped and strictly disciplined. They moved in perfect unison, instantly occupying all the tactical dead angles in the room, their alchemical crossbows and firearms locking onto Lu Yuan in the center. Leading the team was a middle-aged man in a high-ranking guard uniform. He had a beard that made him look rugged, but the hawk-like sharpness in his eyes revealed a seasoned killing intent. Lu Yuan keenly noticed that the officer had an alchemical grenade hanging from his waist, which was not issued to ordinary guards. Are you one of us? Lu Yuan made a judgment in his heart. The leader's gaze quickly scanned the scene. When he saw the grotesque corpses of monsters corroded beyond recognition by silver powder, and the Baron whose head had exploded, his pupils slightly contracted. Finally, when he looked at Lu Yuan, who stood unscathed by the window, a glimmer of caution flashed in his eyes. Soon that caution transformed into satisfaction. The bait plan a great success. The two exchanged glances, and in just 1 second a certain tacit understanding was reached. Damn, what kind of hell is this? The leader suddenly roared in fury, his voice shaking the windows. The Baron was actually infected by heresy. What are those people in the Empire doing? And you actually armed with alchemical weapons? Take him away. Take him away immediately. Conduct a strict interrogation. Hearing the command, several ordinary guards, unaware of the situation, immediately rushed forward to handcuff Lu Yuan. Wait. The leader suddenly waved his hand, stopping the eager ones. He turned his head and assigned a young team member, who also had a capable and indifferent gaze, clearly another one of their own. You take a few people and escort him away. This guy is a suspect, don't let him escape. Everyone else secure the scene, no one is allowed to approach. Yes. The young team member stepped forward, moving behind Lu Yuan. He did not take out handcuffs, but merely placed a hand on Lu Yuan's shoulder, the motion even carrying a hint of subtle courtesy. Let's go, suspect. Lu Yuan smiled slightly, keeping his head lowered as he swiftly exited the room under the escort of the young team member. The process of leaving the manor's main building was exceptionally smooth. Led by the young team member, they avoided the gaze of all unrelated personnel and quickly passed through the chaotic garden along a servant's passage. The rain was still falling, but it had diminished significantly. Upon reaching the manor's entrance, they did not approach the suffocating iron prison, then heading to the police station. A black carriage without any markings was quietly parked in the shadows. Advisor Lu, please. The young team member opened the carriage door for Lu Yuan, his voice low and tone exceedingly respectful. At this moment, the tense atmosphere of interrogation had completely dissipated. No one has ever come here tonight. The young team member looked at Lu Yuan, and quickly reported the Thorn Manor experienced a severe chain explosion and fire due to a gas leak from old pipelines. The Baron and his family. Unfortunately, all perished with no survivors. Yuan stepped into the carriage, pausing for a moment. He turned back to gaze at the towering and eerie manor behind him. Under the lockdown of the mixed team, several night watchmen's logistical personnel were skillfully packing the corpses of the mutated monsters into special body bags, while others were pouring a certain incendiary alchemical agent. This was a textbook-level cleanup and aftermath. All the evils, conspiracies, and the unseen filth of the deep sea would be reduced to ashes in this accidental fire. This preserved the Empire's face while also capturing the desired leverage. A perfect cleanup, Yuan commented before climbing into the carriage. Go to Old John's Tavern. Understood. The coachman flicked the reins, and the black carriage silently glided into the rainy night, speeding toward the night watchman's base. At this time, Old John's Tavern had long closed with only a dim kerosene lamp still lit in the supply room. Old Morgan was not yet asleep. He was draped in an old military coat, leaning over the counter puffing smoke while studying an unfolded map of Grim Harbor. The ashtray was already piled high with cigarette butts, and the air was filled with the acrid scent of low-quality tobacco. Hearing footsteps, Old Morgan did not turn around, but simply said lightly, "Back already. Back already." Yuan walked straight to the counter. Without any preamble, he pulled out a letter that bore the stench of blood and rotten fish along with a spent shell of black powder type 3, slamming it heavily onto the counter. Bang! This dull sound was particularly jarring in the quiet basement. Using living people as bait, the appearance fee isn't cheap, Morgan. Yuan's voice was cold. Although he understood the night watchman's methods, it did not mean he would graciously accept this hidden arrangement. Old Morgan finally lifted his head. He first glanced at the shattered iron ball shell, and the corners of his wrinkled eyes twitched slightly. It was evident just how valuable something so useful was, especially since Yuan couldn't decipher any new knowledge from it. Then his gaze fell upon the letter. Upon seeing the emblem entwined with thorns and tentacles in the corner of the letter, Old Morgan broke into a grin. He revealed his yellowed teeth from years of smoking, and there was no trace of apology in his smile, only the cunning and satisfaction of an old hunter. "Don't be so angry, Dr. Liu." Old Morgan exhaled a cloud of smoke, pointing at the letter. "The risk is a bit high, but the fish has taken the bait, hasn't it? And the bait is still alive and kicking, even blowing up the fish pond in the process. Was this your plan or the night watchman's?" It was a job assessment as well as a cleansing plan. Old Morgan did not deny this. He picked up the letter, his expression turning somewhat icy. "We have long known that there was rotten flesh within, but have been unable to find the right place to strike. Your blade has been quicker than I imagined. Since I am the blade, I am also the bait." Yuan leaned on the counter, his body leaning forward, a glint of shrewdness flickering in his dark eyes. "So what about my reward?" Old Morgan was clearly startled by Yuan's sudden shift. "You really? Just say it, what do you want?" Old Morgan seemed to have anticipated this. First, Yuan pointed at the discarded bombshell. "All the owed points, regardless of their authenticity, must be cleared." "No problem." Old Morgan nodded. "All right, that bomb was originally meant to save your life." Second, Yuan's fingers gently tapped the signature on the letter. "This letter is what you truly want, right, since its value is so high?" As a trade. Yuan's gaze passed over Old Morgan, looking at the heavy iron door locked behind him. "I want to enter the real warehouse and choose one item." This statement was Yuan's true purpose, because enchanted firearms could no longer adequately ensure his safety. At the Baron's place, if it weren't for the existence of the demon-repelling powder, he would have likely been torn to shreds by now. So he needed a truly extraordinary item. Old Morgan halted his hand that was wiping the gun barrel. He raised his eyelids and examined Yuan with a renewed gaze, as if seeing this young doctor for the first time. The deep storage was where the night watchman kept high-grade mutated materials and forbidden items. After a long silence, Old Morgan did not immediately refuse. Instead, he suddenly sighed and set the hunting rifle aside. "I know you harbor grievances and confusion." Old Morgan's voice lowered, losing the usual merchant's tone and gaining a seriousness instead. "You must be wondering, since you have talent, why the night watchmen allow you to take such deadly risks instead of protecting you." Yuan did not speak, only quietly observed him. "Because your path is too dangerous." Old Morgan pointed at Yuan's head. "The strange knowledge transcendence, this is the most dangerous and unstable path among all avenues. Especially for a genius like you. The faster you contact knowledge, the more you understand, the higher the probability of your contamination." Old Morgan's eyes were somewhat murky, as if recalling some unpleasant past. "I have seen too many young people like you. They are exceptionally talented, learning quickly, but in the end, they do not die at the hands of monsters, but instead become monsters themselves, even more terrifying than the monsters. Thus allowing you to go this time is actually a rational test for you." Old Morgan stared intensely into Yuan's eyes, his tone grave. "If you can maintain absolute rationality in a nearly fatal killing intent within the heavily polluted environment of Thorn Manor, then it indicates that you are safe. At least for now," Old Morgan added with a self-deprecating smile. "In fact, after that sewer mission, Hans wanted to have you directly pass the test and make you a full member. But I vetoed it." "Why?" Yuan asked. "Because you were not the main force, you were merely an auxiliary." Old Morgan shook his head. "Those who have never seen the abyss have no right to talk about rationality. So I must throw you into the abyss to see if you still count as a person when you climb out. Now it seems my judgment of people is quite good, Old Morgan said, taking a deep drag of his cigarette before crushing the butt in the ashtray. He pulled a brass key from his waist and placed it on the table, producing a crisp sound. Deal. Go in and choose if this is what you deserve. Lu Yuan picked up the key, feeling the residual warmth on it, and the coldness in his eyes dissipated a bit. Thanks. But before you go in, there's something you must know. Old Morgan turned the map towards Lu Yuan and pushed it in front of him. On the map, several areas of Grim Harbor were marked with red crosses while the dock area was painted a glaring crimson. Do you think you're the only one fighting hard tonight? Old Morgan pointed at the crimson area. Recently, a group of newcomers arrived at Grim Harbor. They call themselves deep-sea cultists, and their methods are far more ruthless and secretive than those previous miscreants. The pollution of fish in the entire city was actually something we deliberately introduced. Lu Yuan's expression stiffened. You are fishing? Yes, fishing. Old Morgan's voice carried a hint of fatigue. If we don't make them believe the plan has succeeded, those rats hiding in the sewers will never show themselves. Our original plan was to control the source of pollution and then sweep them all away. But the plan went awry. Old Morgan's finger tapped on the edge of the map. The infiltration ability of that group of lunatics exceeded our predictions. Initially, there were only 2 sources of pollution in the intel, but after the operation began tonight, we discovered there were actually 2 more. We don't have enough manpower. Hans, Mary, Jack, and even my old comrades from the guard squad have all been thrown in, barely covering the gaps. At this point, Old Morgan looked at Lu Yuan, his eyes complicated. So Lu Yuan, you are indeed bait. But the ones you are luring are not the main perpetrators of this pollution. From this letter and the Baron's methods, it seems those targeting you are another group. Old Morgan lowered his voice. They are a bunch of lunatics specifically targeting doctors and highly sensitive individuals. Although they might have some relation to the deep sea, they are not aligned with those causing the fish pollution at all. 2 groups, 2 conspiracies collided perfectly on a rainy night. Old Morgan sighed and patted Lu Yuan on the shoulder. Welcome to the true Grim Harbor, Lu Yuan. From today, you have officially stepped into this quagmire. Lu Yuan looked at the shocking red crosses on the map, then felt the slightly warm revolver in his pocket. A quagmire, huh? Heh. Lu Yuan put away the brass key, still bearing warmth, watching Old Morgan put on that old black trench coat again, pushing open a secret door behind the office bookshelf. Stay close. Old Morgan didn't look back, carrying a dim oil lamp as he walked into the dark passage. The deep storage is not on this level. Those things absolutely cannot leak out, so they are buried quite deep. The 2 of them descended a narrow, slippery spiral staircase. As they went deeper, the alcohol and tobacco smells in the surrounding air gradually faded, replaced by a musty odor and a heavy feeling pressing down on the heart. Environmental anomaly detected, high concentration of spiritual residue. Lu Yuan silently calculated the depth. They had descended at least 50 meters, and the surrounding rock walls began to show some dark red, glowing moss resembling eyes peering from the darkness. After a while, Old Morgan finally stopped. The light from the oil lamp extended forward, illuminating an ancient and imposing door at the end. This is the deepest burial place of the Night Watchers, the deep storage. Old Morgan stood at the door grasping the brass key and said, You have 10 minutes. Old Morgan turned the key, the heavy mechanical sound echoing in the silent underground. Remember, do not touch anything inside recklessly. Each item has a sign next to it detailing simple pros and cons. If you see something you like, you can try to take it, but if you feel that the item is resisting, or if you have any discomfort, immediately let go and switch to the next. Old Morgan took a deep breath and pushed open the door. The extraordinary items here have certain instincts. Do not provoke them. Lu Yuan nodded and stepped inside. To his surprise, this so-called deep storage was not dark, but rather bright as day. Countless pale alchemical lamps illuminated the space to perfection without a hint of shadow. The space of the storage was not large, or rather the items inside were not many, only a few rows of low black metal shelves sparsely displaying dozens of items. Most of them were strangely shaped objects. As Lu Yuan passed the first shelf, his attention was drawn to a transparent glass bottle. The bottle was filled with yellow preservative liquid, and a soil-colored heart seemingly carved from stone was slowly and powerfully thumping inside. With each beat, the surrounding air rippled visibly. Undergoing mid-tier aberration impact. Rationality assessment in progress. Assessment passed. Gray-white text flashed across Lu Yuan's vision. He stopped and looked at the sign beside him. Name unknown, harmless replaceable heart. Description: merging this heart with your own will significantly enhance physical attributes and reduce one fatal weakness. Side effects unknown. Side effects unknown. Lu Yuan raised an eyebrow. But in his vision, another line of more detailed gray text quietly emerged, revealing the true nature of this item. Item name: Heart of the Abyssal Lord. Half-step extraordinary item details originating from the larva of a certain Abyssal Lord. After merging, the host will gain a certain degree of physical enhancement. Side effects: loss of taste. The host will gradually lose interest in human food, developing a strong desire to consume ores and soil, ultimately possibly transforming into an abyssal creature. Eating stones, huh? Lu Yuan twitched his lips and decisively averted his gaze. Such a transformation of species was not within his consideration. He paused for a moment in front of a grotesquely designed scalpel. Although the knife was incredibly sharp, its description read only offensive, no defense, and the user will gradually become bloodthirsty. As a physically fragile doctor, Lu Yuan needed means for self-preservation even more. Time passed second by second. He traversed most of the warehouse, but still found nothing particularly appealing. Until he reached a corner deep within the warehouse. There were no elaborate seals, just a dusty glass dome. Through the murky glass, he could see a piece of jet black velvet resting beneath it, and on the velvet lay an antique dark golden pocket watch. The moment he saw it, Lu Yuan seemed to hear an extremely faint sound, as if it resonated deep within his brain. Tick-tock. A strange allure made Lu Yuan stop in his tracks. He lifted the glass dome, and as if possessed extended his hand. The instant his fingertip touched the cold surface of the watch, a chill surged up his arm, and the words in his vision began to dance wildly. Contacting Hide forbidden item. Analyzing. Item name fragment of the divided time insect, disguised form pocket watch. Type parasitic. Details: this is a shell left by a high-ranking being after death, forcibly transformed into a pocket watch by a master craftsman. It craves to devour sanity to temporarily come to life. 1 acceleration effect consumes 1 point of sanity per second, significantly enhances physical attributes. 2 stasis effect, basic consumption of 40 points of sanity. Can withstand most physical attacks and a certain degree of sanity impact. 3 deprivation effect, basic consumption of 80 points of sanity. Launch a time deprivation on the target within sight. All consumption will directly drain the holder's sanity. A very powerful item. Lu Yuan looked at the heavy pocket watch in his hand, his eyes flickering. This item was straightforward and brutal. For other extraordinary beings, the cost of use might be too steep. But for him, it was a perfect fit, especially as his sanity continually broke through. Lu Yuan, time is running out. A shout came from the entrance, that of old Morgan. Lu Yuan snapped back to reality, grabbed the pocket watch, and turned to walk towards the door. When he stepped outside, old Morgan's murky eyes revealed a hint of surprise at the sight of what Lu Yuan held. But it soon transformed into a knowing expression. You actually chose it. Old Morgan gazed at the dark golden pocket watch with a complicated look. We call it the Timekeeper. The Timekeeper. Lu Yuan's fingers brushed over the single eye pattern on the watch cover. Yes, this is a relic from a legendary night watchman of the previous generation. That guy like you was a genius. His power was already infinitely close to the 3rd tier, a true monster, even in the inner city. But this thing, even he could only barely use it. Originally, according to protocol, this item should have been returned to headquarters. But due to some special reasons, it has remained here. Old Morgan turned his head and warned solemnly. You're quite lucky to have stumbled upon such a big windfall. But let me advise you, although the code in the archives for this item is the Timekeeper, we privately prefer to call it the Death Clock. Several night watchmen have been turned into corpses. I hope you won't follow in their footsteps. I won't. Lu Yuan replied, putting the pocket watch into his pocket. When he returned to the clinic, the sky was already dark. Lu Yuan sat at his desk using the light to take out the pocket watch once more. The watch face had no numbers, only distorted scales, and 3 hands turned counterclockwise in an unsettling rhythm. Let's give it a try. Lu Yuan took a deep breath and gently turned the winding key on the side of the watch. Click. In that instant, Lu Yuan felt as if something had been forcibly pulled from his mind. Sanity is being deducted. 1. A vague feeling of weakness surged over him, but at the same time the world before him changed. The dust floating in the air seemed to freeze in place. The flickering flame of the gas lamp slowed to an extreme degree, allowing him to see every detail of the flame's edge curling. Outside the window, a seagull flying by seemed to have been pressed by a slow-motion button, the trajectory of its wing flaps clear as day. So this is acceleration. Lu Yuan tried to reach for the cup. In his perception, his movements were as fast as lightning. But just the next moment, a strong wave of dizziness hit him abruptly. Lu Yuan quickly released his hand, stopping the watch's operation. Huff. Huff. Slumped in his chair, Lu Yuan calculated in his mind. From the moment I started until it ended, I probably used about 20 seconds, which means with my current sanity, I can use it for a maximum of 30 seconds. Otherwise, I might fall into a coma, so it's best not to use it unless necessary. However, after tonight, my sanity limit should be able to break through again. To prevent any mishaps with the dream at night, I'll end the test here. Lu Yuan put away the pocket watch, enduring the pain in his head, and lay down on the bed. Splash. The familiar damp and briny scent hit him. When Lu Yuan opened his eyes again, he was once more in that despairing black sea with the broken moon hanging overhead. Prepared to face the waves, Lu Yuan suddenly realized he had regained control of his body. One should know that after mysteriously being able to move last time, it took a long time before he returned to standing on the beach. He paid no mind to why he could move again. Time is of the essence. Lu Yuan wasted no time in reflecting and immediately walked deeper into the island. Remembering that he had discovered traces of human activity during his last exploration, Lu Yuan planned to venture further this time. As he delved deeper, he suddenly halted his steps near a weathered ancient formation. My! Lu Yuan narrowed his eyes. The formation, which had once been in tatters, seemingly on the verge of crumbling, had mysteriously been partially restored. The once broken lines were reconnected, and in the grooves flowed some dark golden liquid, emitting a faint ghostly glow in the dim light, appearing both sacred and eerie. Is there someone here? Lu Yuan hesitated for a moment, but ultimately chose not to approach. He didn't know when he would be able to move again, so he aimed to explore this island as thoroughly as possible while he could. Lu Yuan's gaze fell upon the black stone mountain, not far away, the highest point of the island. After much effort, he finally climbed to the mountaintop. As he looked over the scattered stones towards the coastline behind the island, his entire being froze for an instant, a chill rushing straight to the top of his head. In the rolling black waves on those jagged reefs, there lay an enormous warship. The hull was as massive as a mountain, yet at this moment it was covered in thick rust with barnacles and sea snails crawling like parasites all over the deck and hull. From a distance, it appeared to have been stranded here for decades. Lu Yuan's eyes widened and his heart raced. He was too familiar with that outline, though rotting the iconic ram and bridge structure. The iron whale. Before he could take a step to confirm, a familiar and grand heartbeat suddenly resonated throughout the world. Boom! The entire dream world trembled violently. A strong sense of repulsion surged at once. Who? Lu Yuan suddenly awoke from his bed, gasping for breath, the rusty wreck of a giant ship still lingering in his vision. Rationality 3073 experience. You seem to have broken the limits of human rationality. Congratulations on your ability to explore the source of the world further. Lu Yuan wiped the cold sweat from his forehead, looking at the prompt with little joy in his heart. Why did the iron whale appear in his dream, and in such a manner? Could the source of the dream be those ores he brought back? And did none of the watchers fall into the dream? No, I need to go to the base and see if I can find relevant files. Just then a commotion suddenly erupted outside the window. Lu Yuan walked to the window and looked towards the slums. Their black smoke billowed and flames shot into the sky, illuminating the early morning sky a bright red. It was obvious without asking. The raid by the watchers had failed. Last night in the office, Morgan's bold claims of fishing still echoed in his ears. The watchers intended to use polluted fish as bait to lure out the mice hiding in the darkness, but now it seemed that what lurked in the shadows was not mice, but ferocious beasts. Lu Yuan prepared to head to the base to see if he could help, though mainly he was looking for the files on the iron whale. In the underground base, the medical area. Hold him down. Don't let him grab his own wound. Shouts of desperation echoed. On the innermost bed, a young watcher was struggling in pain. At his neck, the wound, wrapped in bandages, was now writhing, uncontrollably dark red flesh sprouting like uncontrollable weeds bursting forth from the bandages in an instant. The two doctors beside him were sweating profusely, their ductile forceps instinctively grasping the slippery new tissue. Where's the potion? Get a bottle quickly. One doctor shouted as he turned his hands, never stopping. We're out. The last bottle was used on Captain Hans 10 minutes ago. A man responsible for fetching medicine returned anxiously. It'll take time to bring it from the warehouse. Time. By the time the medicine arrives, the person could already be buried. What are you logistics people doing? The doctor yelled angrily. Just at that critical moment, a hand reached over, offering a bottle of black liquid. Use this. Lu Yuan's calm voice rang out amidst the chaos. Wormwood ash mixed with concentrated holy water plus a bit of red phosphorus powder. While it's insufficient for a cure, it can at least delay for a while. The doctor was momentarily stunned, looking at the unfamiliar man before glancing at the almost mutated patient. Gritting his teeth, he grabbed the bottle and poured it directly onto the wound. Sizzle. A sound of corrosive reaction that made one's teeth ache erupted, followed by rising white smoke. The injured on the bed suddenly straightened his body, let out a painful scream, and then fell heavily back onto the bed, passing out. But the dark red flesh on his neck that had been growing wildly truly stopped writhing, turning into a patch of charred dead skin. Alive! Alive! The doctor let out a breath, wiping the sweat from his face. He gratefully looked at Lu Yuan. Thank you, but your formula is really bold. By the way, you seem a bit unfamiliar. What's your name? Just an emergency measure. I'm Lu Yuan. Lu Yuan removed his gloves and threw them into a nearby waste bin. To truly cure him, we still need the potion. I just bought you some time. There are still some available that can be used for symptoms of this degree. Lu Yuan looked at the gray-white text that appeared before him. Plan-generated pollution suppressor basic. The principle, using high-intensity concentrated holy water to temporarily suppress pollution combined with wormwood ash and red phosphorus powder to reduce damage to other areas. Estimated success rate 85. Note: the suppressor can only suppress pollution for a few hours, after which it will significantly weaken the effects of similar medicines. Pharmacology 3, 1150. Lu Yuan did not linger or take credit, turning to head to other areas where he was momentarily not needed. On a bench outside the medical area, Mary was leaning there holding a flat cigarette and looking quite disheveled. Her exquisite Weiner dress had multiple tears, and the hem was stained with mud and black blood. Seeing Lu Yuan approach, she pointed to the empty seat beside her and exhaled a ring of smoke. Sit, that was a good move earlier. How's the situation? Lu Yuan sat down, getting straight to the point. Terrible. Mary let out a bitter laugh, her gaze somewhat hollow. That group of lunatics sacrificed quite a number of people in the slums, summoning a big fellow. Although we eventually blew it back into the sewer, the cost was high. We are short on personnel. Mary took a hard drag, as if suppressing her anger. If those main teams were here, if today's defense line hadn't been stretched too thin due to other missions. Sigh. Other missions. Lu Yuan keenly caught the keyword. Yes. Recently Grimport has been unstable and everywhere needs personnel. Mary clearly didn't want to talk more. She waved her hand, extinguishing the cigarette. But forget it, don't mention it. Old Morgan is having a meeting in the core area. He asked me to inform you that as a consultant your permissions are now in effect. Now you can basically go anywhere in the base. Be careful in these days. Try not to stray too far from the base. I will. Lu Yuan nodded, rising to head towards the archives. The archive room was located at the lowest level of the base, even deeper than the library, with several figures guarding outside. Lu Yuan took out his badge, and the guard nodded, choosing to let him pass. After crossing a long corridor and pushing open a metal door, Lu Yuan finally arrived at the archives. The archives were very quiet, only the gas lamps emitted a faint hiss sound. Rows of towering black wooden bookshelves were neatly arranged in the shadows. This made the place feel particularly oppressive. Lu Yuan did not waste time. Following the directions, he arrived at the section labeled Marine Incident, his fingertips swiftly gliding over those rough cowhide document bags. September Abnormalities in Coastal Fisheries, October Lighthouse Oddities. Until his finger stopped at a file with a red seal. Number K07 Iron Whale Special Voyage Record found it. Lu Yuan pulled out the file, unraveling the entangled cotton thread, and several thin sheets of paper unfolded before him. The first page contains a list of goods. November 21st arriving at port. Core goods unknown, or codenamed Deep Blue. Description: an unknown mineral captured by the Iron Whale during a patrol in the open sea. Entirely dark blue, exhibiting a high energy response. Or Lu Yuan's gaze flickered. Continuing to flip through, there was an anomaly report. November 22nd assessment. This or shows extreme instability in terrestrial environments. The special energy it emits causes surrounding individuals to experience mass hysteria with symptoms including hearing songs, dreaming of the deep sea, and varying degrees of rational decline. Investigations revealed that the ore seems to contain some kind of curse. Some individuals who came into contact with it experienced unusual dreams, with the transmission method currently unknown and no known treatments. Upon reading this, Lu Yuan's puzzle was partially solved. It turned out that Laisen's transformation into that dead fish stemmed from this batch of ore. But what followed was a sense of powerlessness. Unknown contagion, unknown treatment. This means the Night Watchers have no way to deal with this disease. Can I solve it myself? Lu Yuan felt a twinge of self-doubt. The strange dreams clung to him like maggots, and even though his rationality had been upgraded, the upper limit still hadn't recovered. At this rate, it was only a matter of time before he would be drained of every bit of rationality, ultimately becoming a dead fish, like Laisen, rotting and stinking. Thinking of this, Lu Yuan lowered his eyelids and remained silent for a long time. One step at a time, I suppose. At the end of the file, there was an emergency order. November 24th decision. Given the danger and immense research value of the Deep Blue, our headquarters has decided to no longer store it in the port warehouse. Tests have shown that deep sea environments can effectively suppress the ore's activity. Order: the Iron Whale is to set sail again immediately after completing resupply. Mission objectives: 1. Isolate and experiment with the ore in an oceanic environment for analysis. 2. Attempt to locate the source of this ore. Lu Yuan's gaze swept over the final line of personnel names. Accompanying personnel: all crew members of the Iron Whale 5th Elite Team of the Night Watchers, Captain Yuan. So that's how it is. Lu Yuan closed the file, his knuckles whitening from the pressure. No wonder Mary said there weren't enough hands. It turned out that an elite force from the Night Watchers had actually set sail with that ship. They thought this was an expedition or perhaps a treasure hunt. However, standing in the dimly lit archive room, a chill crept up his back. If what the file said was true, that ship should now be laden with fully armed elites sailing the seas. Yet what he saw in his dream was a nearly wrecked corpse. Had something abnormal occurred at sea? Lu Yuan didn't know, but he was certain that the Iron Whale had likely encountered misfortune. However, there were other possibilities, such as the signs of human activity he had seen on the island. Lu Yuan sighed. After searching for a long time, he ultimately only found the source with no clear solution. I should head back first. As he left the base, the sky remained dark and the streetlights on either side emitted a faint glow with raindrops falling inappropriately. It was going to rain. He hurried back to the clinic. Lu Yuan took off his trench coat, feeling a bit restless about the lack of solutions for the strange dreams. Just as he was about to close the shop for a rest, a pale hand suddenly reached through the gap in the door, gripping the door frame tightly. Help! Help! A voice feeble to the extreme came through the sound of the rain. Lu Yuan paused, not immediately rushing to assist, but instead taking a cautious step back, his hand resting on the grip of the gun hidden in his coat. Why is it always people coming at night? The door was pushed open little by little. A man soaked through and wearing a coat tumbled in. His face was filled with fear and his abdomen was bizarrely distended. Doctor, save me. The man lifted his head, his eyes filled with despair. Take it out. Please. He trembled as he lifted his shirt. Lu Yuan's pupils suddenly constricted. On the man's stomach, there was a horrifying black line. It was an alarmingly precise surgical suture. Doctor, I beg you, save me. The man cried out, whether from fear or pain, before finally losing consciousness. Lu Yuan lifted the man onto the small bed. A few gas lamps with concave reflectors focused their light onto the body before him. Lu Yuan donned protective gear and steadily cut open the black suture on the man's abdomen with scissors. As the flesh was peeled back layer by layer, intense fluctuations appeared in Lu Yuan's otherwise calm eyes. There was no infection, nor any signs of parasitic mutation. In the opened abdominal cavity where the left kidney should have grown was now occupied by a mechanical device slowly operating. Brass-colored miniature gears meshed and rotated amidst flesh and blood. A few dark red tubes were inserted into the surrounding arteries like blood vessels, continuously filtering the host's blood. At the core of the device, a blue stone pulsed rhythmically, emitting a constant low hum. Contact with mechanical prosthesis, defective product. Analyzing. Analysis. This is a mad attempt to completely replace human organs with alchemical machinery to achieve a certain level of advancement. Warning: current medical technology cannot reverse this. Forcibly removing it will lead to the immediate death of the host. Are they trying to turn people into machines? Lu Yuan took a deep breath, feeling a chill along his spine. Because Lu Yuan had not expected that in this era someone would actually use alchemy for such a mad experiment. Most critically, judging by the healing extent of the wound, this highly rejection-prone surgery had actually succeeded. But this man before me is beyond saving. Lu Yuan made a judgment. This thing had completely linked with the man's body. Lu Yuan quickly cleaned the necrotic tissue around the wound, then threaded a needle and sewed the belly back together as quickly as possible. This man cannot die. At least he must stay alive until he can be asked who put this thing inside him. Lu Yuan removed his bloodstained gloves and walked to the sink, turning on the faucet. The sound of rushing water was particularly clear on this quiet, rainy night. Just then, boom. The clinic's originally solid oak doors suddenly made a loud noise, the entire door panel collapsing, as if struck by a battering ram, splintering, wood flying everywhere. The cold wind mixed with the rain instantly rushed in. Lu Yuan quickly turned off the faucet, and at the same time his right hand reached for the revolver hidden in his coat. At the door stood 4 or 5 figures dressed in identical gray trench coats. They wore heavy gas masks and goggles, holding exaggerated steam pistols, exuding an overwhelming sense of pressure. They exchanged no words, quickly scanning the surroundings as they strode directly toward the man on the operating table. Stop right there. Lu Yuan blocked the table, his gaze icy. This is the territory of the Night Watchers. Lu Yuan did not know who the intruders were, but he decisively invoked the name of the Night Watchers. The leading figure in gray halted, the eyes behind their goggles betraying no emotion. He slowly raised the exaggerated steam pistol, its dark muzzle aimed straight at Lu Yuan's forehead. Step aside. The voice filtered through the gas mask sounded muffled. Obstructing the Ascension Society's asset recovery means death. There was no room for negotiation. The finger clad in leather gloves had already begun to squeeze the trigger. At this distance, no one could dodge the bullet. Click. Lu Yuan's expression remained unchanged as his thumbs swiftly flicked the hands of the watch. Ability 1, Reversal Acceleration activated. Rationality deducting. 1. Rationality began to deplete, and the hands of the watch started to move erratically. The colors in Lu Yuan's vision began to fade, the world gradually replaced by shades of gray. Raindrops outside the room hung, suspended in midair. The flames spewed from the gun's muzzle resembled an orange flower blooming at an excruciatingly slow pace. The brass bullet spinning out of the chamber was clearly visible in Lu Yuan's eyes, even reflecting the light of the flames. Too slow. Lu Yuan watched as the world around him slowed down, taking a step to the left to evade the incoming bullet. At the same time, he caught a glimpse of unusual movement outside the window. Several dark shadows pierced through the curtain of rain, shooting into the room. These were alchemical crossbow bolts. The arrowheads glimmered with runes of destruction aimed directly at the throats of the gray-clad figures. This was support from the surrounding sentinels. Can they kill? No. In this slow down time, Lu Yuan keenly noticed a detail. The gray-clad figures indeed had not reacted in time. However, the muscles beneath their overcoats bulged abnormally, with faint sparks erupting from their joints. Their bodies were actually taking countermeasures in the face of this certain death situation. Click. To conserve rationality, Lu Yuan decisively closed the watch cover. The moment he dodged the bullet. Bang. The bullet, originally aimed at his forehead, shattered the medicine cabinet behind him, sending glass shards flying. Meanwhile, the bolts that had broken the window were firmly embedded in the gray figures. Clank, clank, clank. Instead of the dull thud of impact, it was the sharp sound of metal striking metal. The alchemical crossbow bolts capable of piercing rock were surprisingly deflected. The powerful shock only tore through their overcoats, revealing the metallic sheen of their skin beneath. Weapons are prohibited in the territory of the Night Watchers. Though the two sentinels were shocked by their opponent's defense, they promptly broke through the window. After a warning, their long swords slashed toward the weak joints of the enemy. Full body armor. Are they all cyborgs? Lu Yuan frowned, but he did not panic in the slightest. In an instant, he flipped over to hide behind a solid wooden counter, raising his hands to fire 2 shots. The enchanted revolver erupted with flames, accurately hitting the eye shield of the leader. Bang, bang. The eye shield erupted in response, the leader's head snapping back from the impact. But the next moment, he shook his head and looked toward Lu Yuan's location as if nothing had happened. Damn, are these people tanks? Lu Yuan gazed at the group, who could withstand bullets, and couldn't help but complain inwardly. He then glanced at the rationality bar in the lower right corner of his vision. Rationality 6873, total value. Just to clarify, rationality 3 indicates experience. There is no level, so total value represents the maximum usable rationality. That last wave only consumed 5 points. I still have some to spare, but the revolver can't handle this group of armored foes. Defense isn't as reliable as acceleration, and I can't afford an attack. I can only stall for time. However, the battle in the clinic did not give Lu Yuan a moment to react. In just a short time, the situation turned overwhelmingly one-sided. Though the two sentinels were agile in the cramped clinic facing a group of armored cyborgs, they couldn't unleash their skills. One sentinel let out a muffled groan as a tactical dagger sliced open his abdomen, blood immediately spilling everywhere. Without the help of a fallen teammate, the other sentinel was also sent flying by a punch, crashing heavily against the wall. After several attempts, he couldn't rise. The leader of the gray-clad figures remained indifferent, as if swatting away flies. He then reloaded a red high-explosive round, and the gun's muzzle locked onto Lu Yuan behind the counter once more. Get out here immediately or die. The leader issued a final warning. Lu Yuan pressed the timing button again, ready to flee at any moment. At that moment, a slow footstep echoed unexpectedly at the door. The sound was not loud, yet it carried a suffocating sense of oppression, causing the gray-clad figure preparing to pull the trigger to freeze momentarily. I believe I mentioned that in this district indiscriminate firing is prohibited. Along with that hoarse, aged voice, a somewhat stooped figure blocked the entrance against the wind and rain. Old Morgan donned a somewhat worn black trench coat, a half-burnt cigarette dangling from his lips, his expression grim as he stepped inside. He did not even glance at the dark muzzles, instead observing the fallen sentinel on the ground and the Lu Yuan hiding behind the counter. A flicker of anger flashed in his murky eyes. Put down that junk in your hands. Old Morgan spat out the cigarette from his mouth, his voice deep like thunder. Otherwise, they'll take your life instead. The gray-clad leader clearly recognized this face as a flicker of caution passed through his eyes behind the goggles. Yet there was more arrogance, as if he felt untouchable. Captain Morgan, the gray-clad man said coldly, this is an internal matter of the Empire's Ascension Society. We are recovering assets from those fleeing, and according to the Empire Special Act, the Night Watchers have no right to interfere. He pointed at the man on the operating table, and then at Lu Yuan. We need to take this person away. And we must also take this meddlesome doctor back for interrogation, as he has seen things he should not have. Old Morgan glanced at the unconscious man on the operating table, and then at the unscathed Lu Yuan, snapping his fingers. You can take the assets away. His tone carried an undeniable authority. But the doctor belongs to the Night Watchers. So there's nothing to discuss then. The gray-clad man suddenly raised the gun, directly aiming at Old Morgan. Old man, the Empire now is not what it was 20 years ago. The Ascension Society does its business, and you dare to obstruct it. Calling you captain is merely a sign of respect for your long life. Old Morgan chuckled. Seeing me grow old, and now any Tom, Dick, or Harry dares to take liberties. In that instant, a dark silver sheen suddenly spread across the withered skin of Old Morgan's exposed neck and hands. A terrifying, invisible pressure instantly enveloped the entire clinic. VRR. All the gray-clad figure's steam-powered firearms suddenly trembled violently, as if awakened to life, straining desperately to wrench free from their master's grasp. What? The lead gray-clad man paled in shock, frantically pulling the trigger. But it was already too late. Old Morgan clenched his right fist, glistening with metallic luster. Tight. Detonate. Boom, 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 boom. Four deafening explosions erupted almost simultaneously. Every firearm's barrel burst apart in an instant. Shrapnel of shattered metal flew with uncanny precision, embedding itself without mercy into palms and faces. Gas masks exploded outward, blood and pulverized flesh sprayed across the rain-licked night, and screams pierced the downpour. Arg! My hands! The once arrogant squad of gray-clad men now knelt on the sodden ground, clutching mangled, bleeding stumps, wailing in agony. Old Morgan slowly withdrew his hand, the metallic sheen fading from his skin, his face slightly drained. He strode toward the squad's leader and planted a boot squarely upon his face, driving him hard into the mud. Gazing down with cold, imperious disdain, he demanded, "Who gave you the audacity to provoke the Night Watch? Letting you take that asset was courtesy to your guild master. Now get out." Minutes later, the gray-clad figures dragged their unconscious comrade away like beaten dogs, vanishing into the storm-lashed night. Silence settled once more over the clinic, broken only by scattered shards of glass and dark, glistening stains. Lu Yuan stepped out from behind the counter, eyes narrowing at Old Morgan's faintly trembling hand. Clearly the technique he'd just wielded had exacted a severe toll on his body. "Are you all right, Old Morgan? Shall I take a look?" Lu Yuan asked. Old Morgan shook his head, drew a small silver flask from his pocket, and took a long, slow swig. "I'm fine. Get the wounded brothers downstairs first." As the words left his lips, several masked Night Watch members materialized silently outside. Once the injured sentinels were carried away, silence reasserted itself in the clinic, punctuated only by the occasional whisper of rain. "Who were they, oi?" Lu Yuan asked. "The Ascension Society." Old Morgan wiped wine from his lips, his gaze dark and brooding. "A pack of madmen. Unlike us, who combat the uncanny through transcendent means. They preach flesh is frail, only mechanical ascension is true. They fuse arcane artifacts with machinery, performing grotesque vivisectional modifications in pursuit of a so-called perfect human. Were they not sworn to the Empire, the Ascension Society would have been eradicated long ago. Their methods rival those of heretical cults." At this, Old Morgan glanced at Lu Yuan, and then pointedly at the operating table. "Boy, you're fortunate to be alive today. Their influence runs deep within the Imperial hierarchy. Stay low from now on." Lu Yuan nodded, his eyes lingering on a sliver of black suture thread still clinging to the surgical table, thoughtful, calculating. The Ascension Society was linked to the Iron Whale, for the stone embedded within that man's mechanical implant exuded the unmistakable essence of the deep sea. Lu Yuan had every reason to suspect that very stone was or retrieved by the Iron Whale. It seems Grimport's waters run far deeper and darker than I imagined. Dawn's rain had finally ceased, but the air over Grimport still hung thick with damp coal ash. A few craftsmen from logistics worked through the night repairing the clinic's shattered front door, The sharp, rhythmic hammering against splintered wood rang clear in the hushed pre-dawn stillness. Old Morgan did not depart immediately. With the hour still unlit by dawn, he seized rare respite. Leaning back in an untouched chair, a hand-rolled cigarette between his fingers, his clouded eyes fixed on Lu Yuan as he swept the floor. If you ever cross paths with the Ascension Society again, run. As far and as fast as you can. He struck a match, inhaled deeply, the smoke curling like spectral tendrils around him, his expression graver than Lu Yuan had ever seen it. Your transcendence is still nascent. The uncanny path emphasizes insight and analysis early on, not brute confrontation. That isn't your strength. Don't pit your mind against their fists. Lu Yuan paused mid-sweep, broom in hand, and voiced the question that had coiled in his thoughts since the explosion. That technique, just now, shattering gun barrels outright. What kind of ability is that? Is it born of your transcendent path? Yes. Old Morgan extended his scarred, calloused right hand and closed it slowly in the air. It is the core power of the knowledge path tier 3, deconstructor, structural mastery. Structure. Precisely. All things possess structure. Buildings rely on load-bearing walls of firearms, depend on firing pins and springs. The human body rests upon bone and vein. Exhaling a slow, deliberate smoke ring, his gaze turned inward, profound and distant. With sufficient knowledge, one may instantly perceive and deconstruct any object's architecture, then forcibly destabilize or reconfigure its internal framework. I could sketch the blueprints of those firearms blindfolded. So all I needed was a gesture, a subtle nudge to the structural integrity of their barrels. His finger twitched faintly as ash drifted onto his trench coat. Yet such power bears steep cost. He sighed, watching his own trembling hand. It devours sanity. Age has eroded my threshold, and recovery grows slower. This old frame needs rest. Lu Yuan felt a quiet tremor in his chest. No wonder the Night Watch possessed only one knowledge tier transcendent, Old Morgan. In truth, attaining transcendence through scholarship should not be rare. Yet here stood a tier 3 master, whose mere presence rendered any foe reliant on machinery or structural design little more than disposable toys. Was the knowledge path truly this formidable? Lu Yuan found himself quietly eager, anticipating what forbidden lore might unlock when his own studies advanced. Enough. Rest while you can. Those madmen won't dare return to you soon. Old Morgan clapped Lu Yuan's shoulder once, then faded into the night. His stooped silhouette, swallowed by mist, followed closely by the departing logistics crew. After seeing him off, Lu Yuan returned to the operating table. There remained a dark, uncleaned pool of black blood, the residue left behind by the man who had been carried away. Staring at it, Lu Yuan recalled the image from surgery at the heart of that artificial kidney, a core of deep cerulean. Perhaps it will prove useful after all. He retrieved a brass pair of tweezers from a cabinet and carefully lifted the blood-stained gauze, placing it inside a sealed iron box. Then he secured the heavy lead lid with a firm final click before setting the box among clutter on a shelf in the clinic's shadowed corner. Only then did he lie back upon his cot, preparing for brief repose. At first light, thin fog veiled the streets, while the clatter of an early morning milk cart's iron-rimmed wheels rolled steadily over cobblestones. The continuous rain has ceased, but Grim Harbor is finally shrouded in a damp, cold gray mist. Bang, bang, bang. The clinic's door was pounded loudly, accompanied by Brent's tearful voice. Dr. Lu, open the door. Lu Yuan frowned and opened the door. Brent was soaked to the skin, carrying Mina wrapped in his coat as he rushed inside. His eyes were bloodshot, resembling a startled wild beast, and he nearly collapsed to the ground upon entering. Save her. Dr. Lu, Mina. Mina is in dire straits. Without wasting words, Lu Yuan stepped aside and closed the door behind him. Brent placed Mina on a chair. The little girl no longer resembled the well-behaved child he had seen before. She curled up tightly, desperately clawing at her ears, her nails, even breaking the skin, blood trickling down her earlobes. Her eyes rolled back, and she continually emitted incoherent screams and murmurs. Stop singing. It hurts. Go away. Lu Yuan's gaze sharpened. He strode forward and held down Mina's flailing arms. In the next moment, gray and white text suddenly appeared above the girl's head. Observation: target Mina, experiencing spiritual instability. Status: severe mental contamination, auditory overload, talent analysis, echo of all things. The individual possesses a naturally high level of spiritual sensitivity and remains untainted, capable of hearing the whispers of different existences and pinpointing the source of the filth through sound. Warning: currently lacking protection. She is akin to a sumptuous meal drifting in the ocean, easily attracting predators. Such an exaggerated talent. Lu Yuan glanced at the text, his gaze shifting slightly. In this misty and uncertain Grim Harbor, having a way to issue early warnings or even locate the strange existence would drastically increase survival rates. Especially the source of the unusual dreams. If he could rely on Mina to help locate it, his chances of being healed would significantly rise. With that thought in mind, Lu Yuan ordered Brent and then turned to the alchemy table. Hold her down, don't let her move. Lu Yuan's research abilities had already been activated. The knowledge he had previously acquired began to automatically rearrange itself in his mind, ultimately deducing a brand new plan. Plan generated: targeted spiritual suppressive agent. Modified principle: use the cauliflower to soothe the brain, employing mercury powder to forcibly settle the spirit in conjunction with a high concentration sedative to forcibly seal the user's sensory and spiritual channels. Estimated success rate 78. Remark: this plan is customized and not suitable for other conditions. With a success rate close to 80%, it was sufficient for Lu Yuan to attempt it. Without further hesitation, he took out a dried calm flower, pinched a small amount of mercury powder, and mixed it with half a tube of concentrated sedative. As he heated it, the liquid in the bottle turned a dead gray color. Pharmacology too. With the increase in skill experience, Lu Yuan clearly knew he had succeeded. Prise her mouth open. Lu Yuan approached, holding the bottle. Brent steadied himself and tremulously pried open his sister's tightly clenched jaws. Ensuring the temperature was right, Lu Yuan poured the gray liquid into her mouth. The effect was immediate. Within a brief few minutes, Mina's tense body relaxed, her hands that clutched at her ears fell limply, and her rapid breathing gradually stabilized. She fell into a deep sleep, temporarily free from the torment of those sounds. Brent gazed at Mina, who had finally fallen silent, and the tension in his nerves finally snapped. He slumped into the chair, the look of terror in his eyes fading somewhat. Lu Yuan did not rush to speak, but methodically wiped the bottle in his hand. Only after Brent had calmed his breathing did he say, "This medicine can only make her sleep. If the source is not resolved when she wakes, she will suffer even more than now." As he said this, Lu Yuan turned to Brent and asked, "The medicine I gave you last time should still be able to suppress her condition for a while. Why did it suddenly flare up so severely this time? What happened?" Brent's body stiffened, not answering Lu Yuan's inquiry about the condition. Instead, he remained silent for a long time, then stood up and knelt, his forehead hitting the floor heavily with a dull thud. "Dr. Lu, please let Mina stay. I beg you." He looked up, his eyes red, pleading incoherently. "Let her be your servant or do the cleaning. As long as she can stay hidden in the clinic, don't force her out." Lu Yuan frowned. Brent's mental state was very off. How could he have transformed from a sharp child into this state in just a few days? However, looking at the terrified youth before him, Lu Yuan spoke. "I think you should clarify, this is a clinic, not a place to keep children. Moreover, if you are worried about her situation, I can prescribe some medicine for you to take back. Why must she stay here?" "I can't take her back. We can't go back." Brent raised his head, his eyes filled with despair. "If I take Mina back, she will be taken away. Just like little Tom next door. Taken away." Lu Yuan keenly picked up on the keyword. "Who is taking her?" "It's not that it's the church. It's that group of priests." Brent swallowed hard, instinctively lowering his voice. "These days, that group from the church has been wandering around the docks and slums, saying they are searching for children favored by angels to take back to the church for a blessed life. This is also why I have been afraid to take Mina out." At this point, Brent's voice carried a hint of relief. "Just yesterday afternoon, a priest from the church found us downstairs of our lower-end apartment. They held a Bible, a book that seems sinister. As soon as you get close to certain children, the cover of the book glows red. At that time, only Mina and little Tom were nearby. But that book lit up. I was terrified, and while they were still upstairs, I took Mina and climbed down the back window. If we hadn't run, I was afraid Mina would also be taken away. Dr. Lu, she is my only family. Please help me." Brent's voice was full of pleading, his eyes filled with fear. "Only here. Dr. Lu, you are one of the night watchmen. This neighborhood is under their protection. Even the church wouldn't dare to storm into the clinic of the night watchman to search for people." After hearing this, Lu Yuan lightly tapped his fingers on the table, a hint of understanding flashing in his eyes. "So that's how it is. Mina had just awakened her talent under the shock of her uncle's death, and that group from the church had come sniffing around. The glowing Bible was clearly an alchemical item used to find children like Mina who possessed talent. The so-called angel's favor was merely a cover for their abduction of children. This also explained why Brent was like a frightened bird wanting to hide his sister in the clinic. He had no support in the slums, and facing such a monstrous entity, his only path to survival was to find a stronger backing. And Lu Yuan was that backing now, perhaps not strong enough, but definitely the strongest Brent could find. The most crucial part was that accepting Mina would benefit both him and the night watchman. And it would also be a way to annoy that group from the church. What's not to like? "Dr. Lu, I do not expect you to support us for nothing. Speaking rapidly, I can work outside. Having spent so many years in the docks and slums, I know a thing or two about the information out there. Whether it is the current church or that Ascension Society. As long as I hear any unusual news, I can tell you." Lu Yuan's hand, which was wiping the bottle, suddenly froze in midair. He lowered his head, examining the boy before him for the first time. "You know about the Ascension Society?" Lu Yuan's voice became a bit deeper. "It is important to note that although the Ascension Society is despised, it is an organization under the Empire, while the common people below do not even know of the extraordinary, let alone be able to name them." Brent shrank his neck at Lu Yuan's gaze, but still mustered the courage to say, "I know. A little. In the past, while I was shining shoes, I accidentally overheard a few drunken old men cursing. They said, 'What experiments are those madmen of the Ascension Society who have turned their bodies into iron lumps up to?'" Brent swallowed nervously, carefully observing Lu Yuan's expression. "I just remembered that name. Dr. Lu, those old men never avoided us while chatting if they think we can't understand, but I remember everything. My life may not be worth much, but my eyes and ears will definitely be useful to you." Lu Yuan had no intention of making things difficult for Brent. As a good young man of the new century, he couldn't even become a juicer. Moreover, having accepted Mina, Lu Yuan had already considered this. It disgusted the church, while also helping himself what could be better. The most critical point was that Brent seemed to know far more than he had imagined, taking the opportunity to brush up on the current situation in Grim Harbor. I do not lack ears. Lu Yuan spoke faintly. Brent trembled all over, his face going pale in an instant, thinking he had been rejected, and the light in his eyes dimmed. However, I do need a cleaning apprentice at the moment. Lu Yuan looked at Brent's bewildered face and smiled slightly. Mina can stay, but I do not need you to work too hard. Just do your job as usual, and then pass on any useful news to me. For example, the incident at the docks earlier. Brent, upon hearing this, instantly turned from sorrow to joy, banging his head repeatedly. Got it. I understand. Thank you, Dr. Lu. Thank you. All right, stop banging your head. I happen to have a few things I want to ask you. Let's sit down and talk. Lu Yuan casually pulled over a chair and poured Brent a cup of warm black tea. The rising steam from the cup slightly relaxed Brent's tense nerves. He held the cup, took a small sip, and his visibly tense body relaxed. This allowed Lu Yuan to scrutinize the boy before him. The originally sharp and cheerful face was now only filled with weariness, with a large swollen area on his forehead, as he had indeed knocked his head quite hard. All right, Brent, tell me about all the forces you know in Grim Harbor, including the Ascension Society you overheard. Brent held the teacup thought for a moment and said, Dr. Lu, the forces in Grim Harbor are not too many, but there are several that I heard about by chance, though I am not very clear on the specifics. Lu Yuan leaned against the counter, lightly tapping his fingers on the table. It doesn't matter, or just say it all out loud. After all, with the current situation in Grim Harbor as a backup, whether the news is useful can be known at a glance. First is the inner city. Brent pointed outside at the fog-covered high ground. That is the domain of the Viscount's residence and the Knight's commerce. The Viscount is a noble of the Empire, the nominal master of the city, but he rarely shows himself. It is the Knight's commerce that truly manages things. Members of the Knight's commerce are all lords and some barons controlling coal, food, and shipping. Brent shrank his neck. The people in the commerce are the darkest. They don't kill directly, but as long as they raise the price of coal a little, hundreds of people in the lower city will freeze to death in winter. Lu Yuan nodded. Monopolies were expected. After all, considering the productivity of this world, it would be strange if capitalism did not emerge. This usually signifies the concentration of wealth and resources, and also the potential customer base for his customized potions in the future. Then there is the port. It is the most chaotic area, dominated by various gangs, but recently, I heard some strange things have mixed in, and even the largest Blood Anchor gang does not dare to go out at night. Then there are the night watchmen. Brent glanced at Lu Yuan, his eyes filled with awe. This is the district where you are located. Although there are few night watchmen, no one dares to provoke them in Grim Harbor. This is the only safe zone in the outer city. Lu Yuan remained noncommittal. Safety is built on the deterrence of force, whether it is the other members of the Night Watchmen or Old Morgan's exploding chamber last night. It is enough to crush the vast majority of petty criminals. As for the church, Brent gritted his teeth, hatred flashing in his eyes. Those guys occupy the church district in the north of the city. They appear to care for us, but behind our backs they can do anything. They are more terrifying than gangs because they always say it is the will of God. And that Ascension Society. Brent's voice lowered even further. They are not in the city. They are in the dark forest to the west of the city. I heard that strange colored smoke rises from there all day long, and often incomplete corpses float down the river, and those who dare to enter also disappear. Lu Yuan quickly sketched a map in his mind. Grim Harbor's inner city, far from the port, is the domain of the powerful. The port is filled with gangs. The church occupies the north of the city, and the west forest conceals the Ascension Society, as well as the Night Watchman, where he is located. These 5 forces dominate Grim Harbor, controlling almost all resources. Is there anything else besides these? Lu Yuan pressed. He needed to know of more hidden forces. Yes. Brent hesitated for a moment, but still said, there are 2 more places that Dr. Lu you'd best not go, but you need to know, because many unspeakable things are there. One is the dock black market. It is not above ground, it is deep in the sewers of the slums, built by a group of criminals and smugglers. As long as there is money, it is said that anything can be bought there. Lu Yuan's eyes brightened. Materials source. What he lacks the most now are high-level materials, whether they are mutated creatures or strange items. But the Night Watchman will not allow these things to flow out privately. Even as an advisor, the share he receives is pitifully small. Of course, this is also inevitable. After all, the rationality of normal people absolutely does not reach his level. Once one comes into contact with these things, their reason will surely drop rapidly, and at that time, direct mutation would be a big deal. This black market may be the key to advancing his forbidden knowledge. What about the other one? The other is called the Ferryman. When mentioning this name, Brent had no expression. They are not a gang, nor do they do business. They are a group of strange people dressed in blue who operate in the most remote Dead Man's Bay at the docks. In Grim Harbor, if someone dies and does not want to be taken by the church for cremation, nor rotting on the street, they will look for them, because not only can they help you solve the problem, but they will also give the family a sum of imperial coins. They will place the corpse in a specially made iron coffin and sink it into the sea. Brent swallowed. I once peeked at them while they were sinking bodies. While they were sinking the bodies, they would murmur some incomprehensible words to the sea. And I swear I saw a huge shadow rising from beneath the surface of the sea, taking away the coffin. However, everyone does not resent them. After all, as long as you find them in advance, they will come to help collect your body after you die. Lu Yuan became more interested upon hearing this. Corpses, sea burials, and shadows. It is very reminiscent of a certain cult group. However, Lu Yuan felt that the issues with this group of people were relatively minor. Firstly, Brent managed to peek without losing his sanity or being discovered. If it were a sacrifice, the target would be too weak. Secondly, the night watchman had not deliberately targeted this group, but he still needed to take the opportunity to learn more. Grim Harbor Situation 9-4150. Lu Yuan looked at the gray-white text before him, knowing that Brent's information was indeed correct, at least accurate. However, there are still 9 points. It seems that Grim Harbor hides some unknown things. Well done, Brent. Lu Yuan stood up, patted his shoulder, and took out a key. This is the key to my clinic. You will still need to take care of your sister Mina. Of course, the room next door is temporarily lent to you, so your sister and you can stay next door. I have something to attend to now, so I will leave Mina in your care for the time being. Having said that, Lu Yuan took off the hat hanging on the wall, adjusted his clothes, and turned towards the tavern. The tavern had now returned to its usual liveliness. Many people were already drinking. Passing through the crowd and entering the hidden door, Lu Yuan arrived at the base. This time, Lu Yuan's goal was very simple: to thoroughly understand the basic structure of the rational barrier and then construct his own rational barrier. After the defeat in the early morning, the guards in the night watchman's base had noticeably increased. While passing by the library, especially near the area where mutated creatures were detained, Lu Yuan at least sensed 4 guards hiding in the shadows. As the lionhead door slowly opened, the white light still shone. He looked up at the lamp hanging above his head. A mass of pitch-black shadow was hanging upside down like a bat, gently swaying, sound asleep. Ink, don't sleep. Lu Yuan knocked on the table, his voice echoing in the empty library. Spit out those 2 books from last time. I want to continue reading. The shadow became stiff and then reluctantly began to wriggle. Ha, chew. Ink let out a long yawn, its beady eyes suddenly opened, hanging upside down and looking at Lu Yuan. With a soft thud, Lu Yuan gazed at the 2 books on the table, their covers smeared with black goo, and the corners of his eyes twitched slightly. Although it wasn't the first time he encountered this method of storing books, the physical manifestation of being filled with knowledge was still somewhat difficult to accept. He pulled out a handkerchief from his pocket and expressionlessly wiped the goo off the book covers. Can we use a different method to store books next time? Lu Yuan complained casually while wiping. Above him, the ink floated lazily, indifferent to Lu Yuan's noise, merely rolling its eyes. It's fine as long as I can read it, why bother with the method? Lu Yuan ignored the ink's retort, pulled out a chair, and opened the book Fundamentals of Rational Barriers. As the pages turned, familiar knowledge flowed back to him. Currently studying Fundamentals of Rational Barriers. Beginner rational barrier, gradually constructing. Time drifted in the quiet library. Normally, the ink would finish regurgitating the book and then go to sleep somewhere or randomly pick an expired document to munch on as a snack. But today something felt off. Lu Yuan felt the ink's gaze constantly fixed upon him. Splash. The ink had somehow landed on the bookshelf in front of Lu Yuan. It said nothing, merely tilting its head, its beady eyes staring intently at Lu Yuan. After a moment, it floated up to Lu Yuan's shoulder. Like a little dog, it sniffed vigorously after getting close. What are you doing? Lu Yuan paused in his reading. I'm busy. Lu Yuan closed the book, turned his head, and calmly looked at the shadow on his shoulder. If you're hungry, I didn't bring any ink blocks today. No ink blocks. The ink did not fly away as usual, but instead drew closer, its voice tinged with a hint of suspicion. The smell of burnt and rust. The ink extended a tiny hand and poked at Lu Yuan's collar. Have you encountered that group of lunatics from the Ascension Society? Yeah, I ran into them last night. Lu Yuan nodded. But how come you didn't die? The ink tilted its head, still showing no intention of leaving. Based on my understanding of you, the likelihood of escaping from the Ascension Society is nearly 0. After saying this, its beady eyes suddenly squinted into slits. This time its tone changed, tinged with a hint of greed and barely suppressed excitement. No, there's something else about you. Lu Yuan frowned slightly. What was wrong with this book spirit today? What could it possibly be smelling on him that made it stay? Moreover, Lu Yuan did not believe that the ink was merely here to mock him. You have a very special scent. The ink began to draw circles in the air. That's an untainted soul, almost like a living container. The ink suddenly leaned close to Lu Yuan's nose, the distance between them very close. Where did you hide that container? Lu Yuan looked puzzled, wondering what madness the ink was talking about regarding souls and containers. There is none of that, and I suggest you speak more plainly. The ink squinted its dark beady eyes before finally speaking. It's just that you have a resonating scent. As the ink said this, Lu Yuan instantly understood. It was referring to Mina. But to be able to accurately deduce Mina's existence and talent from the aura on me, just from this contact. That's my new patient. Lu Yuan did not deny it or elaborate, simply responding, what do you want to eat her? Although the ink seemed harmless, Lu Yuan never forgot that it was essentially a transcendent being that feasted on knowledge and spirit. Eat? My food consists solely of knowledge. I don't eat people. The ink waved its hands repeatedly, its paper wings flapping incessantly. You don't understand, that kind of talent is like a moving cafeteria to me. It pointed at the towering bookshelves around, its tone filled with resentment. Do you know how long I've been here? Many years. Facing these moldy old papers every day, I could almost vomit. I want to go play outside. I want to see the world beyond. But we book spirits can only stay in places filled with knowledge. Once we leave this library at most half a day, I will perish from the lack of knowledge. The ink grew more excited as it pointed at the aura emanating from Lu Yuan, but resonating is different. It can hear the sounds of all things, which in itself is an endless source of knowledge. As long as I stick with her, I won't have to worry about starving. I can even leave this dreadful place for fresh air. The ink floated back to the table, its beady eyes twinkling with a sly glint. Let's make a deal, Lu Yuan. Take me to meet that person, and I can tell you some secrets you currently have no access to, or do something for you. Lu Yuan's hand that was flipping through the book came to a halt. He looked up at the ink before him. This was quite an unexpected delight. If he could get this library's administrator to leave, even if only temporarily, it would be a tremendous help for him. For example, Lu Yuan asked nonchalantly, "Do you know about the Iron Whale dossier, the source of that deep blue?" Or he tentatively threw out something he wanted to know. However, upon hearing those few words, the ink, which had been lively, suddenly fluffed up like a cat whose tail had been stepped on. It abruptly retreated, covering its head with its wings, pretending not to hear. How could I possibly know? Do you want to die? What? Are you scared? Lu Yuan raised an eyebrow at the ink's exaggerated reaction. That's not fear. This is a rule. We book spirits are not allowed to disclose certain knowledge. As soon as I reveal even a hint of forbidden knowledge, I will instantly collapse. And you? The ink looked at Lu Yuan with a gaze as if it were staring at a corpse. As the questioner, you would be directly drained alongside me by the taboo. So don't even think about it. Listening would definitely lead to death. Doesn't that mean you could perish with any enemy? Lu Yuan seized the critical point, inquiring with keen interest. Upon hearing this, the ink couldn't help but flap its wings a few times. You're overthinking it. The knowledge I impart must first be sought after by the other party, only then will it be effective. If I were to force out forbidden knowledge, I would die the moment I opened my mouth. So don't even think about it. Touching his chin, Lu Yuan nodded, feeling a sense of regret inside. If it were possible to capture a few more book spirits, wouldn't that make him invincible? Since you feed on knowledge, why not follow old Morgan? Lu Yuan looked at the ink floating in the air and raised a very practical question. He is a senior member of the Night Watch, and a level 3 knowledge extraordinary. With the knowledge he has accumulated in his mind, it should be enough for you, right? Upon hearing that name, a look of disdain immediately emerged on Ink's small face. It was as if someone had placed a moldy, spoiled bread in front of her. That old man. Forget it. Ink pouted and the paper wings even fluttered in disgust. His thinking has completely solidified. The structure in his brain is as hard as a stone and cannot be pried open. Moreover, his knowledge has a flavor that is too monotonous, filled with the stale scent of gunpowder and rigid dogma. Ink rolled her eyes. I don't like that old man, he's not tasty. Lu Yuan nodded thoughtfully and then pointed to the bookshelves around. If you leave, what will happen to the library? Won't the Night Watch pursue it? Pursue? Huh. Knowing she finally had a chance to leave this cage, Ink's tone was laced with an uncontainable excitement. It doesn't matter. Knowledge itself is a fortress. Every book here, every word is constantly releasing power. No matter what strange thing it is, as long as it dares to step in here, the knowledge here can directly reduce it to ashes. Moreover, there is light here. As long as the lights do not go out, this place is an absolute forbidden zone. The reason I have always stayed here is that I cannot leave. Secondly, I need to consume knowledge to maintain my existence, otherwise I would have run away long ago. Who would want to guard these papers for a living? Lu Yuan looked at the library, and the last stone in his heart fell into place. So that's how it is. The so-called librarian is merely a fictitious position. Ink was forced to play the role of the librarian because she was trapped here. No wonder she looks so miserable, unable to afford even a decent ink. At the same time, Lu Yuan's thoughts raced. Taking ink away would be a guaranteed profit. First, Mina's echo of all things can only be cured by ink, which is a necessity. Second, the deterrent Ink displayed when he stepped into the extraordinary might serve as a half-bodyguard in critical moments. Third, and most crucial, Ink has no idea how many books are still hidden in her belly. Taking her away would essentially mean gaining a mobile library. Alright, I'll take you away. Lu Yuan stood up, straightening his collar. But to avoid trouble, I need to go say hello to old Morgan first. Material Management Office. Under the dim gaslight, old Morgan, wearing a monocle, was holding a precision screwdriver, disassembling an incredibly complex steam firearm. Various components, gears, and springs were scattered on the table. Creak. Lu Yuan pushed the door open, cutting straight to the chase. Ink wants to leave, can she take her away? Old Morgan's movements slightly trembled, and his murky eyes scanned over, glancing at Lu Yuan. He immediately agreed without refusal. Kid, you really are lucky. The book Spirit of the Night Watch is notoriously picky. Usually no one can take them away. Since that little thing is willing to follow you, I have no objections. However, old Morgan put down the barrel in his hand, his tone becoming more serious. No matter who it is, once the book Spirit is hosted, it must be brought to the Night Watch for registration. We need to know who the container is. That's the rule. That's not a problem. Lu Yuan's expression was calm as he briefly explained Mina's situation. The container is a little girl who has just awakened her talent. Her name is Mina. She is Brent's sister, and Ink has taken a liking to her talent. I also need Ink to save her life. It's actually a little girl. Old Morgan nodded, thoughtfully picking up the firing pin from the table again. However, old Morgan was not concerned. Since the little girl has good talent, it shouldn't be wasted. Moreover, as long as Ink is around, ordinary things can't harm her. Furthermore, Lu Yuan is quite clever. He wants to exploit the books hidden in Ink's belly. How could old Morgan not guess that? But this is also a good thing. Knowledge only has value when it flows. Old Morgan turned around and rummaged through a pile of cluttered shelves behind him, pulling out a black box and handing it to Lu Yuan. Inside was a thick black notebook made of some unknown leather. Take this, it's a specially made spiritual preservation record. If Ink goes out with you, she must reside in this book, so don't lose it. I will bring her back to register with the night watch later. Lu Yuan tucked the notebook under his arm and then pushed the door to leave. In the library at the long table, Lu Yuan spread the black notebook he brought on the table. All right, old Morgan agreed to let you leave with me. Come in. Yage. Ink cheered, unable to contain herself. Her body instantly transformed into a pitch-black stream of light directly diving into the pages of the notebook. As Ink's figure disappeared, a complex eye pattern slowly emerged on the originally black cover. The eye blinked open and then vanished. Lu Yuan reached for the notebook. It felt icy to the touch and unusually heavy. You have touched a notebook containing an extraordinary being. Feature a book containing nearly endless spirituality. Unfortunately, the spirituality cannot leave the book, and it seems to hide something strange within. Lu Yuan looked at the prompt that appeared, chuckled softly, and promptly stuffed the notebook into his pocket, leaving quickly. Because calculating the time the effects of the medicine on Mina should be wearing off. Just as he arrived at the clinic, a commotion reached Lu Yuan's ears. Ah, go away. It's so noisy. Mina was curled up in a chair, clutching her head in pain, her pale face twisted. Her fingers were gripping her hair tightly with a hint of blood seeping through her fingers. Brent was drenched in sweat, desperately restraining his sister's flailing arms, his eyes red. Dr. Lu. Seeing Lu Yuan walk in, Brent looked like he had seen a savior. Lu Yuan wasted no time, directly taking out the black notebook and opening it. Come out to work now. As Lu Yuan's words fell, a wisp of black smoke floated out from the pages. Ink appeared in a semi-transparent, ghostly form, stretching in the air, then blissfully inhaling the surrounding air. That's right. That's right. It's this smell. So much knowledge. Huh. Subsequently, Ink traced an arc in the air and landed above Mina's head. Brent, who was holding Mina's hand, widened his eyes, watching the approaching book spirit, too scared to make a sound. Meanwhile, Mina, who had been in agony, seemed to sense something. She struggled to open her eyes, looking at the floating little girl above her head, her gaze surprisingly devoid of fear and instead filled with curiosity. Ink hovered above Mina's head, extending a semi-transparent little hand like an elegant conductor. She did not violently eliminate the sounds. Instead, she began to construct a bookshelf in Mina's consciousness. The chaotic noise that had originally flooded Mina's brain was rapidly dismantled and classified under Ink's guidance. Useful information was archived and arranged. Useless, noisy garbage was isolated and crushed. The remaining sounds containing knowledge that could not be digested were gathered by Ink into black orbs of light, and then all swallowed. In just a moment, Mina's originally furrowed brows relaxed. The sharp ringing in her ears disappeared, replaced by an unprecedented clarity. Her gaze shifted from murky to clear, fixated on Ink in the air. Sister. Mina called softly. You call me sister. Ink's little face paused, then she looked at the girl below. However, she soon realized that it was because she was guiding Mina to construct the palace of knowledge that they had formed a spiritual connection which led to being referred to as a sister. You're all right now, little girl, and don't call me sister. By human years, I should be your grandmother. Lu Yuan was somewhat speechless upon hearing this, then stepped forward to examine Mina, closely confirming that the spirituality had calmed down, and then spoke. Indeed, she's fine. Ink, how did you do that? In midair, Ink was sitting cross-legged with her legs crossed, holding a ball of noise she had pulled from Mina's mind, and eating it with great pleasure. You don't need to know, because even if I told you, you wouldn't understand. It's a gift I was born with. Brent's face also displayed a hint of joy upon hearing this. Dr. Lu, are you saying that Mina will be fine from now on? As long as she is here, your sister should be fine. Lu Yuan said, pointing at Ink hovering in the air. Thank you. What should I call you? Brent opened his mouth to express gratitude, yet faltered mid-sentence. You may call her Mo Shui, or sister if you prefer. Lu Yuan interjected, gently placing the book in which Mo Shui resided before Mina. Mina, Mo Shui will stay with you from now on, until you master your own innate talent. As he spoke, Lu Yuan pointed toward the black notebook. This is Mo Shui's future abode. Remember well, wherever you go, this notebook must accompany you. Mina strained slightly as she cradled the notebook to her chest, nodding solemnly with a small, serious face. Dr. Lu, don't worry. I'll protect sister's home. Good. He affectionately ruffled Mina's hair in approval, then turned his gaze to Brent. Your sister is stable now. I'll take her to the base shortly for a basic registration, and we'll arrange for you both to move into the adjacent room as soon as possible. Dr. Lu, you mean my sister will be officially registered with the Night Watchers? Brent glanced upward at Mo Shui hovering effortlessly in the air. His mind raced, and instantly grasped the rare opportunity to align himself with a formidable patron. Yes, your fortune is quite remarkable. Holding Mina's hand, Lu Yuan gestured for Mo Shui to follow. Brent, remain here at the clinic for now. If anyone arrives, ask them to wait. And the adjacent room is yours and Mina's. Please tidy it up. Understood, Dr. Lu. And Mo Shui, you're expected inside now. Lu Yuan tapped the notebook lightly. Mo Shui drifted over reluctantly, then peeled away a wisp of inky knowledge from Mina before vanishing into the pages of the book. When Lu Yuan arrived at the base with Mina, Mary was already waiting. Upon seeing the little girl held gently by Lu Yuan's hand, Mary's eyes lit up, and she hurried forward to stroke Mina's hair. How utterly charming. Dr. Lu, your discernment is impeccable. You truly seem to encounter extraordinary people wherever you go. I confess, even I find it rather unexpected. Lu Yuan replied, observing that Mina showed no resistance. All right. How shall we proceed with registration? Shall I summon Mo Shui? Just bring Mina along with me. As for Mo Shui, best not. That little entity holds a distinct aversion to me. Mary's hand paused mid-pat, as if stirred by an unpleasant memory. Very well. Mina, come with Annie Mary. Lu Yuan leaned down, speaking softly to Mina. I'll wait for you here. Okay, Dr. Lu, I'll be right back. Unfazed Mina gave a small confident nod, and reached out to clasp Mary's hand, signaling her readiness. Seeing this, Mary's smile deepened warmly. Right, Dr. Lu, I'll take her with me now. It may take some time, but I'll return her to your clinic once completed. Halfway across the hall, Mary added with quiet assurance. Rest assured, there is no danger whatsoever. Only upon hearing those words did Lu Yuan depart the base with Mo Shui and return to the clinic. Brent was energetically cleaning the adjacent room. Clearly he was deeply satisfied with their new home, a stark contrast to the squalid conditions of subsidized housing. Noticing Lu Yuan had returned alone, Brent instinctively asked after Mina. After a brief explanation, his concern dissolved. Lu Yuan paused, then withdrew several silver coins from his drawer and slid them across the desk toward Brent. Purchase dinner. No, Dr. Lu, I have money of my own. Brent waved his hands hastily in refusal. These are advance meals, and your wages too. Lu Yuan's expression hardened, his tone brooked no dissent. Working under me means abiding by my rules. I will not have my staff laboring on empty stomachs. Brent met Lu Yuan's unwavering gaze. His outstretched hand froze midair, then slowly retracted. Eyes glistening faintly, he quietly gathered the coins. Thank you, Dr. Lu, I'll go at once. Let me know if it's insufficient. With Brent's departure, silence settled once more over the clinic. Lu Yuan sat down and rapped his knuckles against the black notebook. Time to work, no feigning dormancy. A wisp of black smoke spiraled from the notebook tucked in his coat, and Mo Shui emerged puffing indignantly. Do you treat a noble book's spirit so casually? Must you summon me on command? Spit out foundations of rational barriers. Lu Yuan dismissed her protest. I know you've swallowed it whole. Mo Shui rolled her eyes, then mimed, retching dramatically. Plop. A thick tome glistening with translucent viscous fluid landed on the desk. Lu Yuan wiped the cover clean with practiced ease, only for a cool small hand to press firmly atop the open page. You read far too slowly. Mo Shui regarded him with undisguised disdain. At your current pace, you'll still be fumbling with rational barrier construction when Mina has long since grown into womanhood. Do you have a swifter method? Lu Yuan neither contested nor deferred, merely posed the question. Naturally. With a haughty huff, Mo Shui fluttered her tiny wings and alighted atop Lu Yuan's head. Empty your mind, and resist nothing. Consider this your payment for releasing me. In that instant, a torrent surged into Lu Yuan's consciousness, not dry text but distilled deconstructed essence, pure experience, and crystallized knowledge. Once obscure terminology now resolved itself like magnified building blocks, each component's function, placement, and interlocking logic rendered perfectly lucid. Simultaneously, a cascade of ash-gray glyphs shimmered into view before his inner vision, knowledge infusion in progress. Rational barrier construction underway. Lu Yuan's eyes snapped open. Deep within his pupils flickered a streak of abyssal blue. Within the recesses of his mind, his extraordinary rational faculty coalesced steadily. Guided by Mo Shui's infusion, Lu Yuan actively channeled his intellect until it solidified into an invisible, unyielding shield enshrouding his entire cerebrum. The moment the barrier fully manifested, Rational Barrier Basic 33. A unique technique wherein rationality is condensed into a wall, granting enhanced resilience and defensive fortitude to the intellect. Your comprehension of rationality has deepened profoundly. Perhaps at last you may unravel its deepest mysteries. Rationality 275. Lu Yuan sensed the ever-densifying weight of rationality within his mind, a profound, unprecedented sense of security blooming from his core. More significantly, Lu Yuan realized his rational capacity ceiling had just restored by 2 points. It truly works. The erosion inflicted by the dream anomaly is not wholly irreversible. Mastering further techniques of rational condensation will surely allow me to transcend this affliction entirely. Suppressing his elation, Lu Yuan lifted Mo Shui from his head. Mo Shui, what limitations govern this knowledge infusion? She did not answer immediately. Instead, her entire spirit appeared dazed and faint, visibly drained. Lu Yuan, are you still human? Mo Shui muttered in a daze, the runes on his body flickering. After a long while, Mo Shui finally regained his senses. Your level of rationality is quite exaggerated. I've never seen so much rationality in a low-tier extraordinary being. You can't possibly be some weird transformation, can you? Mo Shui said with a vigilant expression, his small nose twitching, yet he indeed did not sense any strange aura. Talent. Lu Yuan quietly uttered a word. Mo Shui looked at Lu Yuan, who was wearing a serious expression, and a strange feeling arose within him, wanting to hit him. Do you know that I almost died just now? I nearly drained myself to guide you in constructing a mental barrier. It absolutely can't happen again. Is there a significant gap between your rationality and mine? Lu Yuan detected the implication in Mo Shui's words. Not at all. Although you have a lot of rationality, it's still far inferior to the spirit of this book. It's just that your rationality is a bit peculiar, making it difficult for me to mobilize, and it seems you've already mastered part of the technique. Otherwise, even draining me wouldn't have worked. Mo Shui frowned as he spoke. I see. Lu Yuan said no more. It appears that Mo Shui's method has many limitations. This time was quite coincidental, and it even required mobilizing his rationality. Lu Yuan did not want his secret to be discovered by this little creature. In the evening, Mina was brought back by Mary. By the time she returned, Mina had already taken a bath and changed into new clothes, her little face looking rosy. Remember to play with Sister Mary later. After Mary finished her instructions, she left. At that moment, Brent returned from outside with steaming bread and vegetable soup. Under the dim light, Mina sat on a small stool nibbling on the soft bread with a look of satisfaction. After Brent finished his meal, he began to tidy up the room. Emoshue sat at the table, occasionally pulling out a black orb of light and eating it. After eating, Lu Yuan took out the book Guide to Deep-Sea Creatures from Eggs to Adult Fish and leaned on the sofa to read. This brief moment of warmth seemed to trap the cold and dampness of Grim Harbor outside until the next morning. Rationality 3274, do you see the 3 in front? That indicates experience points. The recurring dream once again took away a bit of Lu Yuan's rationality limit, and his dream returned to the state of facing the sea. At this moment, the fog over Grim Harbor had dissipated. The sounds of carriages passing by and cicadas chirping could be heard intermittently until a rhythmic knocking broke the tranquility of the clinic. Lu Yuan got up, set aside the newspaper Brent had brought, and then opened the door. Outside there were no customers, but a group of people dressed in white robes with gold edges. Leading them was a middle-aged priest holding a glowing scripture, flanked by 2 tall, solemn-looking men. They were from the church. Good morning, Lost Lamb. I am Priest Andrew. Please forgive my uninvited presence. These 2 are my attendants. Priest Andrew slightly bowed, yet his tone carried an air of arrogance. The angels have summoned a child here, and to prevent her from being tempted by evil, we need to take her back to the church. There is no child here that you seek. Lu Yuan calmly replied while holding the doorknob. The angel said there is, so there is. Priest Andrew smiled and gently opened the scripture in his hand. Buzz! In that instant, Lu Yuan's pupils abruptly contracted. It vanished. The sounds of carriages, the chirping of cicadas, the wind. All sounds disappeared in an instant. The entire clinic seemed to be abandoned by the world. Warning, the environment you are in has changed. A silence barrier surrounds you. Lu Yuan looked at the gray-white prompt before him and instantly understood everything. Everything here has been isolated. Even the surrounding dark sentinels would not know what was happening here. By the time the sentinels realized something was off, this group from the church would likely have already fled. The authority bestowed upon me by the angels, I hope Dr. Lu can sense the power within it. Priest Andrew's smile remained unchanged as he lightly traced his finger across the scripture. The angels grant us armor. The golden light instantly enveloped the attendants behind him. A layer of golden glow surfaced on their skin, their muscles bulging, and the seemingly ordinary robes suddenly filled with explosive power. The angels grant us speed. Another azure radiance fell. At the same time, the 2 attendants moved, empowered by the azure light, moving as fast as 2 afterimages, attacking Lu Yuan from both sides with a whistling wind. The church's methods are truly disgusting. Lu Yuan looked at the approaching attackers with cold eyes. Then let me experience the blessings of the angels. In the next moment, Lu Yuan gently pressed the dark golden pocket watch. Click. Acceleration activated. Rationality in progress. 1. The world instantly slowed down in Lu Yuan's eyes. The fierce charge of the 2 attendants now appeared as a ridiculous slow motion. Lu Yuan's right hand reached into his pocket and drew out the enchanted revolver named Flame. He intended to teach them a profound lesson for the church's shameless actions. Is my clinic a trash can? Anyone can come and go as they please. Bang! Bang! 2 bursts of orange-red flames blossomed from the gun's muzzle. The silver-coated alchemical bullets spun, emitting a piercing shriek as they accurately struck the joints of the 2 attendants. Clang, crack. The first sound was the clash of bullets against the golden light. Immediately following was the sound of the blessing shield shattering and bones breaking. Such a level of blessing from the church indeed possessed decent defensive power. Ordinary blades might find it hard to penetrate. It's a pity they were facing an enchanted large-caliber revolver, a weapon born for the bazaar. Ow! The rushing attendant was hit in the knee, exploding into a cloud of blood mist. The immense impact caused him to lose balance, crashing to the ground like a wild dog, with a broken leg sliding several meters forward. Priest Andrew was clearly shocked by the scene before him. Damn! Get up quickly! For the glory of the angels! Seeing this, Andrew furrowed his brow and shouted loudly. The 2 attendants on the ground, enduring excruciating pain, attempted to prop themselves up and charge again. Bang! Bang! Another 2 gunshots rang out. Lu Yuan remained expressionless. This time the bullets accurately struck the wrists of the 2 attendants. All limbs disabled. This time the 2 attendants completely lost their ability to move, letting out painful groans as their blood stained the floor red. Lu Yuan lowered the gun, smoke rising delicately. 2 attendants fell to the ground, blood gushing from their wounds, spreading across the bluish stone floor. Lu Yuan's hand was steady, 4 bullets fired, each hitting a limb. It wasn't out of mercy. He understood all too well that killing people from the church in Grim Harbor, even as a night watchman, would have dire consequences. As time paused, the world returned to normal, and Lu Yuan quietly observed the priest Andrew before him, realizing that his displayed combat ability clearly indicated that he was not merely a doctor. Any person with a semblance of sanity would carefully consider whether they could bear the consequences of continuing the fight. However, the priest Andrew before him clearly had no intention of giving him any room to retreat. Andrew's face turned ashen, his previously amiable features now twisted to near deformation. The scripture in his hand suddenly radiated with a brilliant golden light, its sacred glow appearing especially blinding within the silent barrier, like a small sun suspended in midair. Lu Yuan instinctively squinted, the light was too bright. The price of defiling an angel is one you cannot bear. Andrew's voice was filled with suppressed anger along with a hint of fear. Lu Yuan keenly detected this. Yes, fear. A prominent church priest accompanied by 2 attendants to invite a child, yet all his subordinates were injured by a mere doctor. How would this news reflect on him? More importantly, just a moment ago he had distinctly sensed a strange aura surge from within the clinic. That aura was ancient dark and stood in stark contrast to the angelic light he worshipped. Andrew clasped his hands together, the scripture hovering before him, its pages flipping on their own. With each page turned, the holy aura in the air thickened the suffocating pressure instinctively, prompting Lu Yuan to raise his gun once more. Bang! The angel grants me the power of judgment. The sound of flames erupting coincided with Andrew's voice. In the next moment, a golden beam shot forth from above the scripture, aimed directly at Lu Yuan. It melted the silver bullets midair. The beam arrived too swiftly, so fast that Lu Yuan barely had time to think. Yet at the edge of his vision, a line of glaring gray-white text suddenly appeared, warning. Detected holy light attack, please evade. Lu Yuan's pupils constricted. His hand instinctively reached into his pocket. Time resumed. Click. A faint mechanical sound rang out again. Time acceleration activated, rationality consumed 1. The world slowed down again in Lu Yuan's eyes. The golden beam now resembled a frozen lightning bolt slowly approaching him. The previously blinding light now appeared like elongated golden threads, each strand clearly visible, even revealing the sacred runes circulating within the beam. Lu Yuan slightly turned his body, then watched helplessly as the beam grazed the edge of his trench coat, sparking a trail of smoldering embers. He smelled the burning fabric, feeling the searing pain caused by that sacred power. Merely a graze made his skin feel as if it was being scorched by flames. Boom! The wooden door behind him was struck, heated by the beam. Instantly, it turned to charcoal, and even the door frame caught fire. Had he been even a fraction of a second slower, Lu Yuan dared not continue that thought. Moreover, since Andrew had shown no mercy, he could not blame anyone else. Reaming the revolver this time, he fired 3 bullets in succession, targeting Andrew's hand, holding the scripture, his head, and his chest. The bullets traced a straight line in Lu Yuan's vision, leisurely flying toward Andrew. But at the moment of impending impact, the golden light barrier exploded. The silver bullets seemed to have been paused, stopping in midair, only to explode. Bullet fragments scattered. Andrew's expression remained unchanged. The scripture continued to brew golden light, with new beams already emerging. Rationality 72, 75, 71, 75, 7000, and 75. Rationality seemed to be wrong. I should check how much was wrong later, and I'm sorry for being a noob. Bowing. The numbers at the edge of his vision continued to decrease, like some sort of silent warning. Lu Yuan gritted his teeth, beads of sweat forming on his forehead. It was evident that Andrew had prepared for Lu Yuan's extraordinary items the moment he first witnessed them. The large-caliber revolver was unable to breach Andrew's protective light barrier. Moreover, the consumption of time was too great. Every second was devouring his rationality. He couldn't keep it activated indefinitely. Lu Yuan adjusted the angle of the revolver and pulled the trigger 3 times in succession, aimed at Andrew's head. If the series of silver bullets still couldn't break through the golden light barrier in front of him, Lu Yuan would have no choice but to prepare to flee. In the next moment, time paused and the world returned to normal speed. That sensation of elongation suddenly contracted and everything around became noisy and chaotic again. Whoosh whoosh, the bullets splashed through the air. But the next second, buzz, the scripture trembled and the bullets were once again halted midair, subsequently exploding into fragments. Seeing that his attack had missed, a flicker of surprise crossed Andrew's eyes, followed by a flash of anger as he looked at the activated protective emblem on his body. A cold smile crept onto his lips, that smile appearing particularly sinister under the illumination of the golden light. You have some skill, but this is where it ends for you, isn't it? His tone carried a hint of amusement, like a cat toying with a dying mouse. How many bullets do you have left? How many times can you evade? The scripture glowed again. This time 3 beams shot out simultaneously, forming a fan shape that sealed off all of Lu Yuan's escape routes. A sense of dread welled up in Lu Yuan's heart. Time slowed again, and the 3 beams approached him like golden pythons, slowly closing in. His body weaved through the gaps in the beams, each movement precise to the millimeter. Leaning to the side, lowering his head, rolling. He barely escaped the encirclement of death, but at the cost of 2 charred marks on his trench coat, and rationality 7075, 6775, 3 points of rationality, just like that, were gone. Lu Yuan's complexion turned somewhat pale, not from fear, but because the consumption was simply too rapid. What had initially seemed like a significant amount of rationality was pitifully small in actual use. Andrew pressed forward relentlessly, his steps steady and powerful, each stride imbued with fearless confidence. The scripture in his hands radiated an even more intense light as those sacred runes continuously danced upon the pages. The judgment of the angel is inescapable. He halted his steps, his voice like thunder reverberating within the silent barrier. Another even thicker beam shot forth. This beam was fiercer than any before, with a diameter as wide as a bowl, scorching the air with a piercing shriek wherever it passed. Just as Lu Yuan was about to activate time, suddenly a powerful aura surged from behind him. That aura was ancient eerie, carrying a sense of oppressive dread. It was not as bright and ostentatious as divine arts, but rather dark and profound like an abyss, as if it could swallow all light. Lu Yuan's body was covered in goosebumps. This aura was all too familiar to him. It was ink. A black barrier appeared out of thin air, blocking his path. That barrier was as dark as ink, with strange runes swirling upon its surface, resembling an ancient and mysterious page. The golden beam struck the black barrier. There was no explosion, no sparks, no sound. The sacred beam was like a meteor falling into an abyss, instantly devoured by the black barrier, not even creating a ripple. As if it had never existed. Andrew's face changed dramatically, his eyes filled with disbelief. This is the page of knowledge. His voice trembled with hesitation and confusion. As a priest who had served angels for many years, he understood better than anyone what this power represented. It was an existence that opposed the sacred and, moreover, the power that materialized knowledge. The door next to the clinic was violently pushed open. Ink floated in the air. Her figure, still petite, now emanated a suffocating aura of pressure. Strange black runes coiled around her body, moving like living creatures, sometimes gathering and sometimes dispersing, resembling countless black snakes. Her expression was dark, and those usually adorable bean-like eyes now sparkled with dangerous fury. "You filthy charlatan." The voice of Ink was cold and piercing, infused with a strong intent to kill. Dare to cause trouble in the Night Watcher's territory. Lu Yuan looked at Ink, feeling both grateful and helpless. Grateful for this proud book spirit who never faltered at critical moments. Helpless because with her appearance the clinic's dwindling supplies were now almost exhausted. The black runes around Ink began to rotate and accelerate, converging into a massive illusory book. The book stood as tall as two people, entirely black, with inscriptions on the cover that Lu Yuan could not comprehend. Yet his translation ability was wildly pulsating, as if warning him. Those characters were not something he should read. The giant book turned its pages. Each page revealed different forbidden texts, twisting and writhing. Just a glance made Lu Yuan feel dizzy, and he quickly averted his gaze. Warning. High concentration of knowledge radiation detected. Suggestion: avoid direct eye contact. The power of knowledge. Ink's voice carried a hint of arrogance and disdain. Not something a fool like you who only knows how to chant scriptures can understand. She waved her hand. The black runes shot toward Andrew like arrows. Andrew reacted quickly. He raised the scripture, and a burst of golden light erupted. Holy shield. A golden barrier enveloped him, one of the most commonly used defensive divine arts by the church, said to withstand most extraordinary attacks. But Ink merely chuckled disdainfully. Is that all? The black runes, however, acted like living beings, slipping through the gaps of the barrier. They were not attacking the shield, they were reading it, analyzing its composition, understanding its principles, and then dismantling it. The golden shield began to crack, resembling corroded glass. Andrew let out a cry. He could feel his divine art being slowly devoured by some force. Moreover, the scripture in his hand, the holy book personally granted by the bishop, also began to show cracks on its surface. This is impossible. Andrew's voice was filled with fear and disbelief. This is a bishop-level holy book, a sacred object blessed by angels. How could it be? Ink scoffed dismissively, interrupting his words. Bishop-level. A mocking smile curled at the corners of her mouth. You make me laugh. With your pathetic knowledge, how dare you use a holy book? This book spirit could pull out a single page and outmatch your worthless trinket 100 times over. She opened her mouth wide. Countless black torrents surged towards Andrew like a flood breaching its banks. Andrew's shield shattered with a thunderous crash. Golden shards scattered everywhere. He was engulfed by the black torrents. Lu Yuan stood by, quietly watching this scene. He did not intervene or speak. It was not that he did not want to help, but he knew very well that in a battle of this level the best thing he could do was to avoid creating more chaos. Moreover, he wanted to see Ink's true power. Previously, he only knew Ink as a book spirit, a type of extraordinary being related to knowledge, but he had no direct concept of how strong she truly was. Now he knew. Very strong. Strong enough that a church priest stood before her without any chance to fight back. The black torrents receded. Andrew knelt on the ground, trembling all over. His scripture had completely shattered into countless golden fragments littering the ground. The sacred runes on those fragments flickered faintly, but soon dimmed and completely lost their light. Andrew's hands trembled as he bowed his head, his eyes filled with fear and confusion. He had served the angels for many years, never imagining that one day he would be so thoroughly defeated by a being that looked like a little girl. Ink turned around and looked at the surrounding silent barrier. The golden barrier was still operational, completely isolating this area from the outside world. Such a low-grade barrier. Ink's tone was filled with disdain, as if critiquing a poorly made imitation. In the next moment, she stretched out her small hand and waved gently. The motion was casual, as if shooing away an annoying mosquito. Countless black runes flew toward the edge of the barrier, beginning to flicker wildly. In the next moment, the silent barrier emitted a piercing sound of shattering. Crack, crack, like glass breaking. The golden barrier dissipated into specks of light in the air, vanishing in an instant. The surrounding sounds rushed in an instant. Lu Yuan let out a long breath. The breaking of the silent barrier meant that the Night Watcher scouts would surely notice the anomaly here. Indeed, in less than a minute, hurried footsteps echoed from the other end of the street. Egel arrived with 3 members of the Night Watch. Seeing Andrew kneeling on the ground and the scattered fragments of scripture, they immediately understood what had happened. Egel's expression darkened. Though this night watch captain usually appeared carefree, his expression was exceptionally serious at this moment. Priest Andrew. His voice was as cold as frost. Are you provoking the night watchers? Andrew struggled to stand, his face as pale as a sheet. He trembled several times trying to say something. This is a misunderstanding. He finally managed to squeeze out a few words. I was just... Egel interrupted him. Misunderstanding. He stepped forward, looking down at Andrew from a height. Using a silent barrier and divine art attacks, is that called a misunderstanding? Do you know what it means to use such methods within the protective area of the Night Watchers? Andrew gritted his teeth, seemingly trying hard to suppress his inner fear and anger. I act on the orders of the angels. His voice suddenly rose, tinged with a hint of hysteria. Come to take that child away. Ink chuckled coldly. With you? She floated in front of Andrew, her bean-like eyes glinting with dangerous light. Who do you think you can take away? Andrew instinctively took a step back, the recent experience filling him with intense fear of this little creature. Don't bring your chuch's nonsense here. This is the Night Watcher's territory. Ink's voice carried unabashed mockery. And if you have the ability, let your angels come personally. Just because there's a statue in your church, do you think the angels will care about you? Even your archbishop might not get a reply right. This was a statement that struck deep. Yuan saw Andrew's face turn red and white as if someone had poked at his most painful spot. You are blaspheming. Andrew's voice trembled, unsure if it was from anger or fear. Egel said in a deep voice, enough. He waved his hand, signaling Ink to step back. Andrew, this is Grim Harbor, not your church's temple. You should be well aware of the Night Watcher's rules. Yuan stepped forward calmly. Captain Ager, I believe this priest owes me an explanation. He paused and added, in compensation. Ager nodded, of course. He turned to Andrew. Do you have anything to say? Andrew looked around, aware of the vigilant gazes from the 3 Night Watch members, knowing he wouldn't gain any advantage today. He took a deep breath, trying to make his voice sound calmer. This was indeed my oversight. He struggled to utter the words, each one feeling like it was squeezed out from between his teeth. But my intentions were good. The great angel wanted to take this child. Ink rolled her eyes. That's my person. If you want to snatch them away, go ahead and invite your bishop. Your Excellency, priest. Yuan did not want to waste time and directly got to the point. We are all reasonable individuals. You barged into my clinic, used a silence barrier, and attacked me. Any one of these actions is enough for the Night Watch to lock you up. Even if you can't be executed, the cost will be more than you can bear. Yuan's tone was flat, as if stating an indisputable fact. I don't want to escalate this matter. If you give me reasonable compensation, we can consider this settled. Andrew fell silent for a moment. He knew that Yuan was already giving him a way out. If this escalated to the Night Watch headquarters, his reputation as a priest would be utterly ruined. What do you want? He spoke with difficulty. Yuan replied directly, the scripture in your possession. He pointed to the golden fragments on the ground. Although those fragments had lost their sacred power, the material itself was still precious. If they could be collected and studied, perhaps they would yield some results. Andrew's face changed dramatically. Impossible. He instinctively refused, his voice sharp. This is the holy book granted to me by the bishop. Even if it is shattered, it is still a sacred object and cannot be given to outsiders. Yuan had anticipated this outcome and simply shrugged. Then what do you propose for compensation? Andrew hesitated for a long time. His gaze shifted between Yuan and Ink as if he had made a difficult decision. He took out a small cup from his pocket. The cup was entirely silver white, slightly smaller than an adult's fist, adorned with exquisite angelic patterns. In the dim light, it emitted a soft glow as if formed from condensed moonlight. This is the holy water cup. Andrew's voice was somewhat hoarse. It can transform ordinary water into low-level holy water. It can transform 3 times a day, 1 cup each time. Yuan took the holy water cup, and at the edge of his vision, a line of gray-white text appeared. Item analysis: holy water cup, second-tier source, church-made, angels, blessing characteristics, converts clean water into low-level holy water 3 times a day, approximately 100 milliliters each time. Low-level holy water effects: can purify light pollution, relieve mental stress, restore a small amount of sanity, about 23 points. Remarks: gentle effects, no significant side effects, suitable for long-term use. Yuan's eyes brightened slightly, but his expression remained calm. This item was incredibly useful to him. It could continuously produce low-level holy water. Although its effects were average, its sustainability was exceptional 3 times a day. Moreover, after the strange dream last night, Yuan was also prepared to use the holy water, but he did not show any signs of joy on his face. During negotiations, one must never let the other party see how much you desire something. What else? He continued to apply pressure. Andrew's expression grew even more difficult. He gritted his teeth and took out 3 small vials of golden liquid. The liquid inside swirled slightly, as if it had a life of its own. This is a purification potion. His voice carried a hint of pain. It can dispel mild pollution within the body. Yuan took the holy water cup and potions, carefully inspected them, and after confirming there were no issues, he nodded. All right, let this matter go this time. He looked at Andrew, his tone flat, but filled with warning. But if I see you again, keep your distance from my clinic. Ager also spoke up. Andrew, this time we won't pursue the matter for the church's sake. His voice was deep and powerful, with a hint of threat in his gaze. But remember, Grimport is not the church's territory. If you dare to use a silence barrier again, you can forget about being a priest. Andrew's face was grim, but he nodded nonetheless. He glanced at Lu Yuan, his expression complex. Dr. Lu. His voice was hoarse and low. I will remember what happened today. After speaking, he bent down with difficulty and helped the injured attendants on the ground one by one. The 2 attendants had been hit in the legs and hands by Lu Yuan. While not fatal, they certainly wouldn't be able to walk for a while. Andrew called over a few church attendants, and they awkwardly lifted the attendants onto a cart and left. Once the church members had gone far, Ager turned to Lu Yuan, a slight smile on his lips. You kid, you really scored big this time. He patted Lu Yuan's shoulder with considerable force, making Lu Yuan's shoulder tingle. The holy water cup is a great item, it's rare on the market. Lu Yuan forced a smile. Almost got killed and ended up with enmity. Ager nodded, his expression becoming serious. You have good skills, and with ink around you won't die, but you must indeed be careful of the Chuch's retaliation. They won't let it go easily. Ink snorted through her nose, unsure if it was from pride or disdain. Lu Yuan nodded. Thanks for the reminder. And you seem a bit unlucky. The Ascension meeting yesterday, the church today, your little clinic really is. Ager was somewhat helpless and continued. I'll have my brothers increase the frequency of patrols near your area to minimize such occurrences. Ager then left with the 3 night watch members. The clinic finally quieted down. Lu Yuan looked at the burned wooden door and sighed. That door needs to be repaired. He turned and walked into the clinic. Brent and Mina peeked out cautiously from behind the counter. Although the battle had been shielded by ink, the oppressive feeling still frightened the 2 children. Especially Mina, whose little face was pale as she tightly hugged the black notebook. Ink floated back, appearing weary, and her form seemed slightly transparent, clearly having exhausted too much energy just now. I'm so tired. Ink slipped into the notebook, her voice coming from inside, laced with fatigue. I need to eat something and take a nap. Don't call me unless it's urgent. Lu Yuan walked over and patted Mina's head. The little girl's hair was somewhat messy, but she didn't pull away. Instead, she slightly nuzzled against Lu Yuan's palm. It's all right now. Lu Yuan's voice was soft, carrying a hint of reassurance. Ink is very capable. That priest was no match for her. Mina nodded, but still did not let go of the notebook. Brent crawled out from behind the counter, his expression complex. Are you okay, Brother Lu? Lu Yuan smiled. I'm fine, who just got 2 holes burned in my coat. He looked down at his coat, where 2 charred marks were particularly conspicuous. This coat was left by Dr. Laisen. Oh, what a shame. Ink poked half of her body out of the notebook, her little eyes fixed on Lu Yuan. Hey. Her voice suddenly turned serious. I just noticed something strange. Lu Yuan's heart tightened, but his expression remained calm. What is it? Ink frowned, as if contemplating how to describe it. There's a strange fluctuation about you. It's neither pollution nor extraordinary energy, but something I've never seen before. She paused before continuing. That thing is slowly eroding your sanity, but at such a slow rate that it's almost imperceptible. If it weren't for the fact that I exerted my full power during the battle just now, I might not have noticed it at all. Lu Yuan fell silent. He knew what Ink was referring to. The strange dream. The curse brought back from the Iron Whale. This very disease that had transformed Dr. Laisen into a grotesque fish. He too had been infected, and still no definitive cure had been found. Ink continued to stare at him, her beady eyes gleaming with quiet scrutiny. Are you hiding something from me? Lu Yuan met her earnest gaze in silence for a moment, then sighed deeply. Indeed, there is something. His voice carried a faint weariness. But now is not the time to speak of it. Once I've settled what's before me, I'll tell you. Ink held his gaze a while longer, as if weighing the truth behind his words. In the end, she let it drop. Fine. She retreated into her notebook, leaving only her beady eyes visible. After all, you're not my host. Should you die, I'll simply care for Mina and remember your kindness. Her tone held a trace of helplessness and concern, quickly masked by her trademark sharp tongue. If trouble arises, speak up early. Don't wait until things spiral beyond control before remembering the book spirit. Lu Yuan nodded. I understand. His eyes lingered on the holy water chalice in his hand, thinking inwardly this might temporarily ease the influence of the otherworldly dreams. Low-grade holy water could restore rationality. Its effect modest, yet he had never consumed it before. Even a small dose might extend his endurance. But a true cure remained elusive. He lifted his gaze toward the window. Dawn had broken, the dense fog outside was slowly receding beneath the sun's rising light. After the church's carriage vanished around the street corner, Lu Yuan returned to his clinic and shut the rickety half-door behind him. From within his coat, he withdrew the holy water chalice. Its silver-white surface shimmered softly in the morning light, engraved with an intricate, exquisitely rendered angelic sigil. Lu Yuan stepped behind the counter, dipped a cupful of fresh water from the cistern, and poured it slowly into the chalice. Instantly, a gentle silver luminescence bloomed within the vessel. The ordinary water seemed purified by some unseen force, now crystal clear with faint motes of light drifting like stars through its depths. Conversion complete. Low-grade holy water. 1 effect restores 23 points of rationality. Purifies minor corruption. Lu Yuan raised the chalice, hesitating briefly. It was still morning. His rationality remained relatively stable. Better to save it for bedtime to test its efficacy against the otherworldly dreams. Carefully, he decanted the holy water into a clean glass vial, sealed it tightly, and stored it in the cabinet. Brother Lu, that cup is so beautiful. Mina had crept up beside him unnoticed, her eyes sparkling as she gazed at the chalice. Lu Yuan stowed the chalice away. This isn't something to touch lightly. Mina obediently nodded, but her eyes kept darting toward the cabinet. Watching the little girl, Lu Yuan suddenly remembered something. Mina, come here. He walked to the herbal cabinet and pulled open a drawer. Inside lay several dried herbs, each neatly wrapped in oiled paper and labeled. Do you recognize any of these? Mina shook her head. Would you like to learn it? She paused, then blinked rapidly. Will you teach me, Dr. Lu? Lu Yuan looked at the girl before him and nodded. Yes, you possess exceptional aptitude. Even without formal study, you'd grasp much intuitively. Then, once I learn, can I heal people? Like my uncle's illness? Her question left Lu Yuan silent. After a pause, he met her gaze with solemn sincerity. Yes, if your knowledge grows deep enough, your uncle's ailment can be cured. Then I'll learn. Teach me, Dr. Lu. Gently, Lu Yuan stroked Mina's soft hair, saying nothing more, but retrieving the last remaining herbs from the cabinet to begin testing her innate talent. He picked up a silvery dried herb. This is white tree blossom, the most common medicinal herb in Grimport. Then he held up several others. This is hemostatic grass, this is calming bloom, and this is fever-dispelling leaf. Mina listened intently, nodding along. Go on, smell it. Lu Yuan offered her the silvery light herb. She leaned and sniffed, and tilted her head curiously. It's singing it. Lu Yuan blinked. What? Very softly, like whispering, she said, tilting her head again as she listened. It says it loves cold places, dislikes sunlight, and that it brings calm to those who hold it. Lu Yuan stared at Mina for several long seconds. The echo of all things. Ink had mentioned it, that this girl possessed the rare gift of resonance, able to hear the voices of objects and beings alike. He hadn't expected her to discern the herb's properties merely by listening. A natural-born apothecary. Brent. Lu Yuan called out. Brent poked his head out from behind the shelves. Yes, Dr. Lu. From now on, when I teach Mina herbal identification, you'll learn alongside her. Got it. Brent's eyes lit up. Mina beamed too, her pale cheeks flushed with warmth and joy. Herbalism 6. 550-750, so teaching conferred experience too, an unexpected benefit. For the next 2 hours, Lu Yuan guided the two children through over a dozen common medicinal herbs. Mina, gifted with innate perception, retained nearly everything at first glance. Brent, though lacking such talent, compensated with diligence, repeating each herb's name and function aloud over and over. Near noon, Lu Yuan stepped out to find a carpenter. Half the clinic's door had been reduced to charred timber. Left unrepaired, it would soon admit drafts, and worse. The carpenter, a man in his 40s, examined the scorched doorframe and frowned. Dr. Lu, your door. The furnace exploded. Lu Yuan replied, utterly unruffled. The carpenter opened his mouth, clearly unconvinced, but asked no further. In Grimport, some truths were best left unspoken. Right, I'll install it this afternoon. Lu Yuan paid a deposit and added a few copper shields as a discreet sealant fee. The carpenter accepted without hesitation and set to work immediately. By afternoon, the new door stood firmly in place, solid oak, sturdier than the original. Lu Yuan inspected the lock, then reinforced the interior with an additional wooden bolt. Such measures wouldn't deter the supernaturally gifted, but they would hold off ordinary intruders. As for the church's retaliation, Lu Yuan glanced out the window. Egel had promised increased patrols. Perhaps the zealots would remain subdued for a few days. The sun sank lower, casting amber twilight across the newly installed door, gilding its edges like sacred metal. Brent and Mina were arranging bedding next door. Lu Yuan sat behind the counter and retrieved the vial of holy water he'd prepared that morning. Its pale silver liquid glimmered faintly within the glass. He uncorked the vial and drank it in one smooth motion. Coolness slid down his throat, a crystalline stream flowing through his veins. The faint, persistent hum of agitation in his mind softened, receding like tide from shore. Rationality 67, 75, 7,075, 3 points. Effectiveness was promising, yet restoration remained agonizingly slow. This substance behaved less like a remedy and more like a finite mana pool. Depleted, it required long, arduous recovery. Lu Yuan set the empty vial aside, savoring the lucid clarity restored to his thoughts. Perhaps tonight's otherworldly dream would prove gentler. Nightfall descended fully upon Grimport. Gas lamps flickered to life along the streets, casting trembling halos of amber into the encroaching dark. Distantly, the clatter of carriage wheels echoed, and the slurred ramblings of a drunken man drifted through the night air. Lu Yuan lay in bed, closed his eyes, and darkness rose to meet him. Once more he fell into that familiar, inescapable dream. Darkness surged. Lu Yuan opened his eyes. A familiar vertigo swept through him, the surroundings twisted and shifted. He had returned to this place again. This was the beach on the island's western shore. Beneath his feet lay damp, grit-o waves rolled in one after another, cold seawater lapping past his ankles. Lu Yuan looked down at his hands. They could move. This time he could move again. Ever since the aberrant dreams began infecting him, he came here each night. Sometimes he could move, sometimes he was frozen in place as the sea washed over him. He still did not fully understand why he could move now, but his objective had become clear: the iron whale ship he had seen then. Lu Yuan inhaled deeply and scanned the horizon. To the west, the abyssal ocean stretched endlessly, its dark waters reaching to the skyline. To the east lay the island's interior. He could make out a vast cavern, and near its mouth dilapidated houses that were forbidden to enter. And to the south, that was precisely where he had glimpsed the Taijing ship. Without hesitation, Lu Yuan strode south along the beach, the sand beneath his feet whispering. The sea breeze smelled of brine and salt, whipping his garment into flutters. After a few minutes' walk, Lu Yuan suddenly halted. Ahead, not far off, the ruined stone columns that marked the beach's edge reappeared. But something was different this time. The runes that had been worn and dull now glittered with an uncanny luster in. Too new. Had someone been continually repairing this structure? Lu Yuan frowned, hesitated for a moment, then decided to draw closer. Crouching low, Lu Yuan crept forward. As his vision cleared, the scene before him froze him in place. For the place that should have been empty now harbored several figures in gray cloaks. Their movements were synchronized. They chanted in some ancient tongue. The voice was low and strange, as if echoed from an abyss. Great Lord of the Deep, your progeny calls. Offer this city. Offer this flesh. Please descend. Grant us eternal life. Lu Yuan felt a chill run through him. These people were not benign. If not outright occult, then certainly heretical. And this city they spoke of? Could it really mean Jelamu Port? But this was supposed to be a small island. How could they achieve that? Lu Yuan instinctively wanted to retreat. At that moment, a fierce sense of peril welled up from his chest. His sanity barrier began to tremble violently. Warning. High-intensity mental contamination detected. Sanity barrier resisting. 1. Lu Yuan froze, but it was already too late. Something writhed at the center of the formation. In the next instant, a vast shadow rose slowly from the sea, sending up a monstrous spray of water. The spray struck the heavens, and then cascaded down like a torrential rain. The thing was so immense that Lu Yuan could not even discern its whole shape. All he could see were innumerable tentacle-like appendages dancing in the surf, each limb far longer than the Tai Jing vessel itself. Lu Yuan dared not imagine the devastation if such a thing appeared at Jelamu Port. As the water fell, countless eyes snapped open. Those eyes set against the shadowed hide of the deep spun frantically, as if searching the beach for something. A suffocating panic gripped Lu Yuan. He had seen abyssal thralls and corrupted beasts before, but never a being so indescribable. Merely gazing at it eroded his reason. Sanity 70, 75, 68, 75, 6,575. Just as Lu Yuan teetered on the edge of madness, a gray-robed figure abruptly turned its head. Beneath the black hood, the face was obscured, yet Lu Yuan distinctly felt its stare. At that moment, his sanity barrier convulsed again. Sanity barrier damaged. 111. Sanity 65, 75, 6,075. The gray-robed man emitted a shrill cry. There is a watcher. All the other gray-cloaked figures turned in unison. A multitude of eyes, along with the countless pupils embedded in that abyssal shadow, fixed upon Lu Yuan. A terrifying pressure descended like a storm. Lu Yuan felt his brain as if pierced by innumerable steel needles. A violent stabbing pain assaulted him. Sanity 60, 75, 55, 75. In mere seconds, his sanity drained like water down a sluice. He could not stay any longer. Lu Yuan struggled to withdraw from the dream, but his body felt pinned by some invisible force. Those gazes had become tangible chains, binding him fast. Found. A new sacrifice. The gray-robed voices echoed in his ears like countless whispers. Offer to the Lord of the Deep. Offer. At that critical moment, a familiar power surged forth. Black runes shimmered around Lu Yuan and quickly wove into a protective barrier. It was Mosui. She had clearly sensed the anomaly in Lu Yuan. The dark scripts formed a sturdy bulwark, cutting off those suffocating stares. The gray-robed gazes were severed, the crushing pressure eased. Lu Yuan seized the chance and crashed headlong into the nearby stones. Wake up for me. Lu Yuan roared inwardly as his vision went black. The scene collapsed and dissolved. The dreamscape vanished like smoke. Huff. Lu Yuan jolted awake. The clinic's ceiling swam into view. He panted, harshly drenched in cold sweat, his heart hammering. You have suffered mental contamination. Judging. Judgment failed. Sanity barrier breached. Current sanity 4171. This is the total cap, not experience. Sanity barrier 13, severely damaged. The cap has fallen again. From 75 down to 71. Lu Yuan's face was ashen, his head pounding. This dream had been more perilous than any before. He had nearly... Bang! The door was flung open. Mosui swept in, her expression grim and without her usual playful air. She hovered in the air, those small, intense eyes fixed on Lu Yuan. Lu Yuan, what on earth is happening to you? Her voice was cold, threaded with suppressed anger. I just felt your sanity plummet. Almost to the point of collapse. Lu Yuan sat up and wiped his forehead. I had a nightmare. Don't lie to me. Mosui floated in front of him, her tone rising. I am a book spirit. I am more sensitive to fluctuations of sanity than anyone. There is a strange mark on you, and it has not appeared overnight. This thing is eroding your sanity. Do you know what a collapse would mean? Lu Yuan fell silent. Moshui's voice grew more agitated. You would become a monster. You would lose yourself. Why didn't you tell me sooner? Lu Yuan gave a bitter smile. What good would telling do? You've seen how the Night Watchers treat the altered discovery means execution. There is no second possibility. Isn't that why Laisen chose to wait at home to die rather than seek help? You seem not to know who Laisen is. But Mosui caught the implication in his silence. You don't trust the Night Watchers. Lu Yuan looked at Moshui, his voice steady. It's not distrust. It's fear of the gamble. If they learned I was infected by the aberrant dream, what would they do? Quarantine me, monitor me, or execute me outright. Mosui was silent for a moment. She floated before him, her tone softening. Lao Mogan would not do that. Although he can be harsh, he genuinely cares for talented youth. And this thing on you, this aberrant dream, that ought to be treatable in principle. Lu Yuan was taken aback. Are you sure? Mosui nodded, her expression grave. I've seen countless ailments. While I don't know the precise cure, Lao Mogan should have answers. You should go ask him. Lu Yuan hesitated still. Your condition is dangerous. Delay any longer, and if your sanity collapses, no one can save you. Then this book spirit will have to see you off herself. Lu Yuan fell silent. He studied Ma Shui's earnest face, then glanced at the window. Dawn was whitening the horizon, morning was nearly upon them. He drew a deep breath and made a decision. Very well, he'll go find Lao Mogan. He rose and smoothed his sweat-dampened clothes. But you'll come with me, Mo Shui said, nodding. No problem. I also want to see how that old man reacts. She drifted toward Mina's notebook, her form flickering slightly. I must prepare a few more knowledge orbs. If we are delayed, I cannot leave the repository of knowledge unattended. Lu Yuan nodded and waited while Mo Shui made ready. A few minutes later, Mo Shui emerged from the notebook, several faintly glowing spheres orbiting her. Let's go. She drifted toward the door and glanced back at Lu Yuan. While the base is sparsely populated, go find that old man. Lu Yuan followed Mo Shui and pushed open the clinic door. Grimport at dawn was veiled in a delicate mist. Its streets lay hushed and empty save for a few early rising laborers hurrying past with tools slung over their shoulders, their breaths puffing into the chill air like fleeting clouds of vapor. Lu Yuan tightened his trench coat and strode briskly along the cobblestone path. Tucked inside his coat was Mina's black notebook, its ink seeping halfway out from the edge, its two beady eyes darting restlessly, scanning the surroundings. I've already prepared the knowledge orb. The ink declared from within the notebook, voice laced with quiet pride. I can hold on, even if you dawdle a while longer with old Morgan. Lu Yuan glanced down at her and nodded. Thank you. Naturally, the ink snorted, retreating back into the notebook, leaving only her two eyes peering out. This book spirit has principles. Though I dwell in Mina's notebook, I fulfill my duties without fail. A faint wry smile tugged at Lu Yuan's lips. He said nothing. Soon the silhouette of the Night Watcher's base emerged from the morning mist. Its gray stone walls shimmered faintly in the haze. The gas lamps above the gate still burned, casting a dim amber glow. Lu Yuan drew a deep breath, pushed open the heavy door, and slipped deftly through a concealed side entrance into the supply management office. Old Morgan sat behind his desk, buried beneath stacks of reports and documents. A pen hovered in his hand as he annotated something meticulously. At the sound of footsteps, he lifted his head, and upon seeing Lu Yuan and the ink, his brows knotted sharply. So early. He set down the pen and fixed Lu Yuan with his clouded, searching gaze. What's happened? Lu Yuan stood motionless before the desk, silent for a long moment. He inhaled deeply, then met Old Morgan's eyes squarely. Old Morgan, there is something I must tell you. Sensing the gravity in his tone, Old Morgan slowly leaned back in his chair, folding his hands across his chest. Speak. Lu Yuan parted his lips, hesitated, then spoke at last. I am infected. It's the same affliction that afflicted Laisen. I call it the other dream. The words hung in the air, and silence crashed down thick and suffocating. Old Morgan's hand froze midair, his cloudy eyes sharpened, instantly piercing like twin blades. That gaze struck Lu Yuan like a physical blow. What did you say? Old Morgan's voice dropped low, a storm gathering in its timbre. Lu Yuan did not flinch. He raised his chin and held the older man's stare. I am infected with the other dream, since the first time I touched Laisen's corpse. It's been roughly 2 weeks. In the next instant, Old Morgan shot upright. Thud. His palms slammed onto the desk, sending papers scattering like startled birds. You're infected with the other dream. Why didn't you say anything sooner? His voice surged raw with fury, his face tightening, wrinkles deepening into angry grooves. Do you have any idea how perilous the other dream is? Do you understand what rational collapse truly means? You fool. You actually thought you could shoulder this alone. Lu Yuan remained silent. Not a word escaped him. Old Morgan's rage burned like ignited gunpowder, unstoppable and unrelenting. 2 weeks. You concealed it for 2 weeks. Truly impressive. He circled the desk and stepped directly before Lu Yuan, his clouded eyes brimming with disappointment and wrath. I thought you were clever. But no, you're as foolish as a pig. Lu Yuan pressed his lips together, then spoke quietly. I'm new here. I knew nothing of the Night Watcher's protocols in Grimport, and Laisen seemed deeply hostile toward them. So you feared we'd treat you as a monster. Old Morgan cut in, voice trembling with barely suppressed fury. What do you take us for? What do you think the Night Watchers are? We exist to protect the Empire's people, to stand against the uncanny. We are not executioners. At that moment, the ink drifted up from the notebook, hovering midair. Old man, calm down. Let him finish. Old Morgan whirled around, glaring at the ink. And you bear responsibility too. As a book spirit, how could you have missed this? The ink rolled her eyes defiant. I only discovered it 2 days ago. Don't I look omniscient to you? Besides, he buried it deep. I only sensed it last night when he nearly shattered. Old Morgan's chest rose and fell violently as he fought to rein in his emotions. He took several slow, measured breaths, then turned away, his back to Lu Yuan. After a long, heavy silence, he spoke again, voice hoarse and gravelly. Tell me, what is your condition now? Lu Yuan answered, plainly not good. My rationality continues to decline, and last night it plummeted sharply. My rationality barrier has fractured. Only 1/3 remains. Old Morgan's shoulders stiffened almost imperceptibly. He turned back, Anger and disappointment now softened, overlaid by something deeper, profound concern. 1/3. You're fortunate then, just in time to master the rationality barrier. He paused, then frowned. Wait, when did you learn it? A flicker of disbelief crossed his eyes. Even if you're gifted, you're no divine selected transcendent. How could you master it so swiftly? The ink cleared her throat, glancing at old Morgan's skeptical expression. Well, I performed knowledge infusion for him. Ah, I see. Then you're alive despite yourself. Old Morgan murmured, as if absorbing the revelation. He began pacing the room, the rhythmic tap of his boots echoing starkly in the stillness. The other dream is treatable, in its earliest stages. He halted and faced Lu Yuan. When the ore shipment arrived, a handful of night watchers contracted that strange, ocean-dreaming illness. Fortunately, the Empire possesses a province known as the Dreamlands. There resides a third-rank transcendent, a dreamweaver, whose power manifests through dreams. He can enter another's mind and sever the dream link entirely, thus cutting off the other dream's connection to you. Lu Yuan's eyes lit with sudden hope, but old Morgan's next words doused it like ice water. However, he sighed, weariness threading his voice. This treatment must begin immediately upon infection. It's been empirically confirmed. You've already endured 2 weeks. Were it not for your rationality barrier holding you aloft, you'd be dead by now. Lu Yuan furrowed his brow, but said nothing. If given the chance to relive those moments, he doubted he'd have disclosed it to the night watchers then. After all, under those circumstances, his choice had been the optimal one. Old Morgan studied his expression and waved a dismissive hand. It's not hopeless, but it demands time, resources, and your full cooperation. He walked up to Lu Yuan and said slowly, first, you must take the holy water every day to stabilize your mind. Secondly, stay as far away as possible from anything related to the other dream, although for now you cannot come into contact with it. Lastly, let the ink monitor your mental state before you sleep each night. If anything happens, it can at least pull you out in time. Ink nodded upon hearing this. I can do that. Old Morgan continued, finally, I will find a way to contact the dream weaver of the Empire. But whether I can get their help, I am not sure. Lu Yuan took a deep breath and nodded seriously. I understand, thank you, Old Morgan. Old Morgan snorted, his expression still stern. Don't be in a hurry to thank me. There's one more thing. His gaze was fixed intently on Lu Yuan. What did you see during your other dream? Lu Yuan was silent for a moment, organizing his thoughts, and then began to describe. The iron whale stranded on the shore, ruins engraved with sacrificial runes, and those people dressed in gray cloaks reciting strange prayers in front of the altar, and that indescribable massive shadow rising from the depths of the sea. Old Morgan's brows furrowed tighter, and his expression grew more serious. After Lu Yuan finished speaking, the room fell silent once more. Old Morgan stood still, not uttering a word. After a long while, he finally spoke, his voice hoarse. Follow me. He turned and walked toward the door. We're going to the archives. I've already checked the archives, Lu Yuan said, following behind. The archives you can see are the numbered documents which need to be reported to headquarters. We have more detailed information here. Old Morgan led Lu Yuan to the archives. Instead of going to the shelves sorted by number, he went to a cabinet piled high with documents. After rummaging through it, Old Morgan pulled out a thick file from deep within the shelf. The bag was inscribed with the words Iron Whale in black ink. Old Morgan spread the documents on the table, revealing content much more detailed than what Lu Yuan had seen before. The Iron Whale is the largest ocean vessel in Grimport. Old Morgan opened the first page. The hull is engraved with triple protective inscriptions and is equipped with custom holy light devices capable of sailing in the deep sea for over 30 days. There are no more than 5 ships in the entire port with this capability. His finger traced over a departure record. On October 17th, the Iron Whale set sail, as planned, heading to the northern Whale Fall Sea area to catch deep-sea fish oil. This is a routine operation which occurs 2 to 3 times a year. On November 12th, on the return journey, their trawl net brought up a batch of ore. Old Morgan pulled out a yellowed hand-drawn map, depicting a sharply angular deep blue crystal. Captain Gregory recorded in the navigation log. He read the text aloud. The ore is deep blue, feels icy to the touch, and contains extremely powerful energy fluctuations. Preliminary tests show that its energy density is more than 3 times that of ordinary extraordinary materials. This is an unexpected fortune. The crew is very excited. I have marked the approximate coordinates of the extraction area to report after returning to port. Old Morgan paused. The extraction site is over 400 nautical miles from Grimport, approaching the edge of the nautical chart. That area has almost no records and is completely uncharted waters. So they just brought the ore back. Lu Yuan frowned upon hearing this. At that time, no one thought there was a problem. Old Morgan snorted coldly. After all, it looked extremely valuable. He flipped to the next page, his tone growing heavy. On November 15th, the Iron Whale returned to port, and 5 days later the crew began to show symptoms. A stack of medical records and research reports was tucked inside the documents. Old Morgan did not read each one, but briefly summarized: insomnia, nightmares, auditory hallucinations. At first, everyone thought it was a common after-effect of sailing, but the symptoms grew increasingly severe. We intervened subsequently and conducted detailed tests on the ore. He pulled out a report stamped with a red seal. The conclusion is the ore does contain extremely powerful energy, but it also carries a high concentration of mental pollution. These two characteristics coexist, and the pollution continues to release. Old Morgan closed the report. We sealed the or isolated the crew who had come into contact with it and initiated purification treatment. But one problem has remained unsolved. The source of the ore. Lu Yuan understood what Old Morgan meant at this point. Exactly, Old Morgan nodded. What exactly is in that sea area? Why did this thing appear? More importantly, if that power can be harnessed, its value is immeasurable. He flipped to the last part of the file where the paper was noticeably newer. On November 20th, the Iron Whale set sail again. The goal is to find the source of the ore based on the coordinates, assess its mining value, and simultaneously investigate the source of the pollution. This time they took not only Gavin and his team, but also 2 priests from the church and 3 alchemists from the Ascension Society. Old Morgan's voice lowered. Before departure, the captain sent back a report through the extraordinary beacon, departed heading southeast, expected to arrive at the target sea area in 7 days. And then there was no further communication. Old Morgan closed the file. Communication at sea is inherently difficult. Storms, fog, and nighttime can interfere with beacons along with various strange and deep-sea creatures harassing them. We waited for 10 days without any news. Did you send ships to look for them? Yes, Old Morgan sneered. The small ship sent out encountered fog on the 3rd day and nearly lost all hands. It barely returned, and after organizing 2 more searches, nothing was found. 38 lives just vanished in the sea. Silence spread in the archives. Old Morgan's gaze fell on the nautical chart marked with the extraction coordinates, his fingers slowly tracing over the blank, unknown waters. You just said that in the other dream you saw the Iron Whale stranded next to an island. Lu Yuan nodded and spoke. The ship's hull was worn and seemed to have been stranded for a long time. There was also a group of people in gray cloaks moving around the altar. Old Morgan fell silent for a moment upon hearing this, then said gravely, gray cloaks. Most likely belong to the deep-sea church. He pondered for a moment, and a glimmer of insight flashed in his murky eyes. This makes sense now. The ore is highly likely a trap. The deep-sea church deliberately allowed the Iron Whale to retrieve the ore from that sea area, using it to pollute the crew, and then bringing the pollution back to Grimport through these individuals. Lu Yuan added, and I saw them preparing some kind of ritual in my dream. What they were reciting was offer up this city. Before he could finish his words, Old Morgan's expression turned grim. To sacrifice Grim Harbor, they truly intend to sacrifice the entire city. The cost they bear is enough to grind the entire deep-sea church into dust. But they will definitely take action. Old Morgan's tone carried a hint of fatigue. The atmosphere in the room grew heavy. In the end, Old Morgan let out a long sigh. This matter is more serious than I imagined. He turned to look out the window, his voice somewhat weary. When the Iron Whale set sail, it didn't just take away Galvin and his team. There were also 2 priests from the church and 3 alchemists from the Ascension Society. They are all elites, and if they all perish, it would be a tremendous loss for Grim Harbor. Lu Yuan asked in confusion. So, Old Morgan turned around, his gaze resolute. I need to talk to the Ascension Society and the church. This matter is beyond the capabilities of the Watchers alone. We need to act in unison, set sail to search for the Iron Whale and rescue the survivors. Ink floated in the air and asked, do you think they will agree, eh? Old Morgan chuckled coldly. They have no choice but to agree. The church lost 2 priests and the Ascension Society lost 3 alchemists. They understand this better than anyone. He looked at Lu Yuan, his tone stern. You should go back and rest well. Remember what I said. Take holy water every day and stay away from triggers. Grim Harbor will be chaotic in the coming days, so it's best for you to stay in the clinic and not wander around. Lu Yuan said nothing more, just nodded. I understand. Then turning with ink, he walked towards the door. Just as he reached the doorway, Old Morgan's voice came from behind. Lu Yuan. Lu Yuan stopped and turned back. Old Morgan stood by the window, backlit, his expression hard to discern. Yet his voice was unexpectedly gentle. You did well being brave enough to be honest. But next time there's a problem, speak up sooner. He paused and added, the Watchers will not abandon their own. Lu Yuan was taken aback for a moment, then nodded. I will remember. He pushed open the door and stepped outside. As he walked away from the base, ink floated out from the notebook, hovering on Lu Yuan's shoulder. That old man does care about you, huh? Her tone carried a hint of teasing. He was slapping the table and yelling, yet in the end he softened. Lu Yuan smiled, but said nothing. The morning sunlight penetrated the thin mist, casting warmth upon the cobblestone road. Yet Lu Yuan knew in his heart that this was merely the calm before the storm. The afternoon sun poured through the windows of the clinic, and Lu Yuan was sitting at the table flipping through the holy water formula he had obtained from Old Morgan. This formula was far more complex than he had imagined, involving more than 7 extraordinary potions as raw materials, 3 of which he had never heard of. Brent was helping to organize the medicine cabinet, moving quickly, yet carefully, afraid of disrupting something. Mina was quietly curled up in a corner chair holding the black notebook. Ink was explaining some basic pharmacology to her, and the little girl listened, attentively nodding occasionally. Knock, knock, knock. The knocking sound rang out. Brent put down the medicine bottle in his hand and quickly walked to the door. Mr. Laisen. His voice carried obvious surprise. Lu Yuan looked up. Laisen walked into the clinic, and Lu Yuan noticed his change at first glance. Laisen looked unexpectedly well this time. Although there were still faint traces of scales on his neck, his expression was calm, even bearing a hint of relief. The anxiety and fear that had once enveloped him had completely vanished. Dr. Lu, sorry to disturb you. Laisen was unexpectedly polite this time. Lu Yuan set down the formula. Laisen, please have a seat. Then he gestured for Brent to take Mina to the adjacent room. Brent immediately understood and quietly beckoned Mina to leave. Ink floated back into the notebook, but Lu Yuan knew she was eavesdropping. Once the two left, Lu Yuan looked at Laisen. You look different today. Laisen sat down in the chair, resting one hand on the silver-plated cane, exuding an air of calm. Yes, because I've come to terms with things. He raised his head, looking directly into Lu Yuan's eyes. Dr. Lu, I didn't come today seeking treatment. I came to say goodbye. Lu Yuan's heart sank. Goodbye. Laisen nodded. Do you remember I told you last time? I saw that deep-sea city in my dreams. During this time, that city has become increasingly clear, and my identity there has become more solidified. He paused, a hint of an elusive smile appearing on his lips. And I was chosen as a priest there, tasked with servitude. As Laisen was about to utter that name, he stopped as if realizing something and didn't continue. Lu Yuan furrowed his brows and said in a deep voice, that is pollution, it is aberration. I know. Laisen did not refute. By ordinary standards, I am indeed aberrated. But Dr. Lu, do you know? In that city, I felt an unparalleled sense of belonging. His tone was eerily calm. I am no longer that landlord from Grim Harbor, no longer the pitiful creature living off rent, looked down upon by others. I have power, I have status, I have meaning. Lu Yuan's brows tightened even further upon hearing this. Clearly Laisen was no longer that landlord collecting rent, but had officially stepped into an unknown domain. You have embarked on the path of the extraordinary, Lu Yuan asked tentatively. Laisen did not answer, merely extended his right hand. A pale blue light emerged from his palm. In the cup on the table, the water began to boil, bubbling vigorously. Then the water detached from the cup, suspended in the air, slowly coalescing into the shape of a small snake. The small snake twisted its body, seeming to possess real life, gliding in the air for a moment. Then it transformed into countless droplets of water, falling back into the cup with a soft plop. Lu Yuan's expression grew serious. This was indeed an extraordinary ability, and it was controlled quite skillfully, even surpassing that of Valentine's aberrant extraordinary powers. This was simply unbelievable, considering Laisen had only been in the aberrant dream for a few days. As Lu Yuan focused, the familiar gray-white text finally appeared: abnormality in surrounding environment. Water element gathering. Speed exceeds normal. Analysis target has embarked on the extraordinary path, method unknown. Laisen retracted his hand, his expression calm. You see, I have already embarked on the path of the extraordinary. Lu Yuan asked again, can you still control your consciousness? Laisen's expression was somewhat complex. For now, yes, but I know this won't last long. The deep sea is calling to me, that city is summoning me. I can feel it, my time is short. He raised his head, a hint of bitterness in his gaze. At most, in 3 to 5 days I must respond to that call. Otherwise I will lose control and become a complete monster. Lu Yuan fell silent for a moment. Is this why you came to say goodbye? Yes, Laisen admitted generously this time. He then took out an envelope from his pocket. It was made of high-quality parchment, sealed with wax, and the address was written in gold lettering. Dr. Lu, I have one more request. He handed the envelope to Lu Yuan. This is a letter for my daughter. Lu Yuan accepted the envelope, his gaze falling on the address: Empire Tower of Erudition, Alchemy Department for Lorena. She is currently studying alchemy at the Tower of Erudition in the Empire. Laisen's tone softened somewhat. She is a clever child, much stronger than I am. I told her in the letter that I have passed away due to illness, and hope she can live well not to return to Grim Harbor. Laisen looked into Lu Yuan's eyes. Dr. Lu, I do not trust others, but I trust you. After I am gone, please help me send this letter to her. Lu Yuan looked at Laisen's earnest gaze, paused for a moment, then nodded. I will. Laisen seemed to have let go of a burden, sighing in relief. Thank you. He then stood up, pulled out a heavy pouch of coins from his pocket, and placed it on the table. Here are 65 gold shields as payment, and also a compensation for the materials I promised to send you, but did not. Lu Yuan's brow furrowed slightly. 65 gold shields was no small sum. Also, Dr. Lu, Laisen looked at him. Could you prepare that potion I took a few days ago? Lu Yuan was puzzled. Aren't you leaving? Laisen smiled wryly. Exactly, because I'm leaving I need it. Lu Yuan looked into Laisen's eyes and suddenly understood something. You have something to do in the deep sea city. Laisen did not hide it, simply nodding. Yes. Although I am to become one of them, my consciousness is still clear before the complete transformation. He then lowered his voice. Those kindred in the deep sea city are preparing for a major operation. They intend to create chaos in Grim Harbor, weakening all forces here. As a newly appointed priest, I am required to participate in this operation. Lu Yuan's pupils constricted upon hearing this. When Oi. Laisen shook his head. I don't know the exact time, but it should be in the next few days. I will try to delay things, create some small troubles to slow down their actions. But what I can do is limited. Those potions can help me maintain clarity for a longer time. Lu Yuan did not hesitate, immediately rising to walk toward the medicine cabinet. Although the supplies had almost run out due to Andrew's earlier commotion, it was still possible to barely make a few bottles with the remaining materials. After Lu Yuan's series of actions, 5 bottles of deep sea tranquilizer improved stealth version appeared in his hands. Pharmacology 0. 5, 13. 550. The experience, as expected, had decreased. Lu Yuan had discovered long ago that once he mastered the crafting of a certain potion, the experience gained from creating that potion would significantly diminish. Originally, he planned to wait for the payment from the Night Watchman before purchasing a batch of medicinal materials. Now with the gold shields Laisen had just given him, this plan could be expedited. Is this enough? Lawson took the potion, carefully stowing it in his bosom. It's enough, thank you. He looked at Lu Yuan with a complicated expression. Dr. Lu, you are a good person. If there is a next life, I hope to be an ordinary person living a simple life. No need to worry about rent, no need to be concerned about aberration. Lu Yuan did not speak. Some things once said would only seem pale. Lawson walked to the door, but suddenly stopped. By the way, Dr. Lu, there is one more thing. He turned back. Those kindred in the deep sea city mentioned a name. The Iron Whale. Lu Yuan's heart skipped a beat. What about the Iron Whale? Lawson's expression became serious. They said the Iron Whale is a gift from Mother. The people on that ship have all become nourishment for the deep sea. Only a few were chosen to become new priests. Lu Yuan's face darkened. Those people on the ship. Lawson shook his head. I don't know the details, but it sounds not very optimistic. He pushed open the door, sunlight shining on his face, yet failing to penetrate the gloom in his eyes. Dr. Lu, you all better move quickly. I can only delay things to this point. Grim Harbor may not hold out much longer. With that, Lawson left without looking back. Lu Yuan stood at the door watching Lawson's figure disappear around the corner. In his hand, he held the letter for Lorena, the golden lettering on the envelope shimmering in the sunlight. Ink drifted from the notebook, landing on his shoulder. This guy still has a conscience. Lu Yuan nodded. Yes, it's a pity. He did not continue. What was the pity? That he ultimately stepped into the abyss. That his clarity would not last long. Or was it a pity that this world never offered ordinary people too many choices? Brent walked out from next door. Dr. Lu has Mr. Lawson left. Lu Yuan tucked the letter away, stuffing it into his bosom. Yes, he went to a very far place. Brent nodded, seemingly understanding, but did not inquire further. Lu Yuan turned and walked back into the clinic, but his mind was racing. The evening sunlight had already turned hazy, slanting through the window into the clinic. Lu Yuan sat at the table, his fingers unconsciously tapping on the surface. Lawson's warning echoed in his mind. The major operation of the Deep Sea Church, the 3 to 5 day deadline, the conspiracy to weaken the Night Watchman's strength. This information must be conveyed to old Morgan as soon as possible, but he should have already gone to the Ascension Council. I hope he can return soon. Lu Yuan stood up, preparing to head to the base. Just then, woo, woo, woo. The deep horn sounded, abruptly shattering the evening's tranquility. Lu Yuan frowned. What is that? He had never heard such a sound, but the urgency in the horn made him instinctively alert. Bang, bang, bang. An urgent knocking came at the door. Lu Yuan rushed to open it, revealing a cloaked figure standing outside, the member of the Dark Watch. Dr. Lu, the Dark Watch member exclaimed urgently. Emergency alert. Evacuate to the base immediately. What happened? Enemy attack. The Dark Watch member had already turned to leave. A large number of unidentified enemies are moving toward the base. All summoned personnel must retreat. That horn. Level 1 alert. The Dark Watch member said without looking back. All Night Watchmen know what this means. Hurry up. With that, he disappeared around the corner, clearly going to notify others. Lu Yuan's heart sank. Lawson's warning had come true, and even faster than expected. He turned and rushed back into the clinic, grabbing the enchanted revolver from the table, while also securing the clock. Brent. Mina. Brent ran out from the next room, his face pale. Clearly, they had also heard the horn. Dr. Lu, what's happening outside? Mina followed closely behind, her small face filled with anxiety. Pack your things, follow me, we're going to the base. Lu Yuan's tone left no room for doubt. Ink drifted from the notebook, the little eyes carrying some gravity. Is something wrong? There's an enemy attack. The base is the only safe place. Then Lu Yuan stuffed the notebook into his bosom and rushed out of the clinic with the two of them. The residents in the vicinity were in a panic, fleeing in all directions. Lu Yuan hurriedly advanced towards the base with Brent and Mina, fully aware that the Night Watchers could not possibly relocate everyone here in a short time. Clearly, they could only rely on themselves for survival. Along the way, he spotted more than one shadow of a scout flickering on the rooftops and at the alley entrances, all moving in the same direction. A faint metallic odor permeated the air, reminiscent of seawater, yet also akin to decaying fish. This pungent smell involuntarily reminded Lu Yuan of the scent emitted by Laisen when he first encountered him. As he continued forward, a grayish-white prompt quietly appeared before Lu Yuan. Environmental perception, detecting a continuous increase in environmental aberration concentration. It is advised to keep a distance or evacuate immediately. The closer he got to the base, the stronger the metallic smell became. In the distance, the sounds of explosions and gunfire could already be heard. The battle had begun. 5 minutes later, Lu Yuan and the two rushed into the main entrance of the base. Inside was a scene of tense preparation for battle. The Night Watchers were quickly donning their gear, some checking weapons, while others distributed ammunition and Molotov cocktails. Mary stood in the center of the hall, putting on an enchanted armor. The armor was covered in intricate runes that shimmered with a faint blue light under the illumination. Beside her, several squad leaders were fully armed, their expressions solemn. Dr. Lu. Mary saw him and glanced at Brent and Mina, then pointed towards the deeper part of the hall. Take them to the safety room at the back. There are other non-combat personnel there. Lu Yuan turned to Brent. Take Mina to the back, follow the instructions of the people there, and don't run around. Keep the ink with me for now. Brent knew he couldn't be of much help, and nodded. Be careful, Dr. Lu. He then quickly led Mina towards the back. Mina looked back at Lu Yuan with worry in her eyes, but ultimately followed her brother obediently. Lu Yuan turned to Mary. What's the situation? As she fastened her bracers, Mary spoke quickly. The scouts have engaged the enemy, with at least 60 of them, all wearing gray robes. Mr. Morgan has gone to discuss collaboration for the Ascension and hasn't returned yet. Hans and Valentine are both injured and unable to fight for the time being. She took a deep breath. Currently, the only ones able to fight are me, a few squad leaders, and about 20 members. Yuan couldn't help but frown at her words. 60 against over 20. Although we are at a numerical disadvantage, we have the advantage in equipment, Mary said, picking up an enchanted longsword, and she paused and lowered her voice. Mr. Morgan set up some things at the base based on his structural techniques. They can be activated in a critical moment, but the cost is high, and they should not be used unless absolutely necessary. This is one of our trump cards. Yuan nodded, not pressing further about the specifics of that cost. Mary looked at him. Dr. Liu, if the situation turns dire, you and the ink will be one of the last lines of defense. I know you aren't a combatant, but we really don't have enough personnel right now. I understand. Yuan tightened his grip on the revolver in his hand. Mary nodded and turned to shout, everyone, prepare to engage. Team 1 and Team 2 follow me, support the front lines. Team 3 hold the flanks, Team 4 stay in the hall. The Night Watchers swiftly sprang into action. Mary led the majority out of the base entrance. Yuan stood deep in the hall. Through the open door, he could see the battle at the entrance. The scouts had already exchanged fire with the enemy. Dozens of figures cloaked in gray were assaulting the defense line, wielding various weapons, rusty iron swords, bone spears, and even fishing forks. The scouts' alchemical firearms were firing continuously with gunshots ringing out. Alchemical projectiles tore through the air, but were blocked by a layer of faint blue water curtain before reaching the gray-robed figures. The water curtain coalesced out of thin air, moving as if it were a living entity, swallowing the bullets entirely. Some scouts threw Molotov cocktails. The glass shattered, flames erupting, but the water curtain surged up, instantly extinguishing the flames. Damn it, they have water manipulators, shouted a scout angrily. Among the gray-robed figures, a few individuals continuously emanated a faint blue glow, controlling those water curtains. The scouts' firepower was suppressed, and the defense line was teetering on the brink of collapse. At that moment, Mary and the main force arrived, covering fire. At her command, the Night Watchers opened fire simultaneously. Firearms, Molotov cocktails, alchemical grenades, various weapons poured forth. A Night Watcher took a silver glass vial from his backpack and threw it forcefully into the densest area of the gray-robed figures. Mithril. The silver flames erupted, suddenly burning with the alchemical fire that consumes spiritual essence. The water curtain could not stop it. At least 5 gray-robed figures were engulfed by the silver flames, screaming as they turned to ashes. The sudden surge in the Night Watchers' offensive caused a brief disruption in the formation of the gray-robed figures. But at that moment, in the center of the gray-robed figures, a stooped figure slowly raised both hands. In his hands, a swirling water sphere was coalescing, emanating an eerie blue glow. The figure began to chant softly, the tone strange and distorted, as if it were a whisper from the deep sea. Great Mother, bestow protection upon your children. Let the silence of the deep sea envelop this land. As the incantation concluded, the water sphere suddenly exploded. An invisible ripple spread outward from him, engulfing the entire battlefield. Yuan felt a suffocating sense of oppression wash over him. Rationality 60, 71, 59, 71. Yuan's already not fully recovered rationality dropped by another point. Immediately after, bizarre events began to unfold. An alchemical grenade thrown by a Night Watcher landed in the enemy ranks, but unusually did not explode. Subsequently, another Molotov cocktail shattered on the ground. Just as the flames began to rise, they were extinguished by an invisible force. Even the firing rate of the alchemical firearms slowed down. The bullets once fired seemed to be enveloped in water, losing speed. All explosives are rendered ineffective. Someone shouted in terror. That was a method of the Deep Sea Church, a bizarre barrier that suppresses flames and explosions. Losing the advantage in firepower, the Night Watchers' prior advantage vanished instantly. The gray-robed figures offered no respite to the Night Watchers, launching a charge and roaring towards the defense line. The situation quickly tilted in their favor. Don't panic, Mary shouted in anger upon seeing this, as the enchanted longsword in her hand erupted with blinding silver light. On her body, the runes of the enchanted armor lit up, and a faint silver halo spread outward from her center, enveloping all the Night Watchers. Even Yuan, who remained in the hall, could feel a warm power surging into his body. Was that Mary's extraordinary ability? Strangely, the gray-robed man who had been bisected did not let out a cry of agony or even struggle. He simply fell straight to the ground. The Night Watchmen could not afford to care much, seeing their captain Mary had already charged and their morale surged, and they began to fight back. Those wielding alchemical firearms adjusted their shooting rhythm. Although the bullet's power was diminished by the water curtain, the dense barrage still managed to maintain effective suppression. The melee fighters drew their enchanted swords, engaging the gray-robed men in close combat, bolstered by the silver light. But the gray-robed men also began to move. Another round of eerie chanting echoed as faint blue patterns began to surface on the bodies of the gray-robed men, and their movements became faster and stronger. Blessing of the deep sea. The enhancements on both sides clashed, plunging the battlefield into a brutal melee. The clash of sword light and broken weapons intertwined, despite the gray-robed men's weapons being inferior, their fearless combat style and sheer numbers held the Night Watchmen's assault at bay, leading to a stalemate. Yuan's brows furrowed tighter. At this rate, Mary wouldn't hold on. He then looked at Ink. I need to go out. Ink floated out from the notebook, unusually silent. Are you sure? The spellcaster must die, or otherwise the firepower cannot be restored. Ink was silent for a moment before sighing. I need to tell you something. Her tone was somewhat resigned. I fought with that priest before and pulled you once in a dream. I am injured now. If you go out to fight, I may not be able to protect you. Lu Yuan was taken aback. Ink was injured. She had never mentioned it before. Why didn't you say it earlier? What difference would it make? Ink rolled her eyes. You can't help me heal. Lu Yuan looked at her silent for a long time because he had no way to treat Ink's injuries. Witnessing a special containment object book spirit knowledge disorder. Characteristics feeds on knowledge and can also serve as an index for knowledge. Treatment method. Insufficient knowledge. Default plan failed. You stay here to guard the hall and watch over Mina. I don't like leaving my fate in others' hands, who I prefer to take the initiative. Ink stared at Lu Yuan for a few seconds. Don't die. I'll try my best. Lu Yuan turned and dashed toward the entrance. The battlefield was already in chaos. Lu Yuan charged into the fray, his target clear. The spellcaster, who was still chanting. He raised his enchanted revolver, aimed, and pulled the trigger. Bang! The bullet pierced through the chaotic crowd, but was blocked by a gray-robed man. This wouldn't do. Lu Yuan made a decision and activated his time manipulation. Click! The world slowed in his eyes. He quickly darted along the edges of the battlefield, using the acceleration of time manipulation to evade attacks constantly closing in on the spellcaster. Rationality 59 71 56 71 Mary noticed Lu Yuan, who was darting through the battlefield at the speed of light. Seeing his flickering figure, she instantly understood his intent. She immediately let out a furious roar, her aura soaring like a rainbow. The silver halo exploded, and the sharpness of her silver sword increased dramatically as it cleaved a path for Lu Yuan. Lu Yuan seized the opportunity, his speed increasing once more. Finally, the last protector in front of the spellcaster among the gray-robed men was bisected, and Lu Yuan raised his gun. Bang! The bullet traced an arc through the light barrier. The next moment, the spellcaster hiding in the crowd had his head explode, his body slumping down. The deep-sea barrier dissipated. Firepower has been restored. One of the night watchmen excitedly shouted upon witnessing this scene. Yet a sense of ominous premonition surged in Lu Yuan's heart. It was too easy. The spellcaster had almost no protection, as if he had been deliberately set up to be killed. At that moment, the corpse began to tremble violently. A bizarre ripple erupted from the corpse, instantly enveloping all the gray-robed men. Great Mother, accept the sacrifice of your children. Grant us our true forms. This was the curse that had long been etched upon the spellcaster, an area transformation triggered by death. All the gray-robed men displayed an expression of fanaticism, simultaneously letting out cries of agony. Their skin began to turn deep blue, and foul-smelling scales grew at a visible rate. Their emaciated hands transformed into webbed claws, and their mouths split open, revealing layers of sharp teeth. The gray-robed men on the battlefield had nearly all transformed into half-human, half-fish monsters. Deep-sea Kinlodier, a creature that has been altered by touching the power of the deep sea. It was a trap. The spellcaster was a bait from the very beginning, meant to exhaust the night watchman's strength and then trigger the group transformation. Damn it! Mary clearly realized she had been played and let out an enraged roar. Although firepower had been restored, the transformed kin were even more frenzied than before. They fearlessly lunged at the night watchman, instantly tearing a hole in the defense line with their sharp claws and teeth. Lu Yuan fired frantically, but there were too many kin. Before Lu Yuan could replace the revolver's bullets, he already saw a night watchman knocked down by a kin, his throat bitten through, blood gushing forth. His rationality continued to plummet. Rationality 56 71 52 71 4871. Just as the defense line was about to completely collapse, a roar came from afar. Get away from me! A figure descended from the sky. Boom! The ground was smashed into a deep pit, debris flying. As the dust settled, a tall female figure emerged. She stood nearly 2 meters tall, her muscles well-defined, wielding a massive warhammer, its head crackling with lightning. Alice. She surveyed the battlefield, her eyes ablaze with fury. I've only been gone for a few days, and some trash dares to attack the base. She snorted coldly, raising her warhammer. Die! The lightning on the hammer surged, forming an arc of electrical storm as she swung it toward the kin. Boom! The lightning ravaged through the kin, incinerating nearby ones to a crisp. The charge of the kin was forcibly interrupted. With Alice's arrival, the night watchmen finally steadied their footing. The captain is back. Counterattack! Mary, gritting her teeth against her wounds, shouted, fire at full power. Together with Captain Alice. As soon as Mary's voice fell, the silver halo burst forth again, but this time it was evident that the color of the halo had dimmed significantly. Clearly Mary was nearing her limit. But it was enough. Under the halo's enhancement, the already terrifying Alice transformed directly into a humanoid Tyrannosaurus. Meanwhile, the night watchmen, with their firepower restored, were like reborn. Mithril incendiary bottles, alchemical grenades. All explosives poured out once more. Combined with Alice's thunder and Mary's sword edge, the night watchmen began to push back. Lu Yuan took the opportunity to activate the timekeeper again, moving along the edge of the battlefield, each shot striking precisely at vital points. Without the protection of the deep-sea barrier, the power of the enchanted revolver increased exponentially, especially against the aberrant creatures. Though the kinfolk were formidable, they began to retreat under the dual pressure of firepower and extraordinary beings. Alice swung her hammer horizontally, sending one kinfolk flying. It rolled several times on the ground, its chest caved in and ribs shattered. Yet it surprisingly did not die. The kinfolk struggled to rise, its murky eyes scanning the battlefield, suddenly locking onto a gray-robed figure that had not yet undergone aberration. In the next moment it pounced forward. The gray-robed figure did not even have time to scream before the kinfolk bit down on its neck, tearing its head off, with brutal force, blood gushing forth. The kinfolk opened its gaping maw, which split to the roots of its ears, swallowing its companion's head whole. Following that were its arms and torso. It was devouring its own kind. As the flesh entered its belly, the kinfolk's momentum began to surge wildly. The previously caved-in chest healed at a visible speed, its scales grew harder, and its size expanded noticeably. Not good. Mary's pupils contracted. Don't let them succeed. Seeing this, Alice shouted as well. The other kinfolk seemed to receive some kind of inspiration, all pouncing towards the gray-robed figures that had not yet completed their aberration. However, Yuan at the battlefield's edge reacted even faster. With the enhancements from the timekeeper and Mary's silver halo flames enveloped the bullets, blasting the heads of all the unaltered believers. The kinfolk's plan fell through. Seeing this, Alice's mouth curved into a smile. Well done. Then her speed surged, darting towards the kinfolk that had just finished its meal, her warhammer crackling with thunder as it came crashing down. But the kinfolk surprisingly extended its clawed paw, attempting to withstand the blow. Boom. The ground cracked, and the kinfolk paid a painful price for its expansion, letting out a shriek as it knelt on the ground. Yet it still struggled, opening its wide mouth to bite at Alice's face. Alice's gaze was cold as she sidestepped her warhammer once again, surrounded by lightning. Boom. The kinfolk's head exploded, its massive body collapsing to the ground like a pile of mud. However, the price was that Alice's arm was slashed open by its sharp claws. The last few kinfolk, seeing the tide was turning, let out a reluctant roar, preparing to fight to the death. Retreat. An order suddenly came from somewhere, and the remaining kinfolk hastily disengaged from battle, vanishing into the night. The sentinels did not pursue, they were already exhausted. The battle finally came to an end. The sentinels did not rest, but quickly began cleaning up the battlefield and accounting for casualties, while the 4 teams stationed at the base swiftly spread out to ensure there were no ambushes from the deep-sea church nearby. Casualties: 5 dead. Serious injuries: 12. Minor injuries: nearly everyone. This was the price the sentinels paid to fend off this wave of attack. At this moment, the timekeeper in Yuan's hand finally turned off. Rationality 2971, rationality 31371. After this battle, Yuan's rationality level gained a rare point of experience. Since reaching rationality level 3, the difficulty of gaining rationality experience had escalated significantly. However, at this moment, Yuan felt dizzy. Even some wave-like patterns began to surface before his eyes, as if the world were twisting. Clearly, this was the delusion caused by the consumption of rationality. Shaking his head vigorously, Yuan took out the holy water cup from his pocket, poured in the water, and with a flash of light, he drank it all in one go. Rationality 3, 2, 3771. Yuan used up all of today's holy water cup conversion effects in one breath. Rationality finally returned to a relatively stable value. The illusory scene before him gradually faded, and Yuan let out a long sigh of relief. Yet that feeling of being watched from the deep sea lingered on. At this moment, Alice sheathed her hammer, which was taller than herself, and walked over, sizing him up. You are the new advisor. Her gaze fell on the revolver in Yuan's hand, then glanced at the kinfolk corpses on the battlefield that had been shot in the head, the corners of her mouth slightly raising. Not bad, you have some skills. Yuan nodded in response. He truly had no strength left to speak. Just as the sentinels were tidying up the battlefield, footsteps could be heard from outside the base. Old Morgan returned with several people. He was covered in blood, his iconic black coat tattered, and a deep claw mark ran across his face, blood trickling down his cheek, looking rather disheveled. But the bloodthirsty aura emanating from him indicated that the creatures that had attacked him did not meet a good end. Mary was surprised to see Old Morgan return. Old Morgan, you were attacked. Old Morgan gasped for breath, sitting down heavily on the steps, so the base was indeed attacked. The Ascension Society was also attacked, many died, and even an alchemist was ambushed with the laboratory blown to smithereens. He paused before continuing. The high-ranking priest from the church was also ambushed. I was worried about the base, so I hurried back and conveniently dealt with a few pests on the way. The timing of the deep-sea church's attack was too perfect. Basically, just as you left, they came in right after you. Mary, checking her wounds, spoke. Could it be that they knew about your meeting? Old Morgan shook his head. Not likely. The base's defenses were not activated, and even a prophet cannot see the future while the defenses are down. Captain Mary, urgent message from the inner city. Just then a sentinel rushed over anxiously. The inner city has been attacked. The station troops managed to fend off the assault, but Lord Viscount is very angry and has specifically summoned Captain Old Morgan for a meeting. Everyone was stunned. Attacking 3 factions simultaneously and even assaulting the inner city. How did they manage to pull this off? What a meticulous plan must have been required to hide such a large group of people right under so many eyes. Upon hearing this news, a glint of cold light flashed in Old Morgan's murky eyes. It seems the rats hiding in the dark can no longer sit still. Then he cast a meaningful glance at Yuan, clearly suspecting that it was Yuan's dream that had forced the deep-sea church's plan to advance prematurely. Because judging by the offensive on the ground, they could have done better, yet they clearly did not, instead eagerly showing up to launch a wave of indiscriminate attacks on the forces capable of combat at Grim Harbor. But no matter what their purpose was, at least the Sentinels suffered heavy losses. Lu Yuan finally regained a bit of strength and spoke. Old Morgan Lawson came to see me this afternoon. Old Morgan turned to look at him. He is also an infected dreamer, but has stepped into the extraordinary through the dream, claiming to be chosen as a priest of the Deep Sea Church. He warned me that this attack is only the beginning. Also, most of the people on the Iron Whale have become nourishment. Old Morgan's face, stained with blood, grew solemn upon hearing this. Finally, he stood up, brushed the dust off his coat, and said softly, "It seems the storm has truly arrived." He fell silent for a moment before starting to issue orders. Everyone go into the base to heal. Alice, increase vigilance and deploy all hidden sentries. Mary, compile a detailed list of casualties. I'll change my clothes and meet with the Viscount. After the battle, the area near the night watchman's base was in disarray. Everywhere were signs of destruction intermixed with blood that had yet to be cleaned up. The air was thick with the acrid smell of gunpowder and the remnants of evaporated holy water. The night watchmen busied themselves rushing about with stretchers to tend to the injured. Some counted the losses of supplies, while others reinforced the damaged defensive structures. Lu Yuan leaned against the wall of the corridor, resting with his eyes closed. Continuous battles and the drain on his rationality left him utterly exhausted, and his temples throbbed with a dull pain. In the corner of his vision, gray-white text floated quietly. Rationality 3771. The effect of the primary holy water had diminished. The third sip only restored 2 points, and it seemed he would not be able to do much for the next couple of days. Lu Yuan. A hoarse voice interrupted his thoughts. Lu Yuan opened his eyes to see old Morgan standing before him. The old man had changed into a clean dark coat, and his hair was neatly combed, making him appear much more spirited. Yet the weariness and gravity in his gaze were unmistakable, clearly showing that he had paid a hefty price to return so quickly. Follow me. Old Morgan said no more, simply gesturing for Lu Yuan to follow, then turned and walked deeper into the corridor. Lu Yuan followed closely. The two arrived at a relatively intact small room. Old Morgan, I need to go to the inner city to meet the Viscount soon. Old Morgan looked at Lu Yuan, his gaze sharp. Various factions will be present. This is an emergency meeting. Before that, I need you to tell me the details of the strange dream once more. He opened the notebook, the pen hovering over the paper. The more detailed, the better. I need to take notes. This is not just for reference. It might even help solve your strange dream problem. Lu Yuan nodded and began to describe. He started from the very beginning. The inky black sea with a bright white moon hanging above the shattered remnants of the beach and the worn-out formations. The deep cave at the center of the island, along with the nearby simple houses. Finally, the iron whale stranded at the edge of the beach, and the inexplicably appearing deep-sea cultists, along with the unspeakable entities that were summoned. Old Morgan's pen moved rapidly across the paper, recording this information one by one. Wait a minute, you could actually move in the strange dream. Old Morgan furrowed his brow, for this was starkly different from previous intel. Previously infected members of the strange dream, while sometimes seeing different things, were always passive recipients. None had shown the ability to roam freely in the dream, like Lu Yuan. Initially, Old Morgan had thought Lu Yuan merely passively observed those things. It seems the secrets hidden in the strange dream are much deeper than recorded. Old Morgan muttered to himself. Also, Lu Yuan's voice carried a hint of fatigue. One of my patients, Lawson, he is also infected by the strange dream. Old Morgan paused, lifting his eyelids to look at him. Lu Yuan continued. But he is different from me. He not only stepped into the extraordinary in the strange dream, but seems to have become a priest. He said before leaving that the people on the Iron Whale would become nourishment, and that those kindred would be making big moves recently. He also said. Lu Yuan paused. Grimport might not last much longer. Old Morgan's pen froze midair. Is the information reliable? Are you sure he stepped into the extraordinary in the strange dream? He had no reason to lie. I am certain he achieved the extraordinary, and ink was present at that time. The room fell into a brief silence. After a moment, Old Morgan closed the notebook, his expression even graver than before. This information is extremely important. He stood up, putting the notebook away. It should be useful in the meeting. You should rest first. Old Morgan patted Lu Yuan's shoulder. And do not push yourself too hard. That might deplete your rationality. You cannot bear that kind of cost right now. Old Morgan lit a cigarette and put it in his mouth. Lu Yuan remained seated in the chair, silent, knowing exactly what Old Morgan meant. However, Old Morgan was too late, as Lu Yuan's rationality had already been somewhat depleted, but fortunately, it wasn't severe. Old Morgan walked to the door, hand resting on the doorknob, glancing back at Lu Yuan. Wait for me to return, and then we will discuss the next steps. Lu Yuan nodded. Then Old Morgan pushed the door open and left. A strong wind rushed in from the end of the corridor, making his coat flap loudly, and his figure quickly disappeared around the dim corner. Lu Yuan gazed in that direction, a vague premonition rising in his heart. After Old Morgan left, Lu Yuan went to see Mina and Brent. They were both in good spirits and had managed to eat quite a bit in the safe house. After a brief exchange, Lu Yuan arrived at a temporary resting room. It was a small storage room that had been cleared out for him to rest. Lu Yuan sat down in the chair, gently massaging his temples, taking a deep breath to relax as much as possible. Hey! A familiar voice rang in his ear. Lu Yuan looked up to see ink floating out from his notebook. The small figure formed from ink landed on his shoulder, its dark eyes fixed on him, wearing a more serious expression than usual. "What's wrong?" Yuan asked, observing Ink's serious demeanor. Ink fell silent for a few seconds. For once she didn't retort, but simply said, "If old Morgan does reach an agreement with them at the meeting, you will likely have to go out to sea for an investigation. If you go, I will follow you." Yuan shook his head decisively. "No. You have consumed too much before and still haven't recovered. If you join this time, you will inevitably have to participate in the battle, and you might die then. Moreover," Yuan looked at Ink, "your host is Mina. She cannot leave you, and I cannot let her take risks. Even if I insist on bringing Mina, old Morgan wouldn't agree. Mina is just an ordinary little girl. She cannot withstand the tempests at sea, let alone the potential dangers and battles." Ink opened her mouth as if to argue, but ultimately said nothing. She knew Yuan was right. Silence spread between them. After a long while, Ink finally spoke in a muffled voice. "Just be careful." Her voice was soft, laced with a trace of unnoticeable concern. Yuan nodded. Ink seemed to find it hard to adapt to this atmosphere, saying nothing more as her figure flickered and slipped back into the notebook. Yuan sat alone in the dim room, fully aware that he must follow this time when they set out to sea. After last night's strange dream, his experience points had only increased by a rare single point, yet his rationality limit had dropped by 4 points. If this continues to happen a few more times, he feared he wouldn't last many nights. Meanwhile, at the Earl's residence in the conference hall, late at night, the usually stern mansion unusually opened its doors. The residence is located at the highest point of the inner city, overlooking the entire Grimport. The 3-story stone main building stood silently in the night, with sculptures of the sea god and giant whales carved on the columns, telling the ancient glory of this port city. The conference hall, capable of accommodating dozens, was occupied by only a few people. The candlelight flickered in the shadows of the walls, casting the faces of those present in a shifting light. Old Morgan sat in the night watchman's seat, looking around. The Earl sat in the main position, his expression gloomy. To his left was Archbishop Samuel, an elderly man dressed in purple robes with white hair. He appeared calm, but there was a flicker of golden light in his eyes. To his right was the Ascension Society's great ascender Grishis, a middle-aged man, with a half-mechanical face, the sound of turning gears audible even as he simply sat there. Additionally, there were military representatives from the inner city and several newly appointed officials whose names old Morgan couldn't recall. The atmosphere in the conference hall was oppressive and heavy. "Damage report," the Earl's voice echoed in the hall. "Each party reports in turn." The night watchman spoke first. 5 killed, 12 severely injured, several lightly wounded. Old Morgan's voice was calm, but everyone present sensed the weight in it. Grishis from the Ascension Society continued. "1 senior alchemist is dead, 3 alchemists are severely injured." He paused, a chilling glint flashing in his mechanical eye. The laboratory was largely destroyed and years of research went up in flames. Archbishop Samuel sighed lightly. 2 clerics were severely injured and several deacons were lightly wounded, but they attacked our believers, which will make the believers feel that the glory of the angels does not reach everywhere. At this moment, the military representative from the inner city stood up to add, "The station troops suffered over 10 casualties, and there has been a sense of panic among the populace, but we have implemented a curfew. However, some will reconsider the safety of the inner city due to this incident, which is a considerable loss." After the report, the conference hall fell into a brief silence. The number of deaths did not seem that high. But in Grimport, a port on the edge of the Empire, this number was already significant, especially for the Ascension Society, which actually lost a senior alchemist. The severity of the losses exceeded everyone's expectations. Those previously unregarded deep-sea church had the capability to simultaneously launch attacks against 4 factions and cause such massive casualties. "Intelligence," the Earl broke the silence first. "What do you all know?" Old Morgan pondered for a moment before speaking. He opened his notebook and recounted the intelligence provided by Yuan. An island in the dream of anomaly, and altered the chanting of the gray-robed figures, but omitted the entity that was summoned. He also mentioned Lawson's warning the crew of the Iron Whale had become nourishment, and those deep-sea followers were about to make a significant move. Grishis from the Ascension Society added, "We recently studied the ores brought back by the Iron Whale, and found that they seem to be alive, and we can use them to monitor strange fluctuations in a certain sea area." He then unfolded a chart filled with dense data. The source of the fluctuations corresponds height-wise with the location of the island mentioned by the night watchman. "We have reason to suspect that the ores serve as a beacon. Even if we destroy them now, it may be too late." Archbishop Samuel then opened an ancient tome. There are records in the church's texts. Some ancient beings lie asleep in the deep sea, older than the strange, more terrifying than demons. Those deep-sea church. The prayers used in battle, I have reason to suspect that what they worship are those beings. Therefore, those deep-sea people are likely preparing for a large-scale ritual to awaken those beings, and the consequences of this are beyond our capacity to bear, let alone the Empire itself. Thus, we must accelerate our pace. The atmosphere in the conference hall grew increasingly tense. As the intelligence from all sides pieced together the outline of the truth gradually became clear. Those from the deep-sea church had long been lurking in Grimport. Their infiltration exceeded expectations. The island in the dream of anomaly was likely their stronghold. They intended to summon something, or awaken some slumbering existence. "We must send someone to investigate on site," the Earl decisively stated, "the area where the Iron Whale met with misfortune in that island." Old Morgan interjected at the right moment. Earl, we are short on manpower. The Night Watchman's recent missions have already resulted in 2 captains being severely injured. Even counting this old body of mine, we can only muster 3 capable fighters. Archbishop Samuel also spoke up. Our church only has a few clerics available now. Only the Ascension Society was strangely silent. The Earl listened to the complaints from the Night Watchman and the church, and could easily discern their meaning, rubbing his brow. I will request the Empire to dispatch a squad of Holy Armored Troops here. Before dealing with those rats, the Holy Armored Troops will be responsible for the safety of Grimport. Since the manpower issue has been resolved, you all should send some people for this sea expedition. We from the Ascension Society are willing to send a ship. Grishy stood up, his mechanical eye shimmering with cold light. The Abyssal Hunter can set sail at any time. We will also provide main combat strength. Old Morgan glanced at Grishy's. No wonder the Ascension Society is so quick to respond. Why is the Ascension Society so eager? The answer was evident. During this attack, the Ascension Society suffered heavy losses, especially since they actually lost a senior alchemist. A figure of this caliber was no less than a prodigy between the 2nd and 3rd tiers. Yet they died so hastily. The death of such a talent was an enormous loss for the Ascension Society, and how would the Empire's headquarters perceive this? What would the Earl think? That the Ascension Society couldn't even protect this level of talent, particularly since the Ascension Society had been in an awkward position in recent years. The Church regarded them as heretics. Mechanical modification is a blasphemy against the body granted by God. The Night Watchmen viewed them as madmen. Replacing flesh and blood with steel will eventually lead to the loss of humanity and become monsters. Most crucially, the Empire maintained a watchful attitude towards mechanical ascension. This time the Earl personally made the decision, with various factions gathering. The most critical point was that this incident was clearly to be reported, for once it involved those beings the Empire would cast its gaze. Thus, this was an excellent opportunity for the Ascension Society to prove itself before the Empire, using the Earl as leverage. They wanted everyone to see mechanical ascension is not an evil path, but another viable route to combat the strange. If the operation succeeded, the Ascension Society's position in the Empire would be reconsidered, and the Empire's headquarters would also invest certain resources. Old Morgan withdrew his gaze and said nothing. The Night Watchman will cooperate, he simply stated. Samuel nodded as well. The Church will send people to accompany, providing protection and purification support. The Earl surveyed everyone and said in a deep voice, tomorrow morning we set off immediately. The situation is urgent, and we cannot delay any longer. In the early hours of the morning, Old Morgan returned to the Night Watcher's base and sought out Lu Yuan. At this moment, Lu Yuan had undergone a brief rest and was in much better condition. The results of the meeting. Old Morgan got straight to the point. We will join forces to investigate at sea. The Ascension Society will send a ship. Then Old Morgan unfolded a nautical chart pointing at the marked locations. There are 2 targets. First, the area where the Iron Whale sank, to verify the status of the Iron Whale and search for clues. Second, confirm the location of the small island to ascertain whether it is a stronghold of the Deep Sea Church, while also looking for signs of rituals. What's the timeline? Lu Yuan asked. We'll set off at dawn tomorrow. Old Morgan's expression was serious. The situation is urgent. We cannot delay any longer. Lu Yuan fell silent for a moment, then he stood up and spoke up. I want to go. Old Morgan looked at him, but did not respond immediately. Lu Yuan met Old Morgan's gaze directly. Part of the intelligence this time was provided by me, so I must be on the list for this operation. Moreover, the source of the nightmares lies over there. If I don't go to resolve it, it will always be a hidden danger. Old Morgan gazed at the young man before him, his expression complex. He knew that this would effectively push Lu Yuan into the fire pit, which was far from the promise the Night Watchers had made to him initially. But the duty of the Night Watchers is to protect the safety of the people and the Empire. Since the nightmares involved those entities, Old Morgan had no choice but to reveal all the intelligence. In the end, he nodded. All right, but you must be prepared for the worst. Old Morgan's voice was low this time. It's highly dangerous. Lu Yuan nodded, his expression calm. But only he knew that choosing to disclose the details of the nightmares from the very beginning was a well-considered decision. He did not want to passively wait forever. The nightmares were eroding his rationality every night, and if he continued to sit idly by, it wouldn't be long before he completely broke down. Rather than waiting for death, it was better to take the initiative. Since the source of the nightmares pointed to that sea area, and since the Night Watchers would eventually investigate the Iron Whale and that small island, he had to become part of this operation. Only by personally stepping onto that land could he possibly find the key to unravel the nightmares. This was the only opportunity he had fought for himself. You should go back and rest. Old Morgan put away the nautical chart. I still need to discuss personnel arrangements with Alice and Mary, and I'll call you when the equipment arrives. Lu Yuan nodded and turned to leave. As he stepped out the door, he saw Alice and Mary walking toward him. The two brushed past him, and Alice glanced at him without saying a word, heading straight into the conference room. Lu Yuan did not linger and continued walking forward. Old Morgan, Alice, and Mary sat together under the dim light, beginning to finalize the personnel for the sea expedition. I'll lead the team from the Night Watchers. Alice spoke first, her tone leaving no room for doubt. Old Morgan glanced at her, but did not oppose. Alice was the team leader, a second-tier extraordinary being with the use of the extraordinary weapon Thunder Warhammer. In terms of combat ability, she ranked among the top 3 in the entire Grim Harbor Night Watchers division. Mary, you shouldn't go. Old Morgan pondered for a moment, and then spoke. You need to recuperate after your battle with the deep-sea church's people at the base. I have a lot of matters to handle in the coming days and need help. Mary understood that old Morgan was trying to protect her. This operation was evidently very dangerous. But before Mary could say anything, a large hand pressed down on her shoulder. All right, listen to old Morgan. You stay at the base and recover well. Alice knew what Mary was thinking. She was worried about her. But this operation was indeed dangerous, and given Mary's current state, forcing herself onto the ship would only become a burden. In the end, Mary said nothing more, only nodded. Don't be the first to encounter danger. There are those from the Ascension Society out there. Rest assured. Alice smiled and continued, I'll pick 3 more people, experienced ones with strong mental resilience. Is that enough? Old Morgan inquired. It's enough. Alice's tone was calm. Having more people is useless. The enemies this time cannot be dealt with by numbers. Old Morgan did not say anything further. He knew Alice was right. And what about that newcomer Lu Yuan? Alice looked at old Morgan. Is he going too? He volunteered. Alice raised an eyebrow. What's his reason? The nightmares. Old Morgan replied succinctly, the source is on that island. If he doesn't go to resolve it, problems will arise eventually. Alice fell silent for a few seconds, then nodded. All right, I'll keep an eye on him. Old Morgan silently lit a cigarette, his expression complicated. Try to take care of him. Meanwhile, Lu Yuan had arrived at the door of the safe house. After leaving the conference room, he did not return to the temporary rest area, but headed towards the safe house. Mina and Brent were still over there, and he needed to discuss some matters with them. The safe house was on the underground level of the base, specifically meant to protect non-combat personnel. Pushing the door open, Brent was sitting in the corner, checking something, and instinctively became alert upon hearing the noise. Dr. Lu. Brent stood up as he recognized the visitor. Are you all right? Has the fighting outside ended? It's over. Lu Yuan nodded, but I'm going on a long trip. Brent paused for a moment. A long trip? To the sea. Lu Yuan did not elaborate, but looked at Brent seriously, saying, while I'm away, you all stay at the base and don't go anywhere. Once the Holy Armor Army arrives, Grim Harbor will be safer, and then we can discuss returning to the clinic. Brent's expression grew serious, and he nodded earnestly. Don't worry, I will take good care of Mina. Lu Yuan patted his shoulder and then walked inside. Mina was lying on a makeshift bed, clutching that black notebook, and was not sleeping soundly. Lu Yuan sat down gently by the bed. The movement startled Mina awake. She rubbed her eyes and sat up, her small face full of worry when she saw Lu Yuan. Dr. Lu, are you leaving? Lu Yuan was somewhat surprised, not expecting her to have guessed it. I need to go out for a while. Will you come back? Mina's voice was soft, tinged with concern. Lu Yuan stroked her head. I will. His tone was calm, as if stating the obvious. The little creature from the notebook poked half of its body out. It stared at Lu Yuan, its dark eyes reflecting a much more complex expression than usual. Hey, Ink opened its mouth, seemingly wanting to say something harsh, but ultimately only muttered a few words. Come back alive. Lu Yuan stood up and nodded. He turned to leave, hearing Mina's soft call behind him along with Brent's comforting voice. When he returned to the surface, dawn was breaking. Old Morgan was waiting for him in the corridor. The equipment has arrived, to come with me. Lu Yuan followed old Morgan through the corridor and arrived at a basement. Pushing the door open, a mixed scent of metal and potions rushed to meet him. This was the Night Watcher's armory. Alice was already inside, selecting something. Alice was already inside, fastening gear to the belt at her waist. She wore a sleek black leather armor, her golden short hair tied back in a sharp, disciplined ponytail, exuding an aura of razor-edged intensity. Upon seeing Lu Yuan enter, she merely nodded, a curt, efficient greeting. Old Morgan stepped up to the table and gestured toward the supplies laid out upon it. These are provisions supplied by the Ascension Society and the Church, just delivered. Choose what you need. Lu Yuan's gaze swept across the table. It was laden with an array of specialized equipment: alchemical grenades, custom-crafted alchemical bullets, incendiary bottles, holy water, silver daggers, and several scrolls of sacred scripture. Pale gray glyphs shimmered into view before his eyes, revealing the properties of each item. Lu Yuan scanned the assortment, selected a few alchemical grenades to hang at his waist, and filled his ammunition pouch with a handful of alchemical bullets. His gaze finally settled on the incendiary bottles. Unlike those he'd encountered earlier in the sewers, these held an orange-ered liquid. Tiny sparks swirled within as he gently shook one. Item analysis: enchanted incendiary bottle, maritime variant in effect, formulated for maritime use. The flames resist immediate quenching by seawater. An additional effect: enhanced damage against deep-sea aberrant entities. Lu Yuan took 2 bottles and placed them carefully into his pack. He then fastened a blessed amulet around his neck and anointed his dagger with purifying holy oil. Alice had already finished selecting her gear and stood nearby, waiting in silence. Once both had completed their preparations, old Morgan beckoned Lu Yuan aside with a gesture. Alice, intrigued, followed closely. Old Morgan withdrew a small wooden box from his coat, opened the lid, and there rested 2 deep crimson orbs, faintly luminous, radiating palpable power. These are full specification exorcism powder charges. His expression turned solemn. Unlike the standard version you used at the Thorn Manor. Lu Yuan accepted the box and examined it closely. Pale gray script flickered into view. Inalchemical knowledge detected. Insufficient familiarity. Analysis failed. NAS with the standard variant. No further details were revealed. This is a premium product of our alchemy division, old Morgan continued. Its blast radius is significantly larger. The duration of both exorcistic luminescence and searing flame is extended. It suppresses anomalies far more effectively, but protective safeguards are nearly non-existent. When triggered, you must hurl it clear, or risk being consumed by your own detonation. Alice, watching from the side, couldn't help but remark, "Old Morgan, you're terribly biased." He shot her a stern glance. "You're a flesh-based transcendent. Why compare yourself to a physician? Besides, the base is nearly depleted. Only some mithril remains. Take it aboard the ship when we depart." Lu Yuan secured the box carefully against his chest. "Don't die, Lu Yuan." Old Morgan clapped him firmly on the shoulder. As the words left his lips, the armory door swung open, and 3 figures entered. The leader was a broad-shouldered, middle-aged man, Gray, whom Lu Yuan recognized from their joint operation in the sewers where they'd purged a mutated conglomeration. A dependable heavy gunner radiating quiet assurance. Trailing behind him was the taciturn Ed and a younger operative, early 20s with calm, steady eyes. "This is Leonard," Alice introduced briefly. "First squad, a veteran." Leonard gave Lu Yuan a respectful nod. The trio moved to the table and began distributing the remaining supplies. "Secure everything properly," Old Morgan cautioned. "Stay within the ship's hold during transit. Avoid confrontation with Ascension Society or church personnel." Gray acknowledged the instruction and stowed the holy water and scripture scrolls into his pack. With gear assigned and readiness confirmed, the team prepared to depart. Old Morgan led them onto a horse-drawn carriage bound for the docks. Several more carriages followed, carrying assistants and heavy wooden crates. The port lay at the outer edge of the city's expanse, still a considerable journey, even by carriage. When Lu Yuan arrived with the group, the Ascension Society's vessel was already moored. It was a black steamship, larger than any ordinary merchant vessel. Its hull was armored with thick, interlocking metal plates, each etched with dense arcane inscriptions that glimmered with an eerie cerulean light in the morning sun. White steam billowed rhythmically from its smokestacks, accompanied by a low, resonant thrum, like the breath of a slumbering iron leviathan. Copper lettering along the hull declared its name, the Abyss Hunter. The dock bustled with activity, workers hauling cargo and provisioning supplies. Old Morgan called to his assistants, "Load the mithril and remaining gear aboard," into the hold. The assistants sprang into motion, shouldering the crates toward the gangplank. Lu Yuan followed Alice onto the deck, where members of the Ascension Society awaited them. Their leader was a middle-aged man clad in a charcoal gray robe. His left eye was a marvel of precision engineering, an intricate mechanical prosthesis whose rotating gears were visible beneath its polished lens. As Lu Yuan focused on him, pale gray script materialized before his eyes. In target analysis, Marcus Mechanical Auger in profile, a being who has voluntarily surrendered portions of his human flesh, replacing them with alchemical constructs. Augmentation level profound. Original human features are now nearly indiscernible. Vulnerability: augmented components rely on alchemical energy sources. Strong electromagnetic interference may induce temporary system failure. N3 figures stood behind Marcus, robed in black, masked with beak-like visors, utterly still, like statues carved from obsidian. Target analysis: the born mechanized constructs in profile, entities stripped of most organic tissue and volition, retaining only reflexive neural responses and absolute obedience. Vulnerability: rigid behavioral patterns, incapable of autonomous judgment. Elimination of the controlling operator induces immediate systemic collapse. Near the entrance to the main hold stood a colossal figure, towering far above mortal height. Its entire frame was encased in layered articulated plating with visible alchemical conduits threading through its joints. Its head bore a grotesque avian mask, motionless in the shadows yet emanating an oppressive weight unmatched by any other presence on the dock. Target analysis: the Arbiter high-tier alchemical war construct in profile, a pinnacle of Ascension Society craftsmanship. Human physiology fused with forged steel through methods unknown. Whether consciousness endures beneath that armor remains unknowable. Vulnerability: requires extensive maintenance cycles after peak activation. I possesses negligible resistance to psychic assault. In current status, standby. Lu Yuan paused, startled. Bringing the Arbiter into the field signaled the Society's absolute commitment to this mission. Their determination, however, also implied greater security for him. Marcus saw the newcomer approach, his mechanical eye rotating as he scrutinized the Night Watchers team. "The leader of the Night Watchers, Lord Grishith, has instructed me to convey that this operation is primarily for investigation, and if faced with insurmountable forces, we are to retreat immediately." Alice shot him a cold glance, saying, "I don't need you to teach me how to do my job." Marcus shrugged, seemingly unfazed by Alice's attitude, and added, "I hope everyone will follow the arrangements made by the Ascension Society during our journey to the target location." With that, Marcus turned to leave. Alice scoffed at his words, but did not directly retort, as it was not the time to incite conflict. After a while, the church personnel finally arrived. 3 priests in white robes stepped onto the deck, the leader being a middle-aged man with golden patterns on his robe and a silver, holy emblem hanging on his chest. His expression was serious, and as he glanced over the Iron Giant, a hint of barely perceptible disdain flickered in his eyes, but it quickly vanished. "For the church, I am the team leader. You can call me Philip." He briefly introduced himself, and then looked at Marcus. "Archbishop Samuel has instructed me to convey that the church will fully cooperate in this operation, but if it involves those entities, we reserve the right to decide whether to continue." Marcus nodded, not at all surprised, and replied, "Understood." A cold smile crept into his heart. "When that time comes, will the decision to advance or retreat still be in your hands?" The three factions had gathered. Night Watchers Alice led, accompanied by the elite trio of Grey Ed and Leonard along with Lu Yuan. Ascension Society Marcus led 3 descendants plus the Silent Judicator. Church Philip led 2 priests. The numbers were few, but they were all elite from their respective factions. As for Old Morgan and the others, they were the true core figures of Grim Harbor and the pillars of their respective powers. It was impossible for them to personally take risks. Old Morgan stood on the dock watching the crowd aboard the ship. "Everyone be careful." His voice was not loud, but it was enough for those on the deck to hear. Alice waved at him. "Got it, Old Morgan." The ship's anchor slowly rose, and the roar of the steam engine grew louder. The Abyss Hunter began to start up, slowly departing from the dock. Lu Yuan stood at the ship's railing, gazing at the receding harbor. Old Morgan's figure grew smaller, and eventually disappeared into the morning mist. After a while, Lu Yuan stood on the deck looking at the boundless sea, with the navigation map provided by the Ascension Society spread out in his hands, feeling somewhat incredulous. Unfortunately, there was nothing to serve as a reference coordinate, leaving Lu Yuan unable to ascertain the authenticity of the navigation map. Glancing at the sea, it appeared very calm, with occasional ripples appearing in the distance, quickly returning to silence. Environmental perception detecting a continuous rise in the concentration of aberration in the sea area. It is advised to stay away. The gray-white prompt at the edge of his vision made Lu Yuan frown slightly. The rising concentration of aberration indicated they were approaching some pollution source, which was not good news considering that the island in the dream was at least 400 nautical miles away from Grim Harbor. "I just hope we won't collide directly." At that moment, footsteps approached from behind. Alice walked over, looking at the map in Lu Yuan's hands and quietly asking, "Is there a problem with the route?" Lu Yuan pointed to the annotations on the map. "The route provided by the Ascension Society is too precise." "What do you mean?" Alice frowned. "Under normal circumstances, when tracking an unknown sea signal, the route should be constantly adjusted." Lu Yuan folded a corner of the map, but this route seemed to know where the destination was from the very beginning. Alice fell silent for a moment. "Are you saying that the Ascension Society already knew the location of that island?" Lu Yuan did not answer directly, only putting away the map perhaps, but they should know much more than we do. According to the speed of the Abyss Hunter, it would take at least another day and a half to reach the island. A day and a half was enough for many things to happen. In the morning, a descendant knocked on the door of Lu Yuan and the other's room, indicating that Marcus wanted to hold a meeting in the cabin conference room. By the time Lu Yuan and Alice arrived, the conference room was already filled with people. It was not large, making it feel somewhat cramped. Lu Yuan noticed those descendants standing in the corners, regularly taking out syringes from their waists to inject themselves, a metallic sheen faintly flashing beneath their skin. The imposing figure of the Judicator stood outside the door with a red light occasionally flashing between the gaps of the helmet. After everyone was present, Marcus unfolded the map and said, "Upon landing on the island, the Ascension Society will be responsible for direct exploration and core area investigation. The Night Watchers will handle perimeter vigilance, and the Church will be responsible for support and purification." His tone was polite, yet his attitude was very assertive as the gears on half of his mechanical face slowly rotated, surveying the reactions of everyone around. "Of course, if any information is discovered, we can share it." Philip did not seem to have much emotion upon hearing this arrangement. "The Church's task this time is to be responsible for purification and healing." Philip began, his voice calm, "But we will not fight alongside that thing." He did not directly say Judicator, but the implication was clear. Marcus nodded, seemingly not surprised, and casually added, "Speaking of which, the Church has sent quite a few people this time, and you, Priest Philip, are personally leading along with 3 archdeacons. It seems the Church is quite interested in this island." Philip did not respond, only saying lightly, "Perhaps." Alice, upon hearing the arrangement, tapped her fingers on the table, leaving several distinct marks, clearly dissatisfied, but not exploding in anger at the moment. Lu Yuan stood by, observing everything. Each faction had its own thoughts. The Ascension Society wanted to take charge, the Church was drawing lines, yet unwilling to leave, and the Night Watchers were being marginalized. An operation aimed at saving lives had already turned into a scene of intrigue before it even began. What would happen if this team truly encountered those entities seen in the dream? "I still need to prepare early." Lu Yuan thought silently, while Marcus in the conference room noticed that no one was speaking and did not mind saying, "If everyone has no objections, then it is decided. I will send someone to inform you of any subsequent matters." With that, Marcus left the conference room with several descendants. Only Lu Yuan, Alice, and Philip remained in the room. After Marcus left, Philip spoke. "Alice, didn't Old Morgan tell you anything when you boarded the ship?" Alice's expression remained indifferent as she coldly replied, "No." Philip was silent for a moment, then finally turned to leave, only stopping at the door to say, "It seems Marcus' arrangements are quite appropriate." Once the people from the Church had left, Alice let out a cold laugh. "Marcus' arrangement is indeed interesting. Exploring directly is the most dangerous, yet the Ascension Society is eager to board. Either the Adjudicator is stronger than we imagine, or they know something we do not. The Church is the same." Lu Yuan lowered his voice. "Philip's words earlier seemed to be testing you." "Who knows?" Alice's lips curled into a sneer. "Let them plot in the dark. If they dare to stretch out their hands recklessly, then they'll be chopped off." She tightened her grip on the warhammer at her waist, her gaze turning serious. "But it doesn't matter. Once the real fight begins, it won't be Marcus calling the shots." Lu Yuan did not respond, for he realized that Alice indeed knew something. However, Old Morgan hadn't shared it with him, so Lu Yuan decided not to ask further. After the meeting concluded, everyone dispersed. Lu Yuan inspected his equipment on the deck while confirming the accuracy of the sea chart provided by the Ascension Society. Just as Lu Yuan was comparing the sea chart, Gray approached and handed him a water bottle. The two exchanged few words, but Gray left a good impression on Lu Yuan as a reliable firepower operator. Lu Yuan took a sip from the water bottle and scanned the deck. The sea remained calm, but the salty tang in the air was heavier than in the morning. Environmental perception, high concentration of aberration detected in the sea, avoidance recommended. Lu Yuan glanced at his rationality. Rationality 5071, it hadn't decreased. Lu Yuan finally breathed a sigh of relief. It seemed there was no need for excessive worry as the pollution source on the seabed appeared not to be on their course. As dusk approached, the Abyss Hunter began to slow down. The vibrations of the ship transitioned from a roar to a low hum, the speed gradually decreasing until it nearly came to a halt, only slight undulations remaining. Marcus' voice came from the cabin carrying a metallic tone, initiate night defense mode. As soon as he finished speaking, a series of mechanical sounds echoed from below the deck. Lu Yuan felt a slight tremor underfoot as the metal plates on either side of the ship began to slowly unfold, revealing the alchemical runes embedded within. Those runes illuminated in the darkness initially as faint points of light, then gradually brightening, forming a complex array. A low hum. A faint golden light surged from the runes, spreading along the ship's hull like water, ultimately converging at the top of the ship, forming a translucent shield that enveloped the entire Abyss Hunter. Large alchemical construct activation detected. Analyzing. Abyss Hunter's protective array, a mid-tier alchemical construct created by the Ascension Society, integrating inscription and sealing technology, capable of isolating aberration pollution and low-tier spiritual erosion within a certain range. Limited effectiveness against high-tier pollution sources. Current status: operating at full power. Weakness: alchemical energy supply system. Lu Yuan silently noted this information. As the golden light enveloped them, night fell completely. The Abyss Hunter began to sail towards its destination at an extremely slow pace. The Born Ones began to take turns on watch, their mechanical eyes flashing cold light in the darkness like a row of silent sentinels. Among the night watch, Gray volunteered for the first half, while Leonard was responsible for the latter half. The Church's deacons gathered in a corner of the cabin, quietly reciting prayers in a monotonous and dull tone. Lu Yuan lay in his chamber, unable to fall asleep for a long time. Outside, the sea was pitch black, with only the edge of the shield glowing faintly with golden light. Occasionally, ghostly blue points of light would rise from the depths, then quickly sink again, as if something was watching the ship from the seabed. Environmental perception, large-scale biological activity detected from the seabed. Distance far, no threat at the moment. Lu Yuan stared at those ghostly blue points of light, understanding that they were the things lurking beneath the sea. They were watching the ship, but the existence of the shield made them choose to give up. Lu Yuan turned over, closed his eyes, and forced himself to sleep. The real danger lay ahead. He needed to conserve his energy. After some time, the sea rose and fell silently, and Lu Yuan found himself back in that dream again, but this time nothing happened, merely watching the tides rise and fall before him. Rationality 330570. The experience brought by the aberrant dream has indeed decreased. Lu Yuan murmured to himself as he saw his rationality limit drop again. The next morning, the Abyss Hunter reactivated. The shield slowly retracted, the light of the runic array gradually dimmed, and the ship emitted a low rumble once more as it began to head towards the target sea area. During this time, Marcus did nothing, and the church members merely gathered together, seemingly discussing something. By noon, the sea conditions began to change dramatically. The previously calm sea had begun to stir, with waves gradually intensifying, crashing against the ship with a dull sound. The temperature around them plummeted. Lu Yuan exhaled, and his breath condensed into white mist. The humid air was laden with a decaying odor, pressing heavily on his chest and making it difficult to breathe. Warning: aberration concentration rising sharply. Warning: high-tier pollution source detected ahead. Environmental perception, large-scale life activity signs detected. The warnings flashing at the edge of his vision made Lu Yuan's expression turn serious. He raised his head and looked toward the distant horizon. A dark silhouette was faintly visible. That was their destination, the nameless island. A thick mass of dark clouds swirled above the island, and eerie blue light occasionally flashed within the clouds, reminiscent of the glowing points that had surfaced from the seabed last night. The alchemical rune array of the Abyss Hunter began to activate automatically, emitting a low buzzing sound. A faint glow enveloped the ship, as if resisting some invisible erosion. The atmosphere on the deck suddenly became tense. Marcus stepped onto the deck, gazing at the distant island, his mechanical face's expression difficult to interpret. Alice tightened her grip on the warhammer. Gray silently checked his weapons, and the Church's deacons ceased their prayers, beginning to draw sacred symbols on their chests. Lu Yuan felt a familiar dizziness wash over him. It was the essence he had sensed in the aberrant dream. That feeling of being washed by the deep sea, the suffocating sensation of being enveloped in darkness, was now gradually spreading towards him from the direction of that island. By noon, the Abyss Hunter finally entered the waters surrounding the island. At this moment, the sea conditions began to deteriorate rapidly. The once gently undulating waves became ferocious as they approached the island, with massive waves crashing against the ship, producing a dull roar. The ship rocked violently, forcing Lu Yuan to grip the railing to steady himself. Some waves were high enough to reach the ship's side, spraying seawater onto the deck with a bone-chilling coldness. Warning: large-scale, aberrant biological activity Detected Lu Yuan squinted his eyes looking at the roiling sea. In that inky black water he occasionally caught glimpses of massive shadows passing by. Something was swimming beneath the surface. They did not attack. They merely lingered beneath the ship, as if watching, waiting for the right moment. On the deck a descendant steered the vessel, striving to stabilize its course. Other descendants stood motionless, their faces blank and unresponsive to the violent rocking. Only the occasional glint of metallic sheen beneath their skin hinted at prior preparation. Philip led the acolytes in hushed recitation of sacred prayers. The holy emblem in his hand emitted a faint luminescence, weaving an almost imperceptible barrier around them. The arbiter had been activated. That colossal mechanical construct stood motionless at the deck's center, silent as a mountain, its crimson optical sensors slowly sweeping across the surrounding sea. Lu Yuan felt a sharp throb of pain behind his eyes, not from the warning glyphs of ash-gray script, but from a deeper primal unease. Fragmented yet unnervingly vivid images from his fever dreams flickered through his mind. An isle, a cavern, an altar. He gripped the ship's railing, suppressing a rising wave of nausea. Sanity 16770. His sanity, just restored after rest, had already begun to erode before even setting foot on the island. The island's contamination level far exceeded expectations. The abyssal hunter circled the island and located a barely serviceable cove on its leeward side. Then Lu Yuan saw the iron whale, or rather what remained of it. The once proud long-range vessel was impaled between jagged reefs, its hull grotesquely ruptured, as though torn apart from within. Its masts were shattered, its sails rotted, and its deck was coated in a strange, deep blue viscous film. Found it. Marcus's voice resonated from behind, metallic and precise. The iron whale. Lu Yuan turned and saw Marcus's half-mechanical face, gears turning steadily beneath exposed plating, crimson light pulsing rhythmically, as if scanning for something unseen. A hiss of steam vented from the seams of Marcus's body, and the flickering red light ceased. Disembark. Marcus bellowed as though he had just glimpsed a dire revelation. Instantly a descendant deployed the anchor of the abyssal hunter, and the gangway lowered. As Lu Yuan stepped onto the sand, a profound wave of disquiet surged up from his soles. Though the ground appeared to be coarse gravel, it yielded like living flesh, slowly, unnervingly undulating beneath his feet. All present paled, if Philip of the church in particular instantly summoned a shimmering golden aura beneath his boots. Moreover, the island was utterly silent. No birdsong, no insect hum, not even the crash of waves against rock, as if some unseen force had muffled all sound. Environmental perception, contamination, intensity extreme. Prolonged exposure will induce continuous sanity erosion. Alice tightened her grip on her warhammer, her gaze darkening. She glanced at Lu Yuan and signaled. A terse, unmistakable gesture, danger ahead. Lu Yuan noticed her fingers trembling slightly where they wrapped around the weapon's haft. As a Tier 2 flesh transcendent, Alice's sixth sense far surpassed that of ordinary mortals. What then had she sensed? Marcus dispatched 2 descendants to scout the iron whale's wreckage first. A black-robed figure ascended the rotting gangway, its beaked mask rotating slowly as it surveyed the deck. Marcus nodded, signaling the others to follow. As Lu Yuan set foot upon the deck, a rancid stench assaulted his senses. The entire surface was slick with that same deep blue viscous film reeking of putrid biological secretion. His boot sank slightly into the substance, emitting a sickening wet suction sound. Environmental perception, residual high-intensity contamination source. Lu Yuan frowned. He had never encountered this term before. It meant the entity that attacked the iron whale possessed terrifying levels of corruption. Search the holds, Marcus commanded without hesitation upon sighting the wreck. The descendants dispersed in grim silence, vanishing into various compartments. Lu Yuan followed Gray toward the captain's quarters while Alice led the rest deeper into the ship's bowels. The captain's quarters lay one deck below, within chaos reigned. Chairs and tables lay, overturned objects were strewn across the floor, deep, ragged claw marks scarred the walls, as though someone had fled in terror only to be dragged back. No corpses remained, not even traces of blood. Only that ubiquitous deep blue viscous film coating nearly every surface. Lu Yuan took a step forward, then froze. A new line of gray script shimmered into view. Environmental perception, abnormally high concentration of non-human biological traces. In the next instant, Lu Yuan spotted it. A mound of deep blue viscous matter slowly undulating in the corner of the cabin. Roughly half a man's height, its form was amorphous, like a colossal gelatinous mass constantly rippling and contracting. And atop that quivering mass was embedded a human head. The skull was severely decayed, eye sockets hollow, flesh sloughed away, yet its mouth opened and closed in silent, desperate supplication. Viscous tendrils coiled around the severed neck beneath, relentlessly dissolving and consuming, but somehow preserving the head's integrity. Encountered deep stage mutant entity, putrescent form. Warning, sanity check initiated. Check failed. Sustained observation inflicts moderate sanity corrosion. Lu Yuan's pupils contracted sharply. The head had turned. Its hollow flesh stripped, eye sockets locked onto Lu Yuan's gaze. Sanity 1. 6,370. Something's here. Lu Yuan snapped, stepping back as his revolver cleared its holster and leveled at the target. Bang! A specially forged alchemical round tore through the air, striking the abomination dead center. The moment the bullet pierced the viscous mass, a searing hiss erupted, then rapidly dissolved within the substance. Yet the creature merely shuddered, then enraged lunged forward with shocking speed. Gray reacted instantly. He yanked Lu Yuan behind him and drew his short sword in one fluid motion, slashing downward at the surging mass. As the blade sank into the viscous matter, another sharp hiss rang out, the metal surface blistering and pitting under corrosive assault. "It's acidic." Gray snarled, wrenching the blade free and hurling the thing backward. The edge of his sword had already been gnawed down by a full inch. The human head embedded in the viscous mass twisted, its ruined face contorting in sudden raw terror, then its jaw wrenched open in a noiseless scream. Simultaneously, the mass convulsed violently, unleashing a visible psychic shockwave. Sanity 6170. Lu Yuan's face tightened in agony as he fought off the throbbing pain and raised his revolver once more. Gray grunted, his complexion draining to chalk white, but he held his ground, teeth clenched, shielding Lu Yuan. Before Lu Yuan could fire, a shadow darted past from the side. A descendant. Cloaked in black, he vaulted past Gray and met the surging mass heat-in, without flinching, without retreating. At contact, the hiss returned, harsher, fiercer. The potent acid, capable of dissolving steel, ate hungrily at the descendant's robes, sending plumes of white vapor curling into the air. Yet the descendant did not stir. The being remained motionless. The black robe burned away in corrosion, revealing a metallic skeleton beneath. This was no ordinary steel, but an alloy with a dark silver sheen. The slime that fell upon it left only faint traces, causing no substantial harm. The transformation of the Ascension meeting. Gray said, his tone tinged with complexity, truly frightening. Lu Yuan had no time to respond as the mass of decay was struggling wildly. In the next moment, the being moved. Its arm emitted a sound of mechanical operation as the metallic skeleton began to reassemble, the forearm splitting open to reveal a long brass tube. Sizzle, blue flames erupted, enveloping the writhing slime, the extreme heat distorting the surrounding air. Screech. The slime emitted a shrill scream, its entire body quivering, shrinking at a visible rate. The head lodged at the top of the slime opened its mouth wide, revealing a bloodied and mangled cavity, attempting to make one final struggle. But Lu Yuan had already seized the opportunity and raised his gun. Bang! Bang! 2 alchemical bullets accurately struck the head atop the slime. The skull exploded, brain matter splattering, and the slime instantly lost control, slumping to the ground, with only faint convulsions remaining. Yet the being did not cease its assault. The blue flames continued to spew forth until that mass of slime was completely carbonized, turning into a pile of charred remnants before the being finally stopped the fire. A red glow flashed beneath the beak-like mask as it turned to leave with the glowing brass tube. Only the acrid stench of charred remains lingered in the air. Lu Yuan then stepped forward, examining the pile of debris. The face of the head in the carbonized slime was completely unrecognizable save for a prominent scar on the jawbone. That was the captain of the Iron Whale. Lu Yuan had seen him when reporting information. Rationality 16070. My sword seems to be broken. Gray pulled out a vial of holy water and drank it down, then looked at the short sword in his hand. The blade had been corroded by more than half, pitted and nearly useless. "I have a new one." Lu Yuan put away his revolver and pulled out a silver glinting dagger from his bag, handing it over. Gray accepted the palm-sized dagger and waved it around, somewhat helpless, but still took it. Lu Yuan scanned the captain's cabin, his gaze pausing at the area guarded by the decayed mass. What was hidden here? Gray, keep an eye out, and don't let anything from outside get in. Lu Yuan signaled Gray to stay alert as he began to search through the captain's cabin. The room was covered in that layer of deep blue slime, but after the being's fiery cleansing, most of the slime had already dried. This allowed Lu Yuan to clearly see what lay beneath the slime. Items were strewn about in the captain's cabin, and there were evident bullet holes in the walls, indicating the captain must have made a final stand. Lu Yuan crouched down, clearing away the scattered items on the floor, and ultimately discovered an anomaly in the corner. The items piled there were unusually high, as if something was deliberately concealed. Lu Yuan carefully pushed aside the slime, clearing away the stacked debris to reveal the floor beneath. Carved into the floor was a circular formation. About 2 feet in diameter, the rune's intricate and detailed half were the Church's holy symbols, and the other half were the Night Watcher's sealing sigils. 2 utterly different powers fused together, requiring extraordinary proficiency. However, the formation had been damaged, the runes were shattered, the lines twisted, as something had violently ripped it open from the outside. At the center of the formation lay 2 items, a shattered silver holy emblem and a broken secret silver dagger. Analyzing. Composite sealing technique, fusion of Church's holy light and Night Watcher's sealing technique. Characteristics: sealing, purifying specific areas of contamination, but has been damaged. Core materials destroyed. This was a failed resistance. Lu Yuan stared at the shattered holy emblem and the broken dagger, forming a judgment in his heart. Someone attempted to stop all of this. It must have been a priest of the church and the noble Gawain. They collaborated to draw this formation. But they failed. It is to be expected, for could a single formation withstand the anomaly that tore through the Iron Whale? Lu Yuan prepared to search elsewhere, but just as he stood up, he noticed a small package stuffed in the floor's crevice next to the formation. He retrieved the package and carefully opened it. Inside was a silver badge engraved with the image of a moon and an eye, the emblem of the Night Watchers. The back of the badge bore a name: Gawain. The badge was polished to a shine, standing out starkly in the midst of this filth. Inside the package was also a piece of cloth on which several lines were written in blood, the handwriting messy, yet still legible. The plan has failed. Someone has betrayed us. The priest is dead, and I cannot hold on much longer. They want to complete the ritual with our blood. Do not come looking for us, and do not touch those oars. Burn this ship, burn everything. Tell old Morgan. I did my best. Gawain. Lu Yuan's expression grew complex upon reading this. Gawain chose to fight to the last, for he remembered Lawson's words that the deep sea would select priests from among these people, and the exalted Gawain would surely be the prime choice. But he didn't. He chose to collaborate with the priest to set up the formation, attempting to seal the contamination, but they failed. Lu Yuan tucked the badge and the bloodied letter into his embrace. These items must be brought back to old Morgan. Yet the most important item had not been found yet, the captain's log or navigation log. Such items would exist on long voyages, and most would be kept in the captain's cabin. He could only hope it had not been reduced to ashes in the recent flames. Lu Yuan rummaged through the remains and finally found a leather-bound log in the collapsed drawer of the desk, the captain's log. The log was in a dire state, slime covered most of the text, and only a few pages could barely be deciphered. Lu Yuan opened it, and quickly browsed through. November 25th, arrived at the target maritime area, discovered a small island not marked on the nautical charts. Perhaps it holds the minerals needed for the port. May we be successful. November 27th, crew members began exhibiting strange symptoms. They claimed to dream of the sea or hear songs. December 1st, some crew members have abandoned their humanity. Our situation is perilous, but Gawain says they still have a backup plan. The last page's text was already twisted and contorted, as if written in great fear. December 3rd, the formation was destroyed. They crawled up from below the cabin. Home. We all want to go home. Lu Yuan closed the log, his expression dark. Where's the bottom of the cabin? No, wait, Alice and the others have gone down. No, Alice and the others have gone down. Gray, hurry up. Lu Yuan stood up and quickly walked out of the captain's room. Go to the lower deck. Gray, who was on guard outside, did not ask why, raised his weapon and directly followed behind with large strides. The further down they went, the stronger the stench in the air became. It was not the smell of the sea, but the stench of blood, thick enough to make one feel nauseous. The stairwell of the cabin was cluttered with debris, wooden barrels, boxes, and even a few dismantled cabin doors. They were deliberately piled up to form a crude barricade, as if someone tried to seal off the way to the lower levels, to stop something from coming up, but that barricade had already been torn apart. The wooden barrels were split in half, boxes smashed to pieces, and deep claw marks were visible on the cabin doors, as if violently cleaved open by some immense force. Fragments lay scattered on both sides of the stairs, some still stained with dried black blood. But what made Lu Yuan even more uneasy was the faint whispering sound subtly coming from below. Rushing down, Alice was already waiting at the cabin door. Her face looked grim, and the warhammer was gripped tightly in her hand, constantly flickering with lightning. But she did not enter. Lu Yuan followed Alice's gaze. The cabin door was enveloped in a layer of light membrane, like an invisible curtain of water. The surface of the light membrane shimmered with intricate runes, exuding an unsettling aura. Anomalous barrier detected. Deep sea scale. Characteristics: a special barrier born from mimicking the structure of, capable of absorbing most extraordinary powers and immune to a certain degree of physical attacks. Weakness: lacks resistance to purifying powers. Someone inside is maintaining the operation of this barrier. Alice frowned. As she spoke, Alice raised her warhammer, lightning coiling around it, and struck down on the light membrane. Bang! The lightning exploded, yet Lu Yuan saw a strange scene. All the power was absorbed by the light membrane, like a stone falling into deep water, barely causing a ripple. I can't break it. Alice had clearly tried several times, her voice tinged with anger. This thing counters extraordinary powers. We have to wait for that bunch of priests from the church to arrive. Just as she finished speaking, footsteps approached from behind. Philip arrived with the attendants, followed closely by Marcus and the descendants. Lady Alice, the church is not a bunch of frauds. The barrier of the deep-sea church, Philip glanced at the light membrane, his brow furrowed, is specifically designed to target extraordinary powers. The stronger the power, the easier it is to be devoured. Can it be broken? Alice didn't want to waste time talking with him. It can be purified. Philip raised the holy emblem in his hand, beginning to recite a prayer. O great angel, your most loyal believer. A stream of golden holy light surged from the holy emblem, not attacking, but slowly seeping into the blue light membrane. As the golden light fell, the light membrane began to tremble, the runes twisting. Hiss, hiss, hiss. It was like boiling water being poured over ice, blue and gold intertwining, clashing against each other. But in the next second, Philip's expression turned reverent as a golden and white intertwined scripture floated from his bosom, causing the golden light emitted from the holy emblem to surge even more. The blue runes that had initially been able to resist began to tremble, and after a few breaths, the light membrane, as if corroded, started to disintegrate from the center, turning into glimmers of light and dissipating. The angels bestow upon you holy light. The scripture in front of Philip shimmered. A layer of golden light enveloped everyone except the ascenders, and as the golden light fell, Philip's face turned somewhat pale. Hurry, in this layer of holy light can help you resist the pollution. As the cabin door opened, a strong smell of blood rushed at them, along with the faint whispering sound, now becoming clear and audible. Alice dashed in first, followed closely by Lu Yuan. The next moment he halted. The scene before him seemed to freeze his very blood. 23 corpses. suspended from the ceiling by iron hooks, arranged in a radiating pattern like a bizarre flower. Each corpse was hung upside down, hands dangling towards the ground, and there was a neat incision at the neck. Their skin appeared grayish-white, like shriveled pouches drained of all blood. Yet at this moment, they all stared with wide eyes, expressions twisted clearly, having suffered torment from the deep-sea church in their lifetime. Beneath each corpse was a groove, blood flowing down the grooves towards the center, gathering into a river with remnants of dried black blood still in the channels. Next to the grooves, the floor was inscribed with runes drawn in blood, and in the center of the runes was a circular hollow with signs of tearing around its edge, as if something had been released from here. But none of these were the most terrifying. The most terrifying part was that the suspended corpses began to tremble the moment the intruders stepped in. Those hollow eye sockets slowly turned towards the doorway, as if sensing the arrival of invaders. And at the center of the flower made of corpses stood a figure in a gray robe. He had his back to the entrance, arms raised high, softly chanting the sounds twisted and eerie, carrying a rhythm that sent chills down the spine. Great Mother, grant your offspring strength. The flesh and blood of outsiders, their souls, are all your nourishment. Witnessing a large-scale blood sacrifice, formation, rationality, judgment in progress. Judgment failed, warning: the ritual is in progress, high energy pollution detected, please stay away immediately. Rationality 2, 5,870. Alice's eyes were filled with anger that could no longer be suppressed. As she looked around, her momentum surged, her already robust figure increasing again, and the lightning from her warhammer exploded. In the protection of the golden holy light, she shot out like a cannonball. Take him down. Marcus' voice came from behind. The descendants followed closely, their arms extending to meet the gray-robed figure with swords. But the gray-robed figure did not dodge. He slowly turned around, his face pale as paper, a murky blue light spilling from his eyes, a strange smile playing at the corners of his mouth. He merely raised his hand slightly. Too hasty. The moment his voice fell, the suspended corpses moved simultaneously. A dozen corpses broke free from the iron hooks and fell straight towards Alice. The shriveled bodies twisted violently in the air, their skin tearing, revealing the rotting flesh beneath, clawing and rushing at her. Alice's warhammer swept across, and the lightning exploded, smashing the attacking corpses into pieces. Flesh and blood flew everywhere, limbs scattered. But this was exactly what the gray-robed figure wanted. Come, children, his voice sounded as if water was swirling in his throat. Mother is calling you. The remaining corpses did not continue to attack, but began to draw closer together. Broken bones reformed, rotting muscles squirmed, those blood-drained shells seemed to be refilled with some power, swelling, twisting, merging. Creak, creak. The sounds of bones breaking and healing were incessant. Strangely, the remnants of limbs that Alice had smashed also squirmed on the ground, as if gaining their own consciousness, crawling towards the mass of flesh to reintegrate. They were merging, becoming one whole. The descendants' swords slashed at the gray-robed figure, but were blocked by a blue curtain of water. The black blood flowing from the corpses coalesced in front of the gray-robed figure, forming a flowing shield. Focus on dealing with it. The gray-robed figure stepped back a few paces, hiding behind the mass of flesh that was taking shape, his voice laced with mockery. Mother's children are not easy to deal with. Witnessing a deeply mutated entity, flesh aggregation in formation, warning: rationality, judgment in progress. Judgment failed, rationality 1, 5,670. Don't let it take shape. Philip shouted from behind. Yuan could sense the tension in his voice. This priest had clearly seen similar things before and knew how troublesome it would be once it fully formed. Alice wasted no words, raising her warhammer high as lightning gathered. Under the illumination of divine light, it resembled a golden lightning bolt crashing directly into the mass of flesh and blood that was merging. Boom. The warhammer struck down and lightning exploded within the flesh, turning an entire arm into a mush of meat. The blood and flesh that were touched by the lightning emitted black smoke, losing their regenerative abilities. Concentrate fire. Marcus shouted upon seeing this, his expression becoming more frantic. At the moment Marcus finished speaking, the two neo-spawns simultaneously moved. One person extended their arm, unleashing blue flames from the built-in flamethrower, sealing off the left side of the conglomerate. The other person's mechanical arm transformed, extending out spinning saw teeth, and taking advantage of the armor on their body, ignored the arm of flesh reaching out, getting close enough to saw into the flesh. The saw teeth spun at high speed, the sharp blades shredding the entangled arm into pieces. Their entrance immediately drew the attention of the flesh, significantly alleviating Alice's pressure, allowing her to swing her hammer with flashing lightning. The two attendants who had been standing outside the cabin stepped forward, holding the sacred emblem, continuously praying with pious expressions. The sacred emblem, engraved with angelic patterns, trembled and emitted dazzling rays of light. Those rays fell upon the amalgamated flesh, causing it to react as if touched by flames, and the faces embedded on the surface of the flesh let out painful wails. Ed fired his gun at the scattered chunks of flesh, while Leonard drew his dagger, aiming at the severed limbs trying to return. The two worked in perfect harmony, continually preventing the flesh from merging again. Gray stood in front of Yuan, sweeping aside any flesh that splattered towards them, still writhing. Yuan did not engage in the chaotic battle. With such a level of combat, unless using exorcism powder or mithril, he truly couldn't help much. However, Yuan was not idle. His gaze remained fixed on the gray-robed figure hiding behind the flesh, constantly seeking opportunities to shoot. Finally, the mass of flesh was pushed back a few steps, revealing the gray-robed figure hiding behind. Seizing the opportunity, Yuan decisively raised his gun and pulled the trigger. But despite the flesh being locked in a fierce battle, it still managed to raise an arm to shield the gray-robed figure. The bullet struck the flesh, splattering black liquid. The blue light in the gray-robed figure's eye brightened, and he showed Yuan a mocking smile. Marcus stood in the back, hands clasped behind him, with red light flashing in his mechanical eye, as though the battle before him was merely an experiment worth observing. Finally, the trend of the conglomerate's continuous merging began to show signs of halting, and the originally scattered flesh had significantly reduced vitality. So fragile. The gray-robed figure's voice emerged like a splash of water. At the same time, the heads embedded on the surface of the flesh all raised up their hollow eyes, scanning the surroundings, and the blurred mouths opened simultaneously. Warning targets, flesh proliferation, accelerating contamination, activity sharply rising. But before Yuan could warn, the red light in Marcus' eyes dimmed. Take action. In the next moment, the judge, standing at the back, moved. A clear sound of mechanical movement rang out as steam pipes all over the judge's body burst forth, white gas gushing out. The red light in the mechanical eye hidden beneath the helmet intensified. The next moment, a crimson beam shot out from the device in his chest. The beam arrived in the blink of an eye, directly piercing through the center of the flesh conglomerate. The heart that had fused together was burned through, creating a large hole, and black blood splattered everywhere. The legs and feet, frantically moving atop the flesh, paused momentarily. Alice was waiting for this opportunity. The flames of the Neo-Spawn and the holy light from the attendants poured in simultaneously, suppressing the remaining limbs of the conglomerate. Alice's figure surged, raising her warhammer high as lightning coalesced into a blinding pillar of light. Break! The warhammer crashed into the flesh, completely crushing the heart that had already been pierced. The lightning exploded within the conglomerate. Flesh splattered, bones shattered. The movements of the conglomerate froze. The expressions on the faces solidified, and their mouths ceased to open and close. Then, like a clay sculpture losing its support, it collapsed with a thundering crash, the melting remains falling apart, ultimately turning into a pool of blood and flesh. The deep conglomerate has been destroyed. Rationality 15470. The splattered flesh caused everyone present to instinctively take a step back. As the conglomerate flesh collapsed, Yuan had already locked onto the position where the gray-robed figure was hiding. Was he still there? The gray-robed figure stood beside the remains, a glimmer of regret flashing in his eyes. So weak. Yuan raised his gun again. This time no flesh was blocking the front. But the gray-robed figure moved faster, a glow illuminated his body, and then he turned and ran, dashing towards the hole in the middle of the cabin. Block him. Marcus' voice remained calm. A Neo-Spawn instantly activated the mechanical arm, extended the built-in crossbow, loaded and fired. A crossbow bolt shot out. The gray-robed figure sharply sidestepped the bolt, grazing his robe. Then it exploded behind him. The blast sent the gray-robed figure tumbling to the ground, and the splattered shrapnel was all blocked by the faint glow on his body. Using the explosion's momentum, he dove into the hole, escaping the cabin. Chase! Alice followed closely behind, gripping her warhammer as she jumped down. Yuan and Gray followed closely. When they landed on the island, the sandy beach felt soft under their feet. The remaining Neo-Spawn and others streamed out, surrounding the gray-robed figure. The gray-robed figure stood on the beach, his glow flickering slightly. He looked at the crowd surrounding him, a frenzied smile appearing on his pale face, his eyes resembling those of a person observing a swarm of ants. You shouldn't have come. Take him down. Alice ignored his ramblings, speaking coldly. The two Neo-Spawn stepped forward, their mechanical arms reaching out. At that moment, the gray-robed figure spread his arms and looked up at the sky. Mother, take me home. Yuan felt a tremor beneath his feet. No, it was the beach moving. The entire sandy ground was writhing. Something was rapidly approaching. Retreat! Yuan shouted loudly. The encroaching sand began to cling to the gray-robed figure's shins, wrapping around him. The Neo-Spawn did not retreat, still charging forward in an attempt to capture him, but the sand surged like a tide, forcing all the Neo-Spawn back. Open fire! Marcus' voice rang out. The judge took action again. Another crimson beam roared towards the gray-robed figure. Yet countless sands surged up as if to block it, but the judge's attack was not so easily intercepted. The sands in front were instantaneously melted, and the scarlet beam immediately burned a charred hole into the gray-robed figure. If it weren't for the sands beneath him forcibly shifting his position at the last moment, the gray-robed figure would likely have died by now. The gray-robed figure convulsed violently, unable to suppress a piercing cry of agony. Yet the grin on his face did not fade, instead it twisted into something even more unhinged. Follow me. What you seek lies ahead. Undulating sand swallowed him whole, dragging him inexorably inland. In the blink of an eye, the gray-robed figure vanished before their eyes. Only a faint shallow trace remained upon the beach, as if no one had ever stood there at all. Warning: contamination levels surging sharply. Sanity 2, 5,270. Sanity dropped another 2 points, so drastically even at the periphery. How monstrous, then, must the source of contamination be at the island's heart? Yuan hesitated not. He retrieved a vial of mid-tier holy water from his pack, uncapped it, and drank it down in one swift motion. This was standard issue for every expedition member. Consuming large quantities of holy water in rapid succession diminishes its efficacy over time, Thus the church had supplied only mid-tier or higher vials from the outset. Sanity 8 of 6070. A wave of lucidity flooded his mind, the fractured barrier of his sanity now mending at an accelerated pace. Away from the shore, Alice's voice rang out sharply. In the next instant, Yuan felt a sudden constriction around his waist and was yanked skyward. Wind roared past his ears. By the time he regained his bearings, he stood upon the deck of the Abyssal Hunter. The others reacted with equal swiftness, scrambling aboard one after another. Alice released her grip, her gaze locked unblinking on the beach below. Yuan followed her line of sight. The sand was moving. The entire expanse rose and fell like a living thing, bulging upward from beneath as though pushed by unseen hands. Something writhed beneath the sand, moving with terrifying speed, searching for something, searching for the very spot where they had just stood. No warning from the angel. Philip's voice tightened, his brow furrowed in deep concern. As a divine cleric devoted to the angel, he possessed extraordinary sensitivity to the presence of anomalies and corrupted entities, able to detect their foul essence without even drawing near. Yet whatever lurked beneath the sand evaded the angel's grace entirely. Either it surpassed his own tier of transcendence, or it was something altogether beyond the realm of corruption. This island is wrong. Alice's voice was low grave. Her sixth sense had screamed warning since the moment they set foot ashore, but she could not pinpoint the origin of the danger. Now she knew. The danger came from beneath their feet, from the island itself. Then level it. Marcus's voice cut in, calm, detached, utterly matter-of-fact. He gestured faintly. One of the ascendants turned instantly and strode toward the bow. Moments later, the Abyssal Hunter began to shudder faintly. The vessel slowly pivoted until its prow faced the direction where the gray-robed figure had disappeared. Then Yuan witnessed a sight that made his pupils contract sharply. The armored plating along the ship's bow retracted with a series of mechanical groans, revealing two sleek obsidian-black cannon barrels emerging from within. Intricate runes shimmered coldly across their surfaces, catching the sunlight with a metallic predatory gleam. Merely glancing at those inscriptions, Yuan recognized them instantly. This weapon was forged solely to combat anomalies. Knowledge acquisition failed, insufficient expertise in forged runework. The Ascension Society certainly brings impressive gear, Alice remarked, intrigued. Clearly, even she was curious about the true destructive power of those twin cannons. Marcus offered only the faintest upward curve of his lips. No reply. This mission permitted no failure, only success. And so the Ascension Society had brought far more than mere contingency tools. The ship's steam engine surged, billowing thick white vapor from its smokestack as the entire hull trembled with gathering force. Output power climbed steadily. Fire. Marcus's voice remained perfectly still. Boom. The first shell screamed across the air and struck the nearby shoreline, exploding in a thunderous blast that hurled torrents of sand and viscous black fluid high into the air. Something thrashed wildly in the crater, shrieking with a sound that scraped raw against the nerves. Boom, boom, boom. The barrage did not relent. The twin barrels fired in alternating rhythm, carving a searing charred path from the beach deep into the island, straight along the trail where the gray-robed figure had vanished. The sand churned with increasing violence, as if the entire island were convulsing in agony. Yet the bombardment intensified, unyielding. Only when the barrels glowed, chariard, venting scalding steam from every seam, did the ascendant cease firing. It's overheated. His voice emerged from behind the respirator mask, mechanical rasping. Cooling required. Marcus nodded once, his gaze fixed upon the smoldering corridor blasted into the island. Yuan too turned his eyes toward it. Beneath the scorched surface, long-hidden things were finally exposed. Countless slender tendrils, resembling both capillaries and the root filaments of some alien flora. They had lain buried beneath the sand, now torn apart by the blasts, severed and still pulsing faintly, oozing thick black ichor. Observation: target extension of. Trait lacks autonomous aggression, yet exhibits extreme corrosive affinity toward living organisms. Warning: this is merely an outer extension. The core remains deeply embedded. As the pale gray text materialized before him, Yuan's expression darkened. The entity concealed within the island was far more terrifying than he had imagined. And these tendrils did not merely carpet the beach. They spread across the entire island. No, this island. Philip's voice grew heavy with dawning realization. Is it alive? No one challenged him. Alice paused, then swept her gaze across the group. Retreat, or advance. Her tone was calm, but everyone understood the weight behind those words. Marcus spoke first. Advance. No hesitation. No deliberation, as if he had been awaiting precisely this question. That gray-robed man knew our movements before we arrived. I require what lies inside his mind. His cybernetic eye pulsed crimson. And the ore that lured the iron whale originates here. The Ascension Society will not abandon this site. Alice countered. The cannons are overheated. No fire support for the foreseeable future. If we press deeper and encounter danger, how do you intend to respond? We still have the Inquisitors, Marcus replied, dismissive. More than sufficient. Proceed. Philip's voice cut in, firm, unwavering. All eyes turned to him. The angel's gaze does not reach here, he said quietly. That alone is the gravest warning of all. He placed a hand over the holy sigil upon his chest, his gaze fixed upon the island's shadowed silhouette. A presence that even the angel cannot perceive. Such a thing cannot be ignored by the church. Marcus arched a brow. Oh, the divine clerk proves bolder than I anticipated. This is duty, Philip replied, meeting his gaze. and divine revelation. Alice turned then to Lu Yuan. He remained silent, but gave a single solemn nod signaling his assent. After all, the source of his anomalous dreams lay here. If he left unanswered, his next visit might well end like Dr. Laisen. Then let us proceed, Alice said, her voice steady. Our operational plan requires adjustment. She turned her gaze toward the ship's hold. How much holy water remains aboard? 15 vials of mid-tier holy water, and 20 of the basic grade. Beyond individual allocations, Leonard replied without hesitation. Bring it all down and hand it over to the church. We will erect purification wards along our route. Philip took up the thread, addressing the two acolytes, spacing no more than 20 paces apart. Do not ration the holy water. We require a stable retreat path, but more critically, he paused, his eyes fixed upon the shoreline. We must prevent these things from spreading, and under no circumstances allow them near the Abyss Hunter. The acolytes bowed and departed with Leonard to retrieve the holy water. Leave one ascendant aboard the ship, Alice said, turning to Marcus. Once the cannon barrels cool, stand ready to provide fire support. Your Ascension Society surely possesses long-range communication means. Advance along the corridor blasted by our artillery. If the situation deteriorates, simply bombard the passage again. What about our own people? One ascendant rarely spoke, but now he did. Those struck will perish instantly, Alice replied, expressionless. Any objections? The ascendant remained silent for a moment, then shook his head. Marcus' lips curved faintly as he signaled one ascendant to remain aboard. Agreed. I have no objection. Maintain formation as previously agreed. Alice continued. The Ascension Society takes point best suited to this environment. The Night Watch holds the center, the church brings up the rear to establish purification wards. Dr. Lu should accompany me, Philip interjected suddenly. Alice glanced at him. I've reviewed his dossier. He is among the few in this party who possess meaningful knowledge of this island. Philip's demeanor remained unruffled. Moreover, it is safer behind the lines. Clearly the church's rationale was thin, even peculiar. Yet Alice did not answer on Lu Yuan's behalf, though instead, she simply gestured for him to decide for himself. Lu Yuan nodded, signifying assent. For the moment Philip spoke, Lu Yuan saw it. A shimmer of cobalt blue in his palm, deep blue, the mineral recovered by the iron whale. Evidently, this aging ecclesiastic sought a private word with him. Nor could he rule out the possibility that the church had taken an interest in something he possessed, though the demon-repelling powder nestled in his coat was no mere trinket, and his chronometric trigger had yet to be deployed even once. For self-preservation alone, it was more than sufficient. Then let us depart, Marcus declared, stepping forward and leaping from the Abyss Hunter alongside two ascendants and adjudicator. The party then formed a single-file line and advanced along the scorched corridor carved by artillery fire. Charred sand mingled with blackened tentacle fragments, exuding a rancid metallic stench. Every 20 paces the two church acolytes halted, poured holy water onto the ground, murmured prayers, and traced sacred sigils, whereupon golden light spread across the earth like liquid dawn. Twitching remnants of tentacles recoiled violently upon contact with the radiance, as if seared by invisible flame. Deeper inland the tentacles thickened steadily. From slender as fingers at the shore they swelled now to the girth of human forearms. Meanwhile the church tasked with sustaining the purification wards gradually fell behind the Ascension Society at the vanguard. This distance suffices. Reverend Philip, what is it you wish to say? Lu Yuan cut straight to the heart of the matter. Philip met his gaze and withdrew from his sleeve a thumbnail-sized mineral, deep blue, softly luminous. Dr. Lu, you are an oniric infection carrier, Philip stated plainly. Within your dreamscape. Have you seen this before? Lu Yuan studied the stone, silent for a beat, before grayish-white text materialized before his mind's eye. High concentration anomalous coalescence, detected property, deep tissue secretion, capable of moderately delaying eldritch injury progression. Warning, prolonged exposure may induce structural alterations to cognition. Lu Yuan committed the data to memory, then countered, do you fear contagion? Oniric transmission is strictly bounded, Philip replied unflinching. Unless one deliberately engages the source, infection is virtually impossible. And those infected can transmit the condition only once. He paused, then added, you were infected by Laisen. You are almost certainly non-infectious. Lu Yuan fell quiet. The church's investigation ran deeper than he'd imagined. I have seen glimpses, he conceded, without elaborating. Philip's brow furrowed, his expression darkening. What is it? Lu Yuan asked. Philip did not reply immediately, his gaze lingering on the stone, as if weighing revelation against silence. After several seconds he spoke, this is not a mineral. Lu Yuan blinked, recalling his prior encounter, a fugitive asset from the Ascension Society whose mechanical organ had been embedded with this very substance. Untouchable, then its true nature remained unknown to him. His scant knowledge derived solely from Night Watch archives, now suggesting neither the Night Watch nor the Ascension Society had pursued deep inquiry, while both the Ascension Society and the Church possessed fragmentary guarded understanding. No wonder this mission bore little resemblance to a rescue operation. The Cardinal Archbishop instructed me, Philip continued, ignoring Lu Yuan's silence. This substance is entwined with the uncanny. Lu Yuan's gaze sharpened. Why tell me this? Philip only shook his head, offering no further words. For he himself did not know why. Had it not been for the Cardinal Archbishop's directive, he would never have waded into this mire. We've arrived. Hurry and follow. Alice's voice rang from ahead, cutting through their exchange. Philip tucked the stone away, his countenance once more suffused with solemn devotion. Let us go? Lu Yuan regarded him, neither pressing further nor requesting permission to touch the artifact. Old Morgan's warning still echoed in his mind. To avoid deepening the oniric taint, he must shun all contaminants, and deep blue was contamination made manifest. Ahead, derelict wooden huts lined the path, leaning rotted, identical to those haunting his dreamscape. Except here, each structure was smothered in vivid crimson tentacles rooted deep in the earth, colossal, pulsating thick as bowls, densely coiled and trembling faintly. In the distance, rusted iron rails emerged from a pitch-black cavern mouth, its timber supports decayed and overrun with tentacles of varying thickness. Marcus, leading the advance, flared with violent crimson light in his eyes the moment the cavern came into view. He knew this was their destination. In the instant the party stood before the entrance, a low, resonant thrum rose from the cavern's depths. Lu Yuan stiffened. This sound was indistinguishable from the heartbeat he'd heard within his dreamscape. The heartbeat echoing from the cave mouth grew louder and louder, deep, rhythmic, like the pulsing heart of some colossal entity, each throb sending faint tremors through the ground beneath their feet. Lu Yuan stood at the cave entrance, gazing into the abyss before him. Rusted iron rails stretched out from the mine's depths, long abandoned, untouched for years. Wooden support beams rotted in large sections, thick and sinuous tentacles crawling across them, like living veins spreading unevenly along the cavern walls. Sunlight from outside penetrated only a few meters inward. Beyond that lay absolute darkness. The air hung thick and damp, saturated with a sickly amalgam of decay and brine. Light the flame, Marcus commanded. A nascent one withdrew an alchemical lantern from his robes, twisted open its valve, and summoned a ghostly blue flame, illuminating the path ahead for over a dozen meters. Where the light fell, the tentacles recoiled, slowly retreating into the deeper blackness, not fleeing the light, but yielding, as if granting passage to guests at the threshold. I'll go first. Utterly unbothered, Marcus stepped boldly into the cave. His mechanical eye glowed crimson. The whirring of gears rang sharply in the silence, while steam vented from fissures in his frame, condensing into white mist at the cave mouth. The nascent ones followed in silent procession, their black robes flowing without sound, their beaked masks gleaming coldly in the azure light. The Inquisitors had fully activated. Faint luminescence flickered along armor joints as their massive forms advanced relentlessly. Philip pressed a hand to the holy sigil upon his chest and murmured a quiet prayer. A soft golden radiance bloomed around him, forming a translucent, shimmering barrier. Two acolytes trailed behind, holding vials of sanctified water, faces solemn and resolute. Alice gripped her warhammer tightly and moved to Lu Yuan's side, her gaze sweeping the shadows with sharp vigilance. Finish talking, then stay close to me. She lowered her voice. If things go wrong, don't look back. Retreat immediately. I can't guarantee your safety. You've got your chronometer. Self-preservation should be within reach. Lu Yuan nodded, his hand already resting on the chronometer concealed within his robe. Gray stood silently beside Lu Yuan, fingers resting on the hilt of his palm-length dagger. Ed and Leonard flanked the formation, scanning for threats from either side. Environmental awareness, massive contamination source detected. Prolonged exposure will cause direct sanity damage. A field of ashen white text flickered before Lu Yuan's eyes, his brow furrowed slightly. This warning no longer spoke of gradual erosion, but outright damage. The source of the dream anomaly was drawing near. The party advanced steadily along the rails. This was indeed a mine. Or rather, it once had been. Scattered across the cavern walls were veins of, or familiar deep blue crystals that shimmered faintly under the alchemical flame, like distant stars scattered across stone. Lu Yuan recognized them. The deep blue recovered by the iron whale, a substance born of eerie secretion. Yet now it seemed this entity had long transcended mere strangeness. And now they walked through a tunnel carved not by pickaxe or drill, but secreted by it. Press on, Marcus's voice echoed from ahead. The party did not pause. After descending several hundred meters deeper into the mine, the ore deposits thickened noticeably. From sparse specks to clusters of 3 or 5, then dense aggregations, spreading across the walls like a vast undulating starfield bathed in ethereal blue light. The blue luminescence intensified, brightening until it stung the eyes. Extinguish the lamps, Marcus ordered. The nascent ones snapped shut their alchemical lanterns, but the cavern did not darken. Instead, it grew clearer. The ore itself emitted light, flooding the space in radiant cerulean, staining every face with an uncanny otherworldly hue. Marcus's half-mechanical visage gleamed coldly in the blue glow, yet his remaining human eye burned with an indescribable fire. Was it greed? Or fanaticism? Lu Yuan could not fathom Marcus's true intent, or even what objective the Ascension Society sought here at such great cost. But it was undeniably tied to the origin of the dream anomaly. As they descended further, the tentacles hidden beneath the rock walls thickened visibly. From slender threads no wider than fingers, they now swelled to the girth of adult arms. They emerged from fissures between the ore veins, clinging to the walls as they extended deeper, like arterial networks of some gargantuan being. Some even fused seamlessly with the crystals, blurring the line between mineral and flesh, obscuring the true nature of this place. The heartbeat thundered louder, not just heard but felt. Lu Yuan sensed distinct vibrations through the soles of his boots. Each resonant thump sent a subtle tremor shuddering across the floor, as if the entire mine breathed in time with that rhythm. No, not as if. It was breathing. This mine was alive. Sanity 1-1. 5,870. And with every increase in deep blue concentration, sanity bled faster, dense fields of ashen warnings flashing incessantly before his eyes. Lu Yuan drew a slow, steadying breath, suppressing rising unease, and ignored the warnings entirely. His headache returned sharp and insistent, of fragmented visions from the dream anomaly flashed uncontrollably. He downed another vial of mid-tier, sanctified water. Sanity 7. 6,570. A wave of lucidity washed over him. Calm, clear grounding. Reserves far exceed projections. Marcus's voice cut through the silence. Lu Yuan looked up to see him halted ahead, his mechanical eye blazing with frantic crimson pulses. A flush of unrestrained excitement colored the human half of his face. The intelligence was accurate, he murmured, voice trembling with suppressed fervor. Alice frowned, tone grave. Something is deeply wrong here. She paused, eyes scanning the luminous deep blue surrounding them. My sixth sense hasn't ceased, not once since we entered. Danger, everywhere. At the rear, Philip remained silent, hand pressed to his holy sigil, lips moving faintly in silent invocation. Only now did he speak. The gaze of angels cannot reach this place. His voice was calm, but Lu Yuan heard the weight beneath it. As a cleric of the church, Philip maintained a sacred conduit to the angels, yet here that bond appeared severed. A place beyond angelic sight. What unspeakable truth lay buried within? Yet Marcus pressed forward without hesitation, and none among the party turned back. Every soul aboard the abyssal hunter had steeled themselves for this moment. They advanced, 300 meters, 400, time lost meaning in this surreal, shifting realm. Even the church's acolytes had consumed 2 vials of sanctified water. At last the tunnel widened, expanding from a narrow passage fit for only 3 or 4 abreast to one wide enough for an inquisitor to stride through unimpeded. Beyond, the space continued to broaden. Lu Yuan lifted his gaze. The vaulted ceiling vanished into infinite blackness. The blue light failed to pierce it, it opened instead onto a yawning void. The floor too had changed, no longer rough-hewn stone but a seamless expanse of ore, pulsing faintly beneath their feet like the slow, steady beat of a sleeping giant's heart. Azure light surged in from all directions, blindingly intense. Lu Yuan instinctively narrowed his eyes, straining to discern what lay ahead, then froze. Ore. Everywhere, ore. Semi-transparent blue crystals layered upon one another, piling into walls, coalescing into pillars, and more. Lu Yuan's pupils contracted faintly. That was not mere accumulation, it was encapsulation. Through the refracted azure light, he glimpsed silhouettes. The silhouette of stone columns, dozens of them thicker than the iron whale vessel concealed within the translucent ore. Faint inscriptions traced their surfaces, warped and indistinct under the blue refraction. Those were runes. Lu Yuan recognized the style. Similar glyphs had been etched onto the altar in his otherworldly dream, the mark of the deep-sea church. Lu Yuan's gaze ascended along the columns, higher still, until beyond the ore a towering obsidian black temple emerged from the gloom. Its scale defied imagination. The vaulted ceiling upheld by those colossal columns vanished into impenetrable darkness. Azure crystals enshrouded the entire structure like a chrysalis. Runes shimmered faintly in the refraction, like an ancient realm slumbering beneath the abyssal deep. Majestic, solemn, even terrifying. At last Lu Yuan understood. This had never been a mine, and these crystals were no ordinary or deposit. They were secretions of the mother. Wounded, she had withdrawn into this temple to recuperate, exuding these crystalline layers over herself and the sanctum alike again and again across untold years. Until today, until they broke in. Lu Yuan's breath caught for a heartbeat. You have entered the temple. You have beheld that which must remain unseen. You have taken a perilous step into the forbidden arts. Sanity 310. Gray-white characters flickered. The long-dormant sanity experience bar leapt forward sharply. He had no time to ponder, for his gaze fell upon the cavern's center, cleared deliberately, revealing black bedrock beneath, as if someone had carved out a sacred ritual ground within this azure-veiled expanse. And there at its heart rose a tiered altar, pyramidal, ascending in 7 or 8 levels, each engraved with dense luminous runes that glowed softly beneath the azure radiance. Behind the altar stretched a broad passage hewn deep into the rock, its flanks precisely cut, its far end swallowed by absolute darkness. The heartbeat emanated from there, and atop the altar stood 3 gray-robed figures facing the entrance, as though they had waited long. The foremost figure spoke slowly, his voice resonating with eerie cadence. Welcome, guests from Grimport. As he spoke, turbid blue light pulsed within his eye sockets. The mother has awaited you. Marcus's mechanical eye blazed crimson, gears whirred at frantic speed. Alice had already raised her warhammer. Lightning crackled across its head, sharp and electric. The Inquisitor's chest apparatus began to hum, with preheating energy. Steam hissed from its seams. The Born scattered, limbs warped, weapons materialized. A church acolyte raised his holy sigil, golden light coalesced above it. Yet the gray-robed figure did not move. He merely stood atop the altar, gazing down upon them all, like a predator watching prey walk willingly into its snare. But to meet the mother, he paused. First survive. The words had barely left his lips. The ground trembled, not the subtle throb of the heartbeat, but a true shuddering convulsion, as if the entire subterranean realm were collapsing. Warning, massive ritual residue detected. Anomalous biological activity confirmed underground. The sudden quake sent Lu Yuan staggering. Gray seized his arm and braced himself before him. Cracks spiderwebbed across the altar's perimeter, oozing thick, viscous azure fluid. Then from the fissures countless tentacles erupted. Their girth dwarfed any Lu Yuan had seen before. Even the thickest near the base rivaled a human torso. They writhed, coiled, and twined, piling into a mountainous mass, pulsing and undulating until they formed a vast, writhing chrysalis. The heartbeat quickened. Thump, thump, thump. The serpentine mass now towered several meters high, and still grew, still spread. Within its fleshy folds things blinked open, then shut again. Eyes. Lu Yuan tried to avert his gaze, but it was too late. Witnessed deep deviant entity. Warning sanity check initiated. Failure. Sanity 5. 5. 5. His sanity bled away like water. Something tore at his mind, whispering, murmuring, calling from the depths of his consciousness. Lu Yuan's vision blurred. The world twisted before him. He heard the song of the deep sea, a siren call urging him forward to touch that fleshy mass, to surrender, to ugh. A stifled groan broke from beside him. Lu Yuan's awareness snapped back, just enough to turn his head. He realized he was not alone. All around him others were succumbing to catastrophic sanity collapse. Gray knelt on one knee, hands clamped over his skull, body trembling violently. Alice crouched half upright, her warhammer bracing her weight. Lightning flickered erratically across its head. Her lips were bloodless veins creeping from the corners of her eyes. Ed and Leonard lay collapsed, curled on the ground, moaning in agony. It wasn't only them. Even the augmented-born faltered. Some clutched their heads, others dropped to their knees. Mechanical arms spasmed uncontrollably. Muffled groans escaped from beneath beaked masks. Bodies convulsed beneath black robes. Even Marcus froze, his human eye contorted in pain, his mechanical eyes crimson, glow stuttering wildly, its gears grinding in broken, irregular bursts. All were being corrupted. Lu Yuan fought to stay upright, scanning the chaos. Only one figure remained standing, Philip. Yet even he teetered on the edge. Pallid-faced, eyes clenched shut, sweat tracing paths down his temples, fingers gripping his holy sigil so tightly his knuckles whitened. A fragile halo of pale gold shimmered about him, like a candle flame in a gale, threatening extinction. But he stood. Philip. Lu Yuan roared, voice raw with desperation. What are you waiting for? Lu Yuan did not know what power Philip retained, but in this moment the church was the sole hope left to shield them all. At the cry, Philip jolted, as if roused from a trance. Bloodshot eyes swept the scene. With a sharp, decisive bite of his lip, he drew a scroll from within his robe. Yellowed with age, its edges faintly charred, the scroll bore runes that glowed with a soft, golden luminescence. Without hesitation, Philip tore it open. A burst of golden light erupted. A phantom rose from the scroll, hazy and indistinct, yet emanating an unparalleled aura of sanctity. The outline of 6 wings flickered in the radiance, and in the next moment the holy light spread forth. Like a tide it expanded from Philip's position, enveloping everyone within. The tendrils halted at the edge of the holy light. It was as if an invisible barrier had been erected, keeping the pollution at bay. Lu Yuan felt the whispers in his mind fade away. The headache was also subsiding, and his vision became clear once more. You have received the blessing of the heavens. Effect immunity to partial pollution for half an hour, substantial enhancement of mental resilience and physical strengthening. Mentality 10. 5. 3. 5870. The grayish-white text flickered continuously as the mentality rose at a visibly rapid pace. Lu Yuan took a deep breath, feeling the power return to his limbs. Others had also escaped the danger of mental collapse. Gray stood up. Alice gripped her war hammer tightly again, the lightning stabilizing once more, and the born ones shakily rose, their mechanical arms regaining function. Only Philip's expression grew more grim. He stared at the ashes of the scroll fragments in his hand, his heart feeling like it was being twisted by a knife. Marcus. Philip looked at Marcus ahead and shouted, "What are you doing?" Marcus, mechanical, I whirred, the red light stabilizing again. On that half-human face there was a hint of madness, as if something had been captured in the recent pollution. Judicator. His voice was as cold as iron. Lift the restrictions. Open fire. Upon hearing this, the Judicator stepped forward. The device on his chest completed its preheating, steam billowed forth, emitting a sharp screech. In the next moment, a crimson beam shot forth with a thunderous roar. It shot straight towards the indescribable mass of flesh. The red beam tore through the air, instantly plunging into the blood cocoon formed by the tendrils. The flesh struck by the beam instantly vaporized, emitting a series of shrill cries, and a burnt stench permeated the air. The surface of the blood cocoon was burned through, creating a massive cavity, and the splattering blue blood continued to surge, but soon transformed into a strange mist that rose. Despite the beam's tremendous power, the wound it inflicted was far too small. In the face of these nearly endless tendrils, it was hardly noteworthy. Tendrils surged from all around, filling the hole, and the flesh began to regrow at a visible speed. Yet the Judicator did not stop. Heavy footsteps crushed the mineral ground, the entire body continuing to push forward, steam erupting from the joints, and the sound of turning gears resonated throughout the space. In the next moment, the armor on his body began to unfold, the metal shell on his back split open, and a skeletal structure slowly emerged, resembling some sort of folded mechanical spine. The metal skeleton was engraved with densely packed runes glowing dark red under the scorching steam. Both arms transformed simultaneously. The outer shell of the right arm fell away, revealing a rotating saw blade inside. Its teeth rusted dark red, then began to spin faster, emitting a piercing shriek. The left arm extended a thick needle connected to a metal canister at the waist. The silvery liquid inside swayed with the Judicator's steps. Boom! The device in the Judicator's leg expelled a stronger steam, and in the next moment his body accelerated suddenly, like a cannonball, slamming forward. The saw blade swept across flesh and blood flying. Tendrils were sliced into pieces upon contact, blue blood spraying everywhere. The Judicator advanced through the rain of blood, the saw blade spinning endlessly, grinding everything that blocked his path into a pulp. At that moment, tendrils surged from other angles attempting to entangle the Judicator, but the runes on his back glowed. The dark red light flickered, and as the tendrils touched the armor, they emitted a sizzling sound, as if being seared by a branding iron, instantly wilting. The Judicator broke free from the restraints, the needle of his left arm piercing into a thick tendril. As the silvery liquid was injected, the flesh began to rot and rapidly spread outward. The aberration emitted sharper shrieks, its entire body trembling, ultimately having to abandon the contaminated tendril. Yet the Judicator continued to advance, swinging the saw blade relentlessly, tearing a bloody path through the throng of tendrils. Yuan watched this scene, his pupils narrowing slightly. The Judicator's combat power had completely surpassed the understanding of the extraordinary system. With indestructible armor and terrifying speed, even if 2 more Alices came, it wouldn't be enough to take him down, would it? Perhaps only Old Morgan's structural engineering could match this steel behemoth. The Judicator completely forsook defense, not pausing even when struck by the tendrils. The runes flickered and the wounds were sealed by the scorching steam as he continued forward, relying solely on pure offense to hold back the ever-twisting tendrils. Meanwhile, the 2 born ones beside Marcus moved simultaneously. One on the left, one on the right. They flanked from both sides, coordinating with the Judicator's assault, their actions perfectly synchronized, as if pre-rehearsed. One born one's arm shot out a long blade, glinting coldly, tasked with blocking the tendrils that were attempting to ensnare the Judicator's flank. The blade flashed, slicing the tendrils apart, clearing a larger space for the Judicator to attack. The other born one had a metal container at the end of his arm. He did not participate in the battle, but every time blue blood splashed, he would precisely catch it, his movements practiced and flawless. Marcus stood at the back, remaining motionless. His mechanical eye whirred the red light, scanning the entire battlefield. But Yuan noticed that his gaze was not on the aberration. The barrier of the scroll is about to reach its limit. Philip's voice came through, tinged with impatience. Though the Judicator's combat power was fierce, there would inevitably come a time of fatigue. If they did not retreat soon, everyone would eventually meet their doom. Yuan turned back to see Philip's face, pale veins bulging on his forehead, the holy light barrier around him thinning like diluted milk, the golden white light growing fainter. As his words fell, the holy light receded like a tide, shrinking from the edges to the center, ultimately vanishing entirely. Everyone was once again exposed to the space shrouded in blue light. Warning witnessed, deep aberration, mental judgment, in progress, judgment failed. Mentality 1. 15670. The grayish-white text flickered again, and Yuan felt the whispers in his mind begin once more. But it was not as intense as before. The rate of decline in mentality had slowed significantly. Clearly, the previous blessing from the heavens had provided a substantial enhancement. Alice looked at Marcus, who still stood in place, then at the Judicator, who was engaged in a fierce battle. She tightened her grip on the war hammer and charged forward. Marcus, you'd better move quickly. As she spoke, lightning flickered at the hammerhead, smashing down and crushing a nearby tendril. Alice positioned herself at the side and rear of the Judicator, using the scroll's enhancement to block most of the attacks coming from behind. At this moment, Gray had already raised a large caliber weapon, standing in front of Yuan and shattering the tendrils that attempted to ambush. Philip and the 2 attendants lifted the holy emblem, barely creating a small area of protection. The tentacles were finally enraged. The central cocoon-like body trembled violently, and all the eyes within the gaps of the tentacles opened wide, simultaneously gazing at the Judicator. Those pitch-black eyes carried a hint of human-like rage. In the next moment, the method of attack changed. A giant tentacle swept toward him, moving at an incredible speed, striking at the Judicator like a whip. The Judicator raised his serrated blade to block at the clash of metal against flesh, producing a dull, thunderous sound, and his entire body was pushed back half a step. Before the Judicator could steady himself, the ground suddenly cracked open. Tentacles shot up from below, launching an indiscriminate attack not only on the Judicator, but also on Yuan and the others in the distance. Ed was nearly pierced through, but Leonard yanked him away just in time, and the 2 rolled on the ground. The surface of the cocoon-like creature began to spray a thick blue liquid. The liquid fell to the ground, sizzling and smoking, corroding the minerals into pockmarked holes. A few drops splashed onto Alice's arm, but despite the blessing helping to shield her, she still let out a muffled groan as her skin instantly reddened and swelled. But she did not retreat. Old Morgan's words echoed in her ears. If it is indeed related to the deep-sea church, be sure to trace the source of the pollution. Old Morgan had given her his badge. The emblem of the moon and firearms would connect to the wearer's life. Once Alice died, the headquarters would receive news of Old Morgan's demise. By then, at least one fifth-tier extraordinary being would come to investigate. That was a force stationed at the provincial level. Old Morgan did not elaborate further, but Alice understood his meaning. A task that could make old Morgan wager his own life was never meant to let her return alive. She had long been prepared. Alice continued to swing her warhammer, empowered by lightning, relentlessly crushing the approaching tentacles. In the next moment, a tentacle the thickness of a person suddenly surged from the ground. It moved so quickly it was almost unseeable. The tentacle wrapped around the Judicator's waist, suddenly tightening and lifting his heavy body off the ground. The Judicator was ensnared. Despite the runes flashing wildly, burning the surface of the tentacle, it was far too thick to care about such minor burns. It dragged the Judicator toward the fleshy core at an incredible speed. More tentacles rushed in, entangling the Judicator's legs and wrapping around his serrated blade arm, along with the injection needle. The left arm, connected to the silver reagent container, was tightly wrapped by two tentacles, unable to move. The Judicator's serrated blade spun wildly, severing the tentacles, entangling his legs, but he could not reach his left arm. He was being dragged away. Damn it! Seeing this, Alice rushed forward without hesitation. At the same time, the blade-wielding Neo also moved. The two charged toward the thick tentacle from opposite sides. Alice's warhammer struck down, lightning erupting as it smashed into the tentacle's surface, creating a distinctly charred crack. The Neo's long blade struck repeatedly, specifically targeting the two tentacles wrapping around the Judicator's left arm. Puffed! The tentacles snapped in response. The Judicator's injection needle was freed. Without hesitation, he thrust his left arm forward, plunging the injection needle deep into the thick tentacle. The silver reagent was injected. The tentacle trembled violently, rotting from the point of injection, its flesh turning grayish-white before decaying and falling away. The entanglement loosened, and the Judicator fell heavily to the ground, steam surging as he steadied himself. But the Neo was not so fortunate. At the moment he severed the tentacle, his side was completely exposed. A tentacle pierced through his abdomen from the blind spot. There was no scream, only a muffled groan. The Neo's sense of pain had long since vanished with the modifications. The tentacle no longer clung to drag him away, but began to absorb. The Neo's body visibly shrank, his skin collapsing, flesh withering. The mechanical arm was still flailing, as if struggling instinctively, but the movements grew slower and weaker. The black robe collapsed, leaving only a desiccated corpse and broken mechanical parts inside. No one went to save him. Marcus merely glanced at him before averting his gaze. Another Neo continued collecting blood without any pause. The Judicator continued to output as if nothing had happened. Yuan watched this scene, understanding this was the Ascension Society. With the death of one Neo, the battle grew increasingly desperate. The Judicator's assault was fierce, but the regeneration speed of the tentacles was equally astounding. Severed tentacles began to regrow, rotting flesh healed, and the cocoon-like body was even larger than before. Alice was covered in injuries, and the lightning began to stabilize. Philip's holy light weakened further. Only Marcus remained standing at the back, unmoving, his mechanical eye scanning continuously, red light flashing. Yuan followed his gaze. He was not looking at the aberrations. He was watching the altar, specifically the three gray-robed figures atop it. Yuan frowned and looked in that direction as well. The gray-robed figures had not participated in the battle from beginning to end. They stood atop the altar, looking down, as if observing. But their hands were moving. Slightly trembling, their fingers traced some invisible trajectory, their lips moving, as if chanting something. Whenever their movements quickened, the aberrations' attacks became fiercer. Whenever their movements slowed, the onslaught of the aberrations would weaken. Yuan understood. The gray-robed figures were controlling this thing. Their gaze remained fixed on the passage behind the altar. What were they waiting for? Just then, the heartbeat changed. No longer a low rumble, but an explosive sound. Boom. It was as if something had awakened. All the minerals illuminated simultaneously. Blinding blue light filled the entire space. Yuan instinctively closed his eyes, but the brilliance penetrated his eyelids, still stinging his eyes. When Yuan, struggling against the discomfort, opened his eyes again, the surrounding minerals had changed, becoming transparent. Those originally semi-transparent blue crystals were now as clear as glass, exposing everything they had wrapped around except for the towering underground temple. Yuan's gaze pierced through the minerals to look toward the passage behind the altar. There was a winding pathway leading upward, previously obscured by layers of minerals, making it hard to see clearly. But now at the end of the passage, where the blue light was most intense, the heart. A gigantic heart. A heart comparable to the cluster of tentacles. Surrounded by countless blood-red tentacles, it floated at the end of the passage, pulsating violently. With each beat, the entire temple trembled. With each pulse, the blue light of the minerals brightened a fraction. With each pulse, Yuan's sanity diminished a fraction. Warning: the source of pollution is awakening. Please evacuate immediately, or it will cause fundamental aberration. Although Yuan had never seen this heart, he had heard this familiar heartbeat countless times in the dream of aberrations. This was the source. The source of the dream of aberrations. The source of everything. Sanity 3. 50-70, that is. Alice's voice trembled. Mother. Philip's face went pale. The heart worshipped by the deep-sea church. The heart. The gray-robed figures, seeing this, all knelt at the altar, their expressions fervent, chanting crazily. They no longer controlled the aberrations. They were welcoming, they were worshipping. The attacks of the tentacles also weakened. The mass of flesh formed by the tentacles seemed to sense something, all eyes turning toward the heart. It was also waiting for the awakening of the mother. Just when everyone was mesmerized by that heart, Marcus moved. His mechanical eye flashed wildly, gears spinning at high speed, producing a piercing sound, steam billowing from the gaps in his body, enveloping him in a white mist. His face, half of which was still human, revealed an expression Lu Yuan had never seen before. Pure burning and nearly mad fervor. That's it. Marcus' voice trembled not with fear, but with excitement. That's it. He took a step forward. Towards the heart. This leader of the Ascension Society, who had always hidden in the back and observed coldly, finally revealed his true purpose. Marcus moved. His body emitted a piercing screech, the sound of overloaded gears, while the red light on half of his mechanical face flickered wildly, as if some alarm were about to sound. Steam erupted. White mist surged out from every crevice of his body, expanding and swirling around him like a cloak of steam. Even from a distance of several meters, Lu Yuan could feel the air twisting. A wave of heat rushed toward him. The ground trembled, and from the fissures in the or beneath his feet, countless tentacles suddenly surged forth, as if stimulated, rushing madly toward Marcus. But Marcus had already sensed it. With a single step, he transformed into a white meteor, not rushing toward the tentacled aberration, but leaping over it directly toward the upward winding passage behind the altar. The tentacles emerging from underground were immediately scorched upon extending, emitting a sizzling sound as they twisted and retracted. Those tentacles that lashed out from the sides disintegrated upon contact with the steam, unable to impede his advance. He's gone mad. Alice's voice was filled with shock. Philip remained silent, only tightening his grip on the holy emblem as a faint golden light flickered between his fingers. Lu Yuan fixed his gaze deep into the passage. The heart was inside, the source of the aberrant dream. If it wasn't resolved, the aberrant dream would never cease. He would end up like Laisen, or worse. Philip. Lu Yuan looked at the retreating Marcus, his voice calm. Philip glanced at him without saying anything, but as the holy emblem illuminated, a layer of faint golden light enveloped Lu Yuan's entire body. Lu Yuan pulled out the last 3 bottles of mid-level holy water, tilted his head back, and drank them all at once. Rationality 7. 70. You have received the blessing of the angels, stabilizing your rationality for a short time. With his left hand grasping the timekeeper, his right hand had already retrieved a demon-slaying cartridge. What are you going to do? Gray grabbed Lu Yuan's shoulder, frowning. Lu Yuan did not respond, simply breaking free from Gray's hand. In the next moment, he dashed out, accompanied by the clicking sound of the timekeeper. The world slowed down. Everything around him seemed to sink into a mire. Sounds became muted, movements slowed, yet Lu Yuan walked within the accelerated flow of time. In Lu Yuan's eyes, Marcus's steam transformed into slowly spreading white mist. The writhing of the tentacles resembled a slow-motion replay, and Alice's gaze turned toward him, frozen halfway. In his vision, the trajectory of the cartridge was clear, slicing through the air, bypassing the writhing tentacles, and precisely striking the center of that mass of flesh. Boom! It was as if a sun had risen underground. The blinding light instantly swallowed everything, and the scorching shockwave spread outward like a blast wave as the sacred power exploded within the temple, seeking to purify all the filth within. All tentacles trembled simultaneously, twisting, retracting, and retreating in a frenzy, as if burned. The path to the heart was finally opened. Marcus seized this opportunity. Steam erupted again, and his figure shot through the distance, plunging into the ore passage behind the altar. Lu Yuan followed closely behind. It was a semi-transparent passage composed entirely of deep blue ore. The passage wound upward with blue light flowing through the ore, making it somewhat difficult to see the path ahead. At the moment Marcus stepped onto the passage, countless tentacles surged from the fissures in the ore, blocking the way. But Marcus did not stop. His mechanical arm swung out, steam, carrying terrifying power, forcefully smashing a path through. Each punch he threw emitted power that was even more terrifying than that of a judge. Lu Yuan followed behind, and the blue light in the passage grew brighter and brighter until it became blinding. His headache intensified. The images from the aberrant dream flashed repeatedly in his mind. Rationality 2. 6470, but Lu Yuan did not stop. He had to go in and figure out what it all was. Finally, at the end of the passage, Marcus halted. Lu Yuan also came to a stop. Eyes. Countless eyes. At that moment they all opened. Behind the semi-transparent, or something more than just the heart, was hidden. The heart was merely a part of it. It was larger, as massive as the temple that was submerged in darkness. The images before Lu Yuan began to twist, and his mind ceased to process the visuals. Unseeable. Unnameable. Incomprehensible. His eyes bled, and his body trembled. Warning: an unnameable entity detected. Direct gaze will lead to mental collapse and irreversible aberration. Warning: rationality barrier at maximum capacity. Warning: rationality barrier collapsing. 03 Rationality 1170. Lu Yuan's consciousness began to blur. His rationality was on the verge of shattering. Marcus also froze. The guy who had completely transformed himself, with half of his mechanical face flashing a more frantic red light, seemed to be on the edge of collapse. But the next moment a whiff of meat fragrance wafted over. This made the nearly collapsing Lu Yuan muster the last remnants of his rationality. Why was there such a smell? It came from Marcus. He seemed to have been prepared. In an unconscious state, the mechanical skeleton on him began to burn, red flames boiling. The intense heat instantly cooked the last remnants of humanity on him. Flesh began to curl and fall off in large chunks, even the bones gradually changing color. At this moment, Marcus finally locked onto his last thread of rationality and moved again. The human eye he still had flashed with one last fervor before bursting. With great strides forward, Marcus rushed to the heart. His mechanical arm transformed, extending a golden needle. The needle was covered with runes glowing faintly, and in the next moment it pierced the heart. The heart trembled violently. The entire temple began to shake. Although it merely pierced the edge, the immense size still caused the wound to spout a large amount of blue blood. Marcus aimed a small vial at the wound, catching the liquid. Just as Marcus broke through the heart's defenses, the countless eyes that had been hidden behind the or gradually closed. One by one, slowly and heavily, as if falling back into slumber. The overwhelming tentacles ceased to writhe. They stopped attacking, drooping to the ground, as if drained of all their strength. The entire temple fell into a bizarre silence at once. Lu Yuan's mind was completely blank, but his Buddhist instincts still drove him to rush near the heart, where the wound from the golden needle was still oozing blood. He pulled out an empty holy water bottle. He caught some of the deep blue liquid, sealed the bottle, and tucked it away. Acquired item blood of small amount. Lu Yuan had no time to look at the prompt that appeared before him. His remaining instincts urged him to leave, but his rationality was nearing zero, and his body had already reached its limit. As the timekeeper closed, Lu Yuan could no longer hold on. Everything before him blurred, and his consciousness began to dissipate. Just then a mechanical hand grasped him. It is Marcus. At this moment, apart from his head, every other part of Marcus has been mechanized with flesh almost entirely shed, revealing the intricate metal skeleton and gears beneath. He carried Lu Yuan on his shoulder. The mechanical skeleton was still burning. The high temperature penetrated through the clothes, directly searing Lu Yuan's abdomen. His skin was burning, and the flesh was curling. Pain, excruciating pain. But Lu Yuan couldn't even cry out. His consciousness had blurred to the extreme, and he could only let Marcus carry him as he dashed towards the exit of the passage. With every step Marcus took, mechanical parts emitted a grinding sound. Yet his speed did not slow down, continuing to burst forth from the passage. Meanwhile, the gray-robed man's expression changed drastically on the altar. You actually desecrated our mother. His voice was sharp and frantic. Unforgivable. Unforgivable. But before he could finish his words, their forms began to twist uncontrollably, their bodies swelling and deforming as if something was being drawn out from them. An invisible force imprisoned them, there allowing them to struggle madly. At this moment, Alice had also approached the winding passage upwards. With the tentacles no longer writhing, Alice finally freed her hands. She saw Marcus carrying Lu Yuan rushing out, and immediately went to meet them. What happened to him? Marcus did not answer, but simply handed Lu Yuan over to Alice. As Alice took Lu Yuan, she instantly felt the high temperature beneath his clothes and the scent of burnt flesh. Her expression changed, but she did not ask further, pulling Lu Yuan as she sprinted towards the entrance of the mine. On the other side, the descendant had also lifted Marcus, quickly retreating with this already unrecognizable mechanical monster. The judicator lay beneath the altar, nearly scrap. Its metal body was covered in cracks, steam pipes ruptured, and liquid sprayed everywhere. Ed, Gray, Leonard, and two attendants rushed forward, grabbing the judicator's limbs, desperately dragging this heavy iron hunk away. As everyone ran madly upwards, the temple trembled. No, the entire island was shaking. The passage began to collapse, or fell from the ceiling, crashing to the ground with a tremendous sound. But more terrifying was that the deep blue ore began to solidify again. They grew out from the walls, the ground, from any angle, aiming to fill the cave completely. The ore was spreading, and the speed was increasing. Hurry! Hurry! Alice's voice roared. Everyone ran desperately. The passage behind them was being filled inch by inch with ore. The steps beneath their feet began to collapse. Philip was at the forefront, the light of the holy emblem still flickering, illuminating the path ahead. Alice carried Lu Yuan, following closely behind Philip, while the descendant trailed with Marcus. Only a few dragging the judicator remained at the back. The entrance of the mine was just ahead. Bright light streamed in. It was the sky outside. Philip was the first to rush out. Then came Alice carrying Lu Yuan. Just as they all burst out of the cave, a massive roar echoed behind them. The ore had filled the cave, sealing the entrance to the underground temple once more with the bluish light of the deep blue. Everyone collapsed to the ground, gasping for breath. The sunlight was blinding. As Lu Yuan was dragged out of the mine, his consciousness had already faded significantly. Alice laid him flat on the beach, and the moment his back touched the ground, a sharp pain made him groan. His vision was blurred, and a buzzing sound filled his ears. Lu Yuan could only barely distinguish the swaying figures around him. The surroundings were in disarray. Marcus' mechanical body had completely shut down. Those once glowing red mechanical eyes, now dull, gears ceased to turn, and the steam pipes had no trace of white mist. He resembled an abandoned iron shell carried on the shoulder of a descendant. The judicator's condition was no better. That enormous body lay limp on the ground, the runes on its back completely extinguished, steam pipes damaged in several places, exposing the charred metal skeleton inside. Ed and Gray held his arms on either side, while Leonard and the attendant pushed from behind. Only with their combined effort could they barely drag this steel beast. Philip knelt a short distance away, his hands on the ground, trembling all over. His holy power had been exhausted, his face pale, lacking the strength to stand. The remaining attendant crouched beside him, equally weak. Alice was the only one still able to move normally. The extraordinary strength granted by her flesh and blood far surpassed that of ordinary people. She stood amidst the others, her gaze sweeping over each person, quickly assessing the current situation. After the heart deep within the cave ceased to beat, the entire island became eerily quiet with only the heavy breathing of the group remaining. The sand beneath their feet no longer wriggled, and the tentacles that had once surged from the ground had all stopped extending, as if drained of all power. The blue light at the entrance of the mine also dimmed the once blinding, or now only emitted a faint glow as if it would turn into a mere rock at any moment. Alice raised her head, looking towards the distant sky. Dark clouds were gathering, surging from all directions, as if something was driving them away. The once blinding sunlight was being swallowed bit by bit. The sky was darkening at a visibly rapid pace. A storm was coming. Alice glanced around, decisively making a decision. Get on the ship. Her voice was hoarse. Leave immediately. The process of boarding was somewhat chaotic. After Alice and Gray lifted Lu Yuan onto the deck, they had to free their hands to help lift the Judicator. The descendants left on the deck did not assist, preoccupied with tending to the fire. At this moment the waves had begun to surge, and the Abyss Hunter started to sway with the waves. The descendants placed Marcus and the Judicator in the cabin in turn. Marcus' mechanical body was laid in a corner, motionless like a pile of scrap metal. The once steaming and glowing device had now fallen completely silent, with only the occasional sound of metal contracting proving that it had not completely broken down. The Judicator was propped against the wall of the cabin, its massive body occupying half the space. The thick armor was covered in indentations left by tentacles, with several places even penetrated, revealing the intricate pipes and gears inside. Lu Yuan was handed over to Gray by Alice. Tend to his wounds. Alice dropped this line and hurried towards the captain's room. Gray nodded, laying Lu Yuan flat on a bed. The burn on his abdomen was more severe than imagined. The clothing and flesh stuck together, and Gray had to carefully cut the fabric with a dagger. Lu Yuan felt as if he was in a half-sleep. His body seemed to have vanished, and he could vaguely hear the sounds around him. Some of the flesh has already necrosed. Gray's voice was deep. It needs to be cut off. Without caring whether Lu Yuan heard him or not, Gray began to act. His movements were quite skilled, removing the necrotic tissue, applying medicine, and bandaging it all in one go. After treating the wound, Gray looked towards Philip in the corner. Philip, can you move? Philip struggled to lift his head, his face still pale, but he managed to stand up. He and the attendant approached Lu Yuan's bedside, placing their hands on his chest, lips moving slightly as they recited a short prayer. A faint golden light seeped from his palms, so weak it was almost invisible, but when it fell upon Lu Yuan, the somewhat detached consciousness instantly returned, followed by pain, a tearing pain. This is all I can do for now. Philip withdrew his hand, his voice weak. The holy power needs time to recover. Gray nodded, saying nothing more. They had done all they could, and Lu Yuan could only rely on himself. At that moment, a dull rumbling sound came from the deck, the sound of the engine starting. The steam pipes let out a roar, the hull shuddered slightly, and the Abyss Hunter began to slowly depart from the harbor. Alice stood in the captain's cabin, watching the island gradually fade away through the porthole. Dark clouds loomed overhead, gathering from all directions, tightening their grip on the entire sky, and even in the distance no trace of sunlight could be seen. Alice's sixth sense was going wild with warnings. It wasn't coming from the island. It was from the depths of the sea. Something was lurking down there. Lu Yuan's consciousness gradually sank amidst the swaying of the cabin. The sharp pain in his abdomen became distant, as if separated by a layer of water, and his half-closed eyes slowly lost their vision, with Philip's prayers becoming a distant echo. Then everything went dark. When he opened his eyes again, the familiar black sea appeared before him. A strange dream. Here again. But this time, it felt different. Lu Yuan tried to move his fingers. He could move. He raised his arm, clenched his fist, feeling every part of his body. Everything seemed fine, even the injuries he had outside had vanished. This was also the first time he had complete control over his body in the strange dream. Moreover, he even felt like he could wake up at any moment. He could leave this place whenever he wished. The constraints of the strange dream had vanished. It seemed that the owner of that enormous heart was indeed the creator of the strange dream. Lu Yuan stood up and looked around. Under his feet was the beach where he had stood countless times, the gray-white sand glimmering coldly under the moonlight. He bent down to grab a handful of sand, the fine grains slipping through his fingers. The touch was icy and real. The wreckage of the iron whale was still stranded among the nearby rocks, the rusty hull resembling the skeleton of a giant beast with gaping holes that remained shocking. Lu Yuan walked along the beach toward the altar. The altar was still in its place, the layers of stone steps extending upwards, but the blood-soaked patterns had now dried, shimmering with a dark golden light under the moonlight. He reached out to touch those runes, feeling a cold touch on his fingertips, but something unusual occurred. The entire island seemed to have been restored to some primordial state. But the biggest change was that there was no one around. The figures that once stood in a row on the distant beach were gone, and there was no one around the altar. Those gray-robed men who had chanted in the strange dream had vanished. The entire island was left with only him. Lu Yuan furrowed his brows, contemplating the encounters of this island trip. Most of the scenes in the strange dream matched up: the iron whale, the gray-robed men, the enormous heartbeat deep within the mine. The only issue that arose was the last sighting of the tentacles extending from the deep sea, as well as the number of those gray-robed men. Among the 3 gray-robed men in the mine, one seemed to know something and was waiting for everyone in advance, yet the summoned creature was just that, at most a bit stronger than a captain. The other 2 remained squatting on the altar, not coming down, controlling the massive tentacles without any apparent intention to obstruct. The attacks of the tentacles appeared fierce, but they were always restricted to the central area. If he were in control, he would have crushed the Chuch's people first day afterward regardless of whether it was the judge or Marcus. Unless they fled immediately, they would all perish on the spot. However, when Marcus charged toward the heart, the notably thicker tentacle in the passage did not make any effort to stop him, as if it was intentionally allowing them to pass. Moreover, what puzzled Lu Yuan the most was whether such an existence could truly be thwarted by blessings from its gaze. Those eyes opened and closed, killing none of the intruders. What exactly was wrong? Lu Yuan couldn't come up with an answer, but the strange dream was indeed coming to an end. He could feel the space around him becoming thin like a layer of foam on the verge of breaking, a wave of fatigue washing over him. Lu Yuan decided to wake up voluntarily. At that moment, he caught a glimpse of a figure out of the corner of his eye. Lu Yuan abruptly turned his head. He saw a man standing on a nearby rock. The sea breeze fluttered his clothes, but his figure remained completely still like a statue. He faced away from the moonlight, his face obscured in shadow, as if intentionally blurred by some force. Lu Yuan squinted to see his face clearly, but only a distorted phantom was visible. However, his clothing was very distinct. It was the exclusive uniform of the Night Watchers, a long black coat embroidered with moons and eyes slightly worn and frayed at the edges as if it had been worn for a long time. Lu Yuan's heart stirred, recalling the dead Gavin on the island, and attempted to call out Gavin. The man did not respond. He merely turned slowly to face Lu Yuan, yet his face remained obscured. Then he spoke, his voice intermittent like whispers from far away, as if soaked in seawater. Every word carried a strange echo resonating in Lu Yuan's ears. This place is just the beginning. The island is merely a part of the plan. Grim Harbor is where. His words were cut off. A tentacle emerged silently from the depths of the sea, wrapping around the man's waist. The man did not struggle. He merely looked toward Lu Yuan for a moment before sinking into the sea. That gaze pierced through the blurred face, carrying an indescribable emotion. Was it a warning, a plea, or something else? Lu Yuan had no time to distinguish. The sea closed in and the man vanished. Then the strange dream shattered. Lu Yuan suddenly opened his eyes. At the edge of his vision, familiar gray-white text flickered. Rationality 36. 2170. The experience gained here was from facing the tentacle. There was no increase in rationality when facing the heart. The limit of rationality had not decreased, but the experience also did not increase. This was the first time. The value remained unchanged. The strange dream, it seemed to have truly ended. As his consciousness returned, the sharp pain in his abdomen surged back, and Lu Yuan couldn't help but want to turn over, but his body did not obey. His limbs felt like they were filled with lead, too heavy to lift. However, strangely, his head did not hurt anymore. Previously, when rationality was consumed by half, Lu Yuan would feel like his head was about to explode. That pain, like being pierced by countless needles, was nearly unbearable. But now, aside from the lingering pain in his abdomen, his mind was clearer than ever. Don't move. Gray's voice came from beside him. Lu Yuan turned his eyes and saw Gray sitting on a chair by the bed, leaning against the wall, resting. You are seriously injured. Gray spoke plainly. I've given you medicine, and it's normal not to be able to exert strength for the time being. Lu Yuan opened his mouth to say something, but his throat was dry, producing only a hoarse sound. Gray handed him a water pouch. Drink some water first. Lu Yuan took a few sips from Gray's hand. The cold water slid down his throat, finally allowing him to regain a bit of his voice. Outside, before he could finish, the ship's hull shook violently. Lu Yuan's body nearly slipped off the bed, but fortunately Gray acted quickly and pressed him down. The water pouch by the bed rolled to the floor, spilling water everywhere. What happened? Lu Yuan frowned. Gray did not respond, but stood up and walked toward the porthole. His figure stiffened for a moment. The sky outside had been completely swallowed by dark clouds with not a glimmer of light visible. Those dark clouds hung low and heavy, almost touching the mast. The sea surface began to churn, waves rising higher and higher, crashing against the hull in wave after wave, emitting a dull roar. A storm is coming, Gray said quietly. Yet his expression told Lu Yuan that it was more than just a storm. A hint of vigilance emerged on his usually fearless face, an instinctive reaction to threats. The ship tilted violently again, and the items in the cabin clattered. Lu Yuan forced himself to turn his head and looked out at the sea through the porthole. Beneath the surging black waves, there were shadows. Huge shadows. Not just one, but many. They swam stealthily beneath the sea, appearing and disappearing like phantoms, each as large as the abyssal hunter flickering between the waves. Environmental detection pollution levels in the sea are extremely high. Deep-sea creatures are abnormally active, and multiple large biological signals detected are approaching. The storm had fully descended. The giant waves crashed against the ship's hull with a dull roar, each impact causing the entire vessel to tremble violently, as if it could be torn to pieces at any moment. The abyssal hunter rocked fiercely in the waves, the angle of its tilt growing steeper, and boxes in the cabin slid from their secured positions, crashing against the walls with a heavy thud. The descendant stood before the helm, his mechanical arm gripping the ships, while tightly gears whirring rapidly, steam hissing from the joints. His legs seemed nailed to the deck, utterly motionless despite the raging storm. Another descendant stood behind him, ready to take over at any moment. The creations of the Ascension Society had no concept of fatigue, but even machines had their limits. In such a violent storm, any mistake could be fatal. A torrential downpour began. The large raindrops pounded on the deck, creating a dense patter. Lightning split the sky. The blinding white light illuminated the darkness, making the entire world exceedingly clear for a brief moment. Alice stood in the captain's cabin, peering through the rain-smeared glass outside. With each flash of lightning, she could see the surging surface of the sea. And beneath the surface, those enormous outlines that flickered in and out of view. They were getting closer. That thing is approaching. The descendant's voice came through the intercom, raspy with a mechanical timbre. Alice's gaze suddenly sharpened. She saw clearly now. The shadows hidden beneath the sea were fish. No, they could not be called fish. Each of those creatures was as long as half an abyssal hunter. Their bodies exhibited a bizarre deep blue, as if stained by deep blue, or their scales glimmering with a cold sheen in the lightning. Their eyes had no pupils, only a murky blue, and their mouths were filled with uneven sharp teeth. They swarmed towards the abyssal hunter from all directions. They are going to attack, requesting to fire. The descendant's voice sounded again. Alice decisively rushed to the intercom. All cannons fire immediately. The body of the abyssal hunter began to tremble. Not only the bow, but also the armored side slowly opened up, revealing dark cannons that extended outwards, glimmering with a cold metallic sheen amidst the storm. The warships of the Ascension Society were never just for transport. Ed and Leonard quickly dashed to the gun deck, readying themselves for repairs. Fire! Boom! The first round of shells howled out, plunging into the sea and creating a massive column of water. Explosions erupted, underwater shockwaves driving back the first few mutated fish, blue blood gushing out, but quickly dispersing. Boom! 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 More artillery fire poured down. The cannons fired alternately, orange-red flames flickering in the storm, illuminating half the surface of the sea. Each barrage could drive back the mutated fish lurking below, and some were even directly hit, flesh and blood scattering. But there were too many, and they were too large. A single barrage could hardly kill them, nor even drive them away. Before the cannons could fire again, several mutated fish had already rushed to the side of the ship. They leaped out of the water, their massive bodies arcing through the air before crashing heavily against the hull. Bang! The entire ship shook. Alice braced herself against the wall, looking through the glass to see a mutated fish's mouth biting into the hull, its sharp teeth leaving deep scratches on the iron armor, producing a piercing metallic grinding sound. More mutated fish leaped out of the water. They pounced on the abyssal hunter like they had gone mad, slamming their bodies against it and tearing with their sharp teeth. The cannons began to be destroyed. This group of mutated fish clearly possessed some intelligence, attacking not just the hull, but relentlessly damaging the extended cannon tubes. The ship shook violently under the continuous impacts. Sounds of things collapsing echoed from within the cabin. More than half of the cannons have been destroyed. The descendant's voice carried a hint of agitation. The abyssal hunter was already on the brink of collapse. Alice clenched her teeth, knowing she had no means to remedy the situation. The crisis was dire. Just then, a stronger bolt of lightning split the sky. It was brighter than any before, the white light enveloping the entire sea area. Alice saw it. Philip saw it. Everyone on the ship staring at the sea saw it. In that moment of white light, a massive outline emerged beneath the surface. It was larger than any shadow seen before, 1,000 times larger than those mutated fish. It resembled a sleeping mountain stretching across the seabed, its black body extending to the horizon with no visible end. Countless tentacles extended from that outline, each thicker than the abyssal hunter, swaying slowly in the water rising up. The captain's cabin fell into silence. The next moment, the waves surged and the tentacles rose from the seabed. Slowly, silently, and irresistibly. They passed through the surging seawater, through the dense curtain of rain, and through the barrier of the storm, directly piercing the clouds. When the first tentacle surfaced, Alice felt her heart skip a beat. The surface of that tentacle was covered with countless suckers. Each sucker contained an eye. Black eyes with no pupils, only a depthless darkness. As the tentacle loomed, all the eyes opened simultaneously. It was watching this tiny ship. Alice gripped her warhammer tightly, but she knew it was futile. In the presence of such an entity, a warhammer was no different from a twig. But the tentacle did not attack the abyssal hunter. It swept towards the swarm of mutated fish. A mere swing, light and careless, as if swatting away mosquitoes. Dozens of mutated fish were smashed into pulp, their blue blood bursting on the surface like a blooming turquoise flower. The school of fish scattered in an instant. It was as if they sensed a higher presence. That primal fear etched deep in their instincts made them forget everything, no longer attacking the abyssal hunter, but frantically fleeing in all directions. But they could not escape. More tentacles rose. 2, 3, 5, 10. The entire sea began to fill with tentacles, tracing deadly arcs across the surface, chasing after the panicked mutated fish. Those monsters that had been unstoppable just moments ago were as fragile as paper toys in front of the tentacles, each swing taking dozens of lives. The surface of the sea was stained with blue blood. Severed limbs and tails floated amidst the waves, caught in whirlpools, then tossed up. Moments later, there were no longer any living aberrant fish visible on the surface of the sea. Only the tentacles remained suspended in midair, the eyes on their suckers scanning the surroundings, as if confirming that the prey had departed. Then they began to sink slowly and silently until they disappeared beneath the waters, descending below the abyssal hunter. Alice walked to the glass window of the captain's cabin, looking down at a massive circular shadow enveloping the entire abyssal hunter in its center. The tentacles swayed gently around, resembling some strange petals with the abyssal hunter as the core of the flower. It had not departed. It was following below. In the captain's cabin, no one spoke. Alice stood by the glass window, resting her warhammer on the ground, her hand trembling, yet she did not avert her gaze. She was the captain of the Night Watchers team in Grim Harbor, a second-tier extraordinary with flesh and blood, having previously faced third-tier aberrations alone and carved a bloody path through a horde of aberrant creatures. But at this moment, in the presence of such an existence, her once proud strength seemed insignificant, as laughable as an ant waving its antennae beneath a giant's foot. Philip stood in the corner, his lips trembling as he attempted to utter a prayer, but his throat felt constricted by some unseen force, rendering him unable to speak a word. The Reborn still stood at the helm, maintaining the course. The creaking of mechanical joints revealed everything. It was the trembling of metal under extreme tension. Continue. Forward. The Reborn's voice was hoarse and intermittent. No one responded, yet the ship still moved. Below deck, Yuan also gazed through the porthole at the tentacles piercing the clouds. It was them, the beings that appeared in the dream. Those tentacles extending from the depths of the sea, adorned with eyes now hung above the surface, identical to the scenes in the dream. At the edge of his vision, grayish-white text flickered: Sanity 1-2070. Just a slight drop. This thing is actually not an aberration. Yuan's heart raced violently as a terrifying thought emerged. Everything in the dream was real. The wreckage of the Iron Whale was indeed real. The altar and runes were real. The tentacles in the deep sea were real. Those gray-robed figures were also real. They were not illusions, but truly existed in some corner of this world. The warning from the man resembling Galwan echoed again. The island is just part of the plan. Grim Harbor is the target. A chill surged through his heart. If the dream was some sort of omen, then the goal of the gray-robed figures had never been this island. It was Grim Harbor. It had always been Grim Harbor. At the same time, the countless gazes of the eyes penetrated the hull, landing directly on Yuan. Heavy, cold, and irresistible. Yet Yuan discovered that the eyes of the tentacles outside were not looking at him. They were looking at what he held in his arms. Blood time slipped away in silence. Perhaps an hour had passed, or maybe more. The shadow remained beneath the ship, neither attacking nor departing. The tentacles swayed around, like some form of guardian wrapping the abyssal hunter in their center. Whenever a marine creature came close, the tentacles would sweep them away, as if clearing the path. Is it protecting us? Philip finally realized something was amiss, his expression bewildered. She did not know what that thing wanted, but one thing was certain: it was not after the abyssal hunter, for the gaze of those eyes had never fallen upon her. It is protecting something on the ship, Alice whispered. Or someone. What happened after Marcus and Yuan entered the cave where the heart resided? She was unclear, but the timing of the appearance of this thing was too coincidental. Unconsciously, her gaze drifted towards the direction of the cabin. Marcus was still unconscious and Yuan was gravely injured. What exactly did they bring out from that heart? In the cabin, Yuan tightened his grip on the glass vial in his arms, already having the answer in his heart. It was escorting this vial of blood back to Grim Harbor. But why? What would this vial of blood bring? Regardless, this vial of blood could not be abandoned, for even if he gave up, Marcus, who was destined to ascend, would not. Uncertain how much time had passed, the storm began to weaken. The waves were no longer as frenzied, and the dark clouds began to disperse, revealing a sliver of grayish-white light. And at that moment, the shadow beneath the ship began to sink. The tentacles swayed one last time, as if bidding farewell, before submerging into the deep sea, growing ever more distant, ultimately disappearing into the endless darkness. It had left. No one in the captain's cabin cheered. There was only a deathly silence. It's gone, Philip's voice came. It has left. Alice took a deep breath, ignoring him, and shouted at the Reborn, full speed ahead. Her voice was steady, but her hand gripping the warhammer still trembled slightly, for she had a feeling that this was not a narrow escape, but rather a release, with the beings lurking in the shadows, controlling everything, keeping everyone in the dark. There was something on the ship that the creature from the depths cared about, otherwise the abyssal hunter would have long turned into a pile of wreckage, vanishing into the vast ocean. In the cabin, Yuan slowly closed his eyes. Sanity began to restore, and the oppressive feeling of being watched vanished. Gray, standing nearby, also let out a sigh of relief. After all, the creature from the depths was truly astonishing, its size far greater than those seen on the island. Just when everyone thought everything had calmed down, the communication crystal in Alice's arms suddenly lit up. It was the Night Watcher's emergency communication device. The crystal flickered with red light. Highest level alert. She pressed the receive button immediately, and a fragmented voice came through, that of old Morgan. Abyssal Hunter, please respond immediately. Grim Harbor is under attack. The Deep Sea Church is launching a full-scale attack. If you are still alive, return immediately. Repeat. Return immediately. The signal was cut off, leaving only piercing static. The cabin fell into dead silence. Alice's face turned pale. Accelerate. Full speed back. The steam engine of the Abyssal Hunter emitted a heavy roar. The ship trembled violently, and speed began to rise. Alice stood in the captain's cabin, her face pale, still clutching the dimming communication crystal. Old Morgan's voice had already been severed, leaving only the piercing static. Grim Harbor is under attack. The Deep Sea Church is launching a full-scale attack. These two sentences pierced into the hearts of everyone like nails, indicating that a fierce battle was about to commence. The people of the Deep Sea Church truly were relentless. Alice suppressed the anxiety within her. Everyone gather in the captain's cabin. Alice shouted into the voice pipe, her voice echoing through the tube and resonating across the entire ship. Within 2 minutes, everyone who could move had gathered. Philip's face was pale, his holy power nearly exhausted, yet he still managed to stand. The two attendants were in no better condition. Gray stood silently in the corner, while Ed and Leonard stood side by side. The descendants stood beside the helm, the mechanical joints producing rhythmic clicking sounds. Alice glanced at everyone and began to assess their combat capabilities. More than half of the cannons are damaged, but the ones that remain are still operational. The mithril has not been touched, and there are still plenty of alchemical grenades. The Judicator is out of commission and Marcus is still unconscious. We cannot rely on them. The descendant still has 2 able fighters left. Father Philip and the 2 attendants. The prayers can still be recited, Philip managed to say with difficulty. Alice nodded, her gaze sweeping over the night watchers. Myself, Gray, Ed, and Leonard are all able to fight. Lu Yuan is heavily injured, I'll let him rest for now. She turned and pulled out a wooden box from the corner, opening it to reveal bottles of silvery liquid inside. These mithrils had no use on the previous island, but precisely because of that the actual firepower on the ship was extraordinarily abundant now. Ed, Leonard, go to the cannon deck and stand by. If there are any issues with the cannons, adjust them manually. If you can't adjust, use the mithrils as cannonballs. Ed took the box, weighted in his hands, and nodded. Gray, keep an eye on Lu Yuan, Marcus, and the Judicator. Make sure nothing gets close to them. Gray nodded in acknowledgement. Alice took one last look at everyone, her voice growing serious. Grimport is under attack. For every moment we delay, someone is dying. So let's move forward at full speed. In the cabin, Lu Yuan leaned against the bed, eyes closed as he adjusted his condition. Despite being here, he still heard Alice's earlier shout. Grimport is under siege. The Deep Sea Church is launching a full-scale attack. These 2 sentences echoed repeatedly in his mind. Mina. Ink. They are all at Grimport. However, thinking of Ink's strength, Lu Yuan felt slightly reassured that sharp-tongued book spirit was reliable when it mattered, and old Morgan was also there. At the edge of his vision, gray-white text slowly emerged. Sanity 202-170. The recovery speed of sanity had clearly increased. Philip's holy light was indeed effective. Just as Lu Yuan was lost in thought, footsteps approached from outside the door. Gray pushed the door open, holding a small vial. Philip asked me to give this to you, he said, handing over the vial. It's the last bottle of intermediate holy water for when we reach the shore to ensure you can still move. Lu Yuan took the intermediate holy water, but did not drink it immediately. I have a silvery cup in my bag, please get it for me. Gray approached the bed and rummaged through Lu Yuan's backpack, quickly pulling out a small cup engraved with an angelic emblem. He glanced at it, a flicker of surprise flashing in his eyes. You actually have this thing? I got it by chance from the church. Help me convert 3 cups of holy water. Gray looked at the cup of holy water in his hand, without asking further, filling it with water from the ship's storage area, then pouring it into the cup. In the next moment, a soft silver light illuminated the cup, the clear water becoming crystal clear with faint specks of light swirling within. Lu Yuan took it and drank it in one go. Using beginner holy water sanity 2, Gray converted another cup and handed it over. Using beginner holy water sanity 2, the third cup. Using beginner holy water sanity 1, the effects were beginning to diminish. Gray placed the cup of holy water back in the backpack, and Lu Yuan picked up the bottle of intermediate holy water, uncorked it, and drank deeply. The cold liquid slid down his throat, a refreshing sensation spreading from his chest, his muddled mind gradually becoming clear. Using intermediate holy water sanity 5, or recovery speed increase sanity 213-170, the effects of the intermediate holy water were also steadily decreasing, but fortunately 31 points of sanity were barely enough to ensure he wouldn't have to worry about being immobilized until they returned to shore. However, the wound on his abdomen still throbbed painfully. Combat was out of the question. Lu Yuan let out a sigh. What arrangements did Alice make? Lu Yuan asked. Ed and Leonard went to the cannon deck. I will watch over you and Marcus, Gray replied, sitting down on the chair beside the bed. She said to let you rest for now, and not to push yourself. Lu Yuan nodded, saying nothing more. About half an hour later, Alice pushed the door open and waved to Gray, signaling him to step outside first. Though Gray found it strange, he still exited through the door. Alice's gaze fell on Lu Yuan, and she spoke directly. What happened in the cave? Lu Yuan had anticipated her question. Marcus detonated the heart, he said, sitting up slightly. We almost died inside. And then I lost consciousness for a while. Lu Yuan's voice was calm. By the time I regained awareness, I was already on the ship. Alice stared into Lu Yuan's eyes. Are you sure you didn't bring anything out? Silence. Lu Yuan did not respond. It wasn't that he couldn't lie, or rather he didn't want to. Silence itself was a form of attitude. I don't want to say. Alice watched him, her expression sharpening. She knew Lu Yuan was concealing something. But she also understood that if he chose to conceal it, there must be a reason. We will discuss it when we return, she said, turning towards the door. As she reached the door, she paused, not turning back. No matter what you brought back, I hope it's worth it. The door closed. Lu Yuan instinctively reached for his chest. The cold touch of the glass vial came through his clothing. Blood of, is it worth it? Lu Yuan didn't know, but he was sure he would regret not bringing it back. Time passed slowly. The sky above the sea gradually brightened, the storm completely dissipated, leaving only gray clouds and rolling waves. The Abyss Hunter advanced at full speed, its hull leaving a white trail on the surface of the sea. Finally, the descendant in the lookout tower sounded the alarm. Target spotted ahead, Grimport. Alice dashed onto the deck, raising her telescope. The sight before her caused her pupils to constrict sharply. Grimport. The harbor city where she had lived for over a decade was now shrouded in thick smoke. The dock area was ablaze, orange-eared flames shooting into the sky, thick smoke billowing, obscuring half of the sky. Fires could also be seen sporadically in the inner city, clearly indicating that the battle had spread there. And on the surface of the sea outside the port, Alice's expression darkened completely. 5 or 6 ships were patrolling the waters, their sails tied with deep blue ribbons, the insignia of the deep-sea church. Some shadows were also lurking beneath the surface. Huge silhouettes prowled underwater, evidently the aberrant sea beasts tamed by the deep-sea church. They have sealed off the port. Alice lowered her telescope, her voice icy. They don't intend to let anyone out, nor do they plan to let anyone return. Philip also spotted those ships and inquired, should we fight our way in? Grimport is under attack, Alice scoffed. For every moment we delay, someone is dying. She turned and shouted into the voice pipe. All cannons prepare to fire. Open fire without restriction. The only goal is to break in. The abyssal hunter accelerated. The black hull resembled an enraged steel beast charging straight toward the blockade. The one who had just been born pushed the control lever before him. In the next moment, layers of runes began to illuminate on the hull of the abyssal hunter. A faint golden light enveloped the entire ship, forming a barely visible barrier. The effect Alice desired was simple. The ship's layered defenses were insufficient against the creatures lurking at the ocean's depths. However, it was more than enough to deal with the tattered little boats and minor sea beasts before them. The enemy aboard the ship had evidently noticed their presence. The sound of horns rang out as the deep blue vessels began to change direction, encircling the abyssal hunter. Below the surface, the mutated sea beasts also began to stir their massive forms, swimming rapidly beneath the water, creating dark surges. Fire! Boom! The remaining cannons of the abyssal hunter spewed flames simultaneously, and orange-eared shells whistled out. The first enemy ship was directly hit, and a massive hole exploded open in its hull, flames bursting forth from the breach as seawater began to flood and causing the entire ship to tilt. Boom! 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 More cannon fire rained down, the cannons alternating in their barrage, the flames flickering across the surface of the sea. The enemy began to counterattack. Shells flew in from all directions, but those pitifully small shells were mostly blocked by the rune barrier on the hull, only stirring up ripples of golden light before falling silent. Boom! Finally, one shell struck the side of the ship, but the force of the explosion was absorbed by the runes, leaving only a faint scorch mark. Continue advancing, Alice shouted. Seeing that the cannon fire was having little effect, the deep-sea church began to drive the sea beasts to attack. The first mutated sea beast leapt up from below the water. It was massive, its body a bizarre deep black, covered in scales and fleshy tentacles with jagged teeth filling its mouth. It opened wide and lunged toward the people on the deck. Whoosh! A glass vial flew from the cannon deck, striking the sea beast on the head. The vial shattered, splattering silver liquid all over its face. In the next moment, silvery flames erupted, igniting the spiritual energy within the sea beast entirely. Screech! The mutated sea beast let out a human-like wail of agony, the flesh on its head burned away by the mithril, releasing thick white smoke as its entire body tumbled through the air, crashing heavily back into the sea. More sea beasts began to leap up from below, but the firepower of the abyssal hunter had already been cranked up to the maximum. Shells, mithril, and incendiary bottles rained down like raindrops. The incendiary bottles smashed onto the surface of the sea, and the orange-eared flames spread instantly. The specially formulated fire-resistant to seawater blazed even brighter with the oil it stirred up, turning the surrounding sea into a sea of fire. The mutated sea beasts struggled and howled in the flames. Some were burned alive, while others fled in a panic. The silvery light of the mithril intertwined with the orange-eared flames of the incendiary bottles, illuminating the gray sea as if it were daylight. The rune barrier blocked most of the attacks, the ship swaying slightly under the impact, yet it continued to maintain speed. Alice charged up to the ship's side, her warhammer crackling with thunder as she smashed a sea beast that had climbed aboard into pieces, its black blood splattering all over her. Ed and Leonard worked alongside the one who had just been born on the cannon deck, their firepower sinking one enemy ship after another. The abyssal hunter surged forward, embraced by cannon fire and flames. Inside the cabin, Yuan looked through the porthole at the scene outside. The firelight painted the entire sea red. Burning enemy ships floated on the water, thick smoke billowing. The corpses of mutated sea beasts turned black and sank in the flames. He knew that going out now wouldn't help much. The most important thing was to recover quickly. Meanwhile, gray-white text continuously reminded him environmental perception, high pollution concentration in the sea area, detecting numerous signals from mutated creatures. The battle had lasted about a quarter of an hour. The abyssal hunter smashed through the last enemy ship, blocking its path, splinters and debris flying everywhere. Behind them was a burning sea of blood, path torn open by cannon fire and flames. The blockade line of the deep-sea church was violently breached. Charge through, Alice shouted. The abyssal hunter sped forward, bursting through that gap. The enemy ships behind attempted to pursue, but were suppressed by the continuous cannon fire, unable to lift their heads until the runes on the ship began to dim. The core had completely overloaded. Alice stood on the deck, gasping for breath as she watched the enemy ships left far behind. The warships of the Ascension Society. She wiped the blood from her face, a faint smile tugging at her lips. Indeed impressive. Previously facing those creatures in the deep sea, the Abyssal Hunter had seemed somewhat strained. But against these smaller and mid-sized vessels, even with its firepower reduced by half, it was still overwhelming. The dock was drawing nearer. Yuan peered through the porthole and saw the dire state of Grimport. The dock area had already fallen into chaos. Everywhere were burning buildings, collapsed shelves, and scattered corpses. Some corpses had begun to mutate, writhing on the ground and emitting nauseating sounds. The Abyssal Hunter crashed into the dock, the violent impact causing the ship to emit a painful groan. Gather up, disembark. Alice was the first to jump off the deck, raising her warhammer. Let's kill our way back to base. Everyone followed closely behind. The one who had just been born, Ed and Leonard, formed the vanguard, their firepower clearing the way. Two stewards and Philip carried the unconscious Marcus along with the almost destroyed Judicator. Gray supported Yuan. The advance was quite difficult. With the injured and the Judicator in tow, their speed was severely hampered while the surrounding mutated creatures continued to gather. There's a large group ahead. Ed shouted. At the end of the street, a dozen mutated creatures were surging toward them, mixed in with a few followers of the Deep Sea Church. Alice was about to charge forward when suddenly roar. A shadow burst from a side alley, crashing directly into the mass of mutated creatures. It was a humanoid monster covered in black chitin, its size a full circle larger than an average person. Its sharp claws left trails in the air, tearing the mutated creatures apart as if they were made of paper. Valentine. Alice's eyes lit up. The monster turned its head, revealing a grotesque face, yet its emerald green eyes held a hint of mockery. Captain Alice, you all are slow indeed. Valentine's voice was hoarse and deep with a beast-like roughness. Behind him, several night watchmen followed, clearing out the remaining mutated creatures. Old Morgan sent me to assist you. Valentine licked the black blood from the corner of his mouth. The route from the dock to the base isn't safe. Ooh, with these burdens, you probably won't make it. His gaze swept over the unconscious Marcus and the ruined Judicator, a glint of amusement flashing in his eyes. So the Ascension Society has fallen to this state. Let's talk more action, Alice said tersely. Clear the way. Valentine's fierce face broke into a smile as he turned and charged forward. With Valentine and his reinforcements, the team's pace quickened significantly. In a frenzied state, this second team leader was like a meat grinder, tearing apart any aberrant creature that stood in his way. Yuan followed in the middle of the team, observing Valentine's maniacal fighting style, secretly marveling. The extraordinary beings from the strange paths not only recovered quickly, but also proved formidable against aberrant creatures of the same level. After passing through several streets, the watchman's base finally came into view. Signs of battle were evident around the perimeter, with a few bodies of aberrant creatures lying on the ground, but overall there didn't seem to be any major issues suggesting it had been held. Before anyone could approach, the base's main gate had already swung open. Several watchmen came forward, clearly having detected their movements long before. Captain Alice, you've returned. Marcus is severely injured, and the Judicator is wrecked. Take them first. Alice wasted no time and issued her orders directly. The watchmen immediately sprang into action, carrying the unconscious Marcus and the nearly disassembled Judicator into the base. Valentine's figure began to shrink, the keratin layer gradually shedding as he donned a prepared black suit, adjusting his sleeves and regaining his elegant, noble appearance. He pulled out a handkerchief from his pocket, wiping the black blood from his hands, his face adorned with the same calm smile as always. Welcome home, everyone. Where's old Morgan? Alice, lacking the mood for pleasantries, asked directly. In the command room. Alice strode in with Yuan and the others closely following. In the command room, old Morgan stood before a map. His black coat was tattered, and there were several unhealed scars on his face, clearly having undergone a fierce battle not long ago. Hearing the footsteps of the group, he turned around. The moment he saw Alice and the others, a glimmer of relief flashed in his murky eyes. It's good to see you back, old Morgan. Alice stepped forward and briefly reported the events that had transpired at sea. Old Morgan nodded after listening, then began to explain the situation in Grimport. Just after you left, the Deep Sea Church launched an attack. He pointed to the markings on the map. The timing is too coincidental. It's as if they knew our main force was absent. Alice's expression darkened. It seems someone is tired of living. The scope of the traitor has already been identified, and I've arranged for people to keep watch. Old Morgan nodded, but now is not the time to investigate. He pointed to several areas marked in red on the map. The Deep Sea Church is playing for keeps this time. They're attacking both at sea and on land, and are releasing pollutants on a large scale. Old Morgan's voice grew heavy. Many civilians have been contaminated. Some transformed on the spot, while others are still in the incubation period. I truly don't know where they obtained such pollutants, and that is the most troubling part. There are also polymers emerging from the sewers, but thankfully we previously cleared them out once, so their numbers aren't too great and can be kept under control for now. He sighed and continued, the watchmen can only ensure the safety around the base for now. The situation on the Church and the Ascension Society side is somewhat better, but they are also stretched thin. The Viscount has diverted the city garrison here, but it's merely a drop in the bucket. What about the Holy Armor Army? Yuan suddenly interjected. Weren't they supposed to come? Old Morgan smiled bitterly. They're still on their way. Mobilizing the Imperial Army takes time, and I've urged them several times. However, according to the latest news, they should be arriving soon. After hearing this, Alice said to old Morgan, I will go arrange the follow-up. Gray and the others also need to rest. Old Morgan nodded. Alice turned and left, followed by Gray and the others. Only Old Morgan and Lu Yuan were left in the command room. At the moment the door closed, Lu Yuan hesitated for a moment, but still pulled out the holy water vial from his pocket and placed it on the table. The vial contained a deep red liquid, emitting an eerie glow under the dim light. This was taken from a heart, Lu Yuan explained. Old Morgan's gaze fell upon the vial. His pupils suddenly constricted. Don't move for now. Old Morgan spoke in a low voice, simultaneously reaching out to press a mechanism on the corner of the table. Buzz! The entire room suddenly lit up. The runes on the walls began to circulate, and a layer of faint golden light surged from all directions, enveloping Lu Yuan. This was the purification detection array of the Watchman. It was specifically designed to detect pollution and aberration. Don't misunderstand. Old Morgan gazed intently at the direction of the runes, his tone calm, yet serious. This is not something you should be able to touch. I need to confirm your condition. Lu Yuan stood still, allowing the golden light to sweep over him. He knew he was fine. After a moment, the glow of the runes gradually dimmed. No alarms. No anomalies. Old Morgan looked at the detection result, his tense shoulders slightly relaxing, but his brows furrowed even tighter. How is this possible? He walked in front of Lu Yuan, scrutinizing him up and down several times, as if examining something unbelievable. You're actually fine. Lu Yuan did not explain, simply asking, Old Morgan, do you know what is sealed on that island? Old Morgan remained silent for a while before slowly speaking. After you left, I had the headquarters send over the files and looked into the details of the deep-sea church. He returned to the table, picked up the glass vial, his expression complex. This church has existed for a long time, no one knows exactly how long, and it moves unpredictably with not much recorded about its malevolent deeds. But there's one very strange point. Old Morgan paused, lowering his voice. Wherever they appear, ominous events end up occurring. Towns disappear, sea areas become polluted. All have their shadow. Lu Yuan's gaze sharpened slightly. Old Morgan continued, as for that island, the files note that it is suspected to seal one of the ancient progeny of the deep sea's existence. Even if it's just a progeny, even if sealed and in slumber. Theoretically, it is certainly not something you and Marcus could approach merely with enthusiasm. Old Morgan gazed at the glass vial in his hand, his brow furrowed deep in thought. So either the things recorded in the files don't exist on that island at all, or you fell into some kind of illusion at the time, merely believing you had obtained the blood. He paused and added, of course it's also possible that the thing deliberately allowed you to take it. After Old Morgan finished speaking, he fell silent himself. 3 possibilities, none of which are good news. He stared at the deep red liquid flowing slowly within the vial, trying to discern something, but the eerie aura left him unable to judge. After a long time, Old Morgan sighed and placed the vial back on the table. Forget it, if I can't figure it out, I won't think about it for now. Since you've obtained it, let's store it away for the time being. He took out a brass key from his waist and placed it in front of Lu Yuan. Go to the deep storage room. The protection there is the most stringent. Such things placed in ordinary containers will eventually be corroded. I will report this matter to my superiors. Of course the authority still lies with you. Old Morgan looked at Lu Yuan. It's just a form of protection for you. Lu Yuan picked up the key, but did not leave immediately. There are still a few matters to attend to. He took out a small package from his pocket and placed it on the table. Inside the package was a silver badge engraved with the image of a moon and an eye, the badge of the Night Watchers. There was also a piece of cloth with several lines of text written in blood. At the moment Old Morgan saw the badge, he froze. He reached out, picked up the badge, and turned it over. A name was engraved on the back, Gawain. Where did you find this? Old Morgan's voice was somewhat hoarse. On the Iron Whale. Lu Yuan looked at Old Morgan and said, he conspired with the Church's priest to set up a formation to block the pollution, but it failed. Old Morgan remained silent, his gaze fixed on the blood-written note. The handwriting was messy but still recognizable. The plan has failed, someone has betrayed us, the priest is dead, and I won't last much longer. They want to complete the ritual with our blood, do not come looking for us, and do not touch those oars. Burn this ship, burn everything. Tell Old Morgan. I did my best. Gawain. Old Morgan stared at the lines of blood for a long time, without moving. His hands trembled slightly. Gawain was someone he had personally trained. The kid was not very articulate, but his skills were impressive. He was infinitely close to the 3rd level in the strange path, and he had a sharp mind. Sending him out to sea with the Iron Whale was originally meant to help him gain experience, making it easier to transfer him to headquarters later. In fact, during the transfer process, he had already had a bad feeling. The things sealed beneath that sea, even merely the fragments of records, were enough to send chills down one's spine. Yet he clung to a glimmer of hope. After all, it was a seal, after all, it was in slumber, after all, Gawain was quite capable. He did not want to think in that direction. Now the blood note lay before him. The worst outcome had indeed occurred. After a long while, Old Morgan took a deep breath and carefully stored the badge and the blood note. He was a good kid. His voice was soft, as if speaking to himself. Fighting to the last, he didn't bring shame to the Night Watchers. Lu Yuan fell silent for a moment before speaking again. On the way back, I entered a dream of the other world. Old Morgan looked up, his expression becoming serious. A dream of the other world. Your situation? It's different from before, Lu Yuan continued. This time I could move freely, the thing that trapped me disappeared. Old Morgan pondered. The heart was touched, and the bindings of the dream of the other world were lifted. But I saw someone in the dream. Who was it? Wearing the uniform of the Night Watchers, but I couldn't see their face. Lu Yuan recalled the vague figure. They said some words to me. What words, eh? Lu Yuan took a deep breath and repeated word for word. This is just the beginning. The island is merely a part of the plan. Grimport is the true focus. Before the words were finished, he was dragged away by tentacles from the sea. Old Morgan's face suddenly changed. Grimport is the true focus. What? I don't know. Lu Yuan shook his head. He didn't have time to finish his sentence. The command room fell into a silence. Old Morgan turned away, looking at the map on the wall marked with red dots. The Deep Sea Church suddenly launched an attack, perfectly timed after the main force of the Night Watchers had departed. From the oars to the iron whale, from the island to Grimport. Gawain's blood note combined with this warning. All clues pointed to a terrifying possibility. Everything had been planned from the beginning. The oars were bait, the iron whale was bait, and the island was also bait. The true target all along was Grimport. I understand now. Old Morgan turned around, his voice solemn. I will report this to headquarters. You should secure the items first. Lu Yuan nodded but did not leave immediately. Instead, he spoke again. There is one more thing. Moi. There is also blood at Marcus Place. Lu Yuan's tone was calm. And it is more than this bottle. Old Morgan froze for a moment. And Lu Yuan continued, the Ascension Society has a very clear purpose this time. From beginning to end, they seem to be targeting that heart. Old Morgan furrowed his brow, because before this the Night Watchers had not received any news related to the islands. If you put it that way. He pondered for a moment, his expression becoming serious. Indeed, and Marcus actually managed to gather some. The Ascension Society probably knows much more than they let on. Old Morgan sneered. Those lunatics who knows how many forbidden things they have studied in private. Lu Yuan's lips curled slightly. So the Ascension Society will eventually come for people if their attitude isn't good. Perhaps we can take advantage of it a little. Old Morgan stared at Lu Yuan for several seconds. Then he smiled. A rare look of approval appeared on his weathered old face. You rascal. Then he waved his hand. Go secure the items first. Lu Yuan picked up the key and turned to leave. Deep storage. Lu Yuan followed the familiar spiral stone steps down. The air around him gradually became cold and damp, and the heavy feeling that pressed upon his heart returned. Environment anomaly detected high concentration of spiritual residue. He quickened his pace and arrived at the ancient door. Turning the brass key, the heavy mechanism echoed in the silent underground. The door opened. The warehouse was still bright as day. This time Lu Yuan did not look around, but walked straight to an empty shelf deep inside. He took out the glass bottle from his pocket and carefully placed it into the specially designed container on the shelf. The container was covered with runes, and once the bottle was placed inside, the runes began to glow slowly, enveloping the bottle. Lu Yuan looked at the bottle wrapped in runes and let out a sigh of relief. This thing was indeed dangerous to carry, as he could not see its owner's name. So what Old Morgan said about it being a descendant was probably true. It was some indescribable heart, yet he had foolishly approached it with this meager bit of reason. So at least until this incident was over, Lu Yuan did not plan to touch this bottle of blood. And Mina, she had the talent to resonate with all things and could sense such things. If he brought this bottle of blood to see her, it would probably endanger her, right? Retracting his gaze, Lu Yuan turned to leave. Just as he stepped out of the warehouse and returned to the surface, a low horn sounded suddenly outside the base. It was the unique assembly call of the Imperial Army. Immediately following was the sound of synchronized footsteps like war drums beating, shaking the ground slightly. Lu Yuan hurried towards the door. Old Morgan and Alice were already standing there looking outside. A troop was approaching from the direction of the inner city. Golden armor shimmered in the firelight. Well-trained soldiers formed a neat square formation, spears like a forest, rifles on shoulders, exuding a fierce aura. At the forefront was an officer riding a warhorse clad in half armor with a stern expression that emanated the chilling aura of a seasoned warrior. The officer galloped up to Old Morgan, scanning the surrounding ruins and corpses before speaking in a deep voice. 3rd Brigade of the Imperial Holy Armor Army ordered to assist the Night Watch in defense. He reined in his horse, his tone crisp and decisive. What is the current situation? What do we need to do? Old Morgan met his gaze without flinching or unnecessary pleasantries. The Deep Sea Church has launched simultaneous attacks from both the sea and land, and most of the outer city has fallen. He pointed to the still burning dock area in the distance. Aberrant creatures are wandering everywhere, and many civilians have been contaminated. The situation is dire. But the most troubling part is... Old Morgan paused, lowering his voice slightly. The core forces of the Deep Sea Church have yet to reveal themselves. The officer's brows furrowed. Are you saying this is just the prelude? Most likely. Old Morgan nodded. They wouldn't go to such lengths just to create chaos. The real offensive is still to come. The officer fell silent for a moment, a hint of gravity flashing in his eyes. He then suddenly waved his hand. All units heed my command. Establish an outer defense line centered around the Night Watch base. 1st Squad eliminate nearby aberrant creatures. 2nd Squad assist in blocking the main streets. 3rd Squad stand by for support. Kill the aberrants without mercy. Understood. The synchronized response echoed through the streets. The soldiers quickly dispersed, their golden armor shimmering in the firelight, flowing like a torrent of steel into every corner. In groups of 3 and teams of 5, they coordinated their muskets, spears, and alchemical weapons, systematically taking down the aberrant creatures that roamed about. The streets began to resonate with the dense sounds of gunfire and combat. The chaotic situation was finally starting to be suppressed. Alice watched the scene, her taut nerves finally relaxing a little. They finally arrived. With the Holy Armor Army here, we can at least stabilize the area around the base, old Morgan sighed. It won't worsen any further. Yet his expression remained grave. Lu Yuan stood nearby observing the Holy Armor Army deploy in an orderly manner. Golden armor, precise formations, and well-trained coordination. The regular army of the Empire is indeed not comparable to those disorganized crowds, but if the Deep Sea Church's target is the entire Grimport, Lu Yuan understood that even with the Holy Armor Army, it would not be sufficient. However, the current situation was completely beyond his capabilities. After this incident was resolved, he hoped to gain more experience, as he felt too weak at the moment. Lu Yuan withdrew his gaze and turned to old Morgan. Where are Mina and Brent? Mo Shui is with them in the library. Old Morgan smiled. That girl may be sharp-tongued, but she's reliable in critical moments. Alright, I'll go check on them. Lu Yuan nodded and turned to walk deeper into the base. The library was located on the lowest level of the base. The path that should have been guarded was now eerily quiet. Clearly old Morgan had sent everyone he could mobilize out. Lu Yuan hurried down the stone steps and arrived at the familiar metal door. As he placed his badge, the door slowly opened. Pushing it open, the sight inside made Lu Yuan momentarily stunned. Mo Shui was suspended in midair, surrounded by floating sheets of paper. Those papers were filled with runes, emitting a faint glow, forming a protective barrier that enveloped the entire library. Mina and Brent were huddled by a corner table. Hearing the door open, Mo Shui turned her head. The small face formed from ink had a glint of light in her dark bean-like eyes. You finally came back. Her voice carried a noticeable fatigue, lacking the usual sharpness. These past few days have nearly exhausted me. You've worked hard. When the time comes, I'll ask old Morgan for some points to buy you some ink blocks. You won't miss out on the points from this sea outing. Mo Shui huffed, but said nothing further, her form visibly relaxing. The floating papers also began to slowly descend. Big Brother Lu. A childish voice came from under the table. Mina peeked out, and upon seeing Lu Yuan, her eyes turned red. She ran over and hugged Lu Yuan's leg, her small body trembling. Big Brother Lu. You're back. Brent followed closely, his eyes filled with worry. Dr. Lu. Lu Yuan knelt down to check Mina's condition. Her face was pale with obvious dark circles under her eyes as she had lost weight. What happened to her? Lu Yuan looked at Mo Shui. Mo Shui floated closer, her voice low. Her echo of all things talent has allowed her to sense too much. These past few days she has been able to hear those sounds. The roars of aberrants, the wails of the dead, and Mo Shui paused, a hint of gravity flashing in her bean-like eyes. And whispers from the depths of the sea. Mina clutched Lu Yuan's clothes tightly, her voice soft and tearful. It's so scary. They keep talking. Always talking. He is about to awaken. Lu Yuan's heart sank at these words. The entity he had seen on the island along with the shadow from the sea was not something that Grimport could withstand. Now another, he was coming. However, Lu Yuan still bent down, gently stroking Mina's head softly, saying, It's alright, don't worry, I'm back. Mina buried her face in Lu Yuan's embrace, her shoulders still trembling slightly. Brent stood by, his eyes also red, but he tightly pressed his lips together, trying to appear stronger. Seeing this, Lu Yuan reached out and ruffled Brent's hair. Well done, Brent. After Mina's emotions gradually stabilized, Lu Yuan gently patted her back. Brent, take Mina to sit down for a while. Brent nodded, took his sister's hand, and walked towards the table and chairs in the corner. Mina glanced back at him, her eyes still red, but she had finally stopped trembling. Once the two children had walked away, Lu Yuan turned to Mo Shui. How have you been these past few days? Mo Shui hovered in midair, her paper wings slightly wrinkled, the ink on them much lighter than usual. I'm almost fine. Mo Shu's voice carried a hint of fatigue, but her tone remained haughty. It's just a few days of exhaustion, I'll recover after a rest. As she spoke, her dark bean-like eyes scrutinized Lu Yuan. Lu Yuan knew that Mo Shui had been helping Mina adjust her echo of all things talent these past few days, preventing the child from being driven mad by the overloaded perceptions. Then Mo Shui frowned. You smell of the church. She floated closer, her nose twitching slightly. Holy light. Are you seriously injured? Lu Yuan nodded without concealment. The wound on his abdomen was indeed severe. Marcus's overheated mechanical skeleton had burned straight through his clothing, searing vast patches of flesh. Its scorching heat had felt like a red-hot iron grinding back and forth across his belly, an experience both harrowing and singular. Fortunately, Gray had intervened promptly, and Philip's holy light had accelerated the healing. Though a dull ache still lingered, it posed no serious impediment, so long as he avoided intense combat. What truly concerned him, however, was something else. Bodily injuries are manageable, Lu Yuan murmured, his gaze drifting toward the periphery of his vision. But my sanity depletion has been substantial. Sanity 33170. From full capacity, it had plummeted to near exhaustion. Only sacred water had pulled him back up to 31 during the return journey. Though he had escaped the immediate danger zone, he remained far from the safety threshold. Strangely, his head did not ache this time. In the past, once his sanity dipped below half, an excruciating pain, like countless needles piercing his skull, had nearly obliterated coherent thought. Yet now, even when it had briefly plunged into single digits, his mind merely felt fogged, devoid of that rending, tearing agony. Was it the amulet? Yet it had felt inert. Or perhaps the layered blessings Philip had bestowed. Lu Yuan had no answer. He only knew one thing: his sanity barrier had shattered. To reconstitute, it naturally would require an extended period of time. Moreover, the efficacy of sacred water was diminishing. Each successive dose restored progressively less. Unless he obtained high-grade sacred water, he could only consume moderate grades sparingly for the foreseeable future. He had yet to taste high-grade sacred water, later he would seek some from old Morgan. Upon hearing the word sanity, Mo Shui fell silent for a moment. She said nothing, only drifted before Lu Yuan and placed her small hand upon his forehead. Don't move. A gentle warmth seeped from Mo Shui's palm, not the searing intensity of holy light, but something soft imbued with the subtle fragrance of ink. Then an ancient book, long sealed in dust, began to open. Its title page slowly revealed its inscription, while a low resonant chant rose within Lu Yuan's mind, the flow of primordial knowledge, the murmurs of countless sages echoing across time. Detected external force intervention. Transcendent knowledge being, book spirit blessing. Effect substantially enhanced sanity recovery rate for 24 hours, minor increase in mental resilience. Warning, slight incompatibility with holy light-based abilities. Avoid holy light treatment within the next 24 hours. Lu Yuan blinked, faintly taken aback. He had not expected Mo Shui to possess such a capability. She withdrew her hand, her ink-darkened form dimming slightly, and gave a soft humph. Mine is far more effective than anything the church offers. Her tone carried quiet pride. Holy light may mend external wounds well enough, but for restoring sanity, it pales beside mine. And my blessing enhances your sanity recovery rate. A feat even the church working themselves to exhaustion could never replicate. Mo Shui drifted closer, lowering her voice. But from now on you'd best stay put, and keep your hands off reckless things. A flicker of barely perceptible concern shimmered in her dot-like eyes. As she approached earlier, she had caught a faint, dangerous scent clinging to Lu Yuan. Subtle, yet unmistakable. A trace left by something that ought never be touched. Yet she kept it unspoken. Lu Yuan gazed at the softly pulsing text at the edge of his vision, a faint smile tugging at his lips. Thank you. Humph. Mo Shui turned away, gliding back into the slow cascade of falling paper. If you truly mean it, bring me stories, or ink blocks. Lu Yuan nodded. I will. The library remained steeped in the scent of aged parchment. Black metal shelves soared to the ceiling and lamplight flickered intermittently, casting an atmosphere of cold, hollow stillness. Everything appeared unchanged, yet Mina's words still echoed in his thoughts. He is about to awaken. Lu Yuan's gaze shifted toward the corner. Mina leaned against Brent's shoulder, seemingly asleep. Her face was pale, dark circles stark beneath her eyes, her frame markedly thinner. Echoes of all things, the gift that had forced her to hear what no mortal should, whispers rising from the abyssal, deep shrieks of the warped wails of the departed. Lu Yuan withdrew his gaze, outwardly calm, inwardly heavy with dread. The deep-sea church's core strength had yet to emerge. The true tempest still loomed ahead. He needed rest, urgently. Small cots nestled in the library's corners confirmed it was also used as a temporary refuge. Lu Yuan selected a cot and sank onto it. Within moments he slipped into deep slumber. It had been far too long since he'd known true rest. After an indeterminate span, he stirred from light sleep. Gunfire outside had grown sparse, yet had not ceased entirely. At the edge of his vision, pale gray text pulsed softly. Sanity 313570. Mo Shui's blessing had proven effective. 4 points restored in mere light sleep. Pushing himself upright, he winced as a sharp pang flared from his abdomen. Still painful, yet markedly improved. Awake. Mo Shui's voice came from nearby, laced with languid ease. Old Morgan sent word, go to the conference room as soon as you're up. They're waiting for you. Lu Yuan nodded, smoothed his clothes, and noticed Mina hunched over a book while Brent dozed beside her. He approached the corner and bent down. Did you sleep at all last night? A little. Mina whispered, her gaze drifting toward Brent. It was noisy outside. She hadn't wanted to disturb her brother. Lu Yuan sighed softly. With echoes of all things, what she heard extended far beyond mere ambient noise. I'll prepare several vials for you, he murmured, voice low. If it becomes unbearable, take one. It'll hold the tide back for a while. It will pass. Just endure a little longer. Mina blinked, her eyes still faintly red, yet she nodded obediently. Lu Yuan gently ruffled her hair, then glanced at the drowsing Brent. He didn't wake him, only murmured, take care of your sister. Brent mumbled a drowsy Whether he'd truly heard remained uncertain. Lu Yuan rose and pushed open the library doors, heading toward the conference room. The corridor lay silent save for the echo of his footsteps. For once he had slept well, though only lightly. Mo Shui's blessing had replenished his sanity, significantly sharpening his clarity of mind. Precisely because of this renewed lucidity, he suddenly noticed something, a progress bar in the corner of his vision, one that had remained motionless for quite some time. Grimport status 4150. Lu Yuan paused mid-step. From the moment he first set foot in this city, he had gathered intelligence, mapping factions, tracking movements. Back then that bar had advanced almost daily. Yet now, reflecting upon it, it had held fast at 41 for far too long. That meant one thing: a vital piece of Grimport remained untouched, unseen. Was it the deep-sea church's true objective, or something else entirely? Lu Yuan furrowed his brow, drawing no conclusion. Yet one truth stood firm: this city still concealed many figures lurking in shadow. As these thoughts crossed his mind, he arrived at the conference room. The conference room was shrouded in smoke. Old Morgan sat at the head of the long table, holding a nearly burnt-out cigarette, his murky eyes half closed, as if he were dozing. Alice stood by the window, arms crossed, tapping her fingers impatiently on her forearm, her expression dark. Mary sat opposite old Morgan, holding a list, her brow furrowed, occasionally crossing off a name with her pen. Valentine leaned in the shadows of the corner, his characteristic green eyes half closed, his long fingers unconsciously stroking the buttons of his sleeve. Hans sat in the corner, his left arm bandaged, looking somewhat pale, but still in good spirits as he polished a dagger with one hand. Yuan pushed the door open and all eyes turned to him. "Take a seat." Old Morgan nodded at him, shaking off some ash from his cigarette. Yuan pulled out a chair and sat down, glancing around. "How's the situation?" "Not great." Mary put down the list, rubbed her temples, her voice weary. "In last night's surprise attack, we lost 2 brothers, and 5 more are seriously injured." She paused and added, "The Holy Armored Army also suffered casualties. If it weren't for their defense, our small squad would have been completely wiped out." Alice snorted, turning around, her war hammer leaning against the wall with a dull thud. "What do these bastards want?" No one answered. Mary fell silent for a moment, put down her pen, and said, "Moreover, the Deep Sea Church's attack is a bit strange." Everyone looked at her. From the recent battles, it seems that whenever our main forces set out to sea, the Deep Sea Church deliberately slows its attack. Mary's voice was calm as she pointed at the table. Only when the Holy Armored Army arrived did they launch a truly large-scale attack. On the night Captain Ziwadin arrived, the Deep Sea Church initiated the attack we faced yesterday. This doesn't make sense. Alice furrowed her brow, dropping her arms from her chest. "Are you saying they were waiting for us?" "I don't know." Mary shook her head, folding the list away. "But it's certain that the Deep Sea Church is deliberately weakening our combat effectiveness. It's not just the Night Watchman, even the Holy Armored Army stationed with us is targeting us as well." Her gaze swept across everyone. "Don't forget, behind our base is the resettlement area where many civilians evacuated from the outer city are living. They're forcing us to fight for our lives." Hans stopped polishing his dagger, frowning. "A life for a life." "Pretty much." Mary nodded. "Most of the aberrations they sent are loadier, but in large numbers, and they are charging straight at us. They are using cannon fodder to wear down our manpower." She pulled out a small booklet and flipped to a page. "There's one more thing. I had someone keep an eye on the inner city and discovered some interesting things. The Viscount's mansion has recently received a large amount of weaponry and supplies said to be reinforcements that came with the Holy Armored Army." Her finger pointed to a line in the booklet, "But the quantity is quite exaggerated. Alchemical weapons, holy water, gunpowder, food. Enough to sustain a prolonged war. It's as if they are preparing for something." Old Morgan flicked the ash from his cigarette, his murky eyes narrowing. "What else?" "The Viscount summoned the nobles and representatives of the merchant guilds from the inner city yesterday for a closed-door meeting." Mary closed the booklet. "The content of the meeting is unclear, but after it concluded, the Archbishop of the church set off for the Viscount's mansion." Hans stopped his actions and raised his head. "The Archbishop personally went to the Viscount's mansion. What about the church district in the north of the city?" "They left some people behind, but the main force followed the Archbishop." The conference room fell silent. Hans sheathed his dagger and muttered, "So the Deep Sea Church is depleting us, the Viscount is hoarding supplies and holding meetings, and the Archbishop is rushing to the Viscount's mansion. They are all converging towards the inner city." Mary took over the conversation. "It's as if they all know something is about to happen. But we don't know." The atmosphere was heavy. Hans moved his injured left arm and broke the silence. "If we can't figure it out, let's not think about it for now. But one thing is certain, the inner city must know something. They can't hold on to it anymore." Calling the Archbishop over. "Strengthen the defenses, keep a close watch on the inner city. We can only wait for them to show their hand." Valentine's somewhat lazy voice spoke up. "After all, under the Empire's treaty, we have no right to interfere with the Viscount unless it's an emergency." Old Morgan had been silent all along, simply smoking in silence, his gaze murky yet sharp. After a long time, he stubbed out the cigarette in the ashtray on the table and ground it down a bit, saying, "Strengthen the deployment. We need to take care of ourselves first. Among the current factions, we are the most severely lacking in combat power, so be extremely cautious." He raised his head and looked at everyone, calling them out one by one. "Valentine, you will act with the Holy Armored Army, expand the patrol range outward. We are somewhat blind at the moment and need eyes." Valentine opened his eyes from the shadows, his green eyes glimmering as he nodded without speaking. "Mary, you are in charge of the base's defense, ensuring no fish slips through the net." Mary acknowledged, tucking the list into her pocket. "Hans, your injury isn't healed yet, but as long as you can move, take a few people to patrol the surroundings, don't wander too far." "Understood." Hans tucked the dagger back into his waist and nodded. "Alice." Old Morgan looked at the woman by the window. "You should rest for a bit. There might be tough battles to fight later." Alice pouted, lifting the thunder hammer resting against the wall and shouldering it, but did not argue. "I also plan to call for support from headquarters." Old Morgan looked around and continued, "The situation in Grim Harbor has already exceeded the bottom line, and I have reason to suspect that the Viscount is deliberately excluding us Night Watchmen. Adding to the clues gathered earlier, I think some positions need to be moved." Just as Old Morgan finished speaking, the communication crystal on the table suddenly lit up, emitting a faint blue glow. A deep voice came from the crystal. "Night Watchman, there is something to discuss regarding the Ascension." Old Morgan raised an eyebrow but did not respond immediately. He looked around the conference room and gestured to everyone. "Everyone please step out first." Alice furrowed her brow, glancing at Old Morgan, but she asked no further questions, turning to leave with the hammer. Mary, Valentine, and Hans subsequently rose, their footsteps gradually fading away. The door closed. Only Old Morgan and Lu Yuan remained in the conference room. Old Morgan then turned back to the communication crystal, extending a finger to press it down, saying lightly, "Speak. The Judicator and Marcus are our people." The voice from the crystal was calm. "We need to bring them back." Old Morgan leaned back in his chair, taking out a new cigarette from his pocket and leisurely lighting it. "That's fine." He exhaled a puff of smoke, his tone slow and unhurried. "But we need to leave something behind." The crystal remained silent for a moment before a light chuckle came through. "Mr. Morgan, wasn't everything already settled in the meeting? We provide the ship and labor, what more do you want?" Old Morgan did not respond, merely flicking the ash from his cigarette, his gaze fixed on Lu Yuan. Lu Yuan understood and remained silent. The silence persisted for several seconds. Finally, Old Morgan leisurely spoke. "Where's the blood?" The breathing on the crystal's end paused momentarily. It was brief, but Lu Yuan caught it. Silence. A long pause. "How did you know?" "That's not important." Old Morgan pinched the cigarette between his fingers, his eyes narrowing slightly. "What matters is, since it's not part of the plan, it belongs to us. Of course, you can also try to seize it." Once again, there was silence from the crystal. Lu Yuan could sense the other party weighing the pros and cons. The Ascension Society wouldn't want this matter to be public knowledge, nor did they wish to confront the Night Watchman at such a time. After a moment, the voice from the crystal resumed, softened somewhat. "The blood must be taken, and Marcus as well. I just received news that he is seriously injured." Secondly, the other party hesitated. "You can participate in this plan, and the results will be shared. But you need to send people." Old Morgan scoffed, flicking the ash into the ashtray. "Send people. We've always been at the forefront. Given the current situation, don't tell me the Ascension Society is unaware. There are no people available. Then we can only provide some information. That's not acceptable." Old Morgan leaned forward, extinguishing the cigarette, his voice suddenly turning cold. "At the very least, let me know what you are doing. Do you know where this is?" "Grim Harbor. The territory of the Empire. You Ascension Society are desecrating such existences. Oh, once something goes wrong, don't say the headquarters won't know. Those in the shadows will definitely report it to the Empire's core immediately. At that time, it won't just be the headquarters facing punishment. You might as well die to atone for your sins." Old Morgan's tone was flat, his fingers gently tapping on the table, yet every word felt like a knife. "You should know the current situation of the Empire. Daring to provoke those existences is simply seeking death. So, I need an explanation. Otherwise, the Night Watchmen have the right to arrest all of you under the charge of threatening the Empire's security. Of course, you can also resist." He paused for a moment, a cold smile creeping onto his lips. "But you better weigh the consequences." The crystal on the other end fell completely silent. Lu Yuan looked at Old Morgan, secretly astonished. This seemingly stingy old man was entirely different at the negotiation table. The silence lasted for a long time. Finally, a sigh came from the crystal. "We did not provoke those taboos. That heart did not reach such a level and is still sealed. People can stay with you for now, or we can discuss details after the battles outside have concluded." Old Morgan leaned back in his chair, relighting a cigarette, and said lightly, "Fine." The communication was cut off. The blue light faded and the conference room fell silent again. Old Morgan exhaled a puff of smoke, his face devoid of any pride, instead appearing even more serious. "These guys are indeed conducting some unspeakable experiments." He leaned back in his chair, his murky eyes narrowing as if he were talking to himself. "The Deep Sea Church has infiltrated us thoroughly. The Baron in the inner city is guarding against us, and what the Ascension Society is up to is unclear." Old Morgan chuckled bitterly, flicking the ash off. "As the captain of the Night Watchmen, I truly feel unfit for the role." Lu Yuan did not respond. Old Morgan glanced at him and stood up. "You were right earlier. The Ascension Society indeed came to ask for people." Lu Yuan nodded slightly, his fingers gently tapping the armrest of the chair. "They don't want to make a big fuss. That's why it's easier to manipulate." Old Morgan pinched the cigarette between his fingers. "But that's all there is to it. No one from the Ascension Society is easy to deal with." No sooner had he finished speaking than the crystal lit up again. This time it was the church. "How is Father Philip?" Old Morgan glanced at Lu Yuan, indicating for him to answer. Lu Yuan straightened up and replied, "His holy power is exhausted. He needs to recuperate. Take good care of him, and we will send someone to assist." The communication was cut off. Old Morgan said while rummaging through a drawer, pulling out an envelope and handing it to Lu Yuan. "Someone delivered this yesterday specifically for you." He leaned back in his chair and exhaled a puff of smoke. The messenger said the sender did not come. Lu Yuan took the envelope, recognizing the familiar handwriting on the cover. "Laisen." He opened the envelope and took out the letter inside. The handwriting was somewhat hasty, as if written in a rush, with ink smudged in some places, as if it had been dampened by drops of water. "Dr. Lu, I feel as if I am with you through this letter. I want to trouble you once more regarding the matter I entrusted to you earlier. My daughter Lorena is studying alchemy at the Empire's scholarly tower. The bag of gold shields I gave you should be enough for travel expenses. If convenient, please check on her and deliver this letter. You are the only person I trust in Grim Harbor. Tell her that her father is dead and that she should not return. Grim Harbor has been unstable lately, and it is not safe for you to be here alone. You should leave as soon as possible while you still can. The environment at the scholarly tower is good and suitable for research. By the way, I ran into that doctor again a few days ago. I didn't expect to see him. The world is truly small. He'll end it here. Be careful on the road." Laisen. Lu Yuan stared at the letter, his brow slightly furrowed. On the surface, it appeared to be an ordinary letter of commission. Yet there was something strange about the wording. He had already made things very clear last time. Why did he need to emphasize it again? And moreover, while you still can leave, set out early. The bag of gold shields I gave you should be enough for travel expenses. Is Laisen urging him to leave? Additionally, that doctor, Lu Yuan remembered this person. The first time he treated Laisen mentioned him, the one who advised him to stay away from the seaside and leave Grim Harbor. At the time, Lu Yuan did not pay much attention, but now Laisen specifically mentioned him in the letter. I didn't expect to see him again. This statement seemed far from a simple sentiment. It felt more like a hint. Lu Yuan folded the letter neatly and tucked it into his pocket. Laisen, that greedy snobbish landlord who chose to give a warning at the last moment. He remembered that during their last meeting Laisen had mentioned there will be significant movements in the coming days. At that time Laisen had already become a preparatory priest of the Deep Sea Church. Calculating the time, Laisen was very likely already embraced by that underwater city and might never be seen again in this lifetime. But why did he insist on giving such an indirect warning? An acquaintance? Old Morgan asked, his expression obscured by the swirling smoke. The landlord I mentioned earlier, Laisen, Lu Yuan replied calmly, putting the letter away, is also a priest of the Deep Sea Church. Lu Yuan carefully stored Lawson's letter. That doctor? Old Morgan, Lu Yuan raised his head. How many doctors are there in Grimport? Not many. The church occupies the majority. There are only 2 or 3 qualified physicians in the inner city and even fewer in the outer city. He glanced at Lu Yuan. What are you interested in your peers? A doctor once treated Laisen and suggested he stay away from the seaside or leave Grimport altogether. What was his name? Old Morgan's eyes narrowed. That kind of advice. It should be brewing. Quite a coincidence, isn't it? I don't believe in coincidences. Old Morgan sneered. You'll understand after spending enough time in Grimport, this place has no coincidences. They'll send someone to investigate. Before he finished speaking, at the edge of his vision, grayish-white text suddenly flickered. Environmental detection. Numerous abnormal pollution sources are approaching. Caution advised. Lu Yuan's expression changed slightly. Such alerts always indicated significant trouble. Old Morgan noticed his expression and his gaze sharpened. What's wrong? Just as he spoke, bang. The door to the conference room was violently pushed open. A night watchman rushed in, covered in blood, with an urgent expression. It was Leonard. Captain Morgan. His voice was hurried, gasping for breath. The Holy Armored Army is under a large-scale attack. The front line is collapsing. As he spoke, the entire base began to tremble. Intense gunfire, explosions, and shrill screams echoed from all directions, mixed with a strange low chanting, as if countless voices were singing simultaneously, almost like the ocean weeping. Old Morgan stood up, extinguishing his cigarette on the table. His expression showed no sign of panic. It was as if he had anticipated this moment. How many? I don't know. Leonard took a deep breath, suppressing his urgency. They're everywhere. 10 times more than the last attack on the base. Finally, they have come. Old Morgan sneered, quickly walking towards the door. Lu Yuan followed closely behind. The two of them passed through the corridor, climbed the stone steps, and pushed open the door leading to the ground. A nauseating stench hit them. Lu Yuan's pupils suddenly constricted. In the night, flames illuminated half the sky. The rain continued to fall, mixed with blood, enveloping the entire perimeter of the base in a mist of blood. And deep within that blood mist, countless shadows surged. They were a group of monsters, about 3 meters tall, hunched over, their bodies covered in bluish-gray scales glistening in the rain. Their faces twisted to the point that human features were almost unrecognizable. Their eyes had completely regressed to mere hollow sockets, as if they had been brutally gouged out. Their pointed ears drooped backward, and their massive mouths, which almost occupied their entire faces, were filled with rows of sharp teeth. The most bizarre thing was that certain parts of their bodies emitted a black glow reminiscent of deep-sea anglerfish. However, when that light fell into one's eyes, it induced a wave of dizziness. Detected numerous deep-sea aberrations, half-merfolk, highly polluted, defective products, characteristics, deep-sea pressure adaptation, collective resonance pollution, halo, a complete abandonment of human identity, but a failed transformation due to cowardice. Weaknesses, bright light, high-temperature dehydration, but this was not the most terrifying aspect. Behind those half-merfolk, Lu Yuan saw an even more nauseating sight. Countless humans, their faces showing fanaticism, were embedded within the massive monsters. Only their heads were exposed, fused back-to-back with the creatures, chanting the same prayers, their faces wearing identical manic smiles. Those people were once residents of Grimport. Sanity 130, 470, Sanity 30, 221, 270. It seems the full-scale assault is finally here, Old Morgan remarked, gazing at the Holy Armored Army's defensive line. Lu Yuan followed his gaze. The golden armor flickered in the blood mist. The Holy Armored Army soldiers seemed to be retreating steadily, their line of defense continuously shrinking. Lu Yuan frowned. Strange. The Holy Armored Army was not numerous. The 3rd Brigade stationed here had barely 100 men, yet as a direct unit of the Empire their combat effectiveness seemed somewhat lacking. Moreover, every soldier wore armor produced through alchemy. Yet Lu Yuan always felt something was off. Although the half-merfolk attacked fiercely, the Holy Armored Army's retreat was too orderly. Consolidate the defense line. Ziwadin's voice pierced through the chaotic battlefield. Centering around the night watchman base. All units assemble. The soldiers quickly fell back, abandoning the outer positions to form a tighter formation. The half-merfolk let out excited roars, believing their prey had nowhere to escape, surging forward like a tide. Then Ziwadin suddenly looked up. A cold smile appeared on his blood-soaked face. Enough. His voice was not loud, but every soldier of the Holy Armored Army heard it. The golden armor simultaneously erupted with dazzling light. Some kind of alchemical formation or legion blessing flowed among the soldiers, and the originally exhausted soldiers instantly straightened their backs, their eyes ablaze with battle intent. With their spears raised forward, they formed a military formation. The gunfire erupted in unison, flames merging into a single blaze. Did you really think the direct troops of the Empire could be so easily suppressed? Finally, I've waited long enough for you rats to show yourselves. He charged ahead, sweeping his sword, and the holy light exploded, cleaving the half-merfolk before him in two. First squad, charge with me. Second squad, flank the sides. Third squad, protect the rear. The massive half-merfolk were struck down in droves, their black blood splattering everywhere. The Holy Armored Army is called such not just because of their armor, but because that armor responds to the will of its wearer. As long as their morale remains unbroken, they can fight against the bizarre forever. The originally precarious defense line instantaneously transformed into an unstoppable meat grinder. At that moment, a shadow swept past Old Morgan's side. Before Lu Yuan could catch a glimpse, the shadow had already appeared beside Old Morgan. It was a man draped in a black cloak, moving like a ghost. Lu Yuan recognized him. Ager, the captain of the Night Watchman's scouts. He had been the one to arrive at the scene during the incident with Priest Andrew. Ager usually appeared carefree, but his expression was particularly serious at this moment. He whispered a few words into Old Morgan's ear. Old Morgan's gaze sharpened. Did you find it? Confirm the location. Should we execute? Ager's voice was soft. Proceed as planned. Old Morgan's tone was decisive. Negotiate with Ziwadin, prepare for the execution. Ager nodded, his figure flashed, disappearing into the rain. Old Morgan turned to Lu Yuan, quickly explaining, the deep-sea chuch's attack patterns are quite regular. The aberrant creatures lead the charge as cannon fodder, while the followers mingle in the middle to guide the direction. The true commanders hide at the back. A cold smile crept at the corner of his mouth. I've been searching for that person hiding in the back. This time I finally caught them. As the words fell, a golden figure burst out from the side gate of the base. It was Alice. Instead of charging directly into the half-fishman, she took advantage of the distraction created by Ziwadin at the front, circling from the side, with her thunder hammer raised high, exuding a violent aura, her target aimed straight at the distant warehouse. Clearly Old Morgan had briefed her beforehand. The decapitation operation was the core of this battle. Boom. The hammer fell, and lightning exploded. The half-fishmen blocking the way were blasted into pieces, blood and flesh flying everywhere, severed limbs scattering. Alice did not pause, swinging her hammer, each strike accompanied by the roar of thunder, carving a bloody path through the monstrous horde pressing towards the warehouse. At the same time, a silver halo spread out from the direction of the base. It was Mary. Standing high above, the silver halo enveloped the Holy Armor Army and the Night Watchman below. Lu Yuan could feel the sensation of the halo upon him, fatigue, fading, strength enhancing, and reaction speed quickening. Receiving external enhancements, the sound of war characteristics slightly increases strength, speed, and mental resistance. At this moment, Hans also appeared on another high platform of the base. His left arm was still wrapped in bandages, unable to wield the massive sword personally, but standing beside him were a dozen members of the Shadow Watch, each armed with an alchemical crossbow. Aim for those pests. Hans' voice was hoarse yet powerful. Don't let them get close to Alice. With his command, a dozen crossbow bolts were simultaneously fired. Unlike ordinary light crossbows, the bolts of the heavy crossbows exploded upon hitting the half-fishmen, the alchemical agents igniting blue flames spreading over the monsters, emitting a piercing shriek. The remote firepower suppression combined with the Holy Armor Army's frontal advance took down a number of half-fishmen attempting to flank Alice. The counterattack had fully commenced. Lu Yuan stood at the entrance of the base, watching as the tide of battle gradually turned. With Mary's support, Alice pushed through relentlessly, while the scattered Night Watchmen began to converge towards the distant warehouse. That place was the hidden stronghold of the deep-sea church. Old Morgan did not join the battle. He stood still, his gaze icy, fingers slowly tracing the air. Lu Yuan could sense a strange fluctuation emanating from him. Detecting energy fluctuations, analyzing. Structural science characteristic, reconstruct or enhance materials by understanding their essential structure. Weakness, long casting time, requires prior setup. In the next moment, the ground near the base suddenly cracked open. Several dark cannons slowly rose from the ground. They were entirely black, covered in dense runes, exuding a dangerous aura. Lu Yuan counted 6 cannons. Old Morgan turned to him, a glimmer of light flashing in his murky eyes. Using these requires great precision. You have timing which is very suitable. Lu Yuan instinctively reached for the pocket watch in his chest. If there are problems on the front line, you fire immediately. Old Morgan pulled out a crystal from his pocket and handed it to Lu Yuan. This is for connecting with Ziwadin. If needed, he will notify you. I'm not sure if the deep-sea church has any backup, and I'm worried that the decapitation operation might go awry. He patted one of the nearby cannons, his tone unexpectedly filled with a trace of emotion. These cannons are the accumulation of my years, don't waste them. Lu Yuan took the crystal and nodded. Old Morgan briefly taught him how to operate it. You just trigger the runes, and the cannons would fire at the area with the highest concentration of pollution. Strange transcendence is also considered pollution, so be cautious while using them. At that moment, another crystal in Old Morgan's possession suddenly lit up. A terrified voice came from the crystal. Night Watchman. The inner city is under attack. It was the voice of a guard beside the Viscount, urgent and anxious. Someone summoned a big guy in front of the town hall, requesting support. Old Morgan's expression showed no surprise, even flashing a hint of coldness. What a fool, only now realizing to call for help when things are out of control. Then Old Morgan glanced at the battlefield, which had barely stabilized, and at Lu Yuan. I need to go to the inner city. He turned and shouted, Valentine, lead the team with me to the inner city. At the edge of the battlefield, a dark shadow detached from the half-fishman. Valentine still maintained a semi-transformed state, his body covered in a black carapace, those characteristic green eyes flickering in the blood mist. He licked the black blood from the corner of his mouth, revealing an elegant smile. Going to the inner city. His voice was hoarse and deep, carrying a hint of amusement. It seems the Viscount is paying the price for his arrogance. Old Morgan ignored his taunt and turned to Lu Yuan. There is a watchtower next to the base. Go up there. He pointed to a nearby stone tower. From there you can see the entire layout of the warehouse, making it easier for you to assess the situation. Lu Yuan followed his gaze and saw that the watchtower was about 3 stories tall with a ring of stone battlements at the top, indeed an excellent observation point. Remember to crush those rats and don't let them escape again. Ziwadin and Alice will cooperate with you. Remember. Old Morgan paused, his tone serious. If you think the situation is off, you have the right to fire directly. This time absolutely do not allow the deep-sea Chich's rats to escape. And I trust your judgment. With that, Old Morgan vanished into the night and reigned with Valentine and a small team. Lu Yuan wasted no time and quickly ascended the watchtower. The stone steps were somewhat slippery, but he soon reached the top. Standing on the watchtower, the view opened up. The entire battlefield was in sight, the golden formation of the Holy Armor Army advancing steadily, Alice's lightning flashing on the flank, while the dilapidated warehouse in the distance was now surrounded layer upon layer by the night watchmen. The 6 cannons were right at the foot of the watchtower, and the locations to trigger the runes were clearly marked by Old Morgan. Lu Yuan placed his hand on the runes, scanning the battlefield. In his ears were the roars and gunfire. In the distance towards the inner city, a gigantic shadow loomed in the rain, its height nearly level with the city wall. The entire Grim Harbor was in chaos. At the edge of his vision, gray-white text quietly flickered. Grim Harbor status 40, 150, 43, 50. The status experience bar of Grim Harbor actually increased. Lu Yuan glanced at the gigantic figure that had already disappeared into the rain. It seemed that the outcome would be decided in this battle. The situation on the battlefield was changing rapidly. Lu Yuan stood at the top of the watchtower, taking in everything. The golden formation of the Holy Armor Army steadily advanced, Alice's lightning flickering on the flank, while Hans commanded the Shadow Watch to provide remote firepower suppression with the alchemical crossbow. The 3 parties coordinated seamlessly, gradually dismantling the offensive of the half-fishmen. But what truly shocked Lu Yuan was Ziwadin. Just as he was observing the battlefield, Ziwadin underwent a transformation. All the runes on his golden armor lit up, and the light from the surrounding 100 holy armor soldiers converged onto him alone. That was the power of the formation, consolidated into one person. Ziwadin's stature grew half a head taller, the golden light swirling around him, his longsword transforming into a massive golden blade, even longer than himself. Observe the Legion's secret technique. Holy armor condensation characteristic gathers the strength and fighting spirit of all soldiers in the formation onto the commander, granting several times the combat power for a short duration. Weakness. During condensation, the soldier's combat power significantly declines, and the commander bears a tremendous burden with a limited duration. Forbidden Knowledge Seeker 104. 350. Accompanying the gray-white prompt was the long-dormant, forbidden knowledge. Lu Yuan also realized that he needed to expand his knowledge base appropriately. As the colossal blade gathered power, Ziwadin moved. At this moment, Ziwadin was no longer a commander, but a spear of unparalleled sharpness. The golden figure charged directly into the half-fishman crowd, sweeping the giant blade, and blood and flesh flew everywhere. The 3 maternal half-fishmen were like paper before him, cleaved in 2 by a single strike, black blood gushing forth with entrails scattered all around. A straight path of blood was left behind, flanked by severed limbs and broken bodies. Ziwadin's speed was astonishing, so fast that the monsters could hardly react. The soldiers of the Holy Armor Legion maintained their formation, advancing steadily to cover his flanks. As the Holy Armor Legion pressed deeper, the golden glow on their bodies diminished considerably, but this did not affect the cohesion among the formations. The spears stood like a forest, piercing all the escaping fishmen. With Ziwadin's frontal breakthrough, Alice's advance on the flank quickened. Each time her thunder hammer struck down, the thunderclap echoed, taking a half-fishman's life. On the high platform, Hans commanded the ambush to maintain their firepower. Alchemical crossbow bolts rained down into the monster horde, blue flames spreading over the half-fishmen, accompanied by their piercing screams. This was a one-sided slaughter. The number of half-fishmen was rapidly decreasing. The warehouse was just ahead. Inside the warehouse, the atmosphere was tense to the extreme. In the dim space, the salty scent of seawater permeated the air, and the ground was covered with intricate runes, while dark red candle flames flickered in the corners. A dozen figures in gray robes knelt on the ground, softly chanting ancient prayers. In their midst stood a figure clad in a deep blue robe, positioned before an altar. His human hand had completely transformed into a tentacle, now hovering above a box wrapped in black cloth, guiding the flow of some kind of power. The ritual was halfway through, but the sounds of battle outside were growing ever closer. A gray-robed figure rushed in, his voice tinged with fear. My lord. The Holy Armor Legion has breached the second line of defense. That golden monster. We cannot stop him. The high priest did not open his eyes. His voice emanated from beneath the hood like bubbles rising from the depths of water. Cannot stop him. Yes. And that woman with the hammer, she is charging straight towards us. The high priest paused for a moment. Then he opened his eyes. It seems. We must advance the schedule. He raised his tentacle, drawing an arc in the air. Outside the warehouse, the rain suddenly intensified. Lu Yuan noticed the anomaly. The once light rain transformed into a torrential downpour with large raindrops hammering against the armor, producing a dense patter. Even more strangely, as the rain fell on the half-fishmen, their movements quickened. The bluish-gray scales shimmered in the rain as if infused with new power. Then a song emerged, ethereal and distant. It seemed to come from the deepest, farthest depths of the sea, passing through layers of water and endless darkness, ultimately falling into everyone's ears with the raindrops. The melody had no lyrics, yet it inexplicably beckoned listeners to draw closer, to sink into that dark sea. Lu Yuan shook his head, easily shaking off the influence of the song. The reason he could do so was due to his exceptionally high mental resilience, but the soldiers of the Holy Armor Legion and the Night Watchers did not share this advantage. As the song played, the golden light on the soldiers began to dim, as if suppressed by some unseen force. Zai Weiting's giant blade continued to swing, but the gathered light was no longer as dazzling as before. The connections within the military formation began to weaken. The half-fishmen, already lacking in rationality, completely lost it at this moment. Their previously orderly charge turned into sheer madness. They roared and howled, recklessly lunging towards the line of the Holy Armor Legion. Some half-fishmen were pierced through the chest by spears, yet they endured the erosion of the golden light, frantically charging forward, forcing themselves in front of the soldiers to bite off their necks. Some half-fishmen had their arms severed, but showed no regard, using their massive bodies to crazily slam into the military formation. They had lost their instinct for survival. Or rather, the song made them forget everything, including death. The advance of the Holy Armor Legion noticeably slowed, their previously unstoppable momentum stymied by this frenzied counterattack. Alice's thunder light still flickered, but her speed also decreased. It was not due to exhaustion, but because the enemy was too frenzied, forcing her to divert more energy to defense. At that moment, an even more terrifying event occurred. Those human believers embedded within the half-fishmen suddenly ceased their prayers. Ecstatic smiles appeared on their faces. For the mother, the bodies of the believers began to melt away, dissolving. Starting from their skin, they transformed like candles meeting flames. Yet they did not scream. Instead, they sang. Their voices merged with the ethereal melody, making it even clearer. Flesh and blood transformed into dark red liquid, flowing out from the half-fishmen, enveloping the entire area with a pungent odor. The liquid did not fall to the ground, but floated upwards, gathering into a dark red cloud. In the next moment, red rain began to fall from the sky. Blood rain. It landed on the ground, not soaking in but gathering and spreading. The entire battlefield turned into a dark red swamp. At this moment, the song intertwined with the blood rain, creating a scene reminiscent of hell. Meanwhile, a faint pain surged in Lu Yuan's mind from afar. At the edge of his vision, gray-white text flickered, encountering composite mental pollution. Song of the deep sea and blood tide sacrifice characteristics. Song disintegrates while blood swamp erodes flesh, with dual accumulation pollution effects. Our amplified weakness requires continuous chanting to maintain, destroying the core of the ritual. Can terminate it. Resilience 2, 3270 resilience 3-1, 2270 experience. Lu Yuan furrowed his brows. If he was affected to this extent before reaching the center, what would happen to the Night Watchers? They did not have the protection of the Holy Armor Legion. The situation on the battlefield took a sharp turn with the emergence of the blood rain and song. Although the golden light on the Holy Armor Legion remained, the soldiers' feet sank into the blood swamp, making each step incredibly arduous. Zai Weiting's golden glow struggled in the blood swamp. He forcefully pulled out his foot, but the swamp clung to him like a living creature, refusing to let go. Alice smashed her hammer down on a charging half-fishman's head. The monster's skull exploded, blood and flesh splattering, while the surrounding blood swamp also ensnared her. In contrast, the half-fishmen thrived in the blood swamp, their speed increasing as they moved effortlessly through the crimson waters, as if returning to the deep sea. But the Night Watchers were not entirely unprepared. Alice pulled out a small vial from her waist, uncorked it, and drank it down. The pale blue liquid flowed down her throat, a cool sensation spreading from her stomach, diminishing the whispers and illusions in her mind. Drink the potion. Hant's voice came from the high platform. The ambush members followed suit, pulling out small vials they carried and drinking them down. The actions of the Night Watchers visibly steadied. Though they could not match the protective golden glow of the Holy Armor Legion, they at least managed to fend off the erosion of the Song of the Deep Sea. Mary stood high at the base, her silver halo striving to expand, attempting to counteract the effects of the song and blood swamp. But her face grew increasingly pale, blood trickling from her nose. Damn it, I can barely hold on. On the watchtower, Lu Yuan took everything in from above. The Song of the Deep Sea, the blood tide sacrificed the blood swamp. The opponent's attacks came one after another, clearly stalling for time. His gaze fell upon the distant warehouse. No prompt was needed, for in Lu Yuan's eyes the black mist surrounding the warehouse area thickened to its utmost at the moment the blood rain fell. There was indeed something wrong inside the warehouse. Old Morgan's words echoed in his ears. If you suspect something is off, you have the right to fire directly. I trust your judgment. Yuan did not hesitate. He adjusted the aiming direction of a cannon on the control panel in front of him. Not aimed at the half-merman on the battlefield, but at the warehouse. After all, the alchemical cannons equipped on the deep-sea hunter were powerful enough to leave a lasting impression on Yuan. Now that he had the control authority, he naturally wanted the deep-sea church to taste a proper experience. In the next moment, the runes lit up and the pitch-black cannon mouth locked onto its target. Bang! A black beam of light tore through the rain curtain, rushing straight toward the warehouse. Inside the warehouse, boom. The entire structure suddenly shook violently. The wooden beams of the roof cracked and debris fell from the ceiling. The high priest suddenly looked up, a flicker of surprise flashing in his murky green eyes. The flesh and blood barrier set up around the warehouse blocked that strike, but the shockwave still caused the entire building to tremble precariously. The blood rain in the air also violently shook, its rhythm clearly disrupted. An alchemical cannon. The high priest muttered to himself, his tone laced with surprise. Since when did the night watchman have such things? But soon a cold smile crept onto his lips. Unexpected, yet nothing more. It was normal for the night watchmen to have some tricks up their sleeves. A figure in a gray robe stumbled, in fear evident in his voice. My lord, they have long-range weapons. The blood rain has been disrupted. The high priest waved a tentacle, signaling him to withdraw. A mere cannon, even if another comes, cannot harm me. His tone was calm, imbued with absolute confidence. But in the next moment, another gray-robed figure rushed in, his voice filled with despair. My lord, that golden monster and the woman with the hammer have accelerated greatly. We cannot hold them back. The high priest's expression finally darkened. Once the rhythm of the blood-tied sacrifice was interrupted, the battlefield's suppression effect would be severely diminished. He walked to the door and looked outside. Indeed, the golden figure of Yuan was charging through the blood swamp, moving at more than double the speed of before. Alice's thunder hammer smashed down repeatedly, turning half-mermen into meat paste. The warehouse was within arm's reach. Block them, the high priest commanded coldly. A dozen gray-robed figures rushed out of the warehouse, trying to intercept, but they were no match, hardly stronger than the half-mermen. Alice's hammer swept across, lightning exploding instantly, turning two gray-robed figures into charred remains. Yuan's golden blade slashed down, splitting the half-merman in front of him in two, his steps unceasing. They could not be stopped at all. The high priest watched this scene, anger flashing in his eyes. What a bunch of useless trash. He turned to the gray-robed figure beside him and said, take the items and leave through the back door. But the back door? I will clear the way. As soon as he finished speaking, the atmosphere inside the warehouse suddenly changed. The flickering candle flames extinguished simultaneously. In the darkness, the scales on the high priest's body began to glow with a ghostly blue light. The melody of the song of the deep sea suddenly rose sharply, becoming sharp and piercing. That was a precursor to an impending eruption. At the side of the warehouse, Alice finally reached her target position. She was covered in black blood, her breathing heavy, yet her gaze remained sharp. She saw several gray-robed figures attempting to escape through the back door of the warehouse, holding a box wrapped in black cloth. Stop! She shouted, swinging her hammer to block their escape. Members of the Dark Watch also emerged from the alley behind, a dozen alchemical crossbows aiming simultaneously at the gray-robed figures. Put down the items and kneel to surrender, and you may keep your corpses intact. Alice's voice was icy, yet the gray-robed figures remained indifferent, charging forward without heed. Before Alice could step forward to intercept, the roof of the warehouse was lifted, not by an explosion, but by being pushed open. A figure clad in a deep blue robe slowly rose, floating in midair. His face was obscured by the hood, but the dense scales could be seen covering his chin. It was the high priest. He looked down at Alice's voice, sounding as if it came from the depths of the water. Little girl of the night watchman, do you think blocking a few paths can stop the will of the mother? The moment his words fell, Alice's breath caught. Not out of fear, but because her body instinctively issued a warning. The hair on her back stood on end, and her fingers gripping the hammer involuntarily tightened. That feeling was like being prey under the gaze of a deep-sea behemoth. It was like standing on the edge of an abyss. Every inch of her skin screamed danger. Just a single gaze made her heart skip a beat. Alice took a deep breath, forcefully suppressing her body's instinctive reaction. She was not a novice. She had seen pollutants, monsters, and those creatures crawling out from the abyss. But this one before her, just standing there, made her body feel heavy. But she did not flinch. Deep Sea Church. She raised her hammer, lightning gathering at its head. You threaten the safety of the empire and pollute its citizens. Such sins deserve punishment. The high priest laughed. Interesting. He raised a tentacle and waved it gently. The liquid in the blood swamp instantly gathered, forming dozens of blood-colored spears shooting towards Alice. Alice swung her hammer to block lightning, exploding, shattering most of the spears. But there were too many. A few grazed her arms and shoulders, leaving deep wounds as blood flowed down through the gaps in her armor. She grunted, but did not stop her steps. The hammer raised high, it swung directly towards the high priest. The high priest sidestepped, a tentacle coiling around the head of the hammer. Lightning exploded on his tentacle, but only left a few scorch marks. Is this the extent of your strength? The high priest's tone was laced with mockery. You night watchmen, truly each generation is weaker than the last. Another tentacle swung out, striking directly at Alice's neck. In a critical moment, a golden blade slashed in from the side. Yuan. He had somehow broken through the obstacles of the blood swamp, emanating golden light. The massive blade aimed at the high priest's back. The high priest was forced to release Alice, turning to block. The tentacle clashed with the giant blade, erupting in dazzling sparks. The Empire's lackey has also arrived. The high priest took 2 steps back, his tone tinged with amusement. Perfect. Let you see what the power of the deep sea truly is. He spread his arms wide. The rainwater around him began to flow backward, gathering toward him. The liquid in the blood swamp also writhed, drawing closer to him like a living creature. The sound of the song of the deep sea became deafening after his appearance. Behind him in the rain curtain, something enormous was taking shape. It was an outline formed from rainwater and blood, standing 5 or 6 meters tall. Not yet fully formed, but already exuding a suffocating pressure. Alice and Zewodin both changed their expressions at the same time. They could not allow this thing to take shape.